The Project Gutenberg ebook of Come Hither, a collection of rhymes and poems for the young of all ages. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Come Hither, a collection of rhymes and poems for the young of all ages. Compiler: Walter de la Mare. Illustrator: Alec Buckles. Release date: May 13, 2020. Ebook number 62119. Language: English. Credits: produced by Karen Spence, Tim Lindell, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/Canadian Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Come Hither, a collection of rhymes and poems for the young of all ages. Come Hither, a collection of rhymes and poems for the young of all ages, made by Walter de la Mare and embellished by Alec Buckles, Constable & Co. London, Bombay, Sydney, Macseith. Printed in Great Britain by Robert McElhose & Co. Ltd. The University Press, Glasgow. To Laura Coltman, in love and gratitude. Table of Contents page. The story of this book: 7 Mourning and May 1st, Mother, Home, and Sweetheart. 19 Feasts, Fairs, Beggars, Gypsies. 63 Beasts of the Field, Fowls of the Air. 87 Off, Elfin, Fay. 117 Summer, Greenwood, Solitude. 135 War. 165 Dance, Music, and Bells. 195 Autumn Leaves, Winter Snow. 217 Like Stars Upon Some Gloomy Grove. 249 Far. 289 Lily Bright and Shine. A 343 Echo Then Shall Again Tell Her I Follow. 371 Old Tales and Balladry. 413 Evening and Dream. 447 The Garden. 479 About and Roundabout. 495 Acknowledgements. 671 Index of Authors. 677 Index of Poems. 683. The story of this book: in my rovings and ramblings as a boy I had often skirted the old stone house in the hollow. But my first clear remembrance of it is of a hot summer's day. I had climbed to the crest of a hill till then unknown to me, and stood there, hot and breathless in the bright slippery grass, looking down on its grey walls and chimneys as if out of a dream. And as if out of a dream already familiar to me. My real intention in setting out from home that morning had been to get to a place called East Dean. My mother had often spoken to me of East Dean, of its trees and waters and green pastures, and the rare birds and flowers to be found there. Ages ago, she had told me, an ancestor of our family had dwelt in this place. But she smiled a little strangely when I asked her to take me there. All in good time, my dear, she whispered into my ear, all in very good time. Just follow your small nose. What kind of time, I wondered, was very good time? And follow my nose how far? Such reflections indeed only made me the more anxious to be gone. Early that morning, then, I had started out when the dew was still sparkling, and the night mists had but just lifted. But my young legs soon tired of the steep, boulder-strewn hills, the chalky ravines, and burning sun, and having, as I say, come into view of the house in the valley, I went no further. Instead, I sat down on the hot turf, the sweet smell of thyme in the air, a few harebells nodding around me, and stared, down and down. After that first visit, scarcely a week passed but that I found myself on this hill again. The remembrance of the house stayed in my mind, would keep returning to me, like a bird to its nest. Sometimes even in the middle of the night I would wake up and lie unable to sleep again for thinking of it, seeing it in my head, solemn, secret, strange. There is a little flickering lizard called the chameleon which, they say, changes its color according to the place where it happens to be. So with this house. It was never the same for 2 hours together. I have seen it gathered close up in its hollow in the livid and coppery gloom of storm, crouched like a hare in winter under a mask of snow, dark and silent beneath the changing sparkle of the stars, and like a palace out of an Arabian tale in the milky radiance of the moon. 3 was the name inscribed on its gateway, but in letters so faint and faded as to be almost illegible. In a sense I was, I suppose, a trespasser in this 3, until at least I became acquainted with Miss Terhune, the lady who lived in it. For I made pretty free with her valley, paddled and fished in its stream, and now and then helped myself to a windfall in her green bird-haunted orchards, where grew a particularly sharp and bright-rinded apple of which I have never heard the name. As custom gave me confidence, I ventured nearer and nearer to the house and would sometimes take a rest squatting on a manger in the big empty barn, looking out into the sunshine. The wings of the flies shone like glass in its shafts of light, and the robins whistled under its timber roof so shrill as almost to deafen one's ears. Few strangers passed that way. Now and then I saw in the distance what might have been a beggar. To judge from his bundle he must have done pretty well at the house. Once, as I turned out of a little wood of birches, I met a dreadful-faced man in the lane who lifted up his hand at sight of me, and with white glaring eyes, uttered a horrible imprecation. He was chewing some fruit stolen out of the orchard, and at the very sight of him I ran like what himself. Once, too, as my head looked over the hill crest, there stood an old carriage and a drowsy horse drawn up beside the porch with its slender wooden pillars and a kind of tray above, on which rambled winter jasmine, tufts of self-sown weeds and traveller's joy. I edged near enough to see there was a crown emblazoned on the panel of the carriage door. Nobody sat inside, and the coachman asleep on the box made me feel more solitary and inquisitive than ever. Yet in its time the old house must have seen plenty of company. Friends of later years have spoken to me of it. Indeed, not far distant from 3 as the crow flies, there was a crossing of high roads, so that any traveller from elsewhere not in haste could turn aside and examine the place if he cared for its looks and was in need of a night's lodging. Yet I do not think many such travellers, if they were men merely of the town, can have chosen to lift that knocker or to set ringing that bell. To any one already lost and benighted its looks must have been forbidding. Well, as I say, again and again, my lessons done, morning or evening would find me either on the grass slopes above 3, or actually in its valley. If I was tired, I would watch from a good distance off its small dark windows in their stone embrasures, and up above them the round greenish tower or turret over which a winged weathervane twirled with the wind. I might watch, but the only person that I ever actually observed at the windows was an old maid with flaps to her cap, who would sometimes shake a duster out into the air as if for a signal to someone up in the hills. Apart from her, I had occasionally seen Miss Terhune herself in the overgrown garden, with her immense shears, or with her trencher of breadcrumbs and other provender, feeding the birds. And I once stole near enough under a hedge to watch the sight. They hopped and pecked in a multitude beneath her hands, tits and robins, starlings and blackbirds, and other much wilder and rarer birds, as if they had no need here for wings, or were under an enchantment more powerful than that of mere crumbs of bread. The meal done, the platter empty, Miss Terhune would clap her hands, and off they would fly with a scurrying of wings, with shrill cries and snatches of song to their haunts. She seemed to mind no weather, standing bareheaded in heavy rain or scorching sunlight. And I confess the sight of her never failed to alarm me. But I made up my mind always to keep my wits about me and my eyes open, and never to be caught trespassing. Then one day, as I slid down from the roof of the barn from amid the branches of a chestnut tree, green with its spiky balls of fruit, I found Miss Tarrant standing there in the entry, looking out on me as if out of a frame, or like a stone figure in the niche of a church. She made no stir herself, but her eyes did. Clear cold eyes of the color of pebbly water, in which I seemed to be of no more importance than a boat floating on the sea. I could neither speak nor run away. I could only gawk at her, my pockets bulging with the unripe chestnuts I had pilfered, and a handsome slit in one leg of my breeches. She asked me what I did there, my name, why I was not at school, where I lived, and did I eat the chestnuts? It appeared she had more often seen me, I suppose, from her windows than I had seen her. She made no movement, never even smiled while I stammered out answers to her questions, but merely kept her eyes steadily fixed on me, while her own lips just opened enough to let the words out of her mouth. She listened to me with a severe face, and said, "Well, if you are happy to be here with the rest, so much the better." It was a relief when she turned away, bidding me follow her, and a foolish figure I must have cut as I clattered after her across the cobbled yard under the old red brick arch and so through the porch and into the house. When I was sat down in one of the shaded rooms within the house, she summoned the tall gaunt old maid with the cap flaps I had seen at the windows, and bade her bring me some fruit and a dish of cream. Miss Tarrant watched me while I ate it. And uncommonly good it was, though I would rather have been enjoying it alone. From the way she looked at me it might have been supposed it was a bird or a small animal that was sitting up at her table. The last spoonful finished, she asked me yet more questions and appeared to be not displeased with my rambling answers, for she invited me to come again and watched me take up my cap and retire. This was the first time I was ever in Miss Tarrant's house, within its solid walls I mean, and what a multitude of rooms, with their coffers and presses and cabinets, containing I knew not what treasures and wonders. But 3 was not Miss Tarrant's only house, for more than once she spoke of another named Shorevine, as if of a family mansion and estate, very ancient and magnificent. When, thinking of my mother, I myself ventured a question about East Dean, her green-grey eyes oddly settled on mine a moment, but she made no answer. I noticed this particularly. Soon I was almost as free and familiar in Miss Tarrant's old house as in my own father's. Yet I cannot say that she was ever anything else than curt with me in her manner. It was a long time before I became accustomed to the still, secret way she had of looking at me. I liked best being in her company when she appeared, as was usually so, not to be aware that she was not alone. She had again asked me my name for a sign, as she said, to know you by, though she always afterwards addressed me as Simon. Certainly in those days I was simple enough. My next friend was the woman whom I had seen shaking her duster out of the upper windows. She, I discovered, was called Lynette Sarah Queek or Queek or Kyuk, I don't know how to spell it. She was an exceedingly curious woman and looked as if she had never been any different, though, of course, she must once have been young and have grown up. She was bony, awkward, and angular, and when you spoke to her, she turned on you with a look that was at the same time vacant and piercing. At first she greeted me sourly, but soon became friendlier, and would allow me to sit in her huge kitchen with her parrot, her sleek tabby cat, and perhaps a dainty or 2 out of her larder. She was continually muttering, though I could never quite catch what she said, never idle, and though slow and awkward in her movements, she did a vast deal of work. With small short-sighted eyes fixed on her mortar she would stand pounding and pounding, or stewing and seething things in pots, strange-looking roots and fruits and fungi. Her pantry was crammed with pans, jars, bottles, and phials, all labeled in her queer handwriting. An extraordinary place, especially when the sunbeams of evening struck into it from a high window in its whitewashed wall. Linnet she might be called, but her voice was no bird's, unless the crow's, and you would have guessed at once, at sight of her standing in front of the vast open hearth, stooping a little, her long gaunt arms beside her, that her other name was Sarah. But she could tell curious and rambling stories, as true as she could make them, and many of them were about the old days in older days in Shorevine, and about Miss Terhune, in whose service she had been since she was a small child. She told me, too, some specially good tales, as good as grim, about some villages she knew of called the 10 Laps, and gave me a custard when I asked for more. I once mentioned East Dean to her, too, and she said there was a short cut to it, though it seemed to me a long way about, through the quarry, by the pits, and that way round. And then you come to a wall, she said, staring at me. And you climb over. Did you? Said I, laughing, and at that she was huffed. Boy though I was, it occurred to me that in this immense house there must be a great deal more work than Sarah could manage unaided. Something gave me the fancy that other hands must lend their help, but if any maids actually came into 3 from East Dean, or from elsewhere, they must have come and gone very late, or early. It seemed bad manners to be too curious. On the other hand, I rarely saw much of the back parts of the house. I have sometimes wondered if 3 had not once in fact lain within the borders of East Dean, and that being so, if Miss Terhune, like myself, was unaware of it. It may have been merely pride that closed her lips, for one day, she showed me, with a curious smile, how 3's architect, centuries before, had planned its site. She herself led me from room to room, and she talked as she had never talked before. Its southernmost window looked on a valley, beyond which on clear still days was visible the sea, and perhaps a brig or a schooner on its surface placid blue as turquoise. Sheer against its easternmost window the sun mounted to his summer solstice from in between a cleft of the hills like a large topaz between the forks of a catapult. On one side of this cleft valley was a windmill, its sails lanking up into the sky, and sometimes spinning in the wind with an audible faint clatter. Who owned the mill and what he ground I never heard. Northwards, through a round bull's-eye window you could see, past a maze of coppices and hills, and in the distance, the cock of a cathedral spire. And to the west stood a wood of yew, its pool partially greened over, grey with willows, and the haunt of rare birds. On the one side of this pool spread exceedingly calm meadows, and on the other, in a hollow, the graveyard lay. The stones and bones in it were all apparently of Miss Terhune's kinsfolk. At least Linnet Sarah told me so. Nor was she mournful about it. She seemed to have nobody to care for but her mistress, working for love, whatever her wages might be. It is an odd thing to say, but though I usually tried to avoid meeting Miss Terhune, and was a little afraid of her, there was a most curious happiness at times in being in her company. She never once asked me about my character, never warned me of anything, never said you must, and yet I knew well that if in stupidity or carelessness I did anything in her house which she did not approve of, my punishment would come. She once told me, "Simon, you have, I see, the beginnings of a bad feverish cold. It is because you were stupid enough yesterday to stand with the sweat on your face talking to me in a draught. It will probably be severe." And so it was. She never said anything affectionate, she never lost her temper. I never saw her show any pity or meanness or revenge. "Well, Simon," she would say, "good morning, or good evening, as the case might be, you are always welcome. Have a good look about you. Don't waste your time here. Even when all is said, you will not see too much of me and mine. But don't believe everything you may hear in the kitchen. Linnet Sarah is a good servant, but still a groper. Not the least notion of what she meant occurred to me. But I peacocked about for a while as if she had paid me a compliment. An evening or two afterwards, and soon after sunset, I found her sitting in her westward window. Perhaps because rain was coming, the crouching headstones under the hill looked to be furlongs nearer. "Sleeping, waking, waking, sleeping, Simon," she said, "sing while you can." Like a little owl I fixed sober eyes on the yew wood, but again I hadn't any inkling of what she meant. She would sit patiently listening to me as long as I cared to unbosom myself to her. Her calm, severe, and yet, I think, beautiful face is clear in my memory. It resembles a little the figure in Albrecht Dürer's picture of a woman sitting beneath the wall of a house, with a hound couched beside her, an inclined ladder, the rainbowed sea in the distance, and a tablet of magic numbers and a penthoused bell over her head. Sometimes I would be questioned at home about my solitary wanderings, but I never mentioned Miss Tarrant's name, and spoke of her house a little deceitfully, since I did not confess how much I loved being in it. One evening, and it was already growing late, Miss Tarrant, after steadily gazing into my eyes for a few moments, asked me if I liked pictures. I professed that I did, though I had never spent much time in looking at the queer portraits and charts and mementos that hung thick and closely on her own walls. "Well," she replied, "if you like pictures I must first tell you about Nahum." I could not at first make head or tail of Mr. Nahum. Even now I am uncertain whether he was Miss Tarrant's brother or her nephew or a cousin many times removed, or whether perhaps she was really and truly Mrs. Tarrant and he her only son, or she still Miss Tarrant and he an adopted one. I am not sure even whether or not she had much love for him, though she appeared to speak of him with pride. What I do know is that Miss Tarrant had nurtured him from his cradle, and had taught him all the knowledge that was not already his by right of birth. Before he was come even to be my own age, she told me, Nahum Tarrant had loved exploring. As a boy he had ranged over the countryside for miles around. I never dared ask her if he had sat on Linnet Sarah's wall. He had scrawled plans and charts and maps, marking on them all his wanderings. And not only the roads, paths, chases, and tracks, the springs and streams, but the rarer birds' nesting places and the rarer wild flowers, the eatable or poisonous fruits, trees, animal lairs, withies for whips, clay for modeling, elder shoots for pitch pipes, pebbles for his catapult, flint arrows, and everything of that kind. He was a night boy too, could guide himself by the stars, was a walking almanac of the moon, and could decoy owls and nightjars, and find any foxes or badgers' earth he was after, even in a dense mist. I came to know Mr. Nahum pretty well, so far at any rate as one can know anybody from hearsay, before Miss Tarrant referred to the pictures again. And I became curious about him, and hoped to see this strange traveller, and frequently hung about 3 in mere chance of that. Strangely enough, by the looks on her face and the tones of her voice, Miss Tarrant was inclined to mock a little at Mr. Nahum because of his restlessness. She didn't seem to approve of his leaving her so much, though she herself had come from Shorevine. Her keys would jangle at her chatelaine as if they said, "Our secret's enough." And she would stand listening, and mute, as if in expectation of voices or a footfall. Then, as secretly as I could, I would get away. All old memories resemble a dream. And so too do these of Miss Tarrant and 3. When I was most busy and happy and engrossed in it, it seemed to be a house which might at any moment vanish before your eyes, showing itself to be but the outer shell or hiding place of an abode still more enchanting. This sounds nonsensical. But if you have ever sat and watched a transformation scene in a pantomime, did you suppose, just before the harlequin slapped with his wand on what looked like a plain brick and mortar wall, that it would instantly after dissolve into a radiant colored scene of trees and fountains and hidden beings growing lovelier in their own showing as the splendor spread and their haunts were revealed? Well, so at times I used to feel in 3. At last, one late evening in early summer, beckoning me with her finger, Miss Tarun lit a candle in an old brass stick and bade me follow her down a long narrow corridor and up a steep winding stone staircase. You have heard, Simon, of Mr. Nahum's round room, now you shall see it. On the wider step at the top, before a squat oak door, she stayed, lifted her candle, and looked at me. You will remember, she said, that what I am about to admit you into is Mr. Nahum's room, not mine. You may look at the pictures, you may examine anything that interests you, you may compose yourself to the view. But replace what you look at, have a care in your handling, do nothing out of idle curiosity, and come away when you are tired. Remember that Mr. Nahum may be returning at any hour. He would be pleased to find you here. But hasten away out of his room the very instant you feel you have no right, lot, or pleasure to be in it. Hasten away, I mean, so that you may return to it with a better mind and courage. She laid 2 fingers on my shoulder, cast another look into my face under her candle, turned the key in the lock, gently thrust me beyond the door, shut it, and left me to my own devices. What first I noticed, being for a while a little alarmed at this strange proceeding, was the evening light that poured in on the room from the encircling windows. Below, by walking some little distance from room to room, corridor to corridor, you could get, as I have said, a single narrow view out north, south, east or west. Here, you could stand in the middle, and turning slowly like a top on your heels, could watch float by one after the other, hill and windmill, ocean, distant city, dark you would. The crooning of doves was audible on the roof, swallows were coursing in the placid and rosy air, the whole world seemed to be turning softly out of the day's sunshine, stretching long dark shadows across hill and valley as if in delight to be on the verge of rest and slumber again, now that the heats of full summer were so near. But I believe my first thought was what a boiling hot and glaring place to sit in the middle of the morning. And then I noticed that heavy curtains hung on either side each rounded window, for shade, concealment, and solitude. As soon, however, as my eyes were accustomed to the dazzle, I spent little time upon the great view, but immediately peered about me at what was in this curious chamber. Never have I seen in any room, and this was none so large, such a hugger-mugger of strange objects, odd-shaped colored shells, fragments of quartz, thunderbolts and fossils, skins of brilliant birds, outlandish shoes, heads, faces, masks of stone, wood, glass, wax, and metal, pots, images, glass shapes, and what not, lanterns and bells, bits of harness and ornament and weapons. There were, besides, 2 or 3 ships of different rigs in glass cases, and one in a green bottle, peculiar tools, little machines, silent clocks, instruments of music, skulls and bones of beasts, frosy bunches of linen or silk queerly marked, and a mummied cat, I think. And partly concealed, as I twisted my head, there, dangling in an alcove, I caught sight of a full-length skeleton, one hollow eye hole concealed by a curtain looped to the floor from the ceiling. I just cast my glance round on all these objects without of course seeing them one by one. The air was clear as water in the evening light, a little dust had fallen, all was in order, though at that first hasty glance there seemed none. Last, but not least, there was row on row of painted pictures. Wherever there was space on the walls free of books, this round tower room was hung with them as close as their frames and nails allowed. There I stood, hearing faintly the birds, conscious of the pouring sunlight, the only live creature amidst this departed traveler's treasures and possessions. I was so much taken aback by it all, so mystified by Miss Tarrant's ways, so cold at sight of the harmless bones above me, and felt so suddenly out of my familiars, that without a moment's hesitation I turned about, flung open the door and went helter-skelter clattering down the stairs out of the glare into the gloom. There was no sign of Miss Tarrant as I crossed through the house and sneaked off hastily through the garden. And not until the barn had shut me out from the lower windows behind me did I look back at the upper ones of Mr. Nahum's tower. Until that moment I did not know how frightened I had been. Yet why, or at what, I cannot even now decide. But I soon overcame this folly. Miss Tarrant made no inquiry how I had fared on this first visit to Mr. Nahum's fortress. As I have said, she seldom asked questions except with her eyes, expressions, and hands. But some time afterwards, and after 2 or 3 spells of exploration, I myself began to talk to her of the strange things up there. I have looked at a good many, Miss Tarrant. But the pictures. Some of them are of places I believe I know. I wish I could be a traveler and see what the others are of. Did Mr. Nahum paint them all himself? Miss Tarrant was sitting bolt upright in a high-backed chair, her eyes and face very intent, as always happened when Mr. Nahum's name was mentioned. I know very little about them, Simon. When Nahum was younger he used to make pictures of 3, and of the woods and valleys hereabouts. There are boxfuls put away. Others are pictures brought back from foreign parts, but many of them, as I believe, she turned her face and looked into a shadowy corner of the room, are pictures of nothing on earth. He has his 2 worlds. Take your time. Some day you too, I dare say, will go off on your travels. Remember that, like Nahum, you are as old as the hills which neither spend nor waste time, but dwell in it for ages, as if it were light or sunshine. Some day perhaps Nahum will shake himself free of 3 altogether. I don't know, myself, Simon. This house is enough for me, and what I remember of Sure Vine, compared with which 3 is but the smallest of bubbles in a large glass. I do not profess to have understood 1/2 of what Miss Tarrant meant in these remarks. It was in English and yet in a hidden tongue. But by this time I had grown to be bolder in her company, and pounced on this. What, please Miss Tarrant, do you mean by the 2 worlds? Or shall I ask downstairs? I added the latter question because now and then in the past Miss Tarrant had bidden me go down to Linnet Sarah for my answers. She now appeared at first not to have heard it. Now I must say to you, Simon, she replied at last, folding her hands on her knee, wherever you may be in that body of yours, you feel you look out of it, do you not? I nodded. Yes, Miss Tarrant. Now think, then, of Mr. Nahum's round room, where is that? Up there, said I, pointing up a rambling finger. Ah, cried Miss Tarrant, so it may be. But even if tomorrow you are thousands of miles distant from here on the other side of this great ball, or in its bowels, or flying free, you will still carry a picture of it, will you not? And that will be within you. Yes, in my mind, Miss Tarrant. I answered rather sheepishly. In your mind, she echoed me, but not as if she were particularly pleased at the fact. Well, many of the pictures I take it in Mr. Nahum's round tower are of that world. His mind. I have never examined them. My duties are elsewhere. Your duty is to keep your senses, heart, and courage and to go where you are called. And in black strange places you will at times lose yourself and find yourself, Simon. Now Mr. Nahum is calling. Don't think of me too much. I have great faith in him. Sit up there with him then. Share your eyes with his pictures. And having seen them, compare them if you will. Say, this is this, and that is that. And make of all that he has exactly what use you can. With this counsel in my head I once more groped my way up the corkscrew stone staircase, and once more passed on from picture to picture, in my engrossment actually knocking my head against the dangling footbones of Mr. Nahum's treasured and now unalarming skeleton. The pictures were of all kinds and sizes, in watercolor, in chalks, and in oil. Some I liked for their vivid colors and deep shadows, and some I did not like at all. Nor could I always be sure even what they were intended to represent. Many of them completely perplexed me. A few of them seemed to me to be absurd, some made me stupidly ashamed, and one or two of them terrified me. But I went on examining them when I felt inclined, and a week or so after, as I was lifting out one of them into the sunshine, by chance it twisted on its cord and disclosed its wooden back. And there, pasted onto it, was a scrap of yellowing paper with the letters Blake, followed by a number XLAI, in Roman figures. As with this one, so with the others. Each had its name and a number. And even as I stood pondering what this might mean, my eyes rested on a lower shelf of one of Mr. Nahum's cases of books, bookcases which I have forgotten to say stood all round the lower part of the room. I had already discovered that many of these books were the writings of travelers in every part of the globe. One whole bookcase consisted of what Mr. Nahum appeared to call kitchen work. But the one on a lower shelf which had now taken my attention was new to me, an enormous, thick, homemade-looking volume covered in a greenish shagreen or shark skin. Scrawled in ungainly capitals on the strip of vellum pasted to the back of this book was its title, Hither Worlde. Would you believe it, at first I was stupid enough to suppose this title was one word, a word in a strange tongue, which I pronounced to myself as best I could, Theatherworldy, saying the th as in thimble. And that is what, merely for old sake's sake, I have continued to call the book in my mind to this day. I glanced out of the window. The upper boughs of the yew wood and the stones this side of it among the bright green grasses were empurpled by the reflected sunlight. Nothing there but motionless shadows. I stood looking vacantly out for a moment or two, then stooped and lugged out the ponderous fusty old volume onto the floor and raised its clumsy cover. To my surprise and pleasure, I found, that attached within was the drawing of a boy of about my own age, but dressed like a traveler, whose face faintly resembled a portrait I had noticed on the walls downstairs, though this child had wings painted to his shoulders and there was a half circle of stars around his head. Beneath this portrait in the book, in small letters, was scrawled in a faded handwriting, Nahum Tarun. This, then, was Mr. Nahum when he was a boy. It pleased me to find that he was no better a speller than myself. He had not even got his own name right. I liked his face. He looked out from under his stars at me, full in the eyes. Next, after I had searched his looks and clothes and what he carried pretty closely, I turned over a few of the stiff leaves and found more of his writing with a big 7 scrawled on the top. On page 1 of this book you will find the writing. I should have been a stupider boy even than I was if I had not at once turned over the pictures till I came to that with 7 on the label on the back of it. This picture was of a maze outlined in gaudy colors which faded towards the middle, a sort of oasis in which grew a tree. Fabulous-looking animals and creatures with wings sprawled around its margins. After repeated attempts I found to my disappointment that your only way out of the oasis and the maze was, after long groping, by the way you went in. Underneath it was written, "This is the key." And above it in green letters stood this: "Behold upon the mountains the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace." It was unfortunate that so little more of daylight was now left dying in the sky that evening, for as yet I had not the confidence to kindle the wax candles that stood in their brass sticks in the round tower. It was high time for me to be getting home. In my haste to be off I nearly collided with Miss Tarun, who happened to be standing in the dusk light looking out from under her porch. Too much excited even to beg her pardon, I blurted out, "Miss Tarun, I have found out what the pictures are of. It's a book. The Hitherworldy. Mr. Nahum's portrait's in it, but they put wings to him, and it's all in his writing rhymes." She looked down at me, though I could not quite see her face. Then, "Good night to you, Simon, and happy dreams," she said, in her unfriendly voice. "I like the round room better and better," I replied as heartily as I could. "That picture of Mr. Nahum, and there are lots more, I think is a little bit like an uncle of mine who died in Russia, my Uncle John." "John's as good a name, I suppose, as any other, Simon," said Miss Tarun. She stood looking out on the dusky country scene. "There's a heavy dew tonight, and the owls are busy." They were indeed. Their screeching sounded on all sides of me as I ran off homewards, chanting over to myself the words that had somehow stuck in my memory. Well, at last I began to read in Mr. Nahum's book. I won't say page by page, but as the fancy took me. It consisted chiefly of rhymes and poems, and some of them had pictured capitals and were decorated in clear bright colors like the pages of the old books illuminated by monks centuries ago. Apart from the poems were here and there pieces of prose. These, I found, always had some bearing on the poems, and, like them, many of them were queerly spelt. Occasionally Mr. Nahum had jotted down his own thoughts in the margin. But the pictures were my first concern. Sometimes I went off to them from the book in order to find the particular one I wanted. And sometimes the other way round, I would have a good long stare at a picture, then single out the proper rhyme in the book. Often, either in one way or the other, I failed. For there were far fewer pictures than there were pages in the book, and for scores of pages I found no picture at all. It seemed Mr. Nahum had made paintings only of those he liked best. The book itself, I found, was the first of three, the other two being similar to itself but much thicker and heavier. Into these I dipped occasionally, but found that the rhymes in them interested me less or were less easily understandable. Even some of those in the first book were a little beyond my wits at the time. But experience seems to be like the shining of a bright lantern. It suddenly makes clear in the mind what was already there perhaps, but dim. And often though I immediately liked what I read, long years were to go by before I really understood it, made it my own. There would come a moment, something would happen, and I would say to myself, "Oh, that, then, is what that meant." Before going any further I must confess that I was exceedingly slow over Mr. Nahum's writings. Even over volume I. When first I opened its pages I had had a poor liking for poetry because of a sort of contempt for it. Poetry! I would scoff to myself, and would shut up the covers of any such book with a kind of yawn inside me. Some of it had come my way in lesson books. This I could gabble off like a parrot, and with as much understanding, and I had just begun to grind out a little Latin verse for my father. But I had never troubled to think about it, to share myself with it, to examine it in order to see whether or not it was true, or to ask why it was written in this one way and in no other way. But apart from this, there were many old rhymes in Mr. Nahum's book, nursery things which I had known since I knew anything. And I still have an old childish love for rhymes and jingles like them. But what about the others? I began to ponder. After being so many hours alone in Mr. Nahum's room, among his secret belongings, I almost felt his presence there. When your mind is sunk in study, it is as if you were in a dream. But you cannot tell where, or in whose company, you may wake out of a dream. I remember one sultry afternoon being startled out of my wits by a sudden clap of thunder. I looked up, to find the whole room black, zigzag, and strange, and for a moment I fancied Mr. Nahum was actually there behind me, and not a friendly Mr. Nahum. That is mere fancy, though in other ways he became so real to me at last that I would do things as if he had asked me to do them. For this reason, I think, I persevered with his book, swallowing some of the poems as if they were physic, simply because he had written them there. But the more I read, the more I came to enjoy them for their own sakes. Not all of them, of course. But I did see this, that like a carpenter who makes a table, a man who has written a poem has written it like that on purpose. With this thought in my head I tried one day to alter the words of one or two of the simple and easy poems, or to put the words in a different order. And I found by so doing that you not only altered the sound of the poem, but that even the slightest alteration in the sound a little changed the sense. Either you lost something of the tune and runningness, or the words did not clash right, or you blurred the picture the words gave you, or some half-hidden meaning vanished away. I don't mean that every poem is perfect, but only that when I changed them it was almost always very much for the worse. I was very slow in all this, but, still, I went on. No 3, I remember, was the old nursery jingle, Old King Cole Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers 3. Now, suppose, instead of these 4 lines of the rhyme you put Old King Cole was a jolly old man, the jolliest old man alive, he called for his cup, and he called for a pipe and he called for his fiddlers 5. By so doing you have actually added 2 extra fiddlers, and yet somehow you have taken away some of the old 3's music. Or you may put Cole the First was now a monarch advanced in age, and of a convivial temperament. On any festive occasion he would bid his retainers bring him his goblet and smoking materials, and would command his musicians to entertain him on their violins, which they did. Well, all the facts are there and many more words, but scarcely a trace of my old King Cole, and not a single tweedledee of the fiddling. Would anyone trouble to learn that by heart? Now underneath this rhyme Mr. Nahum had written a sort of historical account of King Cole, a good deal of it in German and other languages. All I could make out of it was this: if ever a King Cole inhabited the world, he probably had another name, that he lived too far back in history for anyone to make sure when he had lived or that he had lived at all, and that his pipe and bowl probably stand for objects much more mysterious and far less common. Having the rhyme quite free to myself, I didn't mind reading this, but if ever I have to give up either, I shall keep the rhyme. Having discovered, then, that every poem must have been written as it was written, on purpose, I took a little more pains with those I cared for least. In some even then I could not quite piece out the meaning, in others I could not easily catch the beat and rhythm and tune. But I learned to read them very slowly, so as fully and quietly to fill up the time allowed for each line and to listen to its music, and to see and hear all that the words were saying. Then, too, what Miss Tarrant had said came back to my mind. Even when Mr. Nahum's poems were about real things and places and people, they were still only of places and people the words made for me in my mind. I must, that is, myself imagine all they told. And I found that the mention in a poem even of quite common and familiar things such as a star, or a buttercup, or a beetle did not bring into the mind quite the same kind of images of them as the things and creatures themselves do in the naked eye. Now the day is over, night is drawing nigh, shadows of the evening steal across the sky. This was one of the earliest poems in Mr. Nahum's book. I had often, of course, seen the shadows of evening every grass blade or pebble casts its own, but these words not only called them vividly into my mind, but set shadows there, shadows across the sky, that I had never really seen at all with my own eyes I mean. I discovered afterwards, also, that shadows are only the absence of light, though light is needed to make them visible. Just the same, again, with the sailors in the same poem, guard the sailors tossing on the deep blue sea. They are plain and common words, but their order here is the poem's only, and the effect they had on me, and still have, is different from the effect of any other words on the same subject. Though, too, like Mr. Nahum, I have now seen something of the world, have been seasick and nearly drowned, I have never forgotten those imaginary sailors, or that imaginary sea, can still hear the waves lapping against that, unmentioned, ship's thin wooden walls, as if I myself were sleeping there, down below. So what I then read has remained a clear and single remembrance, as if I myself had seen it in a world made different, or in a kind of vision or dream. And I think Mr. Nahum had chosen such poems in volume I as carried away the imagination like that, either into the past, or into another mind, or into the all but forgotten, at times as if into another world. And this kind has been my choice in this book. Not that his picture to a particular poem was always the picture I should have made of it. Take for example another nursery jingle in his book, How Many Miles to Babylon? 70. Can I get there by candlelight? And back again. Mr. Nahum's corresponding picture was not of Babylon or of a candle, or of a traveler at all, but of a stone tomb. On its thick upper slab he had drawn in an old earthen lamp, with a serpent for handle its wick alight, and shining up on a small owl perched in the lower branches of the thick tree above. That is one of the pleasures of reading. You may make any picture out of the words you can and will, and a poem may have as many different meanings as there are different minds. There I would sit, then, and Mr. Nahum's book made of one little room and everywhere. And though I was naturally rather stupid and dense, I did in time realize that rare poems ask rare friends, and that even the simplest ones may have secrets which will need a pretty close searching out. Of course I could not copy out all of the poems even in the Hither, volume I, and I took very few from volumes 2 and 3. I chose what I liked best, those that, when I read them, never failed to carry me away, as if on a magic carpet, or in 7-league boots, into a region of their own. When the nightingale sings, other birds, it is said, will sit and listen to him, and I remember very well hearing a nightingale so singing on a spray in a dewy hedge, and there were many small birds perched mute and quiet near. The cock crows at midnight, and for miles around his kinsmen answer. The fowler whistles his decoy for the wild duck to come. So certain rhymes and poems affected my mind when I was young, and continue to do so now that I am old. To these, and the few bits of prose, which I chose from Mr. Nahum, I added others afterwards, and they are in this book too. All of them are in English, a few from over the ocean, but how very few they all are by comparison with the multitudes even of their own kind. And there are the whole world's languages besides. Even of my own favorites not all have found a place. There was not room enough. I have left out others also that may be found easily elsewhere. I am afraid, too, there may be many mistakes in my copying, though I have tried to be careful. Miss Tarrant knew that I was making use of Mr. Nahum's book, though she never questioned me about it. I came and went in her house at last like a rabbit in a warren, a mouse in a mousery. The hours I spent in those far gone days in Mr. Nahum's round room. At times I wearied of it, and hated his books, and even wished I had never so much as set eyes on 3 at all. But after such sour moments, a gossip, and an apple with Lynette Sarah in her kitchen, or a scamper home, or a bathe under the hazels in the stream whose source, I believe, is in the hills beyond East Dean, would set me to rights again. For sheer joy of return I could scarcely breathe for a while after remounting the stone staircase, re-entering Mr. Nahum's room, and closing the door behind me. From above his broad scrawled pages I would lift my eyes to his windows and stare as if out of one dream into another. How strange from across the sky was the gentle scented breeze blowing in on my cheek, softly stirring the dried kingfisher skin that hung from its beam, how near understanding then the tongues of the wild birds, how close the painted scene as though I were but a picture too, and this my frame. But there came a day that was to remove me out of the neighborhood of Miss Tarrant's 3 into a different kind of living altogether. I was to be sent to school. After a hot debate with myself, and why I scarcely know, I asked my father's permission to spend the night at Miss Tarrant's. He gave me a steady look and said, "Yes." I found Miss Tarrant seated on the steps of her porch, and now that I look back at her then, she curiously reminds me, though she was ages older, of a picture you will find in the second stanza of poem number 233 in this book. Standing before her, it was already getting towards dark. I said I was come to bid her goodbye, and might I spend the night in Mr. Nahum's round room. She raised her eyes on me, luminous and mysterious as the sky itself, even though in the dusk. "You may say, goodbye, Simon," she replied, "but unless I myself am much mistaken in you, your feet will not carry you out of all thought of me, and some day they will return to me whether you will or not." Inside I was already in a flutter at thought of the hours to come, and I was accustomed to her strange speeches, though this struck on my mind more coldly than usual. I made a little jerk forwards. "I must thank you, please Miss Tarrant, for having been so kind to me," I gulped in an awkward voice. "And I hope," I added, as she made no answer, "I hope I haven't been much of a bother coming like this, I mean." "None, Simon," was her sole reply. The hand that I had begun to hold out, went back into my pocket, and feeling extremely uncomfortable I half turned away. "Why, who knows," said the solemn voice, "Mr. Nahum may at this very moment be riding home. Have a candle alight." "Thank you, Miss Tarrant." "Thank you very much indeed." With that I turned about and hastened across the darkening garden into the house. My candlestick and matches stood ready on the old oak bench at the foot of the tower. I lit up, and began to climb the cold steps. My heart in my mouth, I hesitated at the hobnailed door, but managed at last to turn the key in the lock. With 2 taller candles kindled, and its curtains drawn over the western window, I at once began to copy out the last few things I wanted for mine in volume I. But there were 2 minds in me as midnight drew on, almost 2 selves, the one busy with pen and ink, the other stealthily listening to every faintest sound in my eyrie, a swift glance now and then up at the darkened glass only setting me more sharply to work. I had never before sat in so enormous a silence, the scratching of my pen its only tongue. Steadily burned my candles, no sound of hoofs, no owl cry, no knocking disturbed my peace. The nightingales had long since journeyed south. What I had hoped for, expected, dreaded in this long vigil, I cannot recall. All that I remember of it is that I began to shiver a little at last, partly because my young nerves were on the stretch, and partly because the small hours grew chill. In the very middle of the night there came to my ear what seemed a distant talking or gabbling. It may have been fancy, it may have been Linnet Sarah. What certainly was fancy is the notion that, as I started up out of an instant's drowse, a stooping shape had swiftly withdrawn itself from me. But this was merely the shadow of a dream. I returned at last from the heavy sleep I had fallen into, my forehead resting on the backs of my hands, and they flat on the huge open volume, my whole body stiff with cold, and the first clear grey of daybreak in the east. And suddenly, as my awakened eyes stared dully about them in that thin light, the old windows, the strange outlandish objects, the clustering pictures, the countless books, my own ugly writing on my paper, an indescribable despair and anxiety, almost terror even seized upon me at the rushing thought of my own ignorance, of how little I knew, of how unimportant I was. And again, my ignorance. Then I thought of Miss Terhune, of Mr. Nahum, of the life before me, and everything yet to do. And a sullen misery swept up in me at these reflections. And once more I wished from the bottom of my heart that I had never come to this house. But gradually the light broadened. And with it, confidence began to return. The things around me that had seemed strange and hostile became familiar again. I stood up and stretched myself and, I think, muttered a prayer. To this day I see the marvelous countryside of that morning with its hills and low thick mists and woodlands stretched like a painted scene beneath the windows, and that finger of light from the risen sun presently piercing across the dark air, and as if by a miracle causing birds and water to awake and sing and shine. With a kind of grief that was yet rapture in my mind, I stood looking out over the cold lichen-crusted shingled roof of three towards the east and towards those far horizons. Yet again the apprehension, that was almost a hope, drew over me that at any moment wall and chimney shaft might thin softly away, and the transformation scene begin. I was but just awake, and so too was the world itself, and ever is. And somewhere, wall or no wall, was my mother's east den. In a while I crept softly downstairs, let myself out, and ran off into the morning. Having climbed the hill from which I had first stared down upon three, I stopped for a moment to recover my breath, and looked back. I looked back. The gilding sun rays beat low upon the house in the valley. All was still, wondrous, calm. For a moment my heart misgave me at this farewell. The next, in sheer excitement, the cold sweet air, the height, the morning, a few keen beckoning stars, I broke into a kind of Indian war dance in the thin dewy grass, and then, with a last wave of my hand, like Mr. Nahum himself, I set off at a sharp walk on the journey that has not yet come to an end. Morning and May. 1. This is the key of the kingdom. In that kingdom is a city, in that city is a town, in that town there is a street, in that street there winds a lane, in that lane there is a yard, in that yard there is a house, in that house there waits a room, in that room an empty bed, and on that bed a basket of sweet flowers, of flowers, of flowers, a basket of sweet flowers. Flowers in a basket, basket on the bed, bed in the chamber, chamber in the house, house in the weedy yard, yard in the winding lane, lane in the broad street, street in the high town, town in the city, city in the kingdom. This is the key of the kingdom. Of the kingdom, this is the key. To a New Year carol here we bring new water from the well so clear, for to worship God with, this happy new year. Sing lovey-doo, the water and the wine, the 7 bright gold wires and the bugles that do shine. Sing reign of fair maid, with gold upon her toe, open you the west door, and turn the old year go. Sing reign of fair maid with gold upon her chin, open you the east door, and let the new year in. Sing lovey-doo, the water and the wine, the 7 bright gold wires and the bugles they do shine. 3. Hey! Now the day dawns, hey, no the day dawes, the jolie coke crowes, no shroudies the showes, throw natura anon. The thistlecoke cries on lures while I is, no skyless the ski is, the necht is near gone. The fildus hour fluis with gowans that grow uris, hair lilies like luis, als rid as the roan. The turtle that true is, with knots that renewis, here perdi pursuis, the necht is near gone. No herdis with hindies, conform to thair kindies, high tersus thairtindis, on ground where they grown. No Hercules, with Harris, I passus in Paris, Cahilk duly declaris the necht is near gone. Hey! Now the day dawns, the jolly cock crows, thick-leaved the green shaws, through nature anon. The thistle cock cries on lovers who lies, all cloudless the skies, the night is near gone. The fields overflow with daisies a-blow, and lilies like fire shine, and red is the rowan. The wood dove that true is her crowing reneweth, and her sweet mate pursueth, the night is near gone. Now harts with their hinds conform to their kinds, they vaunt their branched antlers, they bell and they groan. Now urchins one and hares keep a-passing in pairs, which duly declares the night is near gone. Alexander Montgomery for the slug guard, 'tis the voice of a slug guard, I heard him complain, you have waked me too soon, I must slumber again, as the door on its hinges, so he on his bed, turns his sides, and his shoulders, and his heavy head. A little more sleep, and a little more slumber, thus he wastes half his days, and his hours without number, and when he gets up, he sits folding his hands, or walks about sauntering, or trifling he stands. I passed by his garden, and saw the wild briar, the thorn and the thistle grow broader and higher, the clothes that hang on him are turning to rags, and his money still wastes till he starves or he begs. I made him a visit, still hoping to find that he took better care for improving his mind. He told me his dreams, talked of eating and drinking, but he scarce reads his Bible, and never loves thinking. Said I then to my heart, here's a lesson for me, that man's but a picture of what I might be, but thanks to my friends for their care in my breeding, who taught me betimes to love working and reading. Isaac Watts 5. Hark, hark, the lark, harkee, harkee, the lark at heaven's gate sings, and Phoebus gins arise, his steeds to water at those springs on chaliced flowers that lies, and winking merry buds begin to ope their golden eyes, with everything that pretty is, my lady sweet, arise, arise, arise. William Shakespeare 6. The lark now leaves his watery nest, the lark now leaves his watery nest, and climbing shakes his dewy wings, he takes your window for the east, and to implore your light, he sings, awake, awake. The morn will never rise till she can dress her beauty at your eyes. The merchant bows unto the seaman's star, the ploughman from the sun his season takes, but still the lover wonders what they are who look for day before his mistress wakes, awake, awake. Break through your veils of lawn, then draw your curtains, and begin the dawn. Sir William Davenant 7. Early morn, when I did wake this morn from sleep, it seemed I heard birds in a dream, then I arose to take the air, the lovely air that made birds scream, just as a green hill launched the ship of gold, to take its first clear dip. And it began its journey then, as I came forth to take the air, the timid stars had vanished quite, the moon was dying with a stare, horses and kine and sheep were seen as still as pictures, in fields green. It seemed as though I had surprised and trespassed in a golden world that should have passed while men still slept. The joyful birds, the ship of gold, the horses, kine and sheep did seem as they would vanish for a dream. William H. Davies 8. Good morrow, pack, clouds, away, and welcome day. With night we banish sorrow. Sweet air, blow soft, mount, lark, aloft to give my love good morrow. Wings from the wind to please her mind, notes from the lark I'll borrow, bird, prune thy wing, nightingale, sing, to give my love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, notes from them all I'll borrow. Wake from thy nest, robin redbreast. Sing, birds, in every furrow, and from each bill let music shrill give my fair love good morrow. Blackbird and thrush in every bush, stare to linnet, and cock sparrow, you pretty elves, amongst yourselves sing my fair love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, sing, birds, in every furrow. Thomas Haywood 9. The question I dreamed that, as I wandered by the way, bare winter suddenly was changed to spring, and gentle odors led my steps astray, mixed with the sound of waters murmuring along a shelving bank of turf, which lay under a copse, and hardly dared to fling its green arms round the bosom of the stream, but kissed it and then fled, as thou mightest in dream. There grew pied windflowers and violets, daisies, those pearled archery of the earth, the constellated flower that never sets, faint oxlips, tender bluebells, at whose birth the sod scarce heaved, and that tall flower that wets like a child, half in tenderness and mirth its mother's face with heaven's collected tears, when the low wind, its playmate's voice, it hears. And in the warm hedge grew lush eglantine, green cowbind, and the moonlight-colored may and cherry blossoms, and white cups, whose wine was the bright dew, yet drained not by the day, and wild roses, and ivy serpentine with its dark buds and leaves, wandering astray, and flowers azure, black, and streaked with gold, fairer than any wakened eyes behold. And nearer to the river's trembling edge there grew broad flag flowers, purple pranked with white, and starry river buds among the sedge, and floating water lilies, broad and bright, which lit the oak that overhung the hedge with moonlight beams of their own watery light, and bulrushes, and reeds of such deep green as soothed the dazzled eye with sober sheen. Methought that of these visionary flowers I made a nosegay, bound in such a way that the same hues, which in their natural bowers were mingled or opposed, the like array kept these imprisoned children of the hours within my hand, and then, elate and gay, I hastened to the spot whence I had come, that I might there present it. Oh! To whom? Percy Bysshe Shelley 10. The fresh air moves like water round a boat. The white clouds wander. Let us wander too. The whining, wavering plover flap and float. That crow is flying after that cuckoo. Look! Look! They're gone. What are the great trees calling? Just come a little farther, by that edge of green, to where the stormy ploughland, falling wave upon wave, is lapping to the hedge. Oh, what a lovely bank! Give me your hand. Lie down and press your heart against the ground. Let us both listen till we understand, each through the other, every natural sound. I can't hear anything today, can you? But, far and near, cuckoo. 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 Harold Monroe 11 Weathers. This is the weather the cuckoo likes, and so do I, when showers betumble the chestnut spikes, and nestlings fly, and the little brown nightingale bills his best, and they sit outside at the traveller's rest, and maids come forth sprig muslin drayest, and citizens dream of the south and west, and so do I. This is the weather the shepherd shuns, and so do I, when beeches drip in browns and duns, and thresh and ply, and hill-hid tides throb, throw on throw, and meadow rivulets overflow, and drops on gate bars hang in a row, and rooks in families homeward go, and so do I. Thomas Hardy 12 Green rain into the scented woods we'll go, and see the blackthorn swim in snow. High above, in the budding leaves, a brooding dove awakes and grieves, the glades with mingled music stir, and wildly laughs the woodpecker. When blackthorn petals pearl the breeze, there are the twisted hawthorn trees thick set with buds, as clear and pale as golden water or green hail, as if a storm of rain had stood enchanted in the thorny wood, and, hearing fairy voices call, hung poised, forgetting how to fall. Mary Webb 13 Song on May morning. Now the bright morning star, day's harbinger, comes dancing from the east, and leads with her the flowery May, who from her green lap throws the yellow cowslip and the pale primrose. Hail, bounteous May, that dost inspire mirth and youth and young desire. Woods and groves are of thy dressing, hill and dale doth boast thy blessing. Thus we salute thee with our early song, and welcome thee, and wish thee long. John Milton 14 Sister, awake. Sister, awake. Close not your eyes. The day her light discloses, and the bright morning doth arise out of her bed of roses. See the clear sun, the world's bright eye, in at our window peeping, lo, how he blus hate to espy us idle wenches sleeping. Therefore awake. Make haste, I say, and let us, without staying, all in our gowns of green so gay into the park maying. 15 Here we come piping, here we come piping, in springtime and in May, green fruit ripening, and winter fled away. The queen she sits upon the strand, fair as lily, white as wand, 7 billows on the sea, horses riding fast and free, and bells beyond the sand. 16 As we dance round a ring, a maiden goes maying, and here a flower, and there a flower, through mead and meadow straying. O gentle one, why dost thou weep, silver to spend with, gold to keep, till spin the green round world asleep, and heaven its dews be staying. 17 Old May song all in this pleasant evening, together come are we, for the summer springs so fresh, green, and gay, we tell you of a blossoming and buds on every tree, drawing near unto the merry month of May. Rise up, the master of this house, put on your charm of gold, for the summer springs so fresh, green, and gay, be not in pride offended with your name we make so bold, drawing near unto the merry month of May. Rise up, the mistress of this house, with gold along your breast, for the summer springs so fresh, green, and gay, and if your body be asleep, we hope your soul's at rest, drawing near unto the merry month of May. Rise up, the children of this house, all in your rich attire, for the summer springs so fresh, green, and gay, and every hair upon your heads shines like the silver wire, drawing near unto the merry month of May. God bless this house and arbor, your riches, and your store, for the summer springs so fresh, green, and gay, we hope the Lord will prosper you, both now and evermore, drawing near unto the merry month of May. And now comes we must leave you, in peace and plenty here, for the summer springs so fresh, green, and gay, we shall not sing you May again until another year, to draw you these cold winters away. 18 Song of the Mayors. Remember us poor mayors all, and thus do we begin, to lead our lives in righteousness, or else we die in sin. We have been rambling all the night, and almost all the day, and now returning back again, we have brought you a bunch of May. A bunch of May we have brought you, and at your door it stands, it is but a sprout, but it's well buddied out by the work of our Lord's hands. The hedges and trees they are so green as any leek, our heavenly Father, he watered them with his heavenly dew so sweet. The heavenly gates are open wide, our paths are beaten plain, and if a man be not too far gone, he may return again. The life of man is but a span, it flourishes like a flower, we are here today, and gone tomorrow, and are dead in an hour. The moon shines bright, and the stars give a light, a little before it is day. God bless you all, both great and small, and send you a joyful May. 19 And as for me, thought that I can but light 3 on books for to read I me delight, and to hem yev for I faith and full credence, and in my and hurt have hem in reverence so her telly, that there is game noon that fro my books maketh me to goon, but it be seldom on the holy day, save, certainly, when that the month of May is common, and that I hear the fowls 5 singe and that the flowers ginnen for to springe farewell my book, and my devotion. Now have I then switch 6 a condition, that, of all the flowers in the mead, then love I most these flowers white and reed, swick as men callan daisies in our town. To hem have I so great affection, as I seed erst, when common is the May, that in my bed there doet me no day, that I nam up, and walking in the mead, to seen this flower agine the son spreed, when hit upriseth early by the moor we, that blissful sight softneth all my sore we 7. And when that hit is eve, I ran believe 8 as soon as ever the sun gineth west, to seen this flower, how it wol go to rest, for fear of nyght, so hath she darkness. Geoffrey Chaucer 20. The spring what bird so sings, yet so does wail? Oh, 'tis the ravished nightingale. Jug, 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 teru, she cries, and still her woes at midnight rise. Brave prick song. Who is he now we hear? None but the lark so shrill and clear, now at heaven's gates she claps her wings, the morn not waking till she sings. Hark, hark, with what a pretty throat poor robin redbreast tunes his note, hark, how the jolly cuckoos sing cuckoo to welcome in the spring. Cuckoo to welcome in the spring. John Lely 21. Spring, the sweet spring spring, the sweet spring, is the year's pleasant king, then blooms each thing, then maids dance in a ring, cold doth not sting, the pretty birds do sing, cuckoo, jug, jug, pu-wee, to wit-a-woo. The palm and may make country houses gay, lambs frisk and play, the shepherds pipe all day, and we hear birds tune this merry lay, cuckoo, jug, jug, pu-wee, to wit-a-woo. The fields breathe sweet, the daisies kiss our feet, young lovers meet, old wives a-sunning sit, in every street these tunes our ears do greet, cuckoo, jug, jug, pu-wee, to wit-a-woo. Spring, the sweet spring. Thomas Nash 22. A May Day. And now all nature seemed in love, the lusty sap began to move, new juice did stir the embracing vines, 27,113 and birds had drawn their valentines. The jealous trout that now did lie, rose at a well-dissembled fly, there stood my friend with patient skill, attending of his trembling quill. 9 Already were the eaves possessed with the swift pilgrim's dogged nest, the groves already did rejoice in Philomel's triumphing voice. The showers were short, the weather mild, the morning fresh, the evening smiled. Joan takes her neat rubbed pail and now she trips to milk the sand-red cow, where, for some sturdy football swain, Joan strokes tennis a labub or twain. The field and gardens were beset with tulip, crocus, violet, and now, though late, the modest rose did more than half a blush disclose. Thus all looked gay, all full of cheer, to welcome the new liveried year. Sir Henry Wotton 23. Easter I got me flowers to straw thy way, I got me boughs off many a tree, but thou wast up by break of day, and brought thy sweets along with thee. The sun arising in the east, though he give light, and the east perfume 11 if they should offer to contest with thy arising, they presume. Can there be any day but this, though many suns to shine endeavor? We count 300, but we miss say, there is but one, and that one ever. George Herbert 24. Pleasure it is to hear, Iwis 12. The birds sing. The deer in the dale, the sheep in the vale, the corn springing, God's purveyance for sustenance it is for man. Then we always to him give praise, and thank him then, and thank him then. William Cornish. Mother, home, and sweetheart. 25 I sing of a maiden that is makeless. 13 King of all kings to her son she ches. 14 He came also still where his mother was, as dew in April that falleth on the grass. He came also still to his mother's bower, as dew in April that falleth on the flower. He came also still where his mother lay, as dew in April that falleth on the spray. Mother and maiden was never none but she, well may such a lady God's mother be. 26 Lullaby upon my lap my sovereign sits and sucks upon my breast, meantime his love maintains my life and gives my sense her rest. Sing lullaby, my little boy, sing lullaby, mine only joy. When thou hast taken thy repast, repose, my babe, on me, so may thy mother and thy nurse thy cradle also be. Sing lullaby, my little boy, sing lullaby, mine only joy. I grieve that duty doth not work all that my wishing would, because I would not be to thee but in the best I should. Sing lullaby, my little boy, sing lullaby, mine only joy. Yet as I am, and as I may, I must, and will be thine, though all too little for thyself vouchsafing to be mine. Sing lullaby, my little boy, sing lullaby, mine only joy. Richard Rowlands 27. The little black boy my mother bore me in the southern wild, and I am black, but oh, my soul is white, white as an angel is the English child, but I am black, as if bereaved of light. My mother taught me underneath a tree, and, sitting down before the heat of day, she took me on her lap and kissed me, and, pointing to the east, began to say, "Look on the rising sun, there God does live, and gives his light, and gives his heat away, and flowers and trees and beasts and men receive comfort in morning, joy in the noonday. And we are put on earth a little space, that we may learn to bear the beams of love, and these black bodies and this sunburnt face is but a cloud, and like a shady grove. For when our souls have learned the heat to bear, the cloud will vanish, we shall hear his voice, saying, Come out from the grove, my love and care, and round my golden tent like lambs rejoice." Thus did my mother say, and kissed me, and thus I say to little English boy. When I from black and he from white cloud free, and round the tent of God like lambs we joy, I'll shade him from the heat, till he can bear to lean in joy upon our Father's knee, and then I'll stand and stroke his silver hair, and be like him, and he will then love me. William Blake 28. The echoing green the sun does arise, and make happy the skies, the merry bells ring to welcome the spring, the skylark and thrush, the birds of the bush, sing louder around to the bell's cheerful sound, while our sports shall be seen on the echoing green. Old John, with white hair, does laugh away care, sitting under the oak, among the old folk, they laugh at our play, and soon they all say, such were the joys when we all, girls and boys, in our youth time were seen on the echoing green. Till the little ones, weary, no more can be merry, the sun does descend, and our sports have an end. Round the laps of their mothers many sisters and brothers, like birds in their nest, are ready for rest, and sport no more seen on the darkening green. William Blake 29. If I had but 2 little wings, if I had but 2 little wings and were a little feathery bird, to you I'd fly, my dear. But thoughts like these are idle things, and I stay here. But in my sleep to you I fly, I'm always with you in my sleep. The world is all one's own. But then one wakes, and where am I? All alone. Sleep stays not, though a monarch bids, so I love to wake ere break of day, for though my sleep be gone, yet while 'tis dark, one shuts one's lids, and still dreams on. Samuel Taylor Coleridge 30. I remember, the house where I was born, the little window where the sun came peeping in at morn, he never came a wink too soon, nor brought too long a day, but now, I often wish the night had borne my breath away. I remember, the roses, red and white, the violets, and the lily cups, those flowers made of light. The lilacs where the robin built, and where my brother set the laburnum on his birthday, the tree is living yet. I remember, where I was used to swing, and thought the air must rush as fresh to swallows on the wing, my spirit flew in feathers then, that is so heavy now, and summer pools could hardly cool the fever on my brow. I remember, the fir trees dark and high, I used to think their slender tops were close against the sky, it was a childish ignorance, but now 'tis little joy to know I'm farther off from heaven than when I was a boy. Thomas Hood 31. Midnight on the Great Western, in the third-class seat sat the journeying boy, and the roof lamp's oily flame played down on his listless form and face, bewrapped past knowing to what he was going, or whence he came. In the band of his hat the journeying boy had a ticket stuck, and a string around his neck bore the key of his box, that twinkled gleams of the lamp's sad beams like a living thing. What past can be yours, O journeying boy towards a world unknown, who calmly, as if incurious quite on all at stake, can undertake this plunge alone? Knows your soul a sphere, O journeying boy, our rude realms far above, whence with spacious vision you mark and meet this region of sin that you find you in, but are not of? Thomas Hardy 32. The runaway. Once when the sun of the year was beginning to fall, we stopped by a mountain pasture to say, "Who's cold?" A little Morgan had one forefoot on the wall, the other curled at his heart. He dipped his head and snorted to us, and then he had to bolt. We heard the muffled thunder when he fled, and we saw him, or thought we saw him, dim and grey like a shadow against the curtain of falling flakes. We said, "The little fellow's afraid of the snow. He isn't winter broken. It isn't play with the little fellow at all. He's running away." I doubt if even his mother could tell him, "Sakes, it's only weather." He'd think she didn't know. Where is his mother? He can't be out alone. And now he comes again with a clatter of stone and mounts the wall again with whited eyes and all his tail that isn't hair up straight. He shudders his coat as if to throw off flies. Whoever it is that leaves him out so late when everything else has gone to stall and Ben ought to be told to go and bring him in. Robert Frost 33. On East Nor Knoll silent are the woods, and the dim green boughs are hushed in the twilight. Yonder, in the path through the apple orchard, is a tired plowboy calling the cows home. A bright white star blinks, the pale moon rounds, but still the red, lurid wreckage of the sunset smolders in smoky fire, and burns on the misty hilltops. Ghostly it grows, and darker, the burning fades into smoke, and now the gusty oaks are a silent army of phantoms thronging a land of shadows. John Masefield 34. Home no more home to me, home no more home to me, whither must I wander? Hunger my driver, I go where I must. Cold blows the winter wind over hill and heather, thick drives the rain, and my roof is in the dust. Loved of wise men was the shade of my roof tree. The true word of welcome was spoken in the door, dear days of old, with the faces in the firelight, kind folks of old, you come again no more. Home was home then, my dear, full of kindly faces, home was home then, my dear, happy for the child. Fire and the windows bright glittered on the moorland, song, tuneful song, built a palace in the wild. Now, when day dawns on the brow of the moorland, lone stands the house, and the chimney stone is cold. Lone let it stand, now the friends are all departed, the kind hearts, the true hearts, that loved the place of old. Spring shall come again, calling up the moorfowl. Spring shall bring the sun and rain, bring the bees and flowers, red shall the heather bloom over hill and valley, soft flow the stream through the even flowing hours, fair the day shine as it shone on my childhood, fair shine the day on the house with open door, birds come and cry there and twitter in the chimney, but I go forever and come again no more. Robert Louis Stevenson 35. Dale Jans Mundus. Welcome, Faerschild, what is thy name? In fons. I wote not, seer, withouten blame. But oft time my motor in her game called me Dale Jans. Mundus. Dale Jans, my Switchild, it is a name that is ryght wild, for when thou waxest old. It is a name of no substance, but, my Faerschild, what woldest thou have? In fons. Seer of some comfort, I you crave meat and clothe my life to save, and I your true servant shall be. Mundus. Faerschild, I grunt thee thine askinge. Iwyll thee find a 15 wily thou art yinge 16, so thou wilt be obedient to my biddinge. These garments gay I jive to thee. And also I jive to thee a name, and cleep 17 thee wanton, in every game, tyll 13 year be come and gone, and then come again to me. In fons is now called wanton. Wanton. Gramercy, worlda, for mine array, for now I purpose me to play. Mundus. Farewell, Faerschild, and have good day. Ulrichelesness 18 is kinda 19 for thee. Mundus goes out leaving Wanton alone. Wanton. Aha, Wanton is my name. I can many a quaint game. Lo, my top I drive in same, se, it torneth rounda. I can with my scourge stick my fellowy upon the heat hit, and wyghtly 20 from hym make a skip and bulrer 21 on hym my tonge. If brother or sister do me chid iwyll scratch and also bite. I can cry, and also kike, and mock them all bear we. If fader or mother wyll me smit, iwyll ring 22 with my lipe, and lyghtly from hym make a skip, and call my dame shrew. Aha, a new game have I founda, se this gin 23 it renneth rounda, and here another have I founda, and yet mo 24 can I finda. I can mount 25 on a man, and make a leasinge 26 well I can, and maintain it ryght well then. This caninge 27 came me of kinda. Yeah, Sears 28 I can well gelda a snail, and catch a cow by the tail, this is a fair caninge. I can dance, and also skip, I can play at the cherry pit, and I can whistle you a fight 29 sires, in a while rhine 30 yeah, Sears, and every day when I to school shall take the way some good man's garden iwyll assay, Purries 31 and plumas to pluck. I can spy a sparrow's nest. Iwyll not go to school but when me lest, for there beginneth a sorry fest 32 when the maester should life my doc 33 but, Sears, when I was 7 year of age, I was sent to the world to take wage. And this 7 year I have been his page and kept his commandment. 36 Christmas at sea the sheets were frozen hard, and they cut the naked hand, the decks were like a slide, where a seaman scarce could stand, the wind was a nor'wester, blowing squally off the sea, and cliffs and spouting breakers were the only things alee. They heard the surf a-roaring before the break of day, but 'twas only with the peep of light we saw how ill we lay. We tumbled every hand on deck instanter, with a shout, and we gave her the main topsail, and stood by to go about. All day we tacked and tacked between the south head and the north, all day we hauled the frozen sheets, and got no further forth, all day as cold as charity, in bitter pain and dread, for very life and nature we tacked from head to head. We gave the south a wider berth, for there the tide race roared, but every tack we made we brought the north head close aboard, so's we saw the cliffs and houses, and the breakers running high, and the coast guard in his garden, with his glass against his eye. The frost was on the village roofs as white as ocean foam, the good red fires were burning bright in every longshore home, the windows sparkled clear, and the chimneys volleyed out, and I vow we sniffed the victuals as the vessel went about. The bells upon the church were rung with a mighty jovial cheer, for it's just that I should tell you how, of all days in the year, this day of our adversity was blessed Christmas morn, and the house above the coast guards was the house where I was born. Oh well, I saw the pleasant room, the pleasant faces there, my mother's silver spectacles, my father's silver hair, and well I saw the firelight, like a flight of homely elves, go dancing round the china plates that stand upon the shelves. And well I knew the talk they had, the talk that was of me, of the shadow on the household and the son that went to sea, and oh the wicked fool I seemed, in every kind of way, to be here and hauling frozen ropes on blessed Christmas Day. They lit the high sea light, and the dark began to fall. All hands to loose t'gallant sails, I heard the captain call, by the Lord, she'll never stand it, our first mate, Jackson, cried. It's the one way or the other, Mr. Jackson, he replied. She staggered to her bearings, but the sails were new and good. and the ship smelled up to windward just as though she understood. As the winter's day was ending, in the entry of the night, we cleared the weary headland, and passed below the light. And they heaved a mighty breath, every soul on board but me, as they saw her nose again pointing handsome out to sea, but all that I could think of, in the darkness and the cold, was just that I was leaving home and my folks were growing old. Robert Louis Stevenson 37 Twilight. The twilight is sad and cloudy, the wind blows wild and free, and like the wings of sea birds flash the white caps of the sea. But in the fisherman's cottage there shines a ruddier light, and a little face at the window peers out into the night. Close, close it is pressed to the window, as if those childish eyes were looking into the darkness, to see some form arise. And a woman's waving shadow is passing to and fro, now rising to the ceiling, now bowing and bending low. What tale do the roaring ocean, and the night wind, bleak and wild, as they beat at the crazy casement, tell to that little child? And why do the roaring ocean, and the night wind, wild and bleak, as they beat at the heart of the mother, drive the color from her cheek? Henry Wadsworth Longfellow 38 How's my boy? Ho, sailor of the sea. How's my boy, my boy? What's your boy's name, good wife, and in what good ship sailed he? My boy John, he that went to sea. What care I for the ship, sailor? My boy's my boy to me. You come back from sea and not know my John. I might as well have asked some landsman yonder down in the town. There's not an ass in all the parish but he knows my John. How's my boy, my boy? And unless you let me know, I'll swear you are no sailor, blue jacket, or no, brass button or no, sailor, anchor and crown or no. Sure his ship was the Jolly Briton. Speak low, woman, speak low. And why should I speak low, sailor, about my own boy John? If I was loud as I am proud I'd sing him o'er the town. Why should I speak low, sailor? That good ship went down. How's my boy, my boy? What care I for the ship, sailor? I never was aboard her. Be she afloat, or be she aground, sinking or swimming, I'll be bound, her owners can afford her. I say, how's my John? Every man on board went down, every man aboard her. How's my boy, my boy? What care I for the men, sailor? I'm not their mother. How's my boy, my boy? Tell me of him and no other. How's my boy, my boy? Sydney Doble 39 Cam ye by? Cam ye by the salmon fishers? Cam ye by the ropery? Saw ye a sailor laddie waiting on the coast for me? I can Fahrenheit 34 I'm Gyain 35 I can Fax 36 Gyain wi me, I ha e a lad o my an, ye dorn attack I'm Faith 37 me. Stockings of blue silk, shoes of patent leather, kid to tie them up, and gold rings on his finger. Oh for 6 o'clock. Oh for 7 I weary. Oh for 8 o'clock. And then I'll see my dearie. 40 My boy Tammy war ha ye been a day, my boy Tammy? War ha ye been a day, my boy Tammy? I been by burn and flowery bray, meadow green and mountain grey, cordon oh this young thing just come fray her mammy. And war gat ye that young thing, my boy Tammy? I gat her down in yonder how 38 smiling on a broomy no 39 herding a wee lamb and you for her poor mammy. What said ye to the bonny bairn, my boy Tammy? I ha a house, it cost me dear, I've wealth o plenishin and gear 40 yes get it o, war tea 10 times mayor, gin 41 ye will leave your mammy. The smile gied af her bonny face I mauna leave my mammy. She's gin me meat, she's gin me clays 42 she's been my comfort o my days, my father's death brought mony ways I canna leave my mammy. We'll tack her hame and mack her fain, my an kind-hearted lammie, we'll gie her meat, we'll gie her clays, will be her comfort a her days the wee thing gies her hand, and says, there, gang and ask my mammy. Has she been to Kirk Wid, my boy Tammy? She has been to Kirk Wi me, and the tear was in her ee, but oh. She's but a young thing just come frae her mammy. Hector McNeil 41 Rosy apple, lemon, or pear rosy apple, lemon, or pear, bunch of roses she shall wear, gold and silver by her side, I know who will be the bride. Take her by her lily white hand, lead her to the altar, give her kisses 1, 2, 3 mother's runaway daughter. 42 In praise of Isabel Pennell by Saint Mary, my lady, your mammy and your daddy brought forth a goodly baby. My maiden Isabel refl airing 43 Rosabelle, the flagrant Comamel, the ruddy rosary, the sovereign rosemary, the pretty strawberry, the columbine, the nept 44 the eeloffer 45 well set, the proper violet, Anud, your color is like the daisy flower after the April shower. Star of the morrow gray, the blossom on the spray, the freshest flower of May, maidenly demure, of womanhood the lure, wherefore I make you sure, it were an heavenly health, it were an endless wealth, a life for God himself, to hear this nightingale, among the birds smale, warbling in the vale Dug, Dug, I-ug, good year and good luck, with chook, 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 chook. John Skelton 43 My sweet sweeting she is so proper and so pure, full steadfast, stable and demure, there is none such, ye may be sure, as my switswitting. In all this world, as thinkth me, is none so pleasant to my ee, that I am glad so oft to see, as my switswitting. When I behold my switting swit, her face, her hands, her minion fate, they seem to me there is none so meet, as my switswitting. Above all other praise must I, and love my pretty pigs nye, for none I find so womanly as my switswitting. 44 Sweet stay at home, sweet well content, thou knowest of no strange continent, thou hast not felt thy bosom keep a gentle motion with the deep, thou hast not sailed in Indian seas, where scent comes forth in every breeze. Thou hast not seen the rich grape grow for miles, as far as eyes can go, thou hast not seen a summer's night when maids could sew by a worm's light, nor the North Sea in spring send out bright hues that like birds flit about in solid cages of white ice. Sweet stay at home, sweet love one place. Thou hast not seen black fingers pick white cotton when the bloom is thick, nor heard black throats in harmony, nor hast thou sat on stones that lie flat on the earth, that once did rise to hide proud kings from common eyes. Thou hast not seen plains full of bloom where green things had such little room they pleased the eye like fairer flowers. Sweet stay at home, all these long hours. Sweet well content, sweet love one place, sweet, simple maid, bless thy dear face, for thou hast made more homely stuff nurture thy gentle self enough, I love thee for a heart that's kind not for the knowledge in thy mind. William H. Davies 45 Waiting rich in the waning light she sat while the fierce rain on the window spat. The yellow lamp glow lit her face, shadows cloaked the narrow place she sat a dream in. Then she'd look idly upon an idle book, anon would rise and musing peer out at the misty street and drear, or with her loosened dark hair play, hiding her fingers snow away, and, singing softly, would sing on when the desire of song had gone. O lingering day, her bosom sighed, O laggard time, each motion cried. Last she took the lamp and stood rich in its flood, and looked again at what her longing fingers' zeal had wrought, and turning then did nothing say, hiding her thoughts away. John Freeman 46 The sick child. O mother, lay your hand on my brow. O mother, mother, where am I now? Why is the room so gaunt and great? Why am I lying awake so late? Mother. Fear not at all, the night is still. Nothing is here that means you ill, nothing but lamps the whole town through, and never a child awake but you. Child. Mother, mother, speak low in my ear, some of the things are so great and near, some are so small and far away, I have a fear that I cannot say. What have I done, and what do I fear, and why are you crying, mother dear? Mother. Out in the city, sounds begin. Thank the kind God, the carts come in. An hour or two more, and God is so kind, the day shall be blue in the window blind, then shall my child go sweetly asleep, and dream of the birds and the hills of sheep. Robert Louis Stevenson. 47. Stillness when the words rustle no more, and the last work's done, when the bolt lies deep in the door, and fire, our sun, falls on the dark-laned meadows of the floor, when from the clock's last chime to the next chime silence beats his drum, and space with gaunt grey eyes and her brother time wheeling and whispering come, she with the mould of form and he with the loom of rhyme, then twittering out in the night my thought birds flee, I am emptied of all my dreams, I only hear earth turning, only see ether's long bankless streams, and only know I should drown if you laid not your hand on me. James Elroy Flecker. 48 lines on receiving his mother's picture. Oh, that those lips had language. Life has passed with me but roughly since I heard thee last. Those lips are thine, thy own sweet smiles I see, the same that oft in childhood solaced me, voice only fails, else how distinct they say, grieve not, my child, chase all thy fears away. My mother. When I learnt that thou wast dead, say, wast thou conscious of the tears I shed? Hovered thy spirit o'er thy sorrowing son, wretch even then, life's journey just begun? Perhaps thou gavest me, though unseen, a kiss, perhaps a tear, if souls can weep in bliss, that maternal smile. It answers yes. I heard the bell tolled on thy burial day, I saw the hearse that bore thee slow away, and, turning from my nursery window, drew a long, long sigh, and wept a last adieu. But was it such? It was. Where thou art gone, adieus and farewells are a sound unknown. May I but meet thee on that peaceful shore, the parting word shall pass my lips no more. Thy maidens, grieved themselves at my concern, oft gave me promise of thy quick return. What ardently I wished, I long believed, and, disappointed still, was still deceived, by expectation every day beguiled, dupe of tomorrow even from a child. Thus many a sad tomorrow came and went, till, all my stock of infant sorrow spent, I learned at last submission to my lot. But, though I less deplored thee, ne'er forgot. Where once we dwelt our name is heard no more, children not thine have trod my nursery floor, and where the gardener robin, day by day, drew me to school along the public way, delighted with my boggle coach, and wrapped in scarlet mantle warm, and velvet capped, 'tis now become a history little known, that once we called the pastoral house our own. Short-lived possession. But the record fair that memory keeps, of all thy kindness there, still outlives many a storm, that has effaced 1,000 other themes less deeply traced. Thy nightly visits to my chamber made, that thou mightst know me safe and warmly laid, thy morning bounties ere I left my home, the biscuit or confectionery plum, the fragrant waters on my cheek bestowed by thy own hand, till fresh they shone and glowed, all this, and more endearing still than all, thy constant flow of love, that knew no fall. William Cooper. 49. The chimney sweeper. When my mother died I was very young, and my father sold me while yet my tongue could scarcely cry, weep, 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 weep. So your chimneys I sweep, and in soot I sleep. There's little Tom Dacre, who cried when his head, that curled like a lamb's back, was shaved, so I said, hush, Tom. Never mind it, for when your head's bare you know that the soot cannot spoil your white hair. And so he was quiet, and that very night, as Tom was sleeping, he had such a sight, that thousands of sweepers, Dick, Joe, Ned, and Jack, were all of them locked up in coffins of black. And by came an angel who had a bright key, and he opened the coffins and set them all free. Then down a green plain leaping, laughing, they run, and wash in a river, and shine in the sun. Then naked and white, all their bags left behind, they rise upon clouds and sport in the wind. And the angel told Tom, if he'd be a good boy, he'd have God for his father, and never want joy. And so Tom awoke, and we rose in the dark, and got with our bags and our brushes to work. Though the morning was cold, Tom was happy and warm, so if all do their duty they need not fear harm. William Blake 50 Bonnie George Campbell High upon Helands, and Lake upon Tay, Bonnie George Campbell rode out on a day. Saddled and bridled and booted rade he, Tomb 46 hame cam the saddle, but never cam he. Down cam his auld mither, greed in 47 fuser, and down cam his bonny wife, ring in her hair my meadow lies green, and my corn is unshorn, my barn is to build and my babe is unborn. Saddled and bridled and booted rade he, Tomb hame cam the saddle but never cam he. 51 The orphan's song I had a little bird, I took it from the nest, I pressed it, and blessed it, and nursed it in my breast. I set it on the ground, I danced round, and sang about it so cheerly, with hey my little bird, and ho my little bird, and ho but I love thee dearly. I make a little feast of food soft and sweet, I hold it in my breast, and coax it to eat, I pit, and I pat, I call it this and that, and sing about it so cheerly, with hey my little bird, and ho my little bird, and ho but I love thee dearly. I may kiss, I may sing, but I can't make it feed, it taketh no heed of any pleasant thing. I scolded and I socked, but it minded not a whit, its little mouth was locked, and I could not open it. Though with pit, and with pat, and with this, and with that, I sang about it so cheerly, with hey my little bird, and ho my little bird, and ho but I love thee dearly. But when the day was done, and the room was at rest, and I sat all alone with my birdie in my breast, and the light had fled, and not a sound was heard, then my little bird lifted up its head, and the little mouth loosed its sullen pride, and it opened, with a yearning strong and wide. Swifter than I speak I brought it food once more, but the poor little beak was locked as before. I sat down again, and not a creature stirred, I laid the little bird again where it had laid, and again when nothing stirred, and not a word I said, then my little bird lifted up its head, and the little beak loosed its stubborn pride, and it opened, with a yearning strong and wide. It lay in my breast, it uttered no cry, 'twas famished, and I couldn't tell why. I couldn't tell why, but I saw that it would die, for all that I kept dancing round and round, and singing about it so cheerly, with hey my little bird, and ho my little bird, and ho but I love thee dearly. I never look sad, I hear what people say, I laugh when they are gay and they think I am glad. My tears never start, I never say a word, but I think that my heart is like that little bird. Every day I read, and I sing, and I play, but through the long day it taketh no heed. It taketh no heed of any pleasant thing, I know it doth not read, I know it doth not sing. With my mouth I read, with my hands I play, my shut heart is shut, coax it how you may. You may coax it how you may while the day is broad and bright, but in the dead night when the guests are gone away, and no more the music sweet up the house doth pass, nor the dancing feet shake the nursery glass, and I've heard my aunt along the corridor, and my uncle gaunt lock his chamber door, and upon the stair all is hushed and still, and the last will is silent in the square, and the nurses snore, and the dim sheets rise and fall, and the lamplights on the wall, and the mouse is on the floor, and the curtains of my bed are like a heavy cloud, and the clock ticks loud, and sounds are in my head, and little Lizzie sleeps softly at my side. It opens, with a yearning strong and wide. It yearns in my breast, it utters no cry, 'tis famished, and I feel that I shall die, and none will know why. Though the pleasant life is dancing round, and singing about me so cheerly, with hey my little bird, and ho my little bird, and ho but I love thee dearly. Sidney Dobell 52. The first grief. Oh, call my brother back to me, I cannot play alone, the summer comes with flower and bee, where is my brother gone? The butterfly is glancing bright across the sunbeam's track, I care not now to chase its flight. Oh, call my brother back. The flowers run wild, the flowers we sowed around our garden tree, our vine is drooping with its load. Oh, call him back to me. He would not hear my voice, fair child. He may not come to thee, the face that once like springtime smiled on earth no more thou LTC. A rose's brief, bright life of joy, such unto him was given, go thou must play alone, my boy thy brother is in heaven. And has he left the birds and flowers, and must I call in vain, and through the long, long summer hours, will he not come again? And by the brook, and in the glade, are all our wanderings o'er? Oh, while my brother with me played, would I had loved him more. Felicia Hemans 53. The poplar field, the poplars are felled, farewell to the shade and the whispering sound of the cool colonnade, the winds play no longer and sing in the leaves, nor ooze on his bosom their image receives. 12 years have elapsed since I first took a view of my favorite field, and the bank where they grew, and now in the grass behold they are laid, and the tree is my seat that once lent me a shade. The blackbird has fled to another retreat where the hazels afford him a screen from the heat, and the scene where his melody charmed me before resounds with his sweet flowing ditty no more. My fugitive years are all hasting away, and I must ere long lie as lowly as they with the turf on my breast, and a stone at my head, ere another such grove shall arise in its stead. 'Tis a sight to engage me, if anything can, to muse on the perishing pleasures of man, though his life be a dream, his enjoyments, I see, have a being less durable even than he. William Cooper 54. Farewell, not soon shall I forget a sheet of golden water, cold and sweet, the young moon with her head in veils of silver, and the nightingales. A wain of hay came up the lane, O fields I shall not walk again, and trees I shall not see, so still against a sky of daffodil. Fields where my happy heart had rest, and where my heart was heaviest, I shall remember them at peace drenched in moon silver like a fleece. The golden water sweet and cold, the moon of silver and of gold, the dew upon the grey grass spears, I shall remember them with tears. Catherine Tynan 55. Ye banks and braes o bonny doon, ye banks and braes o bonny doon, how can ye bloom sae fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae fu o care? Thou'll break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings upon the bough, thou minds me o' the happy days when my fa's love was true. Thou'll break my heart, thou bonny bird that sings beside thy mate, for sae I sat, and sae I sang, and wist na o my fate. Aft hat I roved by bonny doon to see the woodbine twine, and ilka 48 bird sang o its love, and sae did I o mine. Wi lightsome heart I pu'd a rose, frae af its thorny tree, and my fa's lover sta 49 the rose, but left the thorn wi me. Robert Burns 56. To a river in the south call me no more, O gentle stream, to wander through thy sunny dream, no more to lean at twilight cool above thy weir and glimmering pool. Surely I know thy hoary dawns, the silver crisp on all thy lawns, the softly swirling undersong that rocks thy reeds the winter long. Surely I know the joys that ring through the green deeps of leafy spring, I know the elfin cups and domes that are their small and secret homes. Yet is the light forever lost that daily once thy meadows crossed, the voice no more by thee is heard that matched the song of stream and bird. Call me no more, thy waters roll here, in the world that is my soul, and here, though earth be drowned in night, old love shall dwell with old delight. Henry Newbold 57. The deserted house, there's no smoke in the chimney, and the rain beats on the floor, there's no glass in the window, there's no wood in the door, the heather grows behind the house, and the sand lies before. No hand hath trained the ivy, the walls are grey and bare, the boats upon the sea sail by, nor ever tarry there. No beast of the field comes nigh, nor any bird of the air. Mary Coleridge 58. An old woman of the roads, oh, to have a little house, to own the hearth and stool and all, the heaped up sods upon the fire, the pile of turf against the wall, to have a clock with weights and chains and pendulum swinging up and down, a dresser filled with shining delph, speckled and white and blue and brown. I could be busy all the day clearing and sweeping hearth and floor, and fixing on their shelf again my white and blue and speckled store. I could be quiet there at night beside the fire and by myself, sure of a bed, and loath to leave the ticking clock and the shining delph. Och! But I'm weary of mist and dark, and roads where there's never a house or bush, and tired I am of bog and road and the crying wind and the lonesome hush. And I am praying to God on high, and I am praying him night and day, for a little house, a house of my own out of the winds and the rain's way. Podriculum 59. A deserted home here where the fields lie lonely and untended, once stood the old house grey among the trees, once to the hills rolled the waves of the cornland, long waves and golden, softer than the seas. Long, long ago has the ploughshare rusted, long has the barn stood roofless and forlorn, but oh! Far away are some who still remember the songs of the young girls binding up the corn. Here where the windows shone across the darkness, here where the stars once watched above the fold, still watch the stars, but the sheepfold is empty, falls now the rain where the hearth glowed of old. Here where the leagues of melancholy loch sedge moan in the wind round the grey forsaken shore, once waved the corn in the mid-month of autumn, once sped the dance when the corn was on the floor. Sidney Roy's Lysick 60. Under the woods when these old woods were young, the thrush's ancestors as sweetly sung in the old years. There was no garden here, apples nor mistletoe, no children dear ran to and fro. New then was this thatched cot, but the keeper was old, and he had not much lead or gold. Most silent beech and yew, as he went round about the woods to view, seldom he shot. But now that he is gone out of most memories, still lingers on, a stoat of his, but one, shriveled and green, and with no scent at all, and barely seen on this shed wall. Edward Thomas 61. Blows the wind today, blows the wind today, and the sun and the rain are flying, blows the wind on the moors today and now, where about the graves of the martyrs the whaups are crying, my heart remembers how. Grey recumbent tombs of the dead in desert places, standing stones on the vacant wine-red moor, hills of sheep, and the howls of the silent vanished races, and winds, austere and pure, be it granted me to behold you again in dying, hills of home. And to hear again the call, hear about the graves of the martyrs the pewees crying, and hear no more at all. Robert Louis Stevenson 62. The TWA brothers, there were TWA brethren in the north, they went 50 to the school Hither, the one unto the other said, will you try a warsel 51 afore? They warseled up, they warseled down, till Sir John fell to the ground, and there was a knife in Sir Willie's pouch, gid him a deadly wound. O brither dear, take me on your back, carry me to yon burn clear, and wash the blood from off my wound, and it will bleed nae mair. He took him up upon his back, carried him to yon burn clear, and washed the blood from off his wound, and I it bled the mayor. O brither dear, take me on your back, carry me to yon kirkyard, and dig a grave baith wide and deep, and lay my body there. He's ta'en him up upon his back, carried him to yon kirkyard, and dug a grave baith deep and wide, and laid his body there. But what will I say to my father dear? Gin 52 he chanced to say, Willie, wars John. Oh say that he's to England gone, to buy him a cask of wine. And what will I say to my mother dear? Gin she chanced to say, Willie, wars John. Oh say that he's to England gone, to buy her a new silk gown. And what will I say to my sister dear? Gin she chanced to say, Willie, wars John. Oh say that he's to England gone, to buy her a wedding ring. But what will I say to her you lowy dear? Gin she cry, why tarries my John? Oh tell her I lie in Kirkland fair, and home shall never come. 63 The dead night, the cleanly rush of the mountain air, and the mumbling, grumbling humble bees, are the only things that wander there. The pitiful bones are laid at ease, the grass has grown in his tangled hair, and a rambling bramble binds his knees. To shrieve his soul from the pangs of hell, the only requiem bells that rang were the harebell and the heather bell. Hushed he is with the holy spell in the gentle hymn the wind sang, and he lies quiet, and sleeps well. He is bleached and blanched with the summer sun, the misty rain and the cold dew have altered him from the kingly one, that his lady loved, and his men knew, and dwindled him to a skeleton. The vetches have twined about his bones, the straggling ivy twists and creeps in his eye sockets, the nettle keeps vigil about him while he sleeps. Over his body the wind moans with a dreary tune throughout the day, in a chorus wistful, eerie, thin as the gull's cry, as the cry in the bay, the mournful word the seas say when tides are wandering out or in. John Masefield 64 Sheath and knife. One king's daughter said to another, Broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, will ge ride like sister and brither, and will near ge down to the broom nae mayor. We'll ride down into yonder valley, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, whare the green trees are budding sae gaily. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. Wi hawk and hounda we will hunt sae rarely, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, and we'll come back in the morning early. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. They rade on like sister and brither, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, and they hunted and hawked in the valley they Hither. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. Now, lady, haud my horse and my hawk, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, for I maun na 53 ride, and I door na 54 walk, and we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. But set me down be the root o' the stree, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, for there hae I dreamt that my bed sall be. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. The ae king's daughter did lift down the Hither, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, she was licked in her armis like ony feather. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. Bonny lady and sat down be the tree, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, and a wide grave was hooked 55 ware nane sold be. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. The hawk had nae lure, and the horse had nae master, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, and the faithless hounds through the woods ran faster. And we'll near ge down to the broom nae mayor. The one king's daughter has ridden awa, broom blooms bonny and grows sae fair, but bonny lady and lay in the deed thraw 56 and will near ge down to the broom nae mayor. 65 I have a young sister for beyond in the se, many be the drowriest that che sente me. Che sente me the churye, without an ony ston, and so che deed, the, dow, without an ony bone. Sche sente me the breer, without an ony rind, sche bade me love my lem man without longing. How should ony churye be without ston? And how should ony dow ben without bone? How should any brier ben without rind? How should I love my lemon without longing? Quan the cherry was a flower, then had it non ston, quan the dow was an ey, then had it non bone. Quan the brier was unbred, then had it non rind, quan the maiden hate that che love it, che is without longing. I have a young sister far beyond the sea, many are the keepsakes that she sent me. She sent me a cherry it hadn't any stone, and so she did a wood dove withouten any bone. She sent me a briar withouten any rind, she bade me love my sweetheart without longing in my mind. How should any cherry be without a stone? And how should any wood dove be without a bone? How should any briar be without rind? And how love a sweetheart without longing in my mind? When the cherry was a flower then it had no stone, when the wood dove was an egg then it had no bone. When the briar was unbred then it had no rind, and when a maid hath that she loves, she longs not in her mind. 66 Annabel Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee, and this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that, long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in the sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. Edgar Allan Poe. 67 The shell. And then I pressed the shell close to my ear and listened well, and straightway like a bell came low and clear the slow, sad murmur of far distant seas, whipped by an icy breeze upon a shore wind-swept and desolate. It was a sunless strand that never bore the footprint of a man, nor felt the weight since time began of any human quality or stir save what the dreary winds and waves incur. And in the hush of waters was the sound of pebbles rolling round, for ever rolling with a hollow sound. And bubbling seaweeds as the waters go swish to and fro their long, cold tentacles of slimy grey. There was no day, nor ever came a night setting the stars alight to wonder at the moon, was twilight only and the frightened croon, smitten to whimpers, of the dreary wind and waves that journeyed blind. And then I loosed my ear. Oh, it was sweet to hear a cart go jolting down the street. James Stephens. Feasts, fairs, beggars, gypsies. 68 London Bridge. London Bridge is broken down, dance o'er my Lady Lee, London Bridge is broken down, with a gay lady. How shall we build it up again? Dance o'er my Lady Lee, how shall we build it up again? With a gay lady. Silver and gold will be stole away, dance o'er my Lady Lee, silver and gold will be stole away, with a gay lady. Build it up with iron and steel, dance o'er my Lady Lee, build it up with iron and steel, with a gay lady. Iron and steel will bend and bow, dance o'er my Lady Lee, iron and steel will bend and bow, with a gay lady. Build it up with wood and clay, dance o'er my Lady Lee, build it up with wood and clay, with a gay lady. Wood and clay will wash away, dance o'er my Lady Lee, wood and clay will wash away, with a gay lady. Build it up with stones so strong, dance o'er my Lady Lee, huzzah! 'Twill last for ages long, with a gay lady. 69 Holy Thursday 'twas on a holy Thursday, their innocent faces clean, came children walking two and two, in red and blue and green, grey-headed beetles walked before, with wands as white as snow, till into the high dome of Paul's they like Thames waters flow. Oh what a multitude they seemed, these flowers of London town. Seated in companies they sit with radiance all their own. The hum of multitudes was there, but multitudes of lambs, thousands of little boys and girls raising their innocent hands. Now, like a mighty wind they raise to heaven the voice of song, or like harmonious thunderings the seats of heaven among. Beneath them sit the aged men, wise guardians of the poor, then cherish pity, lest you drive an angel from your door. William Blake 70 The mayors the city and this country has brought forth many mayors to sit in state, and give forth laws out of their old oak chairs, with face as brown as any nut with drinking of strong ale good English hospitality, oh then it did not fail. With scarlet gowns and broad gold lace, would make a yeoman sweat, with stockings rolled above their knees and shoes as black as jet, with eating beef and drinking beer, oh they were stout and hale good English hospitality, oh then it did not fail. Thus sitting at the table wide the mayor and aldermen were fit to give law to the city, each ate as much as 10, the hungry poor entered the hall to eat good beef and ale good English hospitality, oh then it did not fail. William Blake 71 The fine old English gentleman I'll sing you a good old song, made by a good old pate, of a fine old English gentleman who had an old estate, and who kept up his old mansion at a bountiful old rate, with a good old porter to relieve the old poor at his gate, like a fine old English gentleman all of the olden time. His hall so old was hung around with pikes and guns and bows and swords and good old bucklers, that had stood some tough old blows, 'twas there his worship held his state in doublet and trunk hose, and quaffed his cup of good old sack, to warm his good old nose, like a fine old English gentleman all of the olden time. When winter's cold brought frost and snow, he opened house to all, and though 70 his years, he featly led the ball, nor was the houseless wanderer driven from his hall, for while he feasted all the great, he ne'er forgot the small, like a fine old English gentleman all of the olden time. But time, though old, is strong in flight, and years rolled swiftly by, and autumn's falling leaves proclaimed this good old man must die. He laid him down right tranquilly, gave up life's latest sigh, and mournful stillness reigned around, and tears bedewed each eye, for this fine old English gentleman all of the olden time. Now surely this is better far than all the new parade of theatres and fancy balls, at home and masquerade, and much more economical, for all his bills were paid. Then leave your new vagaries quite, and take up the old trade of a fine old English gentleman, all of the olden time. 72 Bring us in good ale, bring us in good ale, and bring us in good ale, for why sour blessed ladake bring us in good ale. Bring us in no brown bread, for that is made of brain 57 nor bring us in no white bread, for therein is no gain, but bring us in good ale. Bring us in no beef, for there is many bones, but bring us in good ale, for that goth down at once, and bring us in good ale. Bring us in no bacon, for that is passing fat, but bring us in good ale, and give us enough of that, and bring us in good ale. Bring us in no mutton, for that is often lean, nor bring us in no trips, for they be seldom clean, but bring us in good ale. Bring us in no eggs, for there are many shells, but bring us in good ale, and give us nothing else, and bring us in good ale. Bring us in no butter, for therein are many Horace 58 nor bring us in no pig's flesh, for that will make us boars, but bring us in good ale. Bring us in no potages, for therein is all God's good 59 nor bring us in no venison, for that is not for our blood, but bring us in good ale. Bring us in no capon's flesh, for that is oft dear, nor bring us in no doke 60 flesh, for they slobber in the mere, but bring us in good ale. 73 The vision of Mac Conglin, a vision that appeared to me, an apparition wonderful I tell to all. There was a coracle all of lard within a port of New Milk Lake upon the world's smooth sea. We went into that man of war, 'twas warrior like to take the road o'er ocean's heaving waves. Our oar strokes then we pulled across the level of the main, throwing the sea's harvest up like honey, the sea soil. The fort we reached was beautiful, with works of custards thick, beyond the lake. Fresh butter was the bridge in front, the rubble dike was fair white wheat, bacon the palisade. Stately, pleasantly it sat, a compact house and strong. Then I went in, the door of it was hung beef, the threshold was dry bread, cheese curds the walls. Behind it was a well of wine, beer, and braggot in streams, each full pool to the taste. Mauled in smooth wavy sea over a lard spring's brink flowed through the floor. A row of fragrant apple trees, an orchard in its pink-tipped bloom, between it and the hill. A forest tall of real leeks, of onions, and of carrots, stood behind the house. Within, a household generous, a welcome of red, firm-fed men, around the fire, 7 bead strings and necklets 7 of cheeses and of bits of tripe round each man's neck. The chief in cloak of beefy fat beside his noble wife and fair I then beheld. Below the lofty cauldron's spit then the dispenser I beheld, his flesh fork on his back. 74 Stool ball. Now milkmaids' pails are decked with flowers, and men begin to drink in bowers, the macarals come up in shoals, to fill the mouths of hungry souls, sweet syllabubs, and lip-loved tansy, for William is prepared by Nancy. Much time is wasted now away, at pigeon-holes, and ninepin play, whilst hobnail Dick, and simpering Francis, trip it away in country dances, at stool ball and at barley break, wherewith they harmless pastime make. 75 Milking pails Mary's gone a milking, Aria, a roses, Mary's gone a milking, gentle sweet mother o' mine. Take your pails and go after her, Aria, a roses, take your pails and go after her, gentle sweet daughter o' mine. Buy me a pair of new milking pails, Aria, a roses, buy me a pair of new milking pails, gentle sweet mother o' mine. Where's the money to come from, Aria, a roses, where's the money to come from, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Sell my father's feather bed, Aria, a roses, sell my father's feather bed, gentle sweet mother o' mine. What's your father to sleep on, Aria, a roses, what's your father to sleep on, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Put him in the truckle bed, Aria, a roses, put him in the truckle bed, gentle sweet mother o' mine. What are the children to sleep on, Aria, a roses, what are the children to sleep on, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Put them in the pigsty, Aria, a roses, put them in the pigsty, gentle sweet mother o' mine. What are the pigs to lie in, Aria, a roses, what are the pigs to lie in, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Put them in the washing tubs, Aria, a roses, put them in the washing tubs, gentle sweet mother o' mine. What am I to wash in, Aria, a roses, what am I to wash in, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Wash in the thimble, Aria, a roses, wash in the thimble, gentle sweet mother o' mine. Thimble won't hold your father's shirt, Aria, a roses, thimble won't hold your father's shirt, gentle sweet daughter o' mine. Wash in the river, Aria, a roses, wash in the river, gentle sweet mother o' mine. Suppose the clothes should blow away, Aria, a roses, suppose the clothes should blow away, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Set a man to watch them, Aria, a roses, set a man to watch them, gentle sweet mother o' mine. Suppose the man should go to sleep, Aria, a roses, suppose the man should go to sleep, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Take a boat and go after them, Aria, a roses, take a boat and go after them, gentle sweet mother o' mine. Suppose the boat should be upset, Aria, a roses, suppose the boat should be upset, gentle sweet daughter o' mine? Then that would be an end of you, Aria, a roses, then that would be an end of you, gentle sweet mother o' mine. 76 The peddler's song. Lawn as white as driven snow, cypress black as air was crow, cloves as sweet as damasky roses, masks for faces, and for noses, bugle bracelet, necklace amber, perfume for a lady's chamber, golden coifs, and stomachers for my lads, to give their dears, pins, and peaking sticks of steel, what maids lacquer from head to heel, come buy of me, come buy, buy lads, or else your lasses cry, come buy. William Shakespeare. 77 Fine knacks for ladies, fine knacks for ladies. Cheap, choice, brave, and new, good pennyworths but money cannot move, I keep a fair but for the fair to view, a beggar may be liberal of love. Though all my wares be trash, the heart is true, the heart is true. Great gifts are guiles and look for gifts again, my trifles come as treasures from my mind, it is a priceless jewel to be plain, sometimes in shell the orient st pearls we find, of others take a sheaf, of me a grain. Of me a grain. 78 Oh! Dear! Oh! Dear! What can the matter be? Dear! Dear! What can the matter be? Oh! Dear! What can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. He promised he'd buy me a fairing should please me, and then for a kiss, oh! He vowed he would tease me, he promised he'd bring me a bunch of blue ribbons to tie up my bonny brown hair. And it's oh! Dear! What can the matter be? Dear! Dear! What can the matter be? Oh! Dear! What can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. He promised he'd bring me a basket of posies, a garland of lilies, a garland of roses, a little straw hat, to set off the blue ribbons that tie up my bonny brown hair. And it's oh! Dear! What can the matter be? Dear! Dear! What can the matter be? Oh! Dear! What can the matter be? Johnny's so long at the fair. 79 Sledburn Fair. I'd oft heard tell of the Sledburn Fair, and fain I would gan thither, 'twere in the prime of summer time, in fine and pleasant weather, my dad and mam they did agree that Nell and I should gie see for to view the Sledburn Fair, and ride on Dobbin, oh! So Nell gat on and I gat on, and we both rode off together, and of everybody we did meet inquired how far 'twas thither. Until we came to t'other field end, 'twas about steeple high, see yonder, Nell, see yonder, Nell, there's Sledburn town, cried I. And when we reached this famous town we inquired for an alehouse, we looked up and saw a sign as high as any gallows, we called for Harry, the ostler, to give our horse some hay, for we had come to Sledburn Fair and meant to stop all day. The landlord then himself came out and led us up an entry, he took us in the finest room as if we'd been quite gentry. And puddings and sauce they did so smell, pies and roast beef so rare, oh, zooks, says Nell, we've acted well in coming to Sledburn Fair. 80 Whittycombe Fair. Tom Pears, lend me your grey mare, all along, down along, out along, Lee. For I want for to go to Whittycombe Fair, W.I. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. And when shall I see again my grey mare? All along, down along, out along, Lee. By Friday soon, or Saturday noon, W.I. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Then Friday came and Saturday noon, all along, down along, out along, Lee. But Tom Pierce's old mare hath not trotted home, W.I. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. So Tom Pierce he got up to the top o' the hill, all along, down along, out along, Lee. And he seed his old mare down a making her will, W.I. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. So Tom Pierce's old mare her took sick and her died, all along, down along, out along, Lee. And Tom he sat down on a stone, and he cried W.I. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. But this isn't the end o' this shocking affair, all along, down along, out along, Lee. Nor, though they be dead, of the horrid career of Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. When the wind whistles cold on the moor of a night, all along, down along, out along, Lee. Tom Pierce's old mare doth appear, gashly white, W.I. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. And all the long night be heard skirling and groans, all along, down along, out along, Lee. From Tom Pierce's old mare in her rattling bones, and from Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Daniel Whidden, Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. Old Uncle Tom Cobley and all. 81 Gypsies. The snow falls deep, the forest lies alone, the boy goes hasty for his load of brakes. 61 Then thinks upon the fire and hurries back, the gypsy knocks his hands and tucks them up, and seeks his squalid camp, half hid in snow, beneath the oak which breaks away the wind, and bushes close in snow like hovel warm, their tainted mutton wastes upon the coals, and the half-wasted dog squats close and rubs, then feels the heat too strong, and goes aloof. He watches well, but none a bit can spare, and vainly waits the morsel thrown away. 'Tis thus they live, a picture to the place, a quiet, pilfering, unprotected race. John Clare. 82 The idlers, the gypsies, lit their fires by the chalk pit gate anew, and the hobbled horses supped in the further dusk and dew. The gnats flocked round the smoke like idlers as they were, and through the goss and bushes the owls began to chirr. An ell above the woods the last of sunset glowed with a dusky gold that filled the pond beside the road. The cricketers had done, the leas all silent lay, and the carriers' clattering wheels went past and died away. The gypsies lolled and gossiped, and ate their stolen swedes, made merry with mouth organs, worked toys with piths of reeds. The old wives puffed their pipes, nigh as black as their hair, and not one of them all seemed to know the name of care. Edmund Blunden 83. The Ragla-Taggle gypsies. There were 3 gypsies a come to my door, and downstairs ran this a lady, oh. One sang high, and another sang low, and the other sang, Bonnie, Bonnie Biscay, oh. Then she pulled off her silk finished gown and put on hose of leather, oh. The ragged rags about our door. She's gone with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh. It was late last night, when my lord came home, inquiring for his a lady, oh. The servants said, on every hand, she's gone with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh. Oh, saddle to me my milk-white steed. Go and fetch me my pony, oh. That I may ride and seek my bride, who is gone with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh. Oh, he rode high and he rode low, he rode through woods and copses too, until he came to an open field, and there he espied his a lady, oh. What makes you leave your house and land? What makes you leave your money, oh? What makes you leave your new wedded lord, to go with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh? What care I for my house and my land? What care I for my money, oh? What care I for my new wedded lord? I'm off with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh. Last night you slept on a goose feather bed, with the sheet turned down so bravely, oh. And tonight you'll sleep in a cold open field, along with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh. What care I for a goose feather bed, with the sheet turned down so bravely, oh. For tonight I shall sleep in a cold open field, along with the Ragla-Taggle gypsies, oh. 84. Where do the gypsies come from? Where do the gypsies come from? The gypsies come from Egypt. The fiery sun begot them, their dam was the desert dry. She lay there stripped and basking, and gave them suck for the asking, and an emperor's bone to play with, whenever she heard them cry. What did the gypsies do there? They built a tomb for Pharaoh, they built a tomb for Pharaoh, so tall it touched the sky. They buried him deep inside it, then let what would betide it, they saddled their lean-ribbed ponies and left him there to die. What do the gypsies do now? They follow the sun, their father, they follow the sun, their father, they know not whither nor why. Whatever they find they take it, and if it's a law they break it. So never you talk to a gypsy, or look in a gypsy's eye. H. Bashford 85. Beggars, what noise of viols is so sweet as when our merry clappers ring? What mirth doth want when beggars meet? A beggar's life is for a king. Eat, drink, and play, sleep when we list, go where we will so stocks be missed. Bright shines the sun, play, beggars, play. Here's scraps enough to serve today. The world is ours, and ours alone, for we alone have world at will. We purchase not all is our own, both fields and street we beggars fill. Bright shines the sun, play, beggars, play. Here's scraps enough to serve today. Frank Davidson 86. Weep, weep, ye woodman. Weep, weep, ye woodman. Wail, your hands with sorrow wring. Your master Robin Hood lies dead, therefore sigh as you sing. Here lie his primer and his beads, his bent bow and his arrows keen, his good sword and his holy cross, now cast on flowers fresh and green. And, as they fall, shed tears and say well, well a day. Well, well a day. Thus cast ye flowers fresh, and sing, and on to Wakefield take your way. Anthony Monday 87. My handsome Gilderoy was a bonny boy, had roses tulle 62 his shoon, his stockings were of silken soy, wi garters hanging doon, it was, I ween, a comely sight, to see Sae trim a boy, he was my joy and heart's delight, my handsome Gilderoy. Oh! CK Twee 63 charming een he had, a breath as sweet as rose, he never wear a Highland plaid, but costly silken clothes. He gained the love of ladies gay, none eir told him was coy, ah, way is me. I mourn the day, for my dear Gilderoy. My Gilderoy and I were born baith in one town together, we scant 64 were 7 years beforn we gan to love each other, our daddies and our mammies they were filled wi mickle joy, to think upon the bridal day twixt me and Gilderoy. For Gilderoy, that love of mine, good faith. I freely bought a wedding sark of Holland fine wi silken flowers wrought, and he gid me a wedding ring, which I received with joy. Nay lad, nor lassie eir could sing like me and Gilderoy. Wi mickle joy we spent our prime, till we were baith 16, and aft we passed the langsome time among the leaves sae green, aft on the banks we'd sit us hair, and sweetly kiss and toy, wi garlands gay wad deck my hair my handsome Gilderoy. Oh! That he still had been content wi me to lead his life, but, ah! His manful heart was bent to stir in feats of strife. And he in many event to rouse deed his courage bald wad try, and now this gars 65 mine heart to bleed for my dear Gilderoy. And when of me his leave he took, the tears they wet mine I gave told him a parting look, my benison gang wid. God speed thee while, mine and dear heart, for gain is all my joy, my heart is rent, sith we maun part, my handsome Gilderoy. My Gilderoy, baith far and near, was feared in every town, and baldly bare away the gear of many a lowland loun, none eir durst meet him man to man, he was sae brave a boy, at length wi numbers he was ta'en, my winsome Gilderoy. Way worth the loun that made the laws, to hang a man for gear, to reave of life for ox or ass, for sheep, or horse, or mare, had not their laws been made sae strict, I near had lost my joy, wi sorrow near had what my cheek for my dear Gilderoy. Give 66 Gilderoy had done amiss he muft ha banished been, ah, what fair cruelty is this, to hang ck handsome men. To hang the flower o Scottish land, sae sweet and fair a boy, nay lady had so white a hand as thee, my Gilderoy. Of Gilderoy sae fraid they were, they bound him mickle strong, tull Edinburgh they led him t'hair, and on a gallows hung, they hung him high abune the rest, he was so trim a boy, t'hair died the youth whom I lewd best, my handsome Gilderoy. Thus having yielded up his breath, I bare his corpse away, wi tears, that trickled for his death, I washed his comely clay, and ck 67 in a grave sae deep I laid the dear lewd boy, and now for ever mon I weep my winsome Gilderoy. Beasts of the field, fowls of the air. 88 Bingo the miller's mill dog lay at the mill door, and his name was Little Bingo. B with an I with an N with a G with an O, and his name was Little Bingo. The miller he bought a cask of ale, and he called it right good stingo. S with a T with an I with an N with a G with an O, and he called it right good stingo. The miller he went to town one day, and he bought a wedding ring o. R with an I with an N with a G with an O, and he bought a wedding ring o. 89 The Irish harper and his dog on the green banks of Shannon, when Sheila was nigh, no blithe Irish lad was so happy as I, no harp like my own could so cheerily play, and wherever I went was my poor dog Tray. When at last I was forced from my Sheila to part, she said while the sorrow was big at her heart, oh, remember your Sheila, when far, far away, and be kind, my dear Pat, to our poor dog Tray. Poor dog! He was faithful and kind, to be sure, and he constantly loved me, although I was poor. When the sour-looking folks sent me heartless away, I had always a friend in my poor dog Tray. When the road was so dark, and the night was so cold, and Pat and his dog were grown weary and old. How snugly we slept in my old coat of grey, and he licked me for kindness, my poor dog Tray. Though my wallet was scant, I remembered his case, nor refused my last crust to his pitiful face, but he died at my feet on a cold winter day, and I played a lament for my poor dog Tray. Where now shall I go, poor, forsaken, and blind? Can I find one to guide me, so faithful and kind? To my sweet native village, so far, far away, I can never return with my poor dog Tray. Thomas Campbell 90. Poor old horse, my clothing was once of the linsey woolsey fine, my tail it grew at length, my coat did likewise shine, but now I'm growing old, my beauty does decay, my master frowns upon me. One day I heard him say, poor old horse, poor old horse. Once I was kept in the stable snug and warm, to keep my tender limbs from any cold or harm, but now, in open fields, I am forced for to go, in all sorts of weather, let it be hail, rain, freeze, or snow. Poor old horse, poor old horse. Once I was fed on the very best corn and hay that ever grew in yon fields, or in yon meadows gay, but now there's no such doing can I find at all. I'm glad to pick the green sprouts that grow behind yon wall. Poor old horse, poor old horse. You are old, you are cold, you are deaf, dull, dumb, and slow, you are not fit for anything, or in my team to draw. You have eaten all my hay, you have spoiled all my straw, so hang him, whip, stick him, to the huntsman let him go. Poor old horse, poor old horse. My hide unto the tanners then I would freely give, my body to the hound dogs, I would rather die than live, likewise my poor old bones that have carried you many a mile, over hedges, ditches, brooks, bridges, likewise gates and stiles. Poor old horse, poor old horse. 91. I me, alas, hey ho. I me, alas, hey ho, hey ho. Thus doth Messalina go up and down the house a-crying, for her monkey lies a-dying. Death, thou art too cruel to bereave her of her jewel, or to make a seizure of her only treasure. If her monkey die, she will sit and cry, fie 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 fie. 92. The fly once musing as I sat, and candle burning by, when all were hushed, I might discern a simple, silly fly, that flew before mine eyes, with free rejoicing heart, and here and there with wings did play, as void of pain and smart. Sometime by me she sat when she had played her fill, and ever when she rested had about she fluttered still. When I perceived her well rejoicing in her place, O happy fly! Quoth I, and eke O worm in happy case. Which of us two is best? I that have reason? No, but thou that reason art without, and therefore void of woe. I live, and so dost thou, but I live all in pain, and subject am to one, alas! That makes my grief her gain. Thou livest, but feelest no grief, no love doth thee torment. A happy thing for me it were, if God were so content, that thou with pen were placed here, and I sat in thy place, then I should joy as thou dost now, and thou shouldst wail thy case. Barnaby Gooch 93. Bet humane riding through Ruwa swamp, about sunrise, I saw the world awake, and as the ray touched the tall grasses where they sleeping lay, lo, the bright air alive with dragonflies, with brittle wings a-quiver, and great eyes piloting crimson bodies, slender and gay. I aimed at one, and struck it, and it lay broken and lifeless, with fast fading dyes. Then my soul sickened with a sudden pain and horror, at my own careless cruelty, that in an idle moment I had slain a creature whose sweet life it is to fly, like beasts that prey with tooth and claw. Nay, they must slay to live, but what excuse had I? Francis Brett Young 94. The lamb, little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Gave thee life, and bid thee feed, by the stream, and o'er the mead, gave thee clothing of delight, softest clothing, woolly, bright, gave thee such a tender voice, making all the vales rejoice? Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Little lamb, I'll tell thee, little lamb, I'll tell thee, he is called by thy name, for he calls himself a lamb. He is meek, and he is mild, he became a little child. I a child, and thou a lamb, we are called by his name. Little lamb, God bless thee. Little lamb, God bless thee. William Blake 95. The Sale of the Pet Lamb. Poverty is a weary thing, 'tis full of grief and pain, it boweth down the heart of man, and dulls his cunning brain, it maketh even the little child with heavy sighs complain. 1,000 flocks were on the hills, 1,000 flocks and more, feeding in sunshine pleasantly, they were the rich man's store, there was the while one little lamb beside a cottage door, a little lamb that rested with the children 'neath the tree, that ate, meek creature, from their hands, and nestled to their knee, that had a place within their hearts, one of the family. But want, even as an armed man, came down upon their shed, the father laboured all day long that his children might be fed, and, one by one, their household things were sold to buy them bread. That father, with a downcast eye, upon his threshold stood, gaunt poverty each pleasant thought had in his heart subdued. What is the creature's life to us, said he, 'twill buy us food. Aye, though the children weep all day, and with down drooping head each does his small task mournfully, the hungry must be fed, and that which has a price to bring must go to buy us bread. It went. Oh! Parting has a pang the hardest heart to wring, but the tender soul of a little child with fervent love doth cling, with love that hath no feignings false, unto each gentle thing. Therefore most sorrowful it was those children small to see, most sorrowful to hear them plead for the lamb so piteously. Oh! Mother dear, it loveth us, and what beside have we? Let's take him to the broad green hill, in his impotent despair said one strong boy, let's take him off, the hills are wide and fair, I know a little hiding place, and we will keep him there. Oh vain! They took the little lamb, and straightway tied him down, with a strong cord they tied him fast, and o'er the common brown, and o'er the hot and flinty roads, they took him to the town. The little children through that day, and throughout all the morrow, from everything about the house a mournful thought did borrow, the very bread they had to eat was food unto their sorrow. Oh! Poverty is a weary thing, 'tis full of grief and pain, it keepeth down the soul of man, as with an iron chain, it maketh even the little child with heavy sighs complain. Mary Howitt 96. A child's pet. When I sailed out of Baltimore with twice 1,000 head of sheep, they would not eat, they would not drink, but bleated o'er the deep. Inside the pens we crawled each day, to sort the living from the dead, and when we reached the Mersey's mouth, had lost 500 head. Yet every night and day one sheep, that had no fear of man or sea, stuck through the bars its pleading face, and it was stroked by me. And to the sheepmen standing near, you see, I said, this one tame sheep, it seems a child has lost her pet, and cried herself to sleep. So every time we passed it by, sailing to England's slaughterhouse, 8 ragged sheepmen tramps and thieves would stroke that sheep's black nose. William H. Davies 97. The snare. I hear a sudden cry of pain. There is a rabbit in a snare, now I hear the cry again, but I cannot tell from where. But I cannot tell from where he is calling out for aid, crying on the frightened air, making everything afraid. Making everything afraid, wrinkling up his little face, as he cries again for aid, and I cannot find the place. and I cannot find the place where his paw is in the snare, little one. Oh, little one. I am searching everywhere. James Stevens 98. The monk and his pet cat I and my white pangur have each his special art, his mind is set on hunting mice, mine is upon my special craft. I love to rest better than any fame, with close study at my little book, white pangur does not envy me, he loves his childish play. When in our house we two are all alone a tale without tedium. We have sport never ending. Something to exercise our wit. At times by feats of daring do a mouse sticks in his net, while into my net there drops a difficult problem of hard meaning. He points his full shining eye against the fence of the wall, I point my clear though feeble eye against the keenness of science. He rejoices with quick leaps when in his sharp claw sticks a mouse, I too rejoice when I have grasped a problem difficult and dearly loved. Though we are thus at all times, neither hinders the other, each of us pleased with his own art amuses himself alone. He is a master of the work which every day he does, while I am at my own work to bring difficulty to clearness. 99. The Tiger. Tiger. Burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? And what shoulder, and what art, could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand? And what dread feet? What the hammer? What the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil? What dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears, and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger. Tiger. Burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye, dare frame thy fearful symmetry? William Blake 100. The nymph complaining for the death of her fawn, the wanton troopers riding by have shot my fawn, and it will die. Ungentlemen. They cannot thrive who killed thee. Thou ne'er didst alive them any harm, alas. Nor could thy death yet do them any good. For it was full of sport, and light of foot and heart, and did invite me to its game, it seemed to bless itself in me, how could I less than love it? Oh, I cannot be unkind to a beast that loveth me. With sweetest milk, and sugar, first I it at mine own fingers nursed, and as it grew, so every day it waxed more white and sweet than they. It had so sweet a breath. And oft I blushed to see its foot more soft, and white, shall I say than my hand? Nay, any ladies of the land. It is a wondrous thing how fleet 'twas on those little silver feet, with what a pretty skipping grace, it oft would challenge me the race, and when 't had left me far away, 'twould stay, and run again, and stay, for it was nimbler much than hinds, and trod as if on the four winds. I have a garden of my own, but so with roses overgrown, and lilies, that you would it guess to be a little wilderness, and all the springtime of the year it only loved to be there. Among the beds of lilies I have sought it oft, where it should lie, yet could not, till itself would rise, find it, although before mine eyes, for, in the flaxen lily's shade, it like a bank of lilies laid. Upon the roses it would feed, until its lips even seemed to bleed, and then to me 'twould boldly trip, and print those roses on my lip. But all its chief delight was still on roses thus itself to fill, and its pure virgin limbs to fold in whitest sheets of lilies cold. Had it lived long, it would have been lilies without, roses within. Andrew Marvell 101. Of all the birds that I do know, Philip my sparrow hath no peer, for sit she high, or sit she low, be she far off, or be she near, there is no bird so fair, so fine, nor yet so fresh as this of mine, for when she once hath felt a fit, Philip will cry still, yet, yet, yet. Come in a morning merrily when Philip hath been lately fed, or in an evening soberly when Philip list to go to bed, it is a heaven to hear my Phip, how she can chirp with merry lip, for when she once hath felt a fit, Philip will cry still, yet, yet, yet. She never wanders far abroad, but is at home when I do call. If I command she lays on load 68 with lips, with teeth, with tongue, and all. She chants, she chirps, she makes such cheer, that I believe she hath no peer. For when she once hath felt the fit, Philip will cry still, yet, yet, yet. And yet besides all this good sport my Philip can both sing and dance, with new-found toys of sundry sort my Philip can both prick and prance. And if you say but, fend cut 69 Phip. Lord, how the Pete 70 will turn and skip. For when she once hath felt the fit, Philip will cry still, yet, yet, yet. And to tell truth he were to blame having so fine a bird as she, to make him all this goodly game without suspect or jealousy he were a churl and knew no good, would see her faint for lack of food, for when she once hath felt the fit, Philip will cry still, yet, yet, yet. 102 The dead sparrow tell me not of joy, there's none, now my little sparrow's gone, he, just as you, would try and woo, he would chirp and flatter me, he would hang the wing a while till at length he saw me smile. Lord, how sullen he would be. He would catch a crumb, and then sporting, let it go again, he from my lip would moisture sip, he would from my trench air feed, then would hop, and then would run, and cry Philip when he'd done. Oh! Whose heart can choose but bleed? Oh how eager would he fight, and ne'er hurt, though he did bite. No morn did pass, but on my glass he would sit, and mark and do what I did now ruffle all his feathers o'er, now let 'em fall, and then straightway sleek them too. Whence will Cupid get his darts feathered now to pierce our hearts? A wound he may not, love, convey, now this faithful bird is gone, oh let mournful turtles join with loving red breasts, and combine to sing dirges o'er his stone. William Cartwright 103 On a little bird here lies a little bird. Once all day long in Martha's house was heard his rippling song. Tread lightly where he lies beneath the stone with nerveless wings, closed eyes, and sweet voice gone. Martin Armstrong 104 Adlestrop Yes. I remember Adlestrop the name, because one afternoon of heat the express train drew up there unwontedly. It was late June. The steam hissed. Someone cleared his throat. No one left and no one came on the bare platform. What I saw was Adlestrop only the name and willows, willow herb, and grass, and meadowsweet, and haycocks dry, no whit less still and lonely fair than the high cloudlets in the sky. And for that minute a blackbird sang close by, and round him, mistier, farther and farther, all the birds of Oxfordshire and Gloucestershire. Edward Thomas 105 The reverie of poor Susan at the corner of Wood Street, when daylight appears, hangs a thrush that sings loud, it has sung for 3 years, poor Susan has passed by the spot, and has heard in the silence of morning the song of the bird. 'Tis a note of enchantment, what ails her? She sees a mountain ascending, a vision of trees, bright volumes of vapor through Lothbury glide, and a river flows on through the vale of Cheapside. Green pastures she views in the midst of the dale down which she so often has tripped with her pail, and a single small cottage, a nest like a dove's, the one only dwelling on earth that she loves. She looks, and her heart is in heaven, but they fade, the mist and the river, the hill and the shade, the stream will not flow, and the hill will not rise, and the colors have all passed away from her eyes. William Wordsworth 106 The thrush's song dear, 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 is the rocky glen. Far away, far away, far away the haunts of men. Here shall we dwell in love with the lark and the dove, cuckoo and corn rail, feast on the banded snail, worm and gilded fly, drink of the crystal rill winding adown the hill, never to dry. With glee, with glee, with glee, cheer up, cheer up, cheer up, hear nothing to harm us, then sing merrily, sing to the loved ones whose nest is near ki, 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 quiquip, tiru, tiru, chipiwi, tuti, tuti, choo choo, churi, churi, shui, kiu, ki, ki. W. McGillivray 107 Sweet Suffolk owl, so trimly dyed with feathers, like a lady bride, thou sing st alone, sitting by night, te wit. Te who? Te wit. To wit. Thy note that forth so freely rolls with shrill command the mouse controls, and sings a dirge for dying souls te wit. Te who? Te wit. To wit. Thomas Vaughter 108 Who? Who? Who the bride will be? The owl she the bride shall be. The owl quoth, again to them both, I am sure a grim lady, not I the bride can be, I not the bride can be. 109 When cats run home and light is come, and dew is cold upon the ground, and the far off stream is dumb, and the whirring sail goes round, and the whirring sail goes round, alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. When merry milkmaids click the latch, and rarely smells the new mown hay, and the cock hath sung beneath the thatch twice or thrice his roundelay, twice or thrice his roundelay, alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. Alfred, Lord Tennyson 110 Once I was a monarch's daughter, and sat on a lady's knee, but am now a nightly rover, banished to the ivy tree. Crying who, 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 my feet are cold. Pity me, for here you see me persecuted, poor, and old. 111 The water ousel where on the wrinkled stream the willows lean, and fling a very ecstasy of green down the dim crystal, and the chestnut tree admires her large-leaved shadow, swift and free, a water ousel came, with such a flight as archangels might envy. Soft and bright upon a water-kissing bough she lit, and washed, and preened her silver breast, though it was dazzling fair before. Then twittering she sang, and made obeisance to the spring. And in the wavering amber at her feet her silent shadow, with obedience meet, made her quick, imitative curtsies, too. Maybe she dreamed a nest, so safe and dear, where the keen spray leaps whitely to the weir, and smooth, warm eggs that hold a mystery, and stirrings of life and twitterings, that she is passionately glad of, and a breast as silver white as hers, which without rest or languor, borne by spread wings swift and strong, shall fly upon her service all day long. She hears a presage in the ancient thunder of the silken fall, and her small soul in wonder makes preparation as she deems most right, repurifying what before was white against the day when, like a beautiful dream, 2 little ousels shall fly with her downstream, and even the poor, dumb shadow bird shall flit with 2 small shadows following after it. Mary Webb 112 L'oiseau bleu the lake lay blue below the hill. O'er it, as I looked, there flew across the waters, cold and still, a bird whose wings were palest blue. The sky above was blue at last, the sky beneath me blue in blue. A moment, ere the bird had passed, it caught his image as he flew. Mary Coleridge 113 I had a dove and the sweet dove died, and I have thought it died of grieving, oh, what could it grieve for? Its feet were tied, with a silken thread of my own hands weaving, sweet little red feet. Why should you die? Why should you leave me, sweet bird? Why? You lived alone in the forest tree, why, pretty thing, I would you not live with me? I kissed you oft and gave you white peas, why not live sweetly, as in the green trees? John Keats 114. Philomel. As it fell upon a day in the merry month of May, sitting in a pleasant shade which a grove of myrtles made, beasts did leap and birds did sing, trees did grow and plants did spring, everything did banish moan save the nightingale alone. She, poor bird, as all forlorn leaned her breast up till a thorn, and there sung the doleful st ditty, that to hear it was great pity. Fie, fie, fie. Now would she cry, Teru, Teru. By and by, that to hear her so complain scarce I could from tears refrain, for her grief so lively shone made me think upon mine own. Ah! Thought I, thou mournest in vain, none takes pity on thy pain, senseless trees they cannot hear thee, ruthless beasts they will not cheer thee, King Pandion he is dead, all thy friends are lapped in lead, all thy fellow birds do sing careless of thy sorrowing, even so, poor bird, like thee, none alive will pity me. Richard Barnfield 115. A sparrowhawk proud did hold in wicked jail music's sweet chorister, the nightingale, to whom with sighs she said, "Oh set me free, and in my song I'll praise no bird but thee." The hawk replied, "I will not lose my diet to let 1,000 such enjoy their quiet." 116. The eagle he clasps the crag with crooked hands, close to the sun in lonely lands, ringed with the azure world, he stands. The wrinkled sea beneath him crawls, he watches from his mountain walls, and like a thunderbolt he falls. Alfred, Lord Tennyson 117. The Twa Corbies. As I was walking all alane, I heard Twa Corbies making a main, and ta'en unto the Hither say where sall we gang and dine today. In behint yon auld fail dyke 71 I wot there lies a new slain knight, and nobody kens that he lies there but his hawk, his hound, and lady fair. His hound is to the hunting gane, his hawk to fetch the wild fowl hame, his lady's ta and another mate, so we may mak our dinner sweet. Ye'll sit on his white house bane, and I'll pick out his bonny blue een. Wiae lock o his gowden hair will theek 72 our nest when it grows bare. Mony a one for him Max Main, but none a Saul ken where he is gane. O'er his white banes, where they are bare, the wind Saul blaw for evermair. 118. In the wilderness Christ of his gentleness thirsting and hungering walked in the wilderness, soft words of grace he spoke unto lost desert folk that listened wondering. He heard the bitterns call from ruined palace wall, answered them brotherly. He held communion with the she-pelican of lonely piety. Basilisk, cockatrice, flocked to his homilies, with mail of dread device, with monstrous barbed stings, with eager dragon eyes, great rats on leather wings and poor blind broken things, foul in their miseries. And ever with him went, of all his wanderings comrade, with ragged coat, gaunt ribs poor innocent bleeding foot, burning throat, the guileless old scapegoat, for 40 nights and days followed in Jesus' ways, sure guard behind him kept, tears like a lover wept. Robert Graves 119. Stupidity Street. I saw with open eyes singing birds sweet sold in the shops for the people to eat, sold in the shops of Stupidity Street. I saw in vision the worm in the wheat, and in the shops nothing for people to eat, nothing for sale in Stupidity Street. Ralph Hodgson 120. Come wary one, come slender feet, come pretty bird and sing to me, I have a cage of wizard wood with perch of ebony, come pretty bird, there's dainty food, there's cherry, plum, and strawberry, in my red cage, my wizard cage, the cage I made for thee. The bird flew down, the bird flew in, the cherries they were dried and dead, she tied him with a silken skein to a perch of molten lead, and first most dire he did complain, and next he sulky sad did fall, chained to his perch, his burning perch, he would not sing at all. There came an elf, a silent elf, a silver wand hung by his side, and when that wand lay on the door did open wide. The pretty bird with beak he tore that silken skein, then out flew he, from that red cage, that greedy cage, that cage of wizardry. Ruth Manning Sanders 121. Upon the lark and the fowler, thou simple bird, what st thou here to play? Look, there's the fowler, prithee come away. Dost not behold the net? Look there 'tis spread, venture a little further, thou art dead. Is there not room enough in all the field for thee to play in, but thou needs must yield to the deceitful glittering of a glass, placed betwixt nets to bring thy death to pass? Bird, if thou art so much for dazzling light, look, there's the sun above thee, dart upright. Thy nature is to soar up to the sky, why wilt thou come down to the nets, and die? Take no heed to the fowler's tempting call, this whistle he enchanteth birds withal. Or if thou seest a live bird in his net, believe she's there, cause thence she cannot get. Look how he tempteth thee with his decoy, that he may rob thee of thy life, thy joy. Come, prithee bird, I prithee come away, why should this net thee take, when 'scape thou may? Hadst thou not wings, or were thy feathers pulled, or wast thou blind or fast asleep wert lulled, the case would somewhat alter, but for thee, thy eyes are ope, and thou hast wings to see. Remember that thy song is in thy rise, not in thy fall, earth's not thy paradise. Keep up aloft then, let thy circuits be above, where birds from fowlers' nets are free. John Bunyan 122. The birds he. Where thou dwellest, in what grove, tell me fair one, tell me love, thou thy charming nest dost build, O thou pride of every field. She. Yonder stands a lonely tree, there I live and mourn for thee, morning drinks my silent tear, and evening winds my sorrow bear. He. O thou summer's harmony, I have lived and mourned for thee, each day I mourn along the wood, and night hath heard my sorrows loud. She. Dost thou truly long for me? And am I thus sweet to thee? Sorrow now is at an end, O my lover and my friend. He. Come, on wings of joy we'll fly to where my bower hangs on high, come, and make thy calm retreat among green leaves and blossoms sweet. William Blake 123. 2 Peewits under the after sunset sky, 2 peewits sport and cry, more white than is the moon on high, riding the dark surge silently, more black than earth. Their cry is the one sound under the sky. They alone move, now low, now high, and merrily they cry to the mischievous spring sky, plunging earthward, tossing high, over the ghost who wonders why so merrily they cry and fly, nor choose twixt earth and sky, while the moon's quarter silently rides, and earth rests as silently. Edward Thomas 124. To a waterfowl wither, midst falling dew, while glow the heavens with the last steps of day, far, through their rosy depths, dost thou pursue thy solitary way? Vainly the fowler's eye might mark thy distant flight to do thee wrong, as, darkly painted on the crimson sky, thy figure floats along. Seek'st thou the plashy brink of weedy lake, or marge of river wide, or where the rocking billows rise and sink on the chafed ocean side? There is a power whose care teaches thy way along that pathless coast, the desert and illimitable air, lone wandering, but not lost. All day thy wings have fanned at that far height, the cold thin atmosphere, yet stoop not, weary, to the welcome land, though the dark night is near. And soon that toil shall end, soon shalt thou find a summer home, and rest, and scream among thy fellows, reeds shall bend, soon, o'er thy sheltered nest. Thou art gone, the abyss of heaven hath swallowed up thy form, yet, on my heart deeply hath sunk the lesson thou hast given, and shall not soon depart. He who, from zone to zone, guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight, in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright. William Cullen Bryant 125 Midnight. Midnight was come, when every vital thing with sweet sound sleep their weary limbs did rest, the beasts were still, the little birds that sing now sweetly slept, beside their mother's breast, the old and all were shrouded in their nest, the waters calm, the cruel seas did cease, the woods, and fields, and all things held their peace. The golden stars were whirled amid their race, and on the earth did laugh with twinkling light, when each thing, nestled in his resting place, forgat day's pain with pleasure of the night, the hare had not the greedy hounds in sight, the fearful deer of death stood not in doubt, the partridge dreamed not of the falcon's foot. The ugly bear now minded not the stake, nor how the cruel mastives do him tear, the stag lay still unroused from the brake, the foamy boar feared not the hunter's spear, all things were still, in desert, bush, and brier 73 with quiet heart, now from their travails ceased, soundly they slept in midst of all their rest. Thomas Sackville, Lord Buckhurst. Elphin, Ouph, Fay. 126 Come unto these yellow sands, Ariel singing, come unto these yellow sands, and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kissed, the wild waves whist, footed featly here, and there, and sweet sprites the burthen bear. Harkee, harkee, bow-va, the watchdogs bark, bow-va. Hark, hark, I hear, the strain of strutting chanticleer cry cockadiddle-dow. William Shakespeare 127 The elves dance round about in a fair ring thus we dance and thus we sing trip and go, to and fro over this green all about, in and out, for our brave Queen 128 By the moon we sport and play, with the night begins our day, as we dance the daw doth fall, trip it little urchins all, lightly as the little bee, 2 by 2, and 3 by 3, and about go we, and about go we. I do come about the copse, leaping upon flowers' tops, then I get upon a fly, she carries me above the sky, and trip and go. When a daw drop falleth down, and doth light upon my crown, then I shake my head and skip, and about I trip. 2 by 2, and 3 by 3, and about go we, and about go we. Thomas Ravenscroft 129 For a mocking voice who calls? Who calls? Who? Did you call? Did you? I call. I call. I follow where I fly where? Oh where? Oh where? On earth or in the air, where you come, I'm gone. Where you fly, I've flown, stay. Ah, stay. Ah, stay, pretty elf, and play. Tell me where you are ha, 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 ha. Eleanor Fargeon 130 Where the bee sucks, there suck I, in a cowslip's bell I lie, there I couch when owls do cree, on the bat's back I do fly after summer merrily. Merrily, merrily, shall I live now under the blossom that hangs on the bough. William Shakespeare 131 Echo How see you echo? When she calls I see her pale face looking down through some great tree, whose world of green is like a moving sea, that shells re-echo. I see her with a white face like a mask, that vanishes to come again, damask her cheek, but deeply pale, her eyes are green, with a silver sheen, and she mocks the thing you ask. Oh echo! Hear the children calling, are you there? Where? When the wind blows over the hill, she hides with a vagrant will, and call you may loud, and call you may long, she lays finger on lip when the winds are strong, and for all your pains she is still. But when young plants spring, and the chiff-chaffs sing, and the scarlet-capped woodpecker flies through the vale, she is out all day, through the fragrant May, to babble and tattle her yea and nay. O echo! Still the children call, where are you? Where? Air. Viscountess Grey 132. The splendour falls on castle walls and snowy summits old in story, the long light shakes across the lakes, and the wild cataract leaps in glory. Blow, bugle, blow, set the wild echoes flying, blow, bugle, answer, echoes, dying, dying, dying. O hark, O hear! How thin and clear, and thinner, clearer, farther going. O sweet and far from cliff and scar the horns of Elfland faintly blowing. Blow, let us hear the purple glens replying, blow, bugle, answer, echoes, dying, dying, dying. O love, they die in yon rich sky, they faint on hill or field or river, our echoes roll from soul to soul, and grow forever and forever. Blow, bugle, blow, set the wild echoes flying, and answer, echoes, answer, dying, dying, dying. Alfred, Lord Tennyson 133. The ferries up the airy mountain, down the rushy glen, we daren't go a-hunting for fear of little men, we folk, good folk, trooping all together, green jacket, red cap, and white owl's feather. Down along the rocky shore some make their home, they live on crispy pancakes of yellow tide foam, some in the reeds of the black mountain lake, with frogs for their watchdogs, all night awake. High on the hilltop the old king sits, he is now so old and grey he's nigh lost his wits. With a bridge of white mist Columkill he crosses, on his stately journeys from Slieveleague to Rosses, or going up with music on cold starry nights, to sup with the queen of the gay northern lights. They stole little Bridget for 7 years long, when she came down again her friends were all gone. They took her lightly back, between the night and morrow, they thought that she was fast asleep, but she was dead with sorrow. They have kept her ever since deep within the lake, on a bed of flag leaves, watching till she wake. By the craggy hillside, through the mosses bare, they have planted thorn trees for pleasure here and there. Is any man so daring as to dig one up in spite, he shall find the thorny set in his bed at night. Up the airy mountain, down the rushy glen, we daren't go a-hunting for fear of little men, we folk, good folk, trooping all together, green jacket, red cap, and white owl's feather. William Allingham 134. Overheard on a salt marsh nymph, nymph, what are your beads? Green glass, goblin. Why do you stare at them? Give them me. No. Give them me. Give them me. No. Then I will howl all night in the reeds, lie in the mud and howl for them. Goblin, why do you love them so? They are better than stars or water, better than voices of winds that sing, better than any man's fair daughter, your green glass beads on a silver ring. Hush, I stole them out of the moon. Give me your beads, I want them. No, I will howl in a deep lagoon for your green glass beads, I love them so. Give them me. Give them. No. Harold Monroe 135. The fairy thorn, get up, our Anna dear, from the weary spinning wheel, for your father's on the hill, and your mother is asleep, come up above the crags, and we'll dance a highland reel around the fairy thorn on the steep. At Anna Grace's door 'twas thus the maidens cried, 3 merry maidens fair in kirtles of the green, and Anna laid the rock 74 and the weary wheel aside, the fairest of the 4, I ween. There glancing through the glimmer of the quiet eve, away in milky wavings of neck and ankle bare, the heavy sliding stream in its sleep song they leave, and the crags in the ghostly air. And linking hand and hand, and singing as they go, the maids along the hillside have ta'en their fearless way, till they come to where the rowan trees in lonely beauty grow beside the fairy hawthorn grey. The hawthorn stands between the ashes tall and slim, like matron with her twin granddaughters at her knee, the rowan berries cluster o'er her low head grey and dim in ruddy kisses sweet to see. The merry maidens four have ranged them in a row, between each lovely couple a stately rowan stem, and away in mazes wavy, like skimming birds they go, oh, never carolled bird like them. But solemn is the silence of the silvery haze that drinks away their voices in echoless repose, and dreamily the evening has stilled the haunted braes, and dreamier the gloaming grows. And sinking one by one, like lark notes from the sky when the falcon's shadow saileth across the open shaw, are hushed the maidens' voices, as cowering down they lie in the flutter of their sudden awe. For, from the air above, and the grassy ground beneath, and from the mountain ashes and the old whitethorn between, a power of faint enchantment doth through their beings breathe, and they sink down together on the green. They sink together silent, and stealing side to side, they fling their lovely arms o'er their drooping necks so fair. Then vainly strive again their naked arms to hide, for their shrinking necks again are bare. Thus clasped and prostrate all, with their heads together bowed, soft o'er their bosoms beating the only human sound they hear the silky footsteps of the silent fairy crowd, like a river in the air, gliding round. Nor scream can any raise, nor prayer can any say, but wild, wild, the terror of the speechless three, for they feel fair Anna Grace drawn silently away, by whom they dare not look to see. They feel their tresses twine with her parting locks of gold, and the curls elastic falling, as her head withdraws, they feel her sliding arms from their tranced arms unfold, but they dare not look to see the cause, for heavy on their senses the faint enchantment lies through all that night of anguish and perilous amaze, and neither fear nor wonder can ope their quivering eyes or their limbs from the cold ground raise, till out of night the earth has rolled her dewy side, with every haunted mountain and streamy vale below, when, as the mist dissolves in the yellow morning tide, the maiden's trance dissolveth so. Then fly the ghastly three as swiftly as they may, and tell their tale of sorrow to anxious friends. In vain they pined away and died within the year and day, and ne'er was Anna Grace seen again. Samuel Ferguson 136. The Queen of Elfland. True Thomas lay o'er yond grassy bank, and he beheld a lady gay, a lady that was brisk and bold, come riding o'er the ferny brae. Her skirt was of the grass-green silk, her mantle of the velvet fine, at ilka tate of her horse's mane hung 50 silver bells and 9. True Thomas he took off his hat, and bowed him low down till his knee, all hail, thou mighty Queen of Heaven. For your peer on earth I never did see. Oh no, True Thomas, she says, that name does not belong to me, I am but the Queen of fair Elfland, and I'm come here for to visit thee. But ye maun go wi me now, Thomas, True Thomas, ye maun go wi me, for ye maun serve me 7 years, through will or way as may chance to be. Then harp and carp, Thomas, she said, then harp and carp along wi me, but it will be 7 years and a day till ye win back to your own country. She turned about her milk-white steed, and took True Thomas up behind, and I weener her bridle rang, the steed flew swifter than the wind. For 40 days and 40 nights he wade through red blood to the knee, and he saw neither sun nor moon, but heard the roaring of the sea. Oh, they rade on, and further on, until they came to a garden green. Light down, ye lady free, some of that fruit let me pull to thee. Oh no, True Thomas, she says, that fruit maun not be touched by thee, for the plagues that are in hell light on the fruit of this country. But I have a loaf here in my lap, likewise a bottle of claret wine, and now ere we go farther on, we'll rest a while, and ye may dine. When he had eaten and drunk his fill, lay down your head upon my knee, the lady said, ere we climb yon hill and I will show you fairlies 3. Oh, see not ye yon narrow road, so thick beset wi thorns and briars? That is the path of righteousness, though after it but few inquires. And see not ye that braid road, that lies across yon lily laven? That is the path of wickedness, though some call it the road to heaven. And see not ye that bonny road, which winds about the ferny brae? That is the road to fair Elfland, where you and I this night maun gie, but Thomas, ye maun hold your tongue, whatever you may hear or see, for gin a word you should chance to speak, you will ne'er get back to your encountry. He has gotten a coat of the even cloth, and a pair of shoes of velvet green, and till 7 years were past and gone true Thomas on earth was never seen. 137 La belle dame sans merci, oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, alone and palely loitering, the sedge has withered from the lake, and no birds sing. Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, so haggard and so woebegone? The squirrel's granary is full, and the harvest's done. I see a lily on thy brow with anguish moist and fever dew, and on thy cheeks a fading rose fast withereth too. I met a lady in the meads, full beautiful a faery's child, her hair was long, her foot was light, and her eyes were wild. I made a garland for her head, and bracelets too, and fragrant zone, she looked at me as she did love, and made sweet moan. I set her on my pacing steed and nothing else saw all day long, for sideways would she lean, and sing a faery's song. She found me roots of relish sweet, and honey wild and manna dew, and sure in language strange she said I love thee true. She took me to her elfin grot, and there she gazed and sighed full sore, and there I shut her wild eyes with kisses for. And there she lulled me asleep, and there I dreamed, ah woe betide, the latest dream I ever dreamed on the cold hillside. I saw pale kings and princes too, pale warriors, death pale were they all, they cried La belle dame sans merci hath thee in thrall. I saw their starved lips in the gloam with horrid warning gaped wide, and I awoke, and found me here on the cold hillside. And this is why I sojourn here alone and palely loitering, though the sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing. John Keats 138 Sabrina fair, listen where thou art sitting under the glassy, cool, translucent wave, in twisted braids of lilies knitting the loose train of thy amber dropping hair, listen for dear honor's sake, goddess of the silver lake, listen and save. By all the nymphs that nightly dance upon thy streams with wily glance, rise, and heave thy rosy head from thy coral paven bed, and bridle in thy headlong wave, till thou our summons answered have. Listen and save. By the rushy fringed bank, where grows the willow and the osier dank, my sliding chariot stays, thick set with agate, and the azurne sheen of turquoise blue, and emerald green that in the channel strays, whilst from off the waters fleet thus I set my printless feet o'er the cow's lips velvet head, that bends not as I tread, gentle swain at thy request I am here. John Milton 139 Now the hungry lion roars, now the hungry leon roars, and the wolf behowls the moon, whilst the heavy ploughman snores, all with weary task fordone. Now the wasted brands do glow, while the scritching loud, puts the wretch that lies in woe in remembrance of a shroud. Now it is the time of night that the graves, all gaping wide, every one lets forth his sprite, in the church way paths to glide. And we fairies, that do run by the triple Hecate's team, from the presence of the sun, following darkness like a dream, now our frolic, not a mouse shall disturb this hallowed house. I am sent with broom before, to sweep the dust behind the door. Through the house give glimmering light, by the dead and drowsy fair, every elf and fairy sprite hop as light as bird from briar. William Shakespeare 140 The Fairies Feast. On. Who feasts tonight? Some elves. Prince Alban is truth plight to Rosalind, daughter of the fairy queen. Other elves. She's a mannequin changeling, her name shows it. Other elves. We have heard tell, that she as dream is fair. I've heard old Pagel say, Fays gave for her to humans, in the cradle, moon sheen bright. Other elves. And eglantine should wedded be this night, to ivy twine, in the laughing full moon. Moth. I was there and saw it, on hoar roots, all gnarled and knotty, of an antique oak. Crowned, some with plighted frets of violets sweet, other, with flower cups many-hued, had dyed their locks of gold, the gentle fairies sate, all in their watchet cloaks, were dainty mats spread under them, of dwarf wives' Russian work, and primroses were strewed before their feet. They at banquets ate, from dim of afternoon. Enter more elves running. Hout. Whence come ye food hot? One of the new come elves. On, O hout? Not past a league from hence, lies close-cropped plot, where purple milk words blow, which conies haunt, amidst the windy heath. We saw gnomes dance there, that not bigger been than harvest mice. Some of their heads were decked, as seemed to us, with moonbeams bright, and those tonight hold feast, though in them there none utterance is of speech. On. Be those our mother's cousins, dainty of grace, but seld now, in a moonlight, are they seen. They live not longer than do humble Ben. Elves. We saw of living herb, intrsed with moss, their small wrought cabins open on the grass. On. Other, in gossamer bowers, one underclod. Elves. And each gnome held in hand a looking glass, wherein he keeked, and kissed oft the moon's face. On. Are they a fairy offspring, without sex, of the stars' rays? Elves. They'd wings on their flit feet, that seemed, in their oft shining, glancing drops of rain, which beat on bosom of the grass, wherein be some congealed as adamant. We stooped to gaze, a neighbor tussock hied us, on sight so fair, their beauty being such, that seemed us it all living thought did pass. Yet were we spied? For looked down full upon us, disclosing then murk skies, moon's clear still face. In that they shrunk back, and clapped to their doors. Charles M. Doughty. Summer, Greenwood Solitude. 141. The hunt is up, the hunt is up, the hunt is up, and it is well nigh day, and Harry our king is gone hunting to bring his deer to bay. The east is bright with morning light, and darkness it is fled, and the merry horn wakes up the morn to leave his idle bed. Behold, the skies with golden dyes are glowing all around, the grass is green, and so are the tree, and all laughing at the sound. The horses snort to be at sport, the dogs are running free, the woods rejoice at the merry noise of Hey Tantara Tiri. The sun is glad to see us clad all in our lusty green, and smiles in the sky as he riseth high to see and to be seen. Awake all men, I say again, be merry as you may, for Harry our king is gone hunting, to bring his deer to bay. 142. The cheerful horn, the cheerful arn he blaws in the marn, and will a untain goo, the cheerful arn he blaws in the marn, and will a untain goo, and will a untain goo, and will a untain goo. Var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. Var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. The vox jumps otter the edge zoi, and the hounds all atter ungu, var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. Then never despoise the soldier lod, though his zetation be boot low, var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. Then push about the coop, my bois, and we will onewards go, var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. If you ax me the zens of this zone ver to tell, or the reason ver to's how, woy, I don't exactly know, woy, I don't exactly know, var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. Var all my vancy dwells upon Nancy, and I'll zing tally ho. 143 John Peel. Do ye ken John Peel with his coat so gay? Do ye ken John Peel at the break of the day? Do ye ken John Peel when he's far, far away, with his hounds and his horn in the morning? 'Twas the sound of his horn called me from my bed, and the cry of his hounds has me oft times led, for Peel's view hollow would awaken the dead, or a fox from his lair in the morning. Do ye ken that bitch whose tongue is death? Do ye ken her sons of peerless faith? Do ye ken that a fox with his last breath cursed them all as he died in the morning? Yes, I ken John Peel and Ruby to Ranter and Royal and Bellman as true, from the drag to the chase, from the chase to a view, from a view to the death in the morning. And I've followed John Peel both often and far o'er the rasper fence and the gate and the bar, from Low Denton Holm up to Scratchmere Scar, when we vied for the brush in the morning. Then here's to John Peel with my heart and soul, come fill to him another strong bowl, and we'll follow John Peel through fair and through foul, while we're waked by his horn in the morning. 'Twas the sound of his horn called me from my bed, and the cry of his hounds has me oft times led, for Peel's view hollow would awaken the dead or a fox from his lair in the morning. John Woodcock Graves 144 The schoolboy I love to rise in a summer morn when the birds sing on every tree, the distant huntsman winds his horn, and the skylark sings with me. Oh, what sweet company! But to go to school in a summer morn, oh, it drives all joy away, under a cruel eye outworn, the little ones spend the day in sighing and dismay. Ah! Then at times I drooping sit, and spend many an anxious hour, nor in my book can I take delight, nor sit in learning's bower, worn through with the dreary shower. How can the bird that is born for joy sit in a cage and sing? How can a child, when fears annoy, but droop his tender wing, and forget his youthful spring? Oh! Father and mother, if buds are nipped, and blossoms blown away, and if the tender plants are stripped of their joy in the springing day, by sorrow and care's dismay, how shall the summer arise in joy, or the summer fruits appear? Or how shall we gather what griefs destroy, or bless the mellowing year, when the blasts of winter appear? William Blake 145 A boy's song where the pools are bright and deep, where the grey trout lies asleep, up the river and over the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the blackbird sings the latest, where the hawthorn blooms the sweetest, where the nestlings chirp and flee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the mowers mow the cleanest, where the hay lies thick and greenest, there to track the homeward bee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the hazel bank is steepest, where the shadow falls the deepest, where the clustering nuts fall free, that's the way for Billy and me. Why the boys should drive away little sweet maidens from their play, or love to banter and fight so well, that's the thing I never could tell. But this I know, I love to play through the meadow, among the hay, up the water and over the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. James Hogg 146 Market day who'll walk the fields with us to town, in an old coat and a faded gown? We take our roots and country sweets, where high walls shade the steep old streets, and golden bells and silver chimes ring up and down the sleepy times. The morning mountains smoke like fires, the sun spreads out his shining wires, the mower in the half-mown lezas sips his tea and takes his pleasure. Along the lane slow wagons amble. The sad-eyed calves awake and gambol, the foal that lay so sorrowful is playing in the grasses cool. By slanting ways, in slanting sun, through startled lapwings now we run along the pale green hazel path, through April's lingering aftermath of lady's smock and lady's slipper, we stay to watch a nesting dipper. The rabbits eye us while we pass, out of the sorrel crimson grass, the blackbird sings, without a fear, where honeysuckle horns blow clear cool ivory stained with true vermilion, and here, within a silk pavilion, small caterpillars lie at ease. The endless shadows of the trees are painted purple and cobalt, grandiloquent, the rook files halt, each one aware of you and me, and full of conscious dignity. Our shoes are golden as we pass with pollen from the pansied grass. Beneath an elder set anew with large clean plates to catch the dew on fine white cheese and bread we dine. The clear brook water tastes like wine. If all folk lived with labor sweet of their own busy hands and feet, such marketing, it seems to me, would make an end of poverty. Mary Webb 147. Under the greenwood tree, who loves to lie with me, and turn his merry note unto the sweet bird's throat, come hither, come hither, come hither, here shall he see no enemy but winter and rough weather. Who doth ambition shun and loves to live I the sun, seeking the food he eats and pleased with what he gets, come hither, come hither, come hither, here shall he see no enemy but winter and rough weather. William Shakespeare 148. In summer when the shaws be shane 75 and leaves be large and long, hit 76 is full merry in fair forest to hear the fooly 77 song. To se the deer draw to the dale and leave the hills he, and shadow him in the leaves green under the greenwood tree. It befell on Whitsuntide early in a May morning, the sun up fair gan shine, and the bridies merry gan syng. This is a merry morning, said little Johnny, by hym that died on tree, a more merry man than I am one leaves not in Christiant. Pluck up tea herd, my dear maester, little Johnny can say, and thank it is a full fair time in a morninge of May. 149. Lubber breeze the foresails of the mill like stocks stand still, their lantern length is white on blue more bright. Unruffled is the mead, where lambkins feed and sheep and cattle browse and donkeys drowse. Never the least breeze will the wet thumb chill that the anxious miller lifts, till the vein shifts. The breeze in the great flour bin is snug tucked in, the lubber, while rats thieve, laughs in his sleeve. T. Sturgemore 150. A summer's day the ample heaven of fabric sure, in cleanest doys surpass the crystal and the silver pure, or clearest police 78 glass. The shadow of the earth anon removes and draws by, sign in the east, when it is gone, appears a clearer sky. Kahilksuna 79 perceives the little larks, the lapwing and the snyp, and tune their sangs, like nature's clerks are meadow, muir, and stryp 80. The time sa tranquil is and still, that na where sol ye find, siphon on a high and barren hill, on a air of peeping wind. All trees and simples 81 great and small, that balmy life do bear, nor they were painted on a wall, na mayor they move or steer 82. Alexander Hume 151. Leisure what is this life if, full of care, we have no time to stand and stare? No time to stand beneath the boughs and stare as long as sheep or cows. No time to see, when woods we pass, where squirrels hide their nuts in grass. No time to see, in broad daylight, streams full of stars, like skies at night. No time to turn at beauty's glance, and watch her feet, how they can dance. No time to wait till her mouth can enrich that smile her eyes began. A poor life this if, full of care, we have no time to stand and stare. William H. Davies 152. The happy countryman who can live in heart so glad as the merry country lad, who upon a fair green balk 83 may at pleasure sit and walk, and amid the azure skies see the morning sun arise, while he hears in every spring how the birds do chirp and sing, or before the hounds in cry see the hare go stealing by, or along the shallow brook, angling with a baited hook, see the fishes leap and play in a blessed sunny day, or to hear the partridge call, till she have her covey all, or to see the subtle fox, how the villain plies the box, after feeding on his prey, how he closely sneaks away, through the hedge and down the furrow till he gets into his burrow, then the bee to gather honey, and the little black-haired coney, on a bank for sunny place, with her 4 feet wash her face, are not these, with thousands mo 84 than the courts of kings do know, the true pleasing spirit sights that may breed true love's delights. Nicholas Breton 153. Oh for a book and a shady nook, either in a door or out, with the green leaves whispering overhead, or the street cries all about. Where I may read all at my ease, both of the new and old, for a jolly good book whereon to look, is better to me than gold. 154. Green broom. There was an old man lived out in the wood, his trade was a cutting of broom, green broom, he had but one son without thrift, without good, who lay in his bed till 'twas noon, bright noon. The old man awoke, one morning and spoke, he swore he would fire the room, that room, if his John would not rise and open his eyes, and away to the wood to cut broom, green broom. So Johnny arose, and he slipped on his clothes, and away to the wood to cut broom, green broom, he sharpened his knives, for once he contrives to cut a great bundle of broom, green broom. When Johnny passed under a lady's fine house, passed under a lady's fine room, she called to her maid, "Go fetch me," she said, "go fetch me the boy that sells broom, green broom." When Johnny came into the lady's fine house, and stood in the lady's fine room, "Young Johnny," she said, "will you give up your trade, and marry a lady in bloom, full bloom?" Johnny gave his consent, and to church they both went, and he wedded the lady in bloom, full bloom. At market and fair, all folks do declare, there is none like the boy that sold broom, green broom. 155. The 12 oxen. I have 12 oxen that be fair and brown, and they go a-grawing down by the town. With hay, with how, with hoy. Sawest not you mine oxen, you little pretty boy? I have 12 oxen, and they be fair and white, and they go a-grawing down by the dike. With hay, with how, with hoy. Sawest not you mine oxen, you little pretty boy? I have 12 oxen, and they be fair and black, and they go a-grawing down by the lake. With hay, with how, with hoy. Sawest not you mine oxen, you little pretty boy? I have 12 oxen, and they be fair and reed, and they go a-grawing down by the mead. With hay, with how, with hoy. Sawest not you mine oxen, you little pretty boy? 156. Lavenders blue, dilly dilly, lavenders green, when I am king, dilly dilly, you shall be queen. Who told you so, dilly dilly, who told you so? 'Twas mine one heart, dilly dilly, that told me so. Call up your men, dilly dilly, set them to work, some with a rake, dilly dilly, some with a fork, some to make hay, dilly dilly, some to thresh corn, whilst you and I, dilly dilly, keep ourselves warm. 157. The garden. What wondrous life is this I lead! Ripe apples drop about my head, the luscious clusters of the vine upon my mouth do crush their wine, the nectarine and curious peach into my hands themselves do reach, stumbling on melons, as I pass, ensnared with flowers, I fall on grass. Meanwhile the mind, from pleasure less, withdraws into its happiness, the mind, that ocean where each kind does straight its own resemblance find, yet it creates, transcending these, far other worlds and other seas, annihilating all that's made to a green thought in a green shade. Here at the fountain's sliding foot or at some fruit tree's mossy root, casting the body's vest aside my soul into the boughs does glide, there, like a bird, it sits and sings, then wets 85 and claps its silver wings, and, till prepared for longer flight, waves in its plumes the various light. Such was the happy garden state while man there walked without a mate, after a place so pure and sweet, what other help could yet be meet? But 'twas beyond a mortal's share to wander solitary there, Two paradises 'twere in one, to live in paradise alone. Andrew Marvel 158 Cherry ripe, 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 I cry, full and fair ones, come and buy, if so be you ask me where they do grow. I answer, there, where my Julia's lips do smile, there's the land, or cherry isle, whose plantations fully show all the year, where cherries grow. Robert Herrick 159 Cherry ripe, there is a garden in her face where roses and white lilies grow, a heavenly paradise is that place, wherein all pleasant fruits do flow. There cherries grow, which none may buy, till cherry ripe themselves do cry. Those cherries fairly do enclose of orient pearl a double row, which when her lovely laughter shows, they look like rosebuds filled with snow. Yet them nor peer nor prince can buy, till cherry ripe themselves do cry. Her eyes like angels watch them still, her brows like bended bows do stand, threatening with piercing frowns to kill all that approach with eye or hand these sacred cherries to come nigh, till cherry ripe themselves do cry. Thomas Campion 160 Song. What is there hid in the heart of a rose, mother mine? Ah, who knows, who knows, who knows? A man that died on a lonely hill may tell you, perhaps, but none other will, little child. What does it take to make a rose, mother mine? The God that died to make it knows it takes the world's eternal wars, it takes the moon and all the stars, it takes the might of heaven and hell and the everlasting love as well, little child. Alfred Noyes 161 The mystery he came and took me by the hand up to a red rose tree, he kept his meaning to himself but gave a rose to me. I did not pray him to lay bare the mystery to me, enough the rose was heaven to smell, and his own face to see. Ralph Hodgson 162 The rose, a rose, as fair as ever saw the north, grew in a little garden all alone, a sweeter flower did nature ne'er put forth, nor fairer garden yet was never known, the maidens danced about it morn and noon, and learned bards of it their ditties made, the nimble fairies by the pale-faced moon watered the root and kissed her pretty shade. But well a day, the gardener careless grew, the maids and fairies both were kept away, and in a drought the caterpillars threw themselves upon the bud and every spray. God shield the stock? If heaven send no supplies, the fairest blossom of the garden dies. William Brown 163 Song. Ask me no more, where Jove bestows when June is past the fading rose, for in your beauties orient deep these flowers, as in their causes, sleep. Ask me no more, whither do stray the golden atoms of the day, for in pure love heaven did prepare those powders to enrich your hair. Ask me no more, whither doth haste the nightingale when May is past, for in your sweet dividing throat she winters and keeps warm her note. Ask me no more, where those stars light 86 that downwards fall in dead of night, for in your eyes they sit and there fixed become as in their sphere. Ask me no more if east or west the phoenix builds her spicy nest, for unto you at last she flies, and in your fragrant bosom dies. Thomas Carew 164 The bower of bliss, the dainty paradise of the enchantress whereinto the palmer brought Sir Guyon. And in the midst of all, a fountain stood, of richest substance that on earth might be, so pure and shiny, that the silver flood through every channel running, one might see, most goodly it with pure imagery was overwrought, and shapes of naked boys, of which some seemed with lively jollity to fly about, playing their wanton toys, whiles others did themselves embay in liquid joys. And over all, of purest gold was spread a trail of ivy in his native hue, for the rich metal was so colored, that wight, who did not well advised it view, would surely deem it to be ivy true. Lo, his lascivious arms adown did creep, that themselves dipping in the silver dew, their fleecy flowers they tenderly did steep, which drops of crystal seemed for want onus to weep. Infinite streams continually did well out of this fountain, sweet and fair to see, the which into an ample laver fell, and shortly grew to so great quantity, that like a little lake it seemed to be, whose depth exceeded not 3 cubits height, that through the waves one might the bottom see, all paved beneath with jaspis shining bright, that seemed the fountain in that sea did sail upright. And all the margent round about was set with shady laurel trees, thence to defend the sunny beams, which on the billows bet, and those which therein bathed, mote 87 offend. Eftsoons they heard a most melodious sound, of all that mote delight a dainty air, such as att once might not on living ground, save in this paradise, be heard elsewhere. Right hard it was, for wight, which did it hear, to read, what manner music that mote be, for all that pleasing is to living care, was there consorted in one harmony, birds, voices, instruments, winds, waters, all agree. The joyous birds, shrouded in cheerful shade, their notes unto the voice attempered sweet, angelical soft trembling voices made to instruments divine respondents meet, the silver sounding instruments did meet with the bass murmur of the waters fall with difference discreet, now soft, now loud, unto the wind did call, the gentle warbling wind low answered to all. Edmund Spenser 165 Small fountains. Jarring the air with rumour cool, small fountains played into a pool with sound as soft as the barley's hiss when its beer just sprouting is, whence a young stream, that trod on moss, prettily rimpled the court across. And in the pool's clear idleness, moving like dreams through happiness, shoals of small bright fishes were, in and out weed thickets bent perch and carp, and sauntering went with mounching jaws and eyes a stare, or on a lotus leaf would crawl, a brinded loach to bask and sprawl, tasting the warm sun ere it dipped into the water, but quick as fear back his shining brown head slipped to crouch on the gravel of his lair, where the cooled sunbeams broke in wrack, spilt shattered gold about his back. Lascelles Abercrombie 166 The invitation, to Jane best and brightest, come away. Fairer far than this fair day, which, like thee to those in sorrow, comes to bid a sweet good morrow to the rough year just awake in its cradle on the break. The brightest hour of unborn spring, through the winter wandering, found, it seems, the halcyon morn to hoar February born, bending from heaven, in azure mirth, it kissed the forehead of the earth, and smiled upon the silent sea, and bade the frozen streams be free. And waked to music all their fountains, and breathed upon the frozen mountains, and like a prophetess of May strewed flowers upon the barren way, making the wintry world appear like one on whom thou smilest, dear. Radiant sister of the day, awake. Arise. And come away. To the wild woods and the plains, and the pools where winter rains image all their roof of leaves, where the pine its garland weaves of sapless green and ivy done round stems that never kiss the sun, where the lawns and pastures be, and the sand hills of the sea, where the melting hoarfrost wets the daisy star that never sets, the windflowers and violets, which yet join not scent to hue, crown the pale year weak and new, when the night is left behind in the deep east, dun and blind, and the blue noon is over us, and the multitudinous billows murmur at our feet, where the earth and ocean meet, and all things seem only one in the universal sun. Percy Bysshe Shelley 167 The Recollection. We wandered to the pine forest that skirts the ocean's foam, the lightest wind was in its nest, the tempest in its home. The whispering waves were half asleep, the clouds were gone to play, and on the bosom of the deep the smile of heaven lay, it seemed as if the hour were one sent from beyond the skies, which scattered from above the sun a light of paradise. We paused amid the pines that stood the giants of the waste, tortured by storms to shapes as rude as serpents interlaced, and soothed by every azure breath, that under heaven is blown, to harmonies and hues beneath, as tender as its own. Now all the tree-tops lay asleep like green waves on the sea, as still as in the silent deep the ocean woods may be. How calm it was, the silence there by such a chain was bound that even the busy woodpecker made stiller with her sound the inviolable quietness, the breath of peace we drew with its soft motion made not less the calm that round us grew. There seemed, from the remotest seat of the white mountain waste to the soft flower beneath our feet, a magic circle traced a spirit interfused around, a thrilling, silent life to momentary peace it bound our mortal nature's strife, and still I felt the center of the magic circle there was one fair form that filled with love the lifeless atmosphere. Percy Bysshe Shelley 168 The crooked paths go every way upon the hill they wind about through the heather in and out of the quiet sunniness. And there the goats, day after day, stray in sunny quietness, cropping here and cropping there, as they pause and turn and pass, now a bit of heather spray, now a mouthful of the grass. In the deeper sunniness, in the place where nothing stirs, quietly in quietness, in the quiet of the firs, for a time they come and lie staring on the roving sky. If you approach they run away, they leap and stare, away they bound, with a sudden angry sound, to the sunny quietude, crouching down where nothing stirs in the silence of the firs, couching down again to brood in the sunny solitude. If I were as wise as they, I would stray apart and brood, I would beat a hidden way through the quiet heather spray to a sunny solitude, and should you come I'd run away, I would make an angry sound, I would stare and turn and bound to the deeper quietude, to the place where nothing stirs in the silence of the firs. In that airy quietness I would think as long as they, through the quiet sunniness I would stray away to brood by a hidden beaten way in a sunny solitude, I would think until I found something I can never find, something lying on the ground, in the bottom of my mind. James Stephens 169 Under a Wiltshire apple tree some folks as can afford, so I've heard say, set up a sort of cross right in the garden way to mind of the Lord. But when I do see thick 88 apple tree and stoopin limb all spread wi moss, I think of him and how he talks wi me. I think of God and how he trod that garden long ago, he walked, I reckon, to and fro and then sat down upon the ground or some low limb what suited him, such as you see on many a tree, and on thick very one where I at set o sun do sit and talk wi he. And, mornings, too, I rise and come and sit down where the branch below, a bird do sing, a bee do hum, the flowers in the border blow, and all my heart so glad and clear as pools be when the sun do peer, as pools a laughing in the light when mornin' air is sweepin' bright, as pools what got all heaven in sight, so's my heart's cheer when he be near. He never pushed the garden door, he left no footmark on the floor, I never heard on stir nor tread and yet his hand do bless my head, and when 'tis time for work to start I takes him with me in my heart. And when I die, pray God I see at very last thick apple tree and stoopin limb, and think of him and all he been to me. Anna Bunstondaberry 170 Wonder how like an angel came I down. How bright were all things here. When first among his works I did appear oh how their glory me did crown. The world resembled his eternity, in which my soul did walk, and everything that I did see did with me talk. The skies in their magnificence, the lively, lovely air, oh how divine, how soft, how sweet, how fair. The stars did entertain my sense, and all the works of God, so bright and pure, so rich and great did seem, as if they ever must endure in my esteem. The streets were paved with golden stones, the boys and girls were mine, oh how did all their lovely faces shine. The sons of men were holy ones, in joy and beauty they appeared to me, and everything which here I found, while like an angel I did see, adorned the ground. Rich diamond and pearl and gold in every place was seen, rare splendors, yellow, blue, red, white and green, mine eyes did everywhere behold. Great wonders clothed with glory did appear, amazement was my bliss, that and my wealth was everywhere, no joy to this. Thomas Traherne 171 Song How sweet I roamed from field to field and tasted all the summer's pride, till I the Prince of Love beheld who in the sunny beams did glide. He showed me lilies for my hair, and blushing roses for my brow, he led me through his gardens fair where all his golden pleasures grow. With sweet May dews my wings were wet, and Phoebus fired my vocal rage, he caught me in his silken net, and shut me in his golden cage. He loves to sit and hear me sing, then, laughing, sports and plays with me, then stretches out my golden wing, and mocks my loss of liberty. William Blake 172 The book of this fair volume which we world do name if we the sheets and leaves could turn with care, of him who it corrects and did it frame, we clear might read the art and wisdom rare, find out his power which wildest powers doth tame, his providence extending everywhere, his justice which proud rebels doth not spare, in every page, no period of the same. But silly we, like foolish children, rest well pleased with colored vellum, leaves of gold, fair dangling ribbons, leaving what is best, on the great writer's sense ne'er taking hold, or, if by chance we stay our minds on aught, it is some picture on the margin wrought. William Drummond 173 Tethys festival Are they shadows that we see? And can shadows pleasure give? Pleasures only shadows be, cast by bodies we conceive, and are made the things we deem in those figures which they seem. But those pleasures vanish fast, which by shadows are expressed, pleasures are not, if they last, in their passing is their best, glory is more bright and gay in a flash, and so away. Feed apace then, greedy eyes, on the wonder you behold, take it sudden, as it flies, though you take it not to hold. When your eyes have done their part thought must lengthen it in the heart. Samuel Daniel. War 174 A war song to Englishmen prepare, prepare the iron helm of war, bring forth the lots, cast in the spacious orb, the angel of fate turns them with mighty hands, and casts them out upon the darkened earth. Prepare, prepare. Prepare your hearts for death's cold hand. Prepare your souls for flight, your bodies for the earth, prepare your arms for glorious victory, prepare your eyes to meet a holy God. Prepare, prepare. Whose fatal scroll is that? Methinks 'tis mine. Why sinks my heart, why faltereth my tongue? Had I 3 lives, I'd die in such a cause, and rise, with ghosts, over the well-fought field. Prepare, prepare. The arrows of Almighty God are drawn. Angels of death stand in the lowering heavens. Thousands of souls must seek the realms of light, and walk together on the clouds of heaven. Prepare, prepare. Soldiers, prepare. Our cause is heaven's cause, soldiers, prepare. Be worthy of our cause, prepare to meet our fathers in the sky, prepare, O troops, that are to fall today. Prepare, prepare. Alfred shall smile, and make his harp rejoice, the Norman William, and the learned clerk, and Lionheart, and black-browed Edward, with his loyal queen, shall rise, and welcome us. Prepare, prepare. William Blake 175 For soldiers ye buds of Brutus land, courageous youths, now play your parts, unto your tackle stand, abide the brunt with valiant hearts. For news is carried to and fro, that we must forth to warfare go, men muster now in every place, and soldiers are pressed forth apace. Faint not, spend blood, to do your queen and country good, fair words, good pay, will make men cast all care away. The time of war is come, prepare your corslet, spear, and shield, methinks I hear the drum strike doleful marches to the field, Tantara, Tantara, yet trumpets sound, which makes our hearts with joy abound. The roaring guns are heard afar, and everything denounceth war. Serve God, stand stout, bold courage brings the skier about. Fear not, fate run 89, faint heart fair lady never won. Ye curious 90 carpet knights, that spend the time in sport and play, abroad and see new sights, your country's cause calls you away, do not to make your ladies game, bring blemish to your worthy name. Away to field and win renown, with courage beat your enemies down. Stout hearts gain praise, when dastards sail in slander's seas, hap what hap shall, we sure shall die but once for all. Alarm methinks they cry, be packing, mates, begone with speed, our foes are very nigh, shame have that man that shrinks at need. Unto it boldly let us stand, God will give right the upper hand. Our cause is good, we need not doubt, in sign of coming give a shout. March forth, be strong, good hap will come ere it be long. Shrink not, fight well, for lusty lads must bear the bell. All you that will shun evil, must dwell in warfare every day, the world, the flesh, and devil, always do seek our souls' decay, strive with these foes with all your might, so shall you fight a worthy fight. That conquest doth deserve most praise, where vice do yield to virtue's ways. Beat down foul sin, a worthy crown then shall ye win, if ye live well, in heaven with Christ our souls shall dwell. Humphrey Gifford 176 Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord, he is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored, he hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword, his truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps, they have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps, I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps, his day is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel, writ in burnished rows of steel, as ye deal with my contemners, so with you my grace shall deal, let the hero, born of woman, crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat, he is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat, oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me, as he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Julia Ward Howe 177 I heard a soldier sing some trifle out in the sun-dried veldt alone, he lay and cleaned his grimy rifle idly, behind a stone. If after death, love, comes a waking, and in their camp so dark and still the men of dust hear bugles, breaking their halt upon the hill, to me the slow, the silver pealing that then the last high trumpet powers shall softer than the dawn come stealing, for, with its call, comes yours. What grief of love had he to stifle, basking so idly by his stone, that grimy soldier with his rifle out in the veldt, alone. Herbert Trench 178 The dugout. Why do you lie with your legs ungainly huddled, and one arm bent across your sullen cold exhausted face? It hurts my heart to watch you, deep shadowed from the candle's guttering gold, and you wonder why I shake you by the shoulder, drowsy, you mumble and sigh and turn your head. You are too young to fall asleep forever, and when you sleep you remind me of the dead. Siegfried Sassoon 179 Nocturne. Be thou at peace this night wherever be thy bed, thy slumbering be light, the fearful dreams be dead within thy lovely head, God keep thee in his sight. No hint of love molest thy quiet mind again, night fold thee to her breast and hush thy crying pain, let memory in vain conspire against thy rest. So may thy thoughts be lost in the full hush of sleep. Lest any sight accost thine eyes to make them weep, in darkness buried deep forever be my ghost. Edward L. Davison 180 The dead these hearts were woven of human joys and cares, washed marvelously with sorrow, swift to mirth. The years had given them kindness. Dawn was theirs, and sunset, and the colors of the earth. These had seen movement, and heard music, known slumber and waking, loved, gone proudly friend, felt the quick stir of wonder, sat alone, touched flowers and furs and cheeks. All this is ended. There are waters blown by changing winds to laughter and lit by the rich skies, all day. And after, frost, with a gesture, stays the waves that dance and wandering loveliness. He leaves a white unbroken glory, a gathered radiance, a width, a shining peace, under the night. Rupert Brooke 181. The end. After the blast of lightning from the east, the flourish of loud clouds, the chariot throne, after the drums of time have rolled and ceased, and, from the bronze west, long retreat is blown, shall life renew these bodies? Of a truth all death will he annul, all tears assuage, or fill these void veins full again with youth, and wash, with an immortal water, age. When I do ask white age, he saith, not so, my head hangs weighed with snow. And when I hearken to the earth, she saith, my fiery heart sinks aching. It is death. Mine ancient scars shall not be glorified, nor my titanic tears, the seas, be dried. Wilfred Owen 182. The crowns cherry and pear are white, their snows lie sprinkled on the land like light on darkness shed. Far off and near the orchards toss their crowns of delight, and the sun casts down another shining crown. The wind tears and throws down petal by petal the crown of cherry and pear till the earth is white, and all the brightness is shed in the orchards far off and near, that tossed by the road and under the green hill, and the wind is fled. Far, far off the wind has shaken down a brightness that was as the brightness of cherry or pear when the orchards shine in the sun. Oh, there is no more fairness since this rareness, the radiant blossom of English earth is dead. John Freeman 183. Coronach 91. He is gone on the mountain, he is lost to the forest, like a summer dried fountain, when our need was the sorest. The font, reappearing, from the raindrops shall borrow, but to us comes no cheering, to Duncan no morrow. The hand of the reaper takes the ears that are hoary, but the voice of the weeper wails manhood in glory. The autumn winds rushing waft the leaves that are searest, but our flower was in flushing, when blighting was nearest. Fleetfoot on the Carré 92. Sage counsel in Cumber 93. Red hand in the foray, how sound is thy slumber? Like the dew on the mountain, like the foam on the river, like the bubble on the fountain, thou art gone, and forever. Sir Walter Scott 184. The children's bells. Where are your oranges? Where are your lemons? What, are you silent now, bells of St. Clement's? 94. You, of all bells that rang once in old London, you, of all bells that sang, utterly undone. You whom all children know ere they know letters, making Big Ben himself call you his betters. Where are your lovely tones, fruitful and mellow, full-flavored orange gold, clear lemon yellow? Ring again, sing again, bells of St. Clement's. Call as you swing again, oranges, lemons. Fatherless children are listening near you. Sing for the children, the fathers will hear you. Eleanor Farjeon 185. Men who march away, we be the king's men, hale and hearty, marching to meet one Bonaparte. If he won't sail, lest the wind should blow, we shall have marched for nothing, oh. Right fall lol. We be the king's men, hale and hearty, marching to meet one Bonaparte. If he be sea-sick, says no, no. We shall have marched for nothing, oh. Right fall lol. We be the king's men, hale and hearty, marching to meet one Bonaparte. Never mind, mates, we'll be merry, though we may have marched for nothing, oh. Right fall lol. Thomas Hardy 186 Budmouth Dears when we lay where Budmouth Beach is, oh, the girls were fresh as peaches, with their tall and tossing figures and their eyes of blue and brown. And our hearts would ache with longing as we paced from our sing-songing, with a smart clink. Clink. Up the esplanade and down. They distracted and delayed us by the pleasant pranks they played us, and what marvel, then, if troopers, even of regiments of renown, on whom flashed those eyes divine, oh, should forget the countersign, oh, as we tore clink. Clink. Back to camp above the town. Do they miss us much, I wonder, now that war has swept us sunder, and we roam from where the faces smile to where the faces frown? And no more behold the features of the fair fantastic creatures, and no more clink. Clink. Past the parlors of the town? Shall we once again there meet them? Falter fond attempts to greet them? Will the gay sling jacket glow again beside the muslin gown? Will they archly quiz and con us with a sideway glance upon us, while our spurs clink? Clink. Up the esplanade and down? Thomas Hardy 187 Trafalgar in the wild October night time, when the wind raved round the land, and the back sea met the front sea, and our doors were blocked with sand, and we heard the drup of Dead Man's Bay, where bones of thousands are, we knew not what the day had done for us at Trafalgar. All, had done, for us at Trafalgar. Pull hard, and make the knot, or down we go, one says he. We pulled, and bedtime brought the storm, but snug at home slept we. Yet all the while our gallants after fighting through the day, were beating up and down the dark, Sue west of Cadiz Bay. The dark, Sue west of Cadiz Bay. The victors and the vanquished then the storm it tossed and tore, as hard they strove, those worn-out men, upon that surly shore, dead Nelson and his half-dead crew, his foes from near and far, were rolled together on the deep that night at Trafalgar. The deep, that night at Trafalgar. Thomas Hardy 188 messmates he gave us all a goodbye cheerily at the first dawn of day, we dropped him down the side full drearily when the light died away. It's a dead dark watch that he's a-keeping there, and a long, long night that lags a-creeping there, where the trades and the tides roll over him and the great ships go by. He's there alone with green seas rocking him for 1,000 miles round, he's there alone with dumb things mocking him, and we're homeward bound. It's a long, lone watch that he's a-keeping there, and a dead cold night that lags a-creeping there, while the months and the years roll over him and the great ships go by. I wonder if the tramps come near enough as they thrash to and fro, and the battleship's bells ring clear enough to be heard down below, if through all the lone watch that he's a-keeping there, and the long, cold night that lags a-creeping there, the voices of the sailormen shall comfort him when the great ships go by. Henry Newbold 189 Song for All Seas, all ships today a rude brief recitative, of ships sailing the seas, each with its special flag or ship signal, of unnamed heroes in the ships of waves spreading and spreading far as the eye can reach, of dashing spray, and the winds piping and blowing, and out of these a chant for the sailors of all nations, fitful, like a surge. Of sea captains young or old, and the mates, and of all intrepid sailors, of the few, very choice, taciturn, whom fate can never surprise nor death dismay, picked sparingly without noise by thee, old ocean, chosen by thee, thou sea that pickest and cullest the race in time, and unitest nations, suckled by thee, old husky nurse, embodying thee, indomitable, untamed as thee. Flaunt out, O sea, your separate flags of nations. Flaunt out visible as ever the various ship signals. But do you reserve especially for yourself and for the soul of man one flag above all the rest, a spiritual woven signal for all nations, emblem of man elate above death, token of all brave captains and all intrepid sailors and mates, and all that went down doing their duty, reminiscent of them, twined from all intrepid captains young or old, a pennant universal, subtly waving all time, o'er all, brave sailors, all seas, all ships. Walt Whitman 190 Hohenlinden on Linden, when the sun was low, all bloodless lay the untrodden snow, and dark as winter was the flow of Hither, rolling rapidly. But Linden saw another sight, when the drum beat at dead of night commanding fires of death to light the darkness of her scenery. By torch and trumpet fast arrayed each horseman drew his battle blade, and furious every charger neighed to join the dreadful revelry. Then shook the hills with thunder riven, then rushed the steed, to battle driven, and louder than the bolts of heaven far flashed the red artillery. But redder yet that light shall glow on Linden's hills of stained snow, and bloodier yet the torrent flow of Hither, rolling rapidly. 'Tis morn, but scarce yon level sun can pierce the war clouds, rolling dun, where furious Frank and fiery Hun shout in their sulphurous canopy. The combat deepens. On, ye brave, who rush to glory or the grave. Wave, Munich. All thy banners wave, and charge with all thy chivalry. Few, few shall part, where many meet. The snow shall be their winding sheet, and every turf beneath their feet shall be a soldier's sepulchre. Thomas Campbell 191 Haim, Haim, Haim Haim, 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 fain wad I be, O Haim, Haim, Haim to my own country. When the flower is in the bud, and the leaf is on the tree, the lark shall sing me Haim to my own country. Haim, Haim, Haim. O Haim fain wad I be. O Haim, Haim, Haim to my own country. The green leaf o' loyalty's beginning now to fa', the bonny white rose it is withering but we'll water it with the blood of usurping tyranny, and fresh it shall blaw in my own country. Oh, there's nocht now frae ruin my country can save, but the keys o' kind heaven, to open the grave, that o' the noble martyrs wha died for loyalty may rise again and fight for their own country. The great now are gane, who attempted to save, the green grass is growing abune their graves, yet the sun through the murk seems to promise to me I'll shine on ye yet in your own country. Haim, 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 fain wad I be, O Haim, Haim, Haim to my own country. Alan Cunningham 192 Dark Rosaline, O my dark Rosaline, do not sigh, do not weep. The priests are on the ocean green, they march along the deep. There's wine from the royal pope upon the ocean green, and Spanish ale shall give you hope, my dark Rosaline. My own Rosaline. Shall glad your heart, shall give you hope, shall give you health, and help, and hope, my dark Rosaline. Over hills and through dales have I roamed for your sake, all yesterday I sailed the sails on river and on lake. The Erne, at its highest flood, I dashed across unseen, for there was lightning in my blood, my dark Rosaline. My own Rosaline. Oh! There was lightning in my blood, red lightning lightened through my blood, my dark Rosaline. All day long, in unrest, to and fro do I move. The very soul within my breast is wasted for you, love. The heart in my bosom faints to think of you, my queen, my life of life, my saint of saints, my dark Rosaline. My own Rosaline. To hear your sweet and sad complaints, my life, my love, my saint of saints, my dark Rosaline. Woe and pain, pain and woe, are my lot, night and noon, to see your bright face clouded so, like to the mournful moon. But yet will I rear your throne again in golden sheen, 'tis you shall reign alone my dark Rosaline. My own Rosaline. 'Tis you shall have the golden throne, 'tis you shall reign, and reign alone, my dark Rosaline. Over dews, over sands, will I fly for your will, your holy delicate white hands shall girdle me with steel. At home, in your emerald bowers, from morning's dawn till e'en, you'll pray for me, my flower of flowers, my dark Rosaline. My fond Rosaline. You'll think of me through daylight hours, my virgin flower, my flower of flowers, my dark Rosaline. I could scale the blue air, I could plow the high hills, oh, I could kneel all night in prayer, to heal your many ills. And one beamy smile from you would float like light between my toils and me, my own, my true, my dark Rosaline. My fond Rosaline. Would give me life and soul anew, a second life, a soul anew, my dark Rosaline. Oh! The urn shall run red with redundance of blood, the earth shall rock beneath our tread, and flames wrap hill and wood, and gun peal and slogan cry wake many a glen serene, ere you shall fade, ere you shall die, my dark Rosaline. My own Rosaline. The judgment hour must first be nigh, ere you shall fade, ere you can die, my dark Rosaline. James Clarence Mangan 193. My loves in Germany, my loves in Germany, send him hame, my loves in Germany, send him hame, my loves in Germany, fighting for royalty, he may ne'er his genie see, send him hame, he may ne'er his genie see, send him hame. He's brave as brave can be, send him hame, he's brave as brave can be, send him hame. He's brave as brave can be, he would rather fa than flee, but his life is dear to me, send him hame, oh! His life is dear to me, send him hame. Our fays are 10-3, send him hame, our fays are 10-3, send him hame. Our fays are 10-3, he maun either fa or flee, in the cause o' loyalty, send him hame, in the cause o' loyalty, send him hame. Your love ne'er learn to flee, bonny dame, winsome dame, your love ne'er learn to flee, winsome dame. Your love ne'er learn to flee, but he fell in Germany, fighting brave for loyalty, mournful dame, bonny dame, fighting brave for loyalty, mournful dame. He'll ne'er come o'er the sea, Willie slain, he'll ne'er come o'er the sea, Willie's gain. He'll ne'er come o'er the sea, to his love and country this world's nae mair for me, Willie's gain, Willie's gain. This world's nae mair for me, Willie slain. 194. A weary lot is thine, a weary lot is thine, fair maid, a weary lot is thine. To pull the thorn thy brow to braid, and press the rue for wine. A lightsome eye, a soldier's mien, a feather of the blue, a doubtlet of the Lincoln green. No more of me you knew, my love. No more of me you knew. This morn is merry June, I trow, the rose is budding fain, but she shall bloom in winter snow ere we two meet again. He turned his charger as he spake upon the river shore, he gave the bridle reins a shake, said, adieu for evermore, my love. And adieu for evermore. Sir Walter Scott 195. Charlie he's my darling, and Charlie he's my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie he's my darling, the young Chevalier. 'Twas on a Monday morning, right early in the year, that Charlie came to our town, the young Chevalier. As he was walking up the street, the city for to view, oh, there he spied a bonny lass the window lookin' through. Sae lights he jimped up the stair, and tirled at the pin, and wa sae ready as hersel to let the laddie in. He set Jenny on his knee, in his Highland dress, for brawly will he ken the way to please a lassie best. It's up yon heathery mountain, and down yon scroggy glen, we door na gang a milking for Charlie and his men. And Charlie he's my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie he's my darling, the young chevalier. 196 The farewell it was a for our rightful king we left fair Scotland's strand, it was a for our rightful king we saw Irish land, my dear, we saw Irish land. Now a is done that man can do, and a is done in vain, my love, and native land, farewell, for I maun cross the main, my dear, for I maun cross the main. He turned him right and round about upon the Irish shore, and gie his bridle reins a shake, with adieu for evermore, my dear, adieu for evermore. The sodger frae the wars returns, the sailor frae the main, but I ha parted frae my love, never to meet again, my dear, never to meet again. When day is gane, and night is come, and a folks bound to sleep, I think on him that's far awa, the lelang night, and weep, my dear, the lelang night, and weep. Robert Burns 197 The flowers of the forest I've heard them lilting at our ewe milking, lasses a lilting before the dawn of day, but now they are moaning on ilka green loaning the flowers of the forest are away. At bughs in the morning nae blithe lads are scorning, the lasses are lanely, and dowie, and way, nae daffing, nae gabbing, but sighing, and sabbing, ilk Anna lifts her leglin, and hies her away. In Hairst, at the shearing, nae youths now are jeering, the bandsters are liart, and runkled, and grey. At fair or at preaching, nae wooing, nae fleeching the flowers of the forest are away. At en, in the gloaming, nae swankies are roaming bout stacks wi the lasses at bogle to play, but ilk Anna sits dreary, lamenting her dearie the flowers of the forest are away. Duel and way for the order sent our lads to the border. The English, for ance, beguile won the day, the flowers of the forest, that fought I the foremost, the prime of our land, lie called in the clay. We'll hear nae mayor lilting at our ewe milking, women and bairns are heartless and way, sighing and moaning on ilka green loaning, the flowers of the forest are away. Jean Eliot 198 As I was going by Charing Cross, I saw a black man upon a black horse, they told me it was King Charles I, oh dear, my heart was ready to burst. 199 Of the great and famous ever to be honoured knight, Sir Francis Drake, and of my little self. The dragon that our seas did raise his crest and brought back heaps of gold unto his nest, unto his foes more terrible than thunder, glory of his age, after ages wonder, excelling all those that excelled before, it's feared we shall have none such any more, affecting all he soul did undertake, valiant, just, wise, mild, honest, godly Drake. This man when I was little I did meet as he was walking up Totney's long street. He asked me whose I was. I answered him. He asked me if his good friend were within. A fair red orange in his hand he had, he gave it me whereof I was right glad, takes and kissed me, and praise God bless my boy, which I record with comfort to this day. Could he on me have breathed with his breath, his gifts, Elias-like, after his death, then had I been enabled for to do many brave things I have a heart unto. I have as great desire as Erie had he to joy, annoy, friends, foes, but 'twill not be. Robert Hayman 200 A lamentation all looks be pale, hearts cold as stone, for Halley now is dead and gone. Halley in whose sight, most sweet sight, all the earth late took delight. Every eye, weep with me, joys drowned in tears must be. His ivory skin, his comely hair, his rosy checks so clear and fair, eyes that once did grace his bright face, now in him all want their place. Eyes and hearts, weep with me, for who so kind as he? His youth was like an April flower, adorned with beauty, love, and power. Glory strewed his way, whose wreaths gay now are all turned to decay. Then, again, weep with me, none feel more cause than we. No more may his wished sight return. His golden lamp no more can burn. Quenched is all his flame, his hoped fame now hath left him naught but name. For him all weep with me, since more him none shall see. Thomas Campion 201. What if some little pain the passage have? What if some little pain the passage have, that makes frily flesh to fear the bitter wave? Is not short pain well borne, that brings long ease, and lays the soul to sleep in quiet grave? Sleep after toil, port after stormy seas, ease after war, death after live does greatly please. Edmund Spenser 202. Henry before Agincourt, October 25, 1415. Our king went up upon a hill high and looked down to the valleys low, he saw where the Frenchmen came hastily as thick as ever did hail or snow. Then kneeled our king down, in that stound 95 and all his men on every side, every man made a cross and kissed the ground, and on their feet fast gan abide. Our king said, Sirs, what time of the day? My liege, they said, it is nigh prime. Then go we to our journey, by the grace of Jesu, it is good time, for saints that lie in their shrine to God for us be praying. All the religious of England, in this time, ora pro nobis for us they sing. Saint George was seen over the host, of very truth the sight men did see. Down was he sent by the Holy Ghost, to give our King the victory. John Lydgate 203. Alexander the Great. 4 men stood by the grave of a man, the grave of Alexander the Proud, they sang words without falsehood over the prince from fair Greece. Said the first man of them, yesterday there were around the king the men of the world a sad gathering. Though today he is alone. Yesterday the king of the brown world rode upon the heavy earth, though today it is the earth that rides upon his neck. Yesterday, said the third wise author, Philip's son owned the whole world, today he has not saved 7 feet of earth. Alexander the liberal and great was wont to bestow silver and gold, today, said the fourth man, the gold is here, and it is not. Thus truly spoke the wise men around the grave of the high king, it was not foolish women's talk what those 4 sang. 204. The myrtle bush grew shady. The myrtle bush grew shady down by the ford. Is it even so, said my lady. Even so, said my lord. The leaves are set too thick together for the point of a sword. The arras in your room hangs close, no light between. You wedded one of those that see unseen. Is it even so, said the king's majesty. Even so, said the queen. Mary Coleridge 205. The fort of Rathang and the fort over against the Oakwood, once it was Bruage's, it was Cadhill's, it was Eads, it was Ailill's, it was Coning's, it was Quilline's, and it was Maelduin's, the fort remains after each in his turn and the king's asleep in the ground. Dance, music, and bells. 206. A piper in the streets today set up, and tuned, and started to play, and away, away, away on the tide of his music we started, on every side doors and windows were opened wide, and men left down their work and came, and women with petticoats colored like flame. And little bare feet that were blue with cold, went dancing back to the age of gold, and all the world went gay, for half an hour in the street today. Seamus O'Sullivan 207. The little dancers lonely, save for a few faint stars, the sky dreams, and lonely, below, the little street into its gloom retires, secluded and shy. Scarcely the dumb roar enters this soft retreat, and all is dark, save where come flooding rays from a tavern window, there, to the brisk measure of an organ that down in an alley merrily plays, 2 children, all alone and no one by, holding their tattered frocks, through an airy maze of motion, lightly threaded with nimble feet, dance sedately, face to face they gaze, their eyes shining, grave with a perfect pleasure. Lawrence Binyon 208 Two nut trees I had a little nut tree, nothing would it bear, but a silver nutmeg, and a golden pear. The King of Spain's daughter came to visit me, and all was because of my little nut tree. I skipped over water, I danced over sea, and all the birds in the air could not catch me. Thomas Anantu, the King of China's daughter, so beautiful to see with her face like yellow water, left her nutmeg tree. Her little rope for skipping she kissed and gave it me, made of painted notes of singing birds among the fields of tea. I skipped across the nutmeg grove, I skipped across the sea, but neither sun nor moon, my dear, has yet caught me. Edith Sitwell 209 When the green woods laugh, when the green woods laugh with the voice of joy, and the dimpling stream runs laughing by, when the air does laugh with our merry wit, and the green hill laughs with the noise of it, when the meadows laugh with lively green, and the grasshopper laughs in the merry scene, when Mary and Susan and Emily with their sweet round mouths sing ha, ha, he. When the painted birds laugh in the shade, where our table with cherries and nuts is spread, come live, and be merry, and join with me, to sing the sweet chorus of ha, ha, he. William Blake 210 Fa la la My mistress frowns when she should play, I'll please her with a fa la la. Sometimes she chides, but I straightway present her with a fa la la. You lovers that have loves astray may win them with a fa la la. Quick music's best, for still they say none pleaseth like your fa la la. 211 It was a lover, it was a lover, and his law say, with a hey, and a ho, and a hey nonino, that o'er the green cornfield did passe, in springtime, the onely pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding, ding, sweet lovers love the spring. Between the acres of the Ree, with a hey, and a ho, and a hey nonino, these pretty country folks would lie, in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding, ding, sweet lovers love the spring. This carol they began that hour, with a hey, and a ho, and a hey nonino, how that a life was but a flower, in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding, ding, sweet lovers love the spring. And therefore take the present time, with a hey, and a ho, and a hey nonino, for love is crowned with the prime in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding, ding, sweet lovers love the spring. William Shakespeare 212 Hey, nonny no. Hey, nonny no. Men are fools that wish to die. Is 't not fine to dance and sing when the bells of death do ring? Is 't not fine to swim in wine, and turn upon the toe, and sing hey nonny no? When the winds blow and the seas flow. Hey, nonny no. 213 Tarantella Do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? And the tedding and the spreading of the straw for a bedding, and the fleas that tease in the high Pyrenees, and the wine that tasted of the tar? And the cheers and the jeers of the young muleteers, under the dark of the vine veranda? Do you remember an inn, Miranda, do you remember an inn? And the cheers and the jeers of the young muleteers who hadn't got a penny, and who weren't paying any, and the hammer at the doors and the din? And the hip, hop, hap, of the clap of the hands to the twirl and the swirl of the girl gone chancing, glancing, dancing, backing and advancing, snapping of the clapper to the spin out and in and the ting, tong, tang of the guitar. Do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? Nevermore, Miranda, nevermore. Only the high peaks hoar, and Aragona torrent at the door. No sound in the walls of the halls where falls the tread of the feet of the dead to the ground. No sound, only the boom of the far waterfall like doom. Hilaire Belloc 214 I loved a lass, a fair one, as fair as e'er was seen, she was indeed a rare one, another Sheba queen, but, fool as then I was, I thought she loved me too, but now, alas. She has left me, Falero, Luro, Lu. And as abroad we walked as lovers' fashion is, oft as we sweetly talked the sun would steal a kiss. The wind upon her lips likewise most sweetly blew, but now, alas. She has left me Falero, Luro, Lu. Many a merry meeting my love and I have had, she was my only sweeting, she made my heart full glad, the tears stood in her eyes like to the morning dew, but now, alas. She has left me, Falero, Luro, Lu. Her cheeks were like the cherry, her skin was white as snow, when she was blithe and merry she angel-like did show, her waist exceeding small, the fives did fit her shoe, but now, alas. She has left me, Falero, Luro, Lu. In summer time or winter she had her heart's desire, I still did scorn to stint her from sugar, sack, or fire, the world went round about, no cares we ever knew, but now, alas. She has left me, Falero, Luro, Lu. No riches now can raise me, no want make me despair, no misery amaze me, nor yet for want I care. I have lost a world itself, my earthly heaven, adieu, since she, alas, hath left me, Falero, Luro, Lu. George Wither 215 Green grass a dis, a green grass, a dis, come all you pretty fair maids and dance along with us. For we are going roving, roving in this land, we take this pretty fair maid, we take her by the hand. She shall get a duke, my dear, as duck do get a drake, and she shall have a young prince, for her own fair sake. And if this young prince chance to die, she shall get another, the bells will ring, and the birds will sing, and we clap hands together. 216 The Lincolnshire poacher. When I was bound apprentice in famous Lincolnshire, full well I served my master for more than 7 year, till I took up to poaching as you shall quickly hear, oh, 'tis my delight on a shining night in the season of the year. As me and my comrade were setting of a snare, 'twas then we spied the gamekeeper, for him we did not care, for we can wrestle and fight, my boys, and jump o'er anywhere, oh, 'tis my delight on a shining night in the season of the year. As me and my comrade were setting 4 or 5, and taking on up again we caught a hare alive, we took the hare alive, my boys, and through the woods did steer, oh, 'tis my delight on a shining night in the season of the year. I threw him on my shoulder, and then we trudged home, we took him to a neighbor's house and sold him for a crown, we sold him for a crown, my boys, but I did not tell you where, oh, 'tis my delight on a shining night in the season of the year. Success to every gentleman that lives in Lincolnshire, success to every poacher that wants to sell a hare, bad luck to every gamekeeper that will not sell his deer 96. Oh, 'tis my delight on a shining night in the season of the year. 217 The men of Gotham seamen 3. What men be yet? Gotham's 3 wise men we be. Whither in your bowl so free? To rake the moon from out the sea. The bowl goes trim. The moon doth shine. And our ballast is old wine, and your ballast is old wine. Who art thou, so fast adrift? I am he they call Old Care. Here on board we will thee lift. No, I may not enter there. Wherefore so? 'Tis Jove's decree, in a bowl Care may not be, in a bowl Care may not be. Fear ye not the waves that roll? No, in charmed bowl we swim. What the charm that floats the bowl? Water may not pass the brim. The bowl goes trim. The moon doth shine. And our ballast is old wine, and your ballast is old wine. Thomas Love Peacock 218 Early morning meadow song. Now some may drink old vintage wine to ladies gowned with rustling silk, but we will drink to dairy maids, and drink to them in rum and milk. Oh, it's up in the morning early, when the dew is on the grass, and St. John's bell rings for matins, and St. Mary's rings for mass. The merry skylarks soar and sing, and seem to heaven very near. Who knows what blessed inns they see, what holy drinking songs they hear. Oh, it's up in the morning early, when the dew is on the grass, and St. John's bell rings for matins, and St. Mary's rings for mass. The mushrooms may be priceless pearls a queen has lost beside the stream, but rum is melted rubies when it turns the milk to golden cream. Oh, it's up in the morning early, when the dew is on the grass, and St. John's bell rings for matins, and St. Mary's rings for mass. Charles Dalman 219 Dabbling in the dew. Oh, where are you going to, my pretty little dear, with your red rosy cheeks and your coal black hair? I'm going a milking, kind sir, she answered me, and it's dabbling in the dew makes the milkmaids fair. Suppose I were to clothe you, my pretty little dear, in a green silken gown and the amethyst rare? Oh no, sir, oh no, sir, kind sir, she answered me, for it's dabbling in the dew makes the milkmaids fair. Suppose I were to carry you, my pretty little dear, in a chariot with horses, a grey gallant pair? Oh no, sir, oh no, sir, kind sir, she answered me, for it's dabbling in the dew makes the milkmaids fair. Suppose I were to feast you, my pretty little dear, with dainties on silver, the whole of the year? Oh no, sir, oh no, sir, kind sir, she answered me, for it's dabbling in the dew makes the milkmaids fair. Oh but London's a city, my pretty little dear, and all men are gallant and brave that are there. Oh no, sir, oh no, sir, kind sir, she answered me, for it's dabbling in the dew makes the milkmaids fair. Oh fine clothes and dainties and carriages so rare bring grey to the cheeks and silver to the hair, what's a ring on the finger if rings are round the eye? But it's dabbling in the dew makes the milkmaids fair. 220 Bonnie Lassie. Oh the evenings for the fair, Bonnie Lassie. To meet the cooler air and walk an angel there, with the dark dishevelled hair, Bonnie Lassie. The blooms on the brier, Bonnie Lassie. Oak apples on the tree, and wilt thou gang to see the shed I've made for thee, Bonnie Lassie. 'Tis again the running brook, Bonnie Lassie. In a grassy nook hard by, with a little patch of sky, and a bush to keep us dry, Bonnie Lassie. There's the daisy all the year, Bonnie Lassie. There's the kingcup bright as gold, and the speedwell never cold, and the arum leaves unrolled, Bonnie Lassie. Oh meet me at the shed, Bonnie Lassie. With the woodbine peeping in, and the roses like thy skin blushing, thy praise to win, Bonnie Lassie. I will meet thee there at en, Bonnie Lassie. When the bee sips in the bean, and grey willow branches lean, and the moonbeam looks between, Bonnie Lassie. John Clare 221 The Mad Maid's Song. Good morrow to the day so fair, good morning, sir, to you, good morrow to mine own torn hair, bedabbled with the dew. Good morning to this primrose too, good morrow to each maid, that will with flowers the tomb bestrew wherein my love is laid. Ah! Woe is me, woe, woe is me, alack and well a day. For pity, sir, find out that bee which bore my love away. I'll seek him in your bonnet brave, I'll seek him in your eyes, nay, now, I think they've made his grave I the bed of strawberries. I'll seek him there, I know, ere this, the cold, cold earth doth shake him, but I will go, or send a kiss by you, sir, to awake him. Pray hurt him not, though he be dead, he knows well who do love him, and who with green turfs rear his head, and who do rudely move him. He's soft and tender, pray take heed, with bands of cow's lips bind him, and bring him home, but 'tis decreed that I shall never find him. Robert Herrick 222. Tell me where is fancy bread, tell me where is fancy bread, or in the heart or in the head? How begot, how nourished? Reply, reply. It is engendered in the eyes, with gazing fed, and fancy dies in the cradle where it lies. Let us all ring fancy's knell, I'll begin it, ding, dong, bell. All ding, dong, bell. William Shakespeare 223. Music, music, when soft voices die, vibrates in the memory odors, when sweet violets sicken, live within the sense they quicken. Rose leaves, when the rose is dead, are heaped for the beloved's bed, and so thy thoughts, when thou art gone, love itself shall slumber on. Percy Bysshe Shelley 224. The bells of Shandon. With deep affection and recollection I often think of the Shandon bells, whose sounds so wild would, in the days of childhood, fling around my cradle their magic spells. On this I ponder where'er I wander, and thus grow fonder, sweet Cork, of thee, with thy bells of Shandon, that sound so grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. I've heard bells chiming full many a clime in, tolling sublime in cathedral shrine, while at a glib rate brass tongues would vibrate, but all their music spoke not to thine, for memory, dwelling on each proud swelling of thy belfry, knelling its bold notes free, made the bells of Shandon sound more grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. I've heard bells tolling old Adrian's mole in, their thunder rolling from the Vatican, and cymbals glorious, swinging uproarious in the gorgeous turrets of Notre Dame, but thy sounds were sweeter than the dome of Peter flings o'er the Tiber, pealing solemnly. Oh! The bells of Shandon sound far more grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. There's a bell in Moscow, while on tower and kiosk, oh! In Saint Sophia the Turkman gets, and loud in air, calls men to prayer, from the tapering summit of tall minarets. Such empty phantom I freely grant them, but there is an anthem more dear to me, 'tis the bells of Shandon, that sound so grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. Francis Mahoney, Father Prout, 225. Upon a ring of bells. Bells have wide mouths and tongues, but are too weak, have they not help to sing, or talk or speak. But if you move them they will mekti appear, by speaking they'll make all the town to hear. When ringers handle them with art and skill, they then the ears of their observers fill, with such brave notes, they ting and tang so well as to outstrip all with their ding, dong, bell. Comparison. These bells are like the powers of my soul, they're clappers to the passions of my mind, the ropes by which my bells are made to toll, are promises, I by experience find. My body is the staple where they hang, my graces they which do ring every bell, nor is there anything gives such a tang, when by these ropes these ringers ring them well. Let not my bells these ringers want, nor ropes, yet let them have room for to swing and sway, to toss themselves deny them not their scopes. Lord, in my steeple give them room to play. If they do toll, ring out, or chime all in, they drown the tempting tincture cling voice of vice, Lord. When my bells have gone, my soul has been as 'twere a tumbling in this paradise. Or if these ringers do the changes ring, upon my bells, they do such music make, my soul then, Lord, cannot but bounce and sing, so greatly her they with their music take. But boys, my lusts, into my belfry go, and pull these ropes, but do no music make, they rather turn my bells by what they do, or by disorder make my steeple shake. Then, Lord, I pray thee keep my belfry key, let none but graces meddle with these ropes, and when these naughty boys come, say them nay. From such ringers of music there's no hopes. O Lord, if thy poor child might have his will, and might his meaning freely to thee tell, he never of this music has his fill, there's nothing to him like thy ding, dong, bell. John Bunyan 226. The belfry dark is the stair, and humid the old walls wherein it winds, on worn stones, up the tower. Only by loophole chinks at intervals pierces the late glow of this August hour. Two truant children climb the stairway dark, with joined hands, half in glee and half in fear. The boy mounts brisk, the girl hangs back to hark if the gruff sexton their light footsteps hear. Dazzled at last they gain the belfry room. Barred rays through shutters hover across the floor dancing in dust, so fresh they come from gloom that breathless they pause wondering at the door. How hushed it is! What smell of timbers old from cobwebbed beams! The warm light here and there edging a darkness, sleeps in pools of gold, or weaves fantastic shadows through the air. How motionless the huge bell! Straight and stiff, ropes through the floor rise to the rafters dim. The shadowy round of metal hangs, as if no force could ever lift its gleamy rim. A child's awe, a child's wonder, who shall trace what dumb thoughts on its waxen softness write in such a spell-brimmed, time-forgotten place, bright in that strangeness of approaching night? As these two gaze, their fingers tighter press, for suddenly the slow bell upward heaves its vast mouth, the chords quiver at the stress, and ere the heart prepare, the ear receives full on its delicate sense the plangent stroke of violent, iron, reverberating sound. As if the tower in all its stones awoke, deep echoes tremble, again in clang or drowned, that starts without a whir of fright wings and holds these young hearts shaken, hushed, and thrilled, like frail reeds in a rushing stream, like strings of music, or like trees with tempest filled, and rolls in wide waves out o'er the lone land, tone following tone toward the far setting sun, till where in fields long shadowed reapers stand bowed heads look up, and lo, the day is done. Lawrence Binyon 227 Il Penseroso. Sweet bird that shunst the noise of folly, most musical, most melancholy. The chauntress of the woods among I woo to hear thy even song, and missing thee, I walk unseen on the dry smooth shaven green, to behold the wandering moon riding near her highest noon, like one that had been led astray through the heaven's wide pathless way, and oft, as if her head she bowed, stooping through a fleecy cloud. Oft on a plat of rising ground, I hear the far-off curfew sound over some wide-watered shore, swinging slow with sullen roar, or if the air will not permit, some still removed place will fit, where glowing embers through the room teach light to counterfeit a gloom, far from all resort of mirth, save the cricket on the hearth, or the bellman's drowsy charm to bless the doors from nightly harm. John Milton 228 chimes brief, on a flying night, from the shaken tower, a flock of bells take flight, and go with the hour. Like birds from the cote to the gales, abrupt oh hark! A fleet of bells set sails, and go to the dark. Sudden the cold airs swing, alone, aloud, a verse of bells takes wing and flies with the cloud. Alice Meynell 229 cities drowned in olden time keep, they say, a magic chime rolling up from far below when the moon-led waters flow. So within me, ocean deep, lies a sunken world asleep. Lest its bells forget to ring, memory, set the tide a-swing. Henry Newbold 230 The bellman from noise of scare fires rest ye free, from murders benedicite. From all mischances, that may fright your pleasing slumbers in the night, mercy secure ye all, and keep the goblin from ye, while ye sleep. Past 1 o'clock, and almost 2, my masters all, good day to you. Robert Herrick. Autumn leaves, winter snow. 231 To meadows ye have been fresh and green, ye have been filled with flowers, and ye the walks have been where maids have spent their hours. You have beheld, how they with wicker arks did come to Kissa, and bear away the richer cowslips home. Ye have heard them sweetly sing and seen them in a round, each virgin, like a spring, with honeysuckles crowned. But now, we see, none here, whose silvery feet did tread, and with dishevelled hair, adorn this smoother mead. Like unthrifts, having spent, your stock, and needy grown, ye are left here to lament your poor estates, alone. Robert Herrick 232. The cottager to her infant: the days are cold, the nights are long, the north wind sings a doleful song, then hush again upon my breast, all merry things are now at rest, save thee, my pretty love. The kitten sleeps upon the hearth, the crickets long have ceased their mirth, there's nothing stirring in the house save one wee, hungry, nibbling mouse, then why so busy thou? Nay, start not at the sparkling light, 'tis but the moon that shines so bright on the window pane bedropped with rain. Then, little darling, sleep again, and wake when it is day. Dorothy Wordsworth 233. To autumn season of mists and mellow fruitfulness, close bosom friend of the maturing sun, conspiring with him how to load and bless with fruit the vines that round the thatch eaves run, to bend with apples the mossed cottage trees, and fill all fruit with ripeness to the core, to swell the gourd, and plump the hazel shells with a sweet kernel, to set budding more, and still more, later flowers for the bees, until they think warm days will never cease, for summer has brimmed their clammy cells. Who hath not seen thee oft amid thy store? Sometimes whoever seeks abroad may find thee sitting careless on a granary floor, thy hair soft lifted by the winnowing wind, or on a half-reaped furrow sound asleep, drowsed with the fume of poppies, while thy hook spares the next swath and all its twined flowers, and sometimes like a gleaner thou dost keep steady thy laden head across a brook, or by a cider press, with patient look, thou watchest the last oozings hours by hours. Where are the songs of spring? Ay, where are they? Think not of them, thou hast thy music too, while barred clouds bloom the soft dying day, and touch the stubble plains with rosy hue, then in a wailful choir the small gnats mourn among the river sallows, borne aloft or sinking as the light wind lives or dies, and full-grown lambs loud bleat from hilly bourne, hedge crickets sing, and now with treble soft the red-breast whistles from a garden croft, and gathering swallows twitter in the skies. John Keats 234. The solitary reaper: behold her, single in the field, yon solitary Highland lass, reaping and singing by herself. Stop here, or gently pass. Alone she cuts and binds the grain, and sings a melancholy strain. Oh, listen! For the vale profound is overflowing with the sound. No nightingale did ever chaunt more welcome notes to weary bands of travellers in some shady haunt, among Arabian sands. A voice so thrilling ne'er was heard in springtime from the cuckoo bird, breaking the silence of the seas among the farthest Hebrides. Will no one tell me what she sings? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow for old, unhappy, far-off things, and battles long ago, or is it some more humble lay, familiar matter of today? Some natural sorrow, loss, or pain, that has been, and may be again? Whate'er the theme, the maiden sang as if her song could have no ending. I saw her singing at her work, and o'er the sickle bending, I listened, motionless and still, and, as I mounted up the hill, the music in my heart I bore long after it was heard no more. William Wordsworth 235. The heaving roses of the hedge are stirred, the heaving roses of the hedge are stirred by the sweet breath of summer, and the bird makes from within his jocund voice be heard. The winds that kiss the roses sweep the sea of uncut grass, whose billows rolling free half drown the hedges which part lea from lea. But soon shall look the wondering roses down upon an empty field cut close and brown, that lifts no more its height against their own. And in a little while those roses bright, leaf after leaf, shall flutter from their height, and on the reaped fields lie pink and white. And yet again the bird that sings so high shall ask the snow for alms with piteous cry, take fright in his bewildering bower, and die. Canon Dixon 236 Autumn a dirge. The warm sun is failing, the bleak wind is wailing, the bare boughs are sighing, the pale flowers are dying, and the year on the earth her deathbed, in a shroud of leaves dead, is lying. Come, months, come away, from November to May, in your saddest array, follow the bier of the dead cold year, and like dim shadows watch by her sepulchre. The chill rain is falling, the nipped worm is crawling, the rivers are swelling, the thunder is knelling for the year, the blithe swallows are flown, and the lizards each gone to his dwelling. Come, months, come away, put on white, black, and grey, let your light sisters play, yeah, follow the bier of the dead cold year, and make her grave green with tear on tear. Percy Bysshe Shelley 237 When that I was and a little tiny boy, when that I was and a little tiny boy, with hey, ho, the wind, and the rain, a foolish thing was but a toy, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came to man's estate, with hey, ho, the wind, and the rain, gainst knaves and thieves men shut their gate, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came, alas, to wive, with hey, ho, the wind and the rain, by swaggering could I never thrive, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came unto my beds, with hey, ho, the wind, and the rain, with tos pots still had drunken heeds, for the rain it raineth every day. A great while ago the world began, with hey, ho, the wind and the rain, but that's all one, our play is done, and we'll strive to please you every day. William Shakespeare 238 Song The feathers of the willow are half of them grown yellow above the swelling stream, and ragged are the bushes, and rusty are the rushes, and wild the clouded gleam. The thistle now is older, his stalk begins to moulder, his head is white as snow, the branches all are barer, the linnet's song is rarer, the robin pipeth now. Canon Dixon 239 Fall, leaves, fall fall, leaves, fall, die, flowers, away, lengthen night and shorten day, every leaf speaks bliss to me, fluttering from the autumn tree. I shall smile when wreaths of snow blossom where the rose should grow, I shall sing when night's decay ushers in a drearier day. Emily Bronte 240 The sands of Dee, O Mary, go and call the cattle home, and call the cattle home, and call the cattle home across the sands of Dee. The western wind was wild and dank with foam, and all alone went she. The western tide crept up along the sand, and o'er the sand, and round the sand, as far as I could see. The rolling mist came down and hid the land, and never home came she. Oh! Is it weed, or fish, or floating hair, a tress of golden hair, a drowned maiden's hair above the nets at sea? Was never salmon yet that shone so fair among the stakes on Dee. They rowed her in across the rolling foam, the cruel crawling foam, the cruel hungry foam, to her grave beside the sea, but still the boatmen hear her call the cattle home across the sands of Dee. Charles Kingsley 241 Break, 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 on thy cold grey stones, O sea. And I would that my tongue could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Oh well for the fisherman's boy, that he shouts with his sister at play. Oh well for the sailor lad, that he sings in his boat on the bay. And the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill, but oh for the touch of a vanished hand, and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, 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 at the foot of thy crags, O sea. But the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me. Alfred, Lord Tennyson 242 Ode to the West Wind. O, wild west wind, thou breath of autumn's being, thou, from whose unseen presence the leaves dead are driven, like ghosts from an enchanter fleeing, yellow, and black, and pale, and hectic red, pestilence-stricken multitudes, O, thou, who chariotest to their dark wintry bed the winged seeds, where they lie cold and low, each like a corpse within its grave, until thine azure sister of the spring shall blow her clarion o'er the dreaming earth, and fill, driving sweet buds like flocks to feed in air, with living hues and odors plain and hill, wild spirit, which art moving everywhere, destroyer and preserver, hear, O hear. To thou on whose stream, mid the steep sky's commotion, loose clouds like earth's decaying leaves are shed, shook from the tangled boughs of heaven and ocean, angels of rain and lightning, there are spread on the blue surface of thine airy surge, like the bright hair uplifted from the head of some fierce Maenad, even from the dim verge of the horizon to the zenith's height the locks of the approaching storm. Thou dirge of the dying year, to which this closing night will be the dome of a vast sepulchre, vaulted with all thy congregated might of vapours, from whose solid atmosphere black rain, and fire, and hail will burst, O hear. 3. Thou who didst waken from his summer dreams the blue Mediterranean, where he lay, lulled by the coil of his crystalline streams, beside a pumice isle in Baia's Bay, and saw in sleep old palaces and towers quivering within the waves' intenser day, all overgrown with azure moss and flowers so sweet, the sense faints picturing them. Thou for whose path the Atlantic's level powers cleave themselves into chasms, while far below the sea blooms and the oozy woods which wear the sapless foliage of the ocean, know thy voice, and suddenly grow grey with fear, and tremble, and despoil themselves, O hear. For if I were a dead leaf thou mightest bear, if I were a swift cloud to fly with thee, a wave to pant beneath thy power, and share the impulse of thy strength, only less free than thou, O, uncontrollable. If even I were as in my boyhood, and could be the comrade of thy wanderings over heaven, as then, when to outstrip thy ski speed scarce seemed a vision, I would ne'er have striven as thus with thee in prayer in my sore need. Oh! Lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud. I fall upon the thorns of life. I bleed. A heavy weight of hours has chained and bowed one to like thee, tameless, and swift, and proud. Make me thy lyre, even as the forest is, what if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep, autumnal tone, sweet though in sadness. Be thou, spirit fierce, my spirit. Be thou me, impetuous one. Drive my dead thoughts over the universe like withered leaves to quicken a new birth. And, by the incantation of this verse, scatter, as from an unextinguished hearth ashes and sparks, my words among mankind. Be through my lips to unawakened earth the trumpet of a prophecy. Oh, wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Percy Bysshe Shelley 243. That wind, I used to hear it swelling, with joy divinely deep, you might have seen my hot tears welling, but rapture made me weep. I used to love on winter nights to lie and dream alone of all the rare and real delights my lonely years had known, and oh, above the best of those that coming time should bear, like heaven's own glorious stars they rose, still beaming bright and fair. Emily Bronte 244. A frosty night. Mother. Alice, dear, what ails you, dazed and white and shaken? Has the chill night numbed you? Is it fright you have taken? Alice. Mother, I am very well, I felt never better. Mother, do not hold me so, let me write my letter. Mother. Sweet, my dear, what ails you? Alice. No, but I am well. The night was cold and frosty, there's no more to tell. Mother. The night was frosty, coldly gaped the moon, yet the birds seemed twittering through green boughs of June. Soft and thick the snow lay, stars danced in the sky, not all the lambs of May-Day skip so bold and high. Your feet were dancing, Alice, seemed to dance on air, you looked a ghost or angel in the starlight there. Your eyes were frosted starlight, your heart, fire, and snow. Who was it said I love you? Alice. Mother, let me go. Robert Graves 245 In a drear nighted December In a drear night December, too happy, happy tree, thy branches ne'er remember their green felicity, the north cannot undo them with a sleety whistle through them, nor frozen thawings glue them from budding at the prime. In a drear night December, too happy, happy brook, thy bubblings ne'er remember Apollo's summer look, but with a sweet forgetting, they stay their crystal fretting, never, never petting about the frozen time. Ah! Would 'twere so with many a gentle girl and boy. But were there ever any writhe not at past joy? To know the change and feel it, when there is none to heal it nor numbed sense to steal it, was never said in rhyme. John Keats 246 A Song of Winter Cold cold. Cold tonight is broad Moelurg, higher the snow than the mountain range, the deer cannot get at their food. Cold till doom. The storm has spread over all, a river is each furrow upon the slope, each ford a full pool. A great tidal sea is each lock, a full lock is each pool, horses cannot get over the ford of Ross, no more can 2 feet get there. The fish of Ireland are a roaming, there is no strand which the wave does not pound, not a town there is in the land, not a bell is heard, no crane talks. The wolves of Cuan would get neither rest nor sleep in their lair, the little wren cannot find shelter in her nest on the slope of lawn. Keen wind and cold ice has burst upon the little company of birds, the blackbird cannot get a lee to her liking, shelter for its side in Cuan wood. Cozy our pot on its hook, crazy the hut on the slope of lawn, the snow has crushed the wood here, toilsome to climb up Benbow Glen rise ancient bird from the bitter wind gets grief, great her misery and her pain, the ice will get into her mouth. From flock and from down to rise take it to heart, were folly for thee, ice in heaps on every ford that is why I say cold. 247 Cold blows the wind called blows the wind frae north to south, and drift is driving sairly, the sheep are cooing 97 in the hug 98 O sirs. It's winter fairly. Now up in the mornings no for me, up in the morning early, I'd rather gie supperless to my bed, than rise in the morning early. Loud rares the blast among the woods, the branches tirling barely, among the chimley taps it thuds, and frost is nippin' sairly. Now up in the mornings no for me, up in the morning early, to sit a the night I'd rather agree, than rise in the morning early. The sun peeps o'er the south lawn hill, like ony Tim Rouse Carley 99, just blinks a wee, then sinks again, and that we find severely. Now up in the mornings no for me, up in the morning early, when snow blaws into the chimley cheek, wad rise in the morning early. Nay linties 100 lilt on hedge or bush, poor things, they suffer sairly, in cauld rife 101 quarters of the night, a day they feed but sparely. Now up in the mornings no for me, up in the morning early, nay fate can be war 102 in winter time, then rise in the morning early. John Hamilton 248 Skating. So through the darkness and the cold we flew, and not a voice was idle, with the din smitten, the precipices rang aloud, the leafless trees and every icy crag tinkled like iron, while far distant hills into the tumult sent an alien sound of melancholy not unnoticed, while the stars eastward were sparkling clear, and in the west the orange sky of evening died away. Not seldom from the uproar I retired into a silent bay, or sportively glanced sideway, leaving the tumultuous throng, to cut across the reflex of a star that fled, and, flying still before me, gleamed upon the glassy plain, and oftentimes, when we had given our bodies to the wind, and all the shadowy banks on either side came sweeping through the darkness, spinning still in rapid line of motion, then at once have I, reclining back upon my heels, stopped short, yet still the solitary cliffs wheeled by me even as if the earth had rolled with visible motion her diurnal round. Behind me did they stretch in solemn train, feebler and feebler, and I stood and watched till all was tranquil as a dreamless sleep. William Wordsworth 249 London snow. When men were all asleep the snow came flying, in large white flakes falling on the city brown, stealthily and perpetually settling and loosely lying, hushing the latest traffic of the drowsy town, deadening, muffling, stifling its murmurs, failing, lazily and incessantly floating down and down, silently sifting and veiling road, roof, and railing, hiding difference, making unevenness even, into angles and crevices, softly drifting and sailing. All night it fell, and when full inches 7 it lay in the depth of its unco-impact lightness, the clouds blew off from a high and frosty heaven, and all woke earlier for the unaccustomed brightness of the winter dawning, the strange unheavenly glare, the eye marveled at the dazzling whiteness, the ear hearkened to the stillness of the solemn air, no sound of wheel rumbling nor of foot falling, and the busy morning cries came thin and spare. Then boys I heard, as they went to school, calling, they gathered up the crystal manna to freeze their tongues with tasting, their hands with snowballing, or rioted in a drift, plunging up to the knees, or peering up from under the white mossed wonder. Oh, look at the trees, they cried, oh, look at the trees. With lessened load a few carts creak and blunder, following along the white deserted way, a country company long dispersed asunder, when now already the sun, in pale display standing by Paul's high dome, spread forth below his sparkling beams, and awoke the stir of the day. For now doors open, and war is waged with the snow, and trains of somber men, past tale of number, tread long brown paths, as toward their toil they go, but even for them a while no cares encumber their minds diverted, the daily word is unspoken, the daily thoughts of labor and sorrow slumber at the sight of the beauty that greets them, for the charm they have broken. Robert Bridges 250 For snow, oh the falling snow. Oh the falling snow. Where does it all come from? Whither does it go? Never never laughing, never never weeping, falling in its sleep, forever ever sleeping. From what sleep of heaven does it flow, and go into what sleep of earth, the falling snow? Eleanor Farjeon 251 Velvet shoes. Let us walk in the white snow in a soundless space, with footsteps quiet and slow, at a tranquil pace, under veils of white lace. I shall go shod in silk, and you in wool, white as a white cow's milk, more beautiful than the breast of a gull. We shall walk through the still town in a windless peace, we shall step upon white down, upon silver fleece, upon softer than these. We shall walk in velvet shoes, wherever we go silence will fall like dews on white silence below. We shall walk in the snow. Eleanor Wiley 252 Lucy Gray. Oft I had heard of Lucy Gray, and when I crossed the wild, I chanced to see at break of day the solitary child. No mate, no comrade Lucy knew, she dwelt on a wide moor, the sweetest thing that ever grew beside a human door. You yet may spy the fawn at play, the hare upon the green, but the sweet face of Lucy Gray will never more be seen. Tonight will be a stormy night, you to the town must go, and take a lantern, child, to light your mother through the snow. That, father, will I gladly do. 'Tis scarcely afternoon, the minster clock has just struck 2, and yonder is the moon. At this the father raised his hook, and snapped a faggot band, he plied his work, and Lucy took the lantern in her hand. Not blither is the mountain row, with many a wanton stroke her feet disperse the powdery snow, that rises up like smoke. The storm came on before its time, she wandered up and down, and many a hill did Lucy climb, but never reached the town. The wretched parents all that night went shouting far and wide, but there was neither sound nor sight to serve them for a guide. At daybreak on a hill they stood that overlooked the moor, and thence they saw the bridge of wood a furlong from their door. They wept and, turning homeward, cried, in heaven we all shall meet. When in the snow the mother spied the print of Lucy's feet. Then downwards from the steep hill's edge they tracked the footmarks small, and through the broken hawthorn hedge, and by the long stone wall, and then an open field they crossed. The marks were still the same, they tracked them on, nor ever lost, and to the bridge they came. They followed from the snowy bank those footmarks, one by one, into the middle of the plank, and further there were none. Yet some maintain that to this day she is a living child, that you may see sweet Lucy Gray upon the lonesome wild. O'er rough and smooth she trips along, and never looks behind, and sings a solitary song that whistles in the wind. William Wordsworth 253. Gone were but the winter cold, gain were but the winter called, and gain were but the snaw. I could sleep in the wild woods, where primroses blaw. Calls the snaw at my head, and called at my feet, and the finger o' death is at my e'en closing them to sleep. Let none tell my father, or my mither sae dear, I'll meet them baith in heaven at the spring o' the year. Alan Cunningham 254. A child's winter evening, the smothering dark engulfs relentlessly with nightmare tread approaching steadfastly, all horrors thicken as the daylight fails and, is it wind, or some lost ghost that wails? Tongue cannot tell the stories that beset, with livid pictures blackness dense as jet, or that wild questioning whence we are, and why, if death is darkness, and why I am I. The children look through the uneven pane out to the world, to bring them joy again, but only snowflakes melting into mire without, within the red glow of the fire. They long for something wonderful to break this long-drawn winter wistfulness, and take shape in the darkness. Threatening like fate, there comes a hell-like crackling from the grate. But hand in hand they urge themselves anear and watch the cities burning bright and clear, faces diabolical and cliffs and halls and strangely pinnacled, molten castle walls. Tall figures flicker on the ceiling stark, then grimly fade into one ominous dark. Dream terrors iron-bound throng on them apace, and dusk with fire, and flames with shadows race. Gwen John 255. A carol for St. Stephen's Day. St. Stephen was a clerk, in Kyng Herodes Halley, and served him of bread and cloth, as every Kyng befall. Stephen out of Cam, wyth Boris bed on hond, he saw a stair was fair and bryght over bedlam stond. He kissed adown the boar's head, and went into the Halley. I forsake the Kyng Herode, and t works alle. I forsack the Kyng Herode, and t works alle. There is a chyld, in Bedlam born, is better than we alle. Cohate illit the, Stephen. Cohate is the befall. Lakite the ether meet or drynk in Kyng Herodes Halley. Lakite me neither meet any drynk in Kyng Herodes Halley. There is a chyld, in Bedlam born, is better than we alle. Cohate illit the, Stephen, art Thursday wod. Or Thursday gynnnyst to breed. Lakite the ether gold or fey, or oni rickwade. Lakite me neither gold any fey, any non rickwade. There is a chyld, in Bedlam born, shall help in us at our ned. That is also soth, Stephen, also soth, iwys, as this capon crow skull that lieth her in myndych. That word was not so sown seed, that wordy in that Halley, the capon crew, Christus natus est. Among the lords alle. Rysyt up, myn termentars b2 and albion, and let eat Stephen out of this town, and stone it hym wythston. Tokenham Stephen, and stone it hym in the way, and therefore is his even on Christ's own day. 256. The burning babe. As I in hoary winter's night stood shivering in the snow, surprised I was with sudden heat, which made my heart to glow, and lifting up a fearful eye to view what fire was near, a pretty babe all burning bright, did in the air appear, who, scorched with excessive heat, such floods of tears did shed, as though his floods should quench his flames, which with his tears were fed. Alas, quoth he, but newly born, in fiery heats I fry 103, yet none approach to warm their hearts or feel my fire, but I. My faultless breast the furnace is, the fuel wounding thorns, love is the fire, and sighs the smoke, the ashes shames and scorns, the fuel justice layeth on, and mercy blows the coals, the metal in this furnace wrought are men's defiled souls, for which, as now on fire I am, to work them to their good, so will I melt into a bath, to wash them in my blood. With this he vanished out of sight, and swiftly shrunk away, and straight I called unto my mind that it was Christmas Day. Robert Southwell 257. The holly and the ivy. The holly and the ivy, now both are full well grown, of all the trees that are in the wood, the holly bears the crown. O the rising of the sun, the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir. Sweet singing in the choir. The holly bears a blossom, as white as lily flower, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, to be our sweet Saviour. O the rising of the sun. The holly bears a berry, as red as any blood, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, to do poor sinners good. O the rising of the sun. The holly bears a prickle, as sharp as any thorn, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, on Christmas Day in the morn. O the rising of the sun. The holly bears a bark, as bitter as any gall, and Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, for to redeem us all. O the rising of the sun. The holly and the ivy, now both are full well grown, of all the trees that are in the wood, the holly bears the crown. O the rising of the sun, the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir. Sweet singing in the choir. 258. Welcome Yule. Welcome be Thursday, heaven ekyng, welcome, born in on more weaning, welcome for home 104 we shall syng, welcome Yule. Welcome be Stephen and John, welcome innocence every chon, welcome Thomas martyr on, welcome Yule. Welcome be good New Year, welcome 12th day, Boda in for 105 welcome science left 106 ender, welcome Yule. Welcome be candle mess, welcome be qwyn of blies, welcome both to more and less, welcome Yule. Welcome be that her 107 welcome Allah and mac good share, welcome Allah another year, welcome Yule. 259 Nay, ivy, nay, ivy, nay, hyt shall not be, iwys, let holy hath the maestre, as the monair 108 ys. Holy stond in the halley, fair to behold, ivy stond without the dory, she ys full sore a cold. Nay, ivy, nay. Holy and high's merry men, they dancin and they syng, ivy and her maidenies, they weep in and they wryng. Nay, ivy, nay. Ivy hath a kibe 109 she cocked yt wyth the colda, so mot they all half ae, that wyth ivy hold. Nay, ivy, nay. Holy hath berries, as reed as any rose, the foster 110 and the hunter cape hem 111 fro the deuce. Nay, ivy, nay. Ivy hath berries, as blake as any sloe, there calm the ule, and it hym as she goo. Nay, ivy, nay. Holy hath birdies, a full fair flok, the nightingale, the popingy, the gaindil laviruk. Nay, ivy, nay. God ivy tell me what birdies ast Thursday, 112 none but the howlat, that cry 113 how. Nay, ivy, nay, hyt shall not be, iwys, let holy hath the maestre, as the monair ys. 262 Wit to who when icicles hang by the wall, and Dick the shepherd blows his nail, and Tom bears logs into the hall, and milk comes frozen home in pail, when blood is nipped, and ways be foul, then nightly sings the staring owl, 2 Wit to who a merry note, while Greasejohn doth keel 114 the pot. When all aloud the wind doth blow, and coifing drowns the parson's saw, and birds sit brooding in the snow, and Marian's nose looks red and raw, when roasted crabs 115 hiss in the bowl, then nightly sings the staring owl, 2 Wit to who a merry note, while Greasejohn doth keel the pot. William Shakespeare 261 Blow, blow, thou winter wind blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude, thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hey ho! Sing hey ho, unto the green holly, most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly, then hey ho, the holly, this life is most jolly. Fries, fries, thou bitter skie, that dost not bite so nigh as bany fits forgot, though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp, as friend remembered not. Hey ho! Sing hey ho! Unto the green holly, most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly, then hey ho, the holly, this life is most jolly. William Shakespeare. Like stars upon some gloomy grove. 262 Spring quiet gone were but the winter, come were but the spring, I would go to a covert where the birds sing. Where in the whitethorn singeth a thrush, and a robin sings in the holly bush. Full of fresh scents are the budding boughs arching high over a cool greenhouse, full of sweet scents, and whispering air which saith softly, we spread no snare, here dwell in safety, here dwell alone, with a clear stream and a mossy stone. Here the sun shineth most shadily, here is heard an echo of the far sea, though far off it be. Christina Rossetti 263 A widow bird sat mourning for her love upon a wintry bough, the frozen wind crept on above, the freezing stream below. There was no leaf upon the forest bare, no flower upon the ground, and little motion in the air except the millwheel's sound. Percy Bysshe Shelley 264 Echoes lament for Narcissus slow, slow, fresh fount, keep time with my salt tears, yet, slower yet, oh faintly, gentle springs, list to the heavy part the music bears, woe weeps out her division when she sings. Droop herbs and flowers, fall grief in showers, our beauties are not ours, oh, I could still, like melting snow upon some craggy hill, drop, 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 since nature's pride is now a withered daffodil. Ben Jonson 265 This life, which seems so fair, is like a bubble blown up in the air by sporting children's breath, who chase it everywhere, and strive who can most motion it bequeath. And though it sometimes seem of its own might like to an eye of gold to be fixed there, and firm to hover in that empty height, that only is because it is so light. But in that pomp it doth not long appear, for when 'tis most admired in a thought, because it erst 116 was not, it turns to naught. William Drummond 266 Sweet content art thou poor, yet hast thou golden slumbers? Oh, sweet content! Art thou rich, yet is thy mind perplexed? Oh, punishment! Dost thou laugh to see how fools are vexed to add to golden numbers golden numbers? Oh, sweet content! Oh, sweet content! Work apace, 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 honest labor bears a lovely face, then hey nani, nani. Canst drink the waters of the crisp spring? Oh, sweet content! Swim st thou in wealth, yet sink st in thine own tears? Oh, punishment! Then he that patiently wants burden bears, no burden bears, but is a king, a king. Oh, sweet content. Oh, sweet, oh, sweet content. Work apace, 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 honest labor bears a lovely face, then hey nani, nani. Thomas Dekker 267. Oh, sweet content, oh, sweet content, that turns the laborer's sweat to tears of joy, and shines the roughest face. How often have I sought you high and low, and found you still in some lone quiet place, here, in my room, when full of happy dreams, with no life heard beyond that merry sound of moths that on my lighted ceiling kiss their shadows as they dance and dance around, or in a garden, on a summer's night, when I have seen the dark and solemn air blink with the blind bat's wings, and heaven's bright face twitch with the stars that shine in thousands there. William H. Davies 268. Rarely, rarely, comest thou, rarely, rarely, comest thou, Spirit of delight. Wherefore hast thou left me now many a day and night? Many a weary night and day 'tis since thou art fled away. How shall ever one like me win thee back again? With the joyous and the free thou wilt scoff at pain. Spirit false. Thou hast forgot all but those who need thee not. As a lizard with the shade of a trembling leaf, thou with sorrow art dismayed, even the sighs of grief reproach thee, that thou art not near, and reproach thou wilt not hear. Let me set my mournful ditty to a merry measure, thou wilt never come for pity, thou wilt come for pleasure. Pity then will cut away those cruel wings, and thou wilt stay. I love all that thou lovest, Spirit of delight. The fresh earth in new leaves drayest, and the starry night, autumn evening, and the morn when the golden mists are born. I love snow, and all the forms of the radiant frost, I love waves, and winds, and storms, everything almost which is nature's, and may be untainted by man's misery. I love tranquil solitude and such society as is quiet, wise, and good. Between thee and me what difference? But thou dost possess the things I seek, not love them less. I love love though he has wings, and like light can flee, but above all other things, Spirit, I love thee, thou art love and life. O come, make once more my heart thy home. Percy Bysshe Shelley 269. Birthright. Lord Rameses of Egypt sighed because a summer evening passed, and little Ariadne cried that summer fancy fell at last to dust, and young Verona died when beauty's hour was overcast. Theirs was the bitterness we know because the clouds of hawthorn keep so short a state, and kisses go to tombs unfathomably deep, while Rameses and Romeo and little Ariadne sleep. John Drinkwater 270. O sorrow! O sorrow, why dost borrow the natural hue of health, from vermeil lips, to give maiden blushes to the white rose bushes? Or is 't thy dewy hand the daisy tips? O sorrow, why dost borrow the lustrous passion from a falcon eye, to give the glow-worm light? Or, on a moonless night, to tinge, on siren shores, the salt sea spray? O sorrow, why dost borrow the mellow ditties from a morning tongue, to give at evening pale unto the nightingale, that thou mayst listen the cold dews among? O sorrow, why dost borrow heart's lightness from the merriment of May? A lover would not tread a cowslip on the head, though he should dance from eve till peep of day, nor any drooping flower held sacred for thy bower, wherever he may sport himself and play. To sorrow, I bade good morrow, and thought to leave her far away behind, but cheerly, cheerly, she loves me dearly, she is so constant, to me, and so kind, I could deceive her and so leave her, but oh! She is so constant and so kind. Come then, sorrow! Sweetest sorrow! Like an own babe I nurse thee on my breast, I thought to leave thee and deceive thee, but now of all the world I love thee best. There is not one, no, no, not one but thee to comfort a poor lonely maid, thou art her mother, and her brother, her playmate, and her wooer in the shade. John Keats 271. When the lamp is shattered, when the lamp is shattered, the light in the dust lies dead. When the cloud is scattered, the rainbow's glory is shed. When the lute is broken, sweet tones are remembered not. When the lips have spoken, loved accents are soon forgot. As music and splendor survive not the lamp and the lute, the heart's echoes render no song. When the spirit is mute, no song but sad dirges, like the wind through a ruined cell, or the mournful surges that ring the dead seaman's knell. When hearts have once mingled, love first leaves the well-built nest, the weak one is singled to endure what it once possessed. O love, who bewailest the frailty of all things here, why choose you the frailest for your cradle, your home, and your bier? Its passions will rock thee as the storm rocks the ravens on high, bright reason will mock thee, like the sun from a wintry sky. From thy nest every rafter will rot, and thine eagle home leave thee to naked laughter, when leaves fall and cold winds come. Percy Bysshe Shelley 272. Once he sees them pass as the light is graying, each lad and lass in their beauty gaying, and a voice in his aching heart is saying, once even I was straight as these, as clear of eye, and as apt to please when I tuned my voice to balladries. Now my eyes are dim, their old fires forsaking, and each wasted limb as a branch is shaking, and my grief-bowed heart will soon be breaking. Ah, if one comes not beckoning nigh to that land where hums not one small fly, these strong and fair shall be as I. Eric and Batterham 273. Upon the image of death before my face the picture hangs that daily should put me in mind of those cold qualms and bitter pangs that shortly I am like to find but yet, alas! Full little I do think hereon, that I must die. I often look upon a face most ugly, grisly, bare, and thin, I often view the hollow place where eyes and nose have sometime been, I see the bones across that lie, yet little think, that I must die. I read the label underneath, that telleth me whereto I must, I see the sentence eke that saith remember, man, that thou art dust, but yet, alas, but seldom I do think indeed, that I must die. Continually at my bed's head an hearse doth hang, which doth me tell that I, ere morning, may be dead, though now I feel myself full well, but yet, alas, for all this, I have little mind that I must die. The gown which I do use to wear, the knife, wherewith I cut my meat, and eke that old and ancient chair which is my only usual seat, all these do tell me I must die, and yet my life amend not I. My ancestors are turned to clay, and many of my mates are gone, my youngers daily drop away, and can I think to 'scape alone? No, no, I know that I must die, and yet my life amend not I. Not Solomon, for all his wit, nor Samson, though he were so strong, no king, nor ever person yet, could 'scape, but death laid him along. Wherefore I know that I must die, and yet my life amend not I. Though all the East did quake to hear of Alexander's dreadful name, and all the West did likewise fear the sound of Julius Caesar's fame, yet both by death in dust now lie, who then can 'scape, but he must die. If none can 'scape death's dreadful dart, if rich and poor his beck obey, if strong, if wise, if all do smarty, then I to 'scape shall have no way. O grant me grace, O God, that I my life may mend, sith I must die. Robert Southwell 274. Adieu. Farewell earth's bliss. Adieu. Farewell earth's bliss. This world uncertain is, fond are life's lustful joys, death proves them all but toys. None from his darts can fly, I am sick, I must die. Lord, have mercy on us. Rich men, trust not in wealth, gold cannot buy you health, physic himself must fade, all things to end are made, the plague full swift goes by, I am sick, I must die. Lord, have mercy on us. Beauty is but a flower which wrinkles will devour, brightness falls from the air, queens have died young and fair, dust hath closed Helen's eye. I am sick, I must die, Lord, have mercy on us. Strength stoops unto the grave, worms feed on Hector brave, swords may not fight with fate, earth still holds ope her gate, come, come. The bells do cry, I am sick, I must die, Lord, have mercy on us. Wit with his wantonness, tasteth death's bitterness. Hell's executioner hath no ears for to hear what vain art can reply. I am sick, I must die, Lord, have mercy on us. Haste, therefore, each degree to welcome destiny. Heaven is our heritage, earth but a player's stage. Mount we unto the sky? I am sick, I must die, Lord, have mercy on us. Thomas Nash 275 messages. What shall I your true love tell, earth-forsaking maid? What shall I your true love tell, when life's spectres laid? Tell him that, our side the grave, maid may not conceive life should be so sad to have, that's so sad to leave. What shall I your true love tell, when I come to him? What shall I your true love tell, eyes growing dim? Tell him this, when you shall part from a maiden pined, that I see him with my heart, now my eyes are blind. What shall I your true love tell? Speaking while is scant. What shall I your true love tell, death's white postulant? Tell him love, with speech at strife, for last utterance saith, I, who loved with all my life, love with all my death. Francis Thompson 276 doubts when she sleeps, her soul, I know, goes a wanderer on the air, wings where I may never go, leaves her lying, still and fair, waiting, empty, laid aside, like a dress upon a chair. This I know, and yet I know doubts that will not be denied. For if the soul be not in place, what has laid trouble in her face? And, sits there nothing where and wise behind the curtains of her eyes, what is it, in the self's eclipse, shadows, soft and passingly, about the corners of her lips, the smile that is essential she? And if the spirit be not there, why is fragrance in the hair? Rupert Brooke 277. Hark, hark! Now everything is still, the screech owl and the whistler's shrill call upon our dame aloud, and bid her quickly don her shroud. Much you had of land and rent, your length in clays now competent. A long war disturbed your mind, here your perfect peace is signed. Of what is tea fools make such vain keeping, sin their conception, their birth weeping, their life a general mist of error, their death a hideous storm of terror. Strew your hair with powders sweet, don clean linen, bathe your feet, and, the foul fiend more to check, a crucifix let bless your neck, 'tis now full tide 'tween night and day, and you're grown, and come away. John Webster 278. A like wake dirge this night, every night, and Allah, fire and sleet and candle light, and Christ receive thy soul. When thou from hence away art past, every night, and Allah, to Winnie thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. If ever thou gavest hosen and shoon, every night, and Allah, sit thee down and put them on, and Christ receive thy soul. If hosen and shoon thou ne'er gavest nane, every night, and Allah, the wind Saul prick thee to the bare bane, and Christ receive thy soul. From Winnie that thou mayest pass, every night, and Allah, to Brig o' Dread thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. From Brig o' Dread that thou mayest pass, every night, and Allah, to Purgatory fire thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. If ever thou gavest meat or drink, every night, and Allah, the fire Saul never make thee shrink, and Christ receive thy soul. If meat and drink thou ne'er gavest nane every night, and Allah, the fire will burn thee to the bare bane, and Christ receive thy soul. This ae night, every night, and Allah, fire and sleet and candle light, and Christ receive thy soul. 279 He is the lonely greatness, He is the lonely greatness of the world, His eyes are dim, His power it is holds up the cross that holds up Him. He takes the sorrow of the threefold hour, His eyelids close, round Him and round, the wind His spirit where it listeth blows. And so the wounded greatness of the world in silence lies, and death is shattered by the light from out those darkened eyes. Madeline Karen Rock 280 O sing unto my roundelay, O sing unto my roundelay, O drop the briny tear with me, dance no more at holyday like a running river be. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Black his crine 117 as the winter night, white his road 118 as the summer snow, red his face as the morning light, cold he lies in the grave below, my love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. See, the white moon shines on high, winter is my true love's shroud, whiter than the morning sky, whiter than the evening cloud. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. With my hands I'll dent 119 the briars round his holy course to GRE 120 off 121 and ferry, light your fires, here my body still shall be. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Thomas Chatterton 281 Fear no more the heat oth sun, nor the furious winter's rages, thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. Fear no more the frown oth great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke, care no more to cloth, and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak, the scepter, learning, physicalic must, all follow this, and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the all-dreaded thunderstone, fear not slander, censure rash, thou hast finished joy and moan. All lovers young, all lovers must, consent to thee, and come to dust. William Shakespeare 282 A land dirge call for the robin redbreast and the wren, since o'er shady groves they hover, and with leaves and flowers do cover the friendless bodies of unburied men. Call unto his funeral dole the ant, the field mouse, and the mole, to rear him hillocks that shall keep him warm, and, when gay tombs are robbed, sustain no harm, but keep the wolf far thence, that's foe to men, for with his nails he'll dig them up again. John Webster 283 The grave of love I dug, beneath the cypress shade, what well might seem an elfin's grave, and every pledge in earth I laid, that erst thy false affection gave. I pressed them down the sod beneath, I placed one mossy stone above, and twined the rose's fading wreath around the sepulchre of love. Frail as thy love, the flowers were dead ere yet the evening sun was set, but years shall see the cypress spread, immutable as my regret. Thomas Love Peacock 284 The burial all the flowers of the spring meet to perfume are burying, these have but their growing prime, and man does flourish but his time. Survey our progress from our birth we are set, we grow, we turn to earth, courts adieu, and all delights, all bewitching appetites. Sweetest breath and clearest eye, like perfumes go out and die, and consequently this is done as shadows wait upon the sun. Vain the ambition of kings who seek by trophies and dead things to leave a living name behind, and weave but nets to catch the wind. John Webster 285 On the tombs in Westminster Abbey mortality, behold and fear. What a change of flesh is here! Think how many royal bones sleep within these heaps of stones, here they lie had realms and lands, who now want strength to stir their hands, where from their pulpits sealed with dust they preach in greatness is no trust. Here's an acre sown indeed with the richest royalist seed that the earth did suck in since the first man died for sin. Here the bones of birth have cried, though gods they were, as men they died. Here are sands, ignoble things, dropped from the ruined sides of kings. Here's a world of pomp and state buried in dust, once dead by fate. Francis Beaumont 286. A funeral song, lamenting Sir Philip Sidney. Come to me, grief, forever, come to me, tears, day and night, come to me, plaint, helpless, just grief, heart tears, plaint worthy. Go from me dread to die now, go from me care to live more, go from me joys all on earth. Sidney, oh Sidney is dead. He whom the court adorned, he whom the country courtesied, he who made happy his friends, he that did good to all men. Sidney, the hope of land strange, Sidney, the flower of England, Sidney, the spirit heroic, Sidney is dead, oh dead. Dead. No, no, but renowned, with the anointed one 122 honor on earth at his feet, bliss everlasting his seat. Come to me, grief, forever, come to me, tears, day and night, come to me, plaint, helpless, just grief, heart tears, plaint worthy. 287. On John Donne's Book of Poems. I see in his last preached and printed book, his picture in a sheet. In Paul's I look, and see his statue in a sheet of stone, and sure his body in the grave hath won. Those sheets present him dead, these, if you buy, you have him living to eternity. John Marriott 288. Oh, lift one thought, stop, Christian passerby, stop, child of God, and read with gentle breast. Beneath the sod a poet lies, or that which once seemed he. Oh, lift one thought in prayer for STC, that he who many a year with toil of breath found death in life, may here find life in death. Mercy for praise to be forgiven for fame he asked, and hoped, through Christ. Do thou the same. Samuel Taylor Coleridge 289. Elegy to the memory of an unfortunate lady. Most souls, 'tis true, but peep out once an age, dull, sullen prisoners in the body's cage, dim lights of life, that burn a length of years, useless, unseen, as lamps in sepulchres, like Eastern kings, a lazy state they keep, and close confined to their own palace, sleep. Yet shall thy grave with rising flowers be dressed, and the green turf lie lightly on thy breast, there shall the morn her earliest tears bestow, there the first roses of the year shall blow, while angels with their silver wings o'er shade the ground, now sacred by thy relics made. So peaceful rests, without a stone, a name, what once had beauty, titles, wealth, and fame. How loved, how honored once, avails thee not to whom related, or by whom begot, a heap of dust alone remains of thee, 'tis all thou art, and all the proud shall be. Poets themselves must fall, like those they sung, deaf the praised ear, and mute the tuneful tongue. Even he whose soul now melts in mournful lays shall shortly want the generous tear he pays, then from his closing eyes thy form shall part, and the last pang shall tear thee from his heart, life's idle business at one gasp be o'er, the muse forgot, and thou beloved no more. Alexander Pope 290. Upon a child that died here she lies, a pretty bud, lately made of flesh and blood, who, as soon, fell fast asleep, as her little eyes did peep. Give her strewings, but not stir the earth, that lightly covers her. Robert Herrick 291. The turnstile. Sad were we as we did piece the wold church road, wi downcast face, the while the bells, that moaned so deep above our child left asleep, wer now as engine all alive wi tother bells to meek the vive. But up at one place we come by, 'Twere hard to keep one's two eyes dry, on Stien Cliff Road, in the drong, up where, as VOK do pass along, the turn and style, a painted white, do sheen by day and show by night. Vor always there, as we did go to church, thick style did let us drow, wi spreadin irms that wheeled to guide us each in turn to Totherside. And vustov all the train he took my wife, wi winsome gait and look, and then zent on my little maid, a skippin onward, over JD to reach a Jean the police o pride, her comely mother's left hand side. And then, a wheelin rune, he took on me, in his third white look. And in the fourth, a chic and wild, he zent us on our giddy child. But Easterday he guided slow my downcast Jenny, vol o woe, and then my little maid in black, a walkin softly on her track, and after he'd a turned a Jean, to let me go along the lane, he had no o little bois to fill his last white arms, and they stood still. William Barnes 292 The Exequy. Sleep on, my love, in thy cold bed never to be disquieted. My last good night? Thou wilt not wake till I thy fate shall overtake, till age, or grief, or sickness must marry my body to that dust it so much loves, and fill the room my heart keeps empty in that tomb. Stay for me there, I will not fail to meet thee in that hollow vale. And think not much of my delay, I am already on the way, and follow thee with all the speed desire can make, or sorrows breed. Each minute is a short degree and every hour a step towards thee. Henry King 293 I found her out there on a slope few see, that falls westwardly to the salt-edged air, where the ocean breaks on the purple strand, and the hurricane shakes the solid land. I brought her here, and have laid her to rest in a noiseless nest no sea beats near. She will never be stirred in her loamy cell by the waves long heard and loved so well. So she does not sleep by those haunted heights the Atlantic smites and the blind gales sweep, whence she often would gaze at Dundagel's famed head, while the dipping blaze dyed her face fire red, and would sigh at the tale of sunk lionessie, as a wind-tugged tress flapped her cheek like a flail, or listen at whiles with a thought-bound brow to the murmuring miles she is far from now. Yet her shade, maybe, will creep underground till it catch the sound of that western sea as it swells and sobs where she once domiciled, and joys in its throbs with the heart of a child. Thomas Hardy 294 I never shall love the snow again, I never shall love the snow again since Maurice died, with cornice drift it blocked the lane and sheeted in a desolate plain the countryside. The trees with silvery rime bedight their branches bare. By day no sun appeared, by night the hidden moon shed thievish light in the misty air. We fed the birds that flew around in flocks to be fed, no shelter in holly or brake they found. The speckled thrush on the frozen ground lay frozen and dead. We skated on stream and pond, we cut the cringing snow to Doric temple or Arctic hut, we laughed and sang at nightfall, shut by the fireside glow. Yet grudged we our keen delights before Maurice should come. We said, indoor or out of door we shall love life for a month or more, when he is home. They brought him home, 'twas 2 days late for Christmas Day, wrapped in white, in solemn state, a flower in his hand, all still and straight our Maurice lay. And 2 days ere the year outgave we laid him low. The best of us truly were not brave, when we laid Maurice down in his grave under the snow. Robert Bridges 295 The comforters when I crept over the hill, broken with tears, when I crouched down on the grass, dumb in despair, I heard the soft croon of the wind bend to my ears, I felt the light kiss of the wind touching my hair. When I stood lone on the height my sorrow did speak, as I went down the hill, I cried and I cried, the soft little hands of the rain stroking my cheek, the kind little feet of the rain ran by my side. When I went to thy grave, broken with tears, when I crouched down in the grass, dumb in despair, I heard the sweet croon of the wind soft in my ears, I felt the kind lips of the wind touching my hair. When I stood lone by thy cross, sorrow did speak, when I went down the long hill, I cried and I cried, the soft little hands of the rain stroked my pale cheek, the kind little feet of the rain ran by my side. Dora Sigerson Shorter 296 The childless father up, Timothy, up with your staff and away. Not a soul in the village this morning will stay, the hare has just started from Hamilton's grounds, and Skiddaw is glad with the cry of the hounds. Of coats and of jackets grey, scarlet, and green, on the slopes of the pastures all colours were seen, with their comely blue aprons, and caps white as snow, the girls on the hills made a holiday show. Fresh sprigs of green boxwood, not 6 months before, filled the funeral basin at Timothy's door, a coffin through Timothy's threshold had passed, one child did it bear, and that child was his last. Now fast up the dell came the noise and the fray, the horse, and the horn, and the hark. Hark away! Old Timothy took up his staff, and he shut, with a leisurely motion, the door of his hut. Perhaps to himself at that moment he said, the key I must take, for my Helen is dead. But of this in my ears not a word did he speak, and he went to the chase with a tear on his cheek. William Wordsworth 297 Lydia is gone this many a year, Lydia is gone this many a year, yet when the lilacs stir, in the old gardens far or near, this house is full of her. They climb the twisted chamber stair, her picture haunts the room, on the carved shelf beneath it there, they heap the purple bloom. A ghost so long has Lydia been, her cloak upon the wall, broidered, and gilt, and faded green, seems not her cloak at all. The book, the box on mantle laid, the shells in a pale row, are those of some dim little maid, 1,000 years ago. And yet the house is full of her, she goes and comes again, and longings thrill, and memories stir, like lilacs in the rain. Out in their yards the neighbors walk, among the blossoms tall, of Phyllis do they talk, of Lydia not at all. Lizette Woodworth Rees 298 Remembrance cold in the earth and the deep snow piled above thee, far, far removed, cold in the dreary grave. Have I forgot, my only love, to love thee, severed at last by time's all-severing wave? Now when alone do my thoughts no longer hover over the mountains, on that northern shore, resting their wings where heath and fern leaves cover thy noble heart forever, evermore. Cold in the earth and 15 wild Decembers, from those brown hills, have melted into spring, faithful, indeed, is the spirit that remembers after such years of change and suffering. Sweet love of youth, forgive, if I forget thee, while the world's tide is bearing me along, other desires and other hopes beset me, hopes which obscure, but cannot do thee wrong. No later light has lightened up my heaven, no second morn has ever shone for me, all my life's bliss from thy dear life was given, all my life's bliss is in the grave with thee. But, when the days of golden dreams had perished, and even despair was powerless to destroy, then did I learn how existence could be cherished, strengthened, and fed, without the aid of joy. Then did I check the tears of useless passion, weaned my young soul from yearning after thine, sternly denied its burning wish to hasten down to that tomb already more than mine. And, even yet, I dare not let it languish, dare not indulge in memory's rapturous pain, once drinking deep of that divinest anguish, how could I seek the empty world again? Emily Bronte 299 Song When I am dead, my dearest, sing no sad songs for me, plant thou no roses at my head, nor shady cypress tree, be the green grass above me with showers and dewdrops wet, and if thou wilt, remember, and if thou wilt, forget. I shall not see the shadows, I shall not feel the rain, I shall not hear the nightingale sing on, as if in pain, and dreaming through the twilight that doth not rise nor set, haply I may remember and haply may forget. Christina Rossetti 300. Where shall the lover rest? Where shall the lover rest whom the fates sever from his true maiden's breast, parted forever? Where, through groves deep and high sounds the far billow, where early violets die under the willow. Ileoloro soft shall be his pillow. There through the summer day cool streams are laving, there, while the tempests sway, scarce are boughs waving, there thy rest shalt thou take, parted forever, never again to wake, never, oh never. Ileoloro never, oh never. Sir Walter Scott 301. Remember me when I am gone away, gone far away into the silent land, when you can no more hold me by the hand, nor I half turned to go yet turning stay. Remember me when no more day by day you tell me of our future that you planned, only remember me, you understand it will be late to counsel then or pray. Yet if you should forget me for a while and afterwards remember, do not grieve, for if the darkness and corruption leave a vestige of the thoughts that once I had, better by far you should forget and smile than that you should remember and be sad. Christina Rossetti 302. Reading ova hedst one as iwer reading ovaist one, in Grenley churchyard, all al one, a little maid ran up, wi pride to see me there, and pushed as I'd a bunch o' bennets, that did hide a verse her father, as she's aid, put up above her mother's head to tell how much he loved her. The verse wer short, but very good. I stood and larned, and where I stood mid 123 God, dear Mary, gie me grease to vind, like thee, a better place, where I, uns more, mid see thy face, and bring thy children up, to know his word, that they mid come and show thy soul how much I loved thee. Where's father, then, I's aid, my chilly? Dead, too, she answered wi a smile, and I and brother Jem do bide at Betty White's, o t'other o road. Mid he, my chilly, I cried, that's father to the fatherless, become thy father now, and bless and keep, and lead, and love thee. Though she be lost, I thought, so much, still he don't let the thoughts ot touch her litsome heart, by day or night, and zoo, if we could teak it right, do show he'll meek his burdens light to weaker souls, and that his smile, is sweet upon a harmless gilly, when they be dead that loved it. William Barnes 303. Golden slum bears kiss your eyes, smiles awake you when you rise. Sleep, pretty wantons, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby. Rock them, lullaby. Care is heavy, therefore sleep you are care, and care must keep you. Sleep, pretty wantons, do not cry, and I will sing a lullaby, rock them, lullaby. Thomas Dekker 304. Mater dolorosa I'd a dream tonight as I fell asleep, oh. The touching sight makes me still to weep, of my little lad, gone to leave me sad, the child I had, but was not to keep. As in heaven high, I my child did seek, there in train came by children fair and meek, each in lily white, with a lamplight, each was clear to sight, but they did not speak. Then, a little sad, came my child in turn, but the lamp he had it did not burn. He, to clear my doubt, said, half turned about, your tears put it out, mother, never mourn. William Barnes 305. Weep you no more, sad fountains. What need you flow so fast? Look how the snowy mountains heaven's sun doth gently waste. But my son's heavenly eyes view not your weeping, that now lies sleeping softly, now softly lies sleeping. Sleep is a reconciling, a rest that peace begets, doth not the sun rise smiling when fair at even he sets? Rest you then, rest, sad eyes. Melt not in weeping, while she lies sleeping softly, now softly lies sleeping. 306 Fairy Song. Shed no tear, oh shed no tear. The flower will bloom another year. Weep no more, oh weep no more. Young buds sleep in the root's white core. Dry your eyes, oh dry your eyes. For I was taught in paradise to ease my breast of melodies. Shed no tear. Overhead, look overhead, mong the blossoms white and red. Look up, I flutter now on this flush pomegranate bough. See me, 'tis this silvery bill ever cures the good man's ill. Shed no tear, oh shed no tear. The flower will bloom another year. Adieu, adieu, I fly, adieu, I vanish in the heavens blue. Adieu, adieu. John Keats 307. The world of light, they are all gone into the world of light. And I alone sit lingering here, their very memory is fair and bright, and my sad thoughts doth clear. It glows and glitters in my cloudy breast like stars upon some gloomy grove, or those faint beams in which this hill is drayest after the sun's remove. I see them walking in an air of glory, whose light doth trample on my days, which are at best but dull and hoary, mere glimmering and decays. O holy hope! And high humility, high as the heavens above. These are your walks, and you have showed them me, to kindle my cold love. Dear, beauteous death! The jewel of the just. Shining nowhere but in the dark, what mysteries do lie beyond thy dust, could man outlook that mark? He that hath found some fledged bird's nest may know at first sight if the bird be flown, but what farewell, or grove he sings in now, that is to him unknown. And yet, as angels in some brighter dreams call to the soul, when man doth sleep, so some strange thoughts transcend our wonted themes, and into glory peep. Henry Vaughan 308. Silent is the house, silent is the house, all are laid asleep, one alone looks out o'er the snow wreaths deep, watching every cloud, dreading every breeze that whirls the wildering drift, and bends the groaning trees. Cheerful is the hearth, soft the matted floor, not one shivering gust creeps through pane or door, the little lamp burns straight, its rays shoot strong and far, I trim it well, to be the wanderer's guiding star. Frown, my haughty sire, chide, my angry dame, set your slaves to spy, threaten me with shame. But neither sire, nor dame, nor prying serf shall know, what angel nightly tracks that waste of frozen snow. What I love shall come like visitant of air, safe in secret power from lurking human snare. What loves me, no word of mine shall betray, though for faith unstained my life must forfeit pay. Burn, then, little lamp, glimmer straight and clear, hush. A rustling wing stirs, methinks, the air, he for whom I wait, thus ever comes to me, strange power. I trust thy might, trust thou my constancy. Emily Bronte 309. The mistress of vision. Secret was the garden, set I the pathless awe where no star its breath can draw. Life, that is its warden, sits behind the fosse of death. Mine eyes saw not, and I saw. It was a mazeful wonder, thrice 3 times it was inwalled with an emerald sealed so asunder. All its birds in middle air hung a dream, their music thralled. The lady of fair weeping, at the garden's core, sang a song of sweet and sore and the after sleeping, in the land of Luthany, and the tracks of Eleanor. With sweet-panged singing, sang she through a dream night's day, that the bowers might stay, birds bait their winging, nor the wall of emerald float in wreathed haze away. Her song said that no springing paradise but evermore hangeth on a singing that has chords of weeping, and that sings the after sleeping to souls which wake too sore. But woe the singer, woe, she said, beyond the dead his singing lore, all its art of sweet and sore he learns, in Eleanor. Where is the land of Luthany, where is the tract of Eleanor? I am bound therefore. Pierce thy heart to find the key, with thee take only what none else would keep, learn to dream when thou dost wake, learn to wake when thou dost sleep. Learn to water joy with tears, learn from fears to vanquish fears, to hope, for thou darst not despair, exult, for that thou darst not grieve, plough thou the rock until it bear, no, for thou else couldst not believe, lose, that the lost thou mayst receive, die, for none other way canst live. When earth and heaven lay down their veil, and that apocalypse turns thee pale, when thy seeing blindeth thee to what thy fellow mortals see, when their sight to thee is sightless, their living, death, their light, most lightless, search no more past the gates of Luthany, tread the region Eleanor. Where is the land of Luthany, and where the region Eleanor? I do faint therefore. When to the new eyes of thee all things by immortal power, near or far, hiddenly to each other linked are, that thou canst not stir a flower without troubling of a star, when thy song is shield and mirror to the fair snake-curled pane, where thou darst affront her terror that on her thou mayst attain Persean conquest, seek no more, oh seek no more. Pass the gates of Luthany, tread the region Eleanor. So sang she, so wept she, through a dream night's day, and with her magic singing kept she mystical in music the garden of enchanting in visionary May, songless from my spirit's haunting, thrice threefold walled with emerald from our mortal morning's grey. Francis Thompson. Far. 310 Tom o Bedlam, the moon's my constant mistress, and the lovely owl my marrow, the flaming drake, and the night crow, make me music to my sorrow. I know more than Apollo, for oft, when he lies sleeping, I behold the stars at mortal wars, and the rounded welkin weeping. The moon embraces her shepherd, and the queen of love her warrior, while the first does horn the stars of the morn, and the next the heavenly farrier. With a heart of furious fancies, whereof I am commander, with a burning spear, and a horse of air, to the wilderness I wander, with a night of ghosts and shadows, I summoned am to tourney, 10 leagues beyond the wide world's end, methinks it is no journey. 311 The night piece her eyes the glow-worm lend thee, the shooting stars attend thee, and the elves also, whose little eyes glow, like the sparks of fire, befriend thee. No will-o'-th wisp mislight thee, nor snake, or slow worm bite thee, but on thy way not making a stay, since ghost there's none to affright thee. Let not the dark thee cumber, what though the moon does slumber? The stars of the night will lend thee their light, like tapers clear without number. Robert Herrick 312 My plaid awa, my plaid awa, my plaid awa, and o'er the hill and far awa to Norrowa, my plaid shall not be blown awa. The elfin knight sits on yon hill, ba, lily ba, he blows it east, he blows it west, he blows it where he liked best. My plaid awa, and o'er the hill and far awa. 313 Bucky Bainey Bucky, biddy Bainey, is the way now fair and clean? Is the goose gone to nest, and the fox gone to rest? Shall I come away? 314 What's in there? Fot's in there? Gold and money. Fahrenheit's 124 My share OT? The Musi ran awa wit. Fahrenheit's the Musi? In her hussy. Fahrenheit's her hussy? In the wood. Fahrenheit's the wood. The fire brunt it? Fahrenheit's the fire? The water quenched it? Fahrenheit's the water? The Bruin bull drank it? Fahrenheit's the Bruin bull? Back a Bernie's hill. Fahrenheit's Bernie's hill? A clay wi snaw. Fahrenheit's the snaw. The sun melty it? Fahrenheit's the sun? Hey up I the air. 315 The wee man as I was king all alone, between a water and a wa, and there I spied a wee man, and he was the least that e'er I saw. His legs were scarce a shithmonth's length, and thick and thimber was his thigh, between his brows there was a span, and between his shoulders there was three. He took up a meikle stanna, and he flanked he as far as I could see, though I had been a Wallace White, I couldna liften tea to my knee. O wee man, but thou be strang. O tell me where thy dwelling be. My dwelling's down at yon bonny bower, O will you go with me and see? On we lap, and awa we rade, till we came to yon bonny green, we lighted down for to bait our horse, and out there came a lady fine. 24 at her back, and they were a clad out in green, though the King of Scotland had been there, the warst o' them might ha' been his queen. On we lap, and awa we rade, till we came to yon bonny ha, whare the roof was o' the beaten gould, and the floor was o' the crystal When we came to the stair foot, ladies were dancing, jimp and sma, but in the twinkling of an eye, my wee man was clean awa. 316 I saw a peacock with a fiery tail, I saw a blazing comet drop down hail, I saw a cloud wrapped with ivy round, I saw an oak creep on along the ground, I saw a pismire swallow up a whale, I saw the sea brim full of ale, I saw a Venice glass 5 fathom deep, I saw a well full of men's tears that weep, I saw red eyes all of a flaming fire, I saw a house bigger than the moon and higher, I saw the sun at 12 o'clock at night, I saw the man that saw this wondrous sight. 317 Giraffe and tree. Upon a dark ball spun in time stands a giraffe beside a tree, of what immortal stuff can that the fading picture be? So, thought I, standing by my love whose hair, a small black flag, broke on the universal air with proud and lovely brag, it waved among the silent hills, a wind of shining ebony in time's bright glass, where mirrored clear stood the giraffe beside a tree. Walter J. Turner 318 The water lady. Alas, the moon should ever beam to show what man should never see. I saw a maiden on a stream, and fair was she. I stayed a while, to see her throw her tresses back, that all beset the fair horizon of her brow with clouds of jet. I stayed a little while to view her cheek, that wore in place of red the bloom of water, tender blue, daintily spread. I stayed to watch, a little space, her parted lips if she would sing, the waters closed above her face with many a ring. And still I stayed a little more, alas! She never comes again, I throw my flowers from the shore, and watch in vain. I know my life will fade away, I know that I must vainly pine, for I am made of mortal clay, but she's divine. Thomas Hood 319 The Song of Wandering Angus. I went out to the hazel wood, because a fire was in my head, and cut and peeled a hazel wand, and hooked a berry to a thread, and when white moths were on the wing, and moth-like stars were flickering out, I dropped the berry in a stream and caught a little silver trout. When I had laid it on the floor I went to blow the fire a flame, but something rustled on the floor, and someone called me by my name. It had become a glimmering girl with apple blossom in her hair who called me by my name and ran and faded through the brightening air. Though I am old with wandering through hollow lands and hilly lands, I will find out where she has gone, and kiss her lips and take her hands, and walk among long dappled grass, and pluck till time and times are done the silver apples of the moon, the golden apples of the sun. W. B. Yeats 320 The way through the woods. They shut the road through the woods 70 years ago. Weather and rain have undone it again, and now you would never know there was once a road through the woods before they planted the trees. It is underneath the coppice and heath, and the thin anemones. Only the keeper sees that, where the ringdove broods, and the badgers roll at ease, there was once a road through the woods. Yet, if you enter the woods of a summer evening late, when the night air cools on the trout-ringed pools where the otter whistles his mate, they fear not men in the woods, because they see so few. You will hear the beat of a horse's feet, and the swish of a skirt in the dew, steadily cantering through the misty solitudes, as though they perfectly knew the old lost road through the woods. But there is no road through the woods. Rudyard Kipling 321. The fallow deer at the lonely house. One without looks into night through the curtain chink from the sheet of glistening white, one without looks into night as we sit and think by the fender brink. We do not discern those eyes watching in the snow, lit by lamps of rosy dyes. We do not discern those eyes wondering, aglow, four-footed, tiptoe. Thomas Hardy 322. Deer shy in their herding dwell the fallow deer. They are spirits of wild sense. Nobody near comes upon their pastures. There a life they live, of sufficient beauty, phantom, fugitive, treading as in jungles free leopards do, printless as evil-eyed, instant as dew. The great kine are patient, and homecoming sheep know our bidding. The fallow deer keep delicate and far their counsels wild, never to be folded reconciled to the spoiling hand as the poor flocks are, light-foot, and swift, and unfamiliar. These you may not hinder, unconfined beautiful flocks of the mind. John Drinkwater 323. The Two Swans, a fairy tale, immortal Imogen, crowned queen above the lilies of thy sex, vouchsafe to hear a fairy dream in honor of true love, true above ills and frailty and all fear, perchance a shadow of his own career whose youth was darkly prisoned and long twined by serpent sorrow, till white love drew near, and sweetly sang him free, and round his mind a bright horizon threw, wherein no grief may wind. I saw a tower builded on a lake, mocked by its inverse shadow, dark and deep that seemed a still intenser night to make, wherein the quiet waters sunk to sleep, and, whatsoe'er was prisoned in that keep, a monstrous snake was warden round and round in sable ringlets I beheld him creep, blackest amid black shadows, to the ground, whilst his enormous head the topmost turret crowned, from whence he shot fierce light against the stars, making the pale moon paler with affright, and with his ruby eye out-threatened Mars that blazed in the mid-heavens, hot and bright, nor slept, nor winked, but with a steadfast spite watched their wan looks and tremblings in the skies, and that he might not slumber in the night, the curtain lids were plucked from his large eyes, so he might never drowse, but watch his secret prize. Prince or princess in dismal durance pent, victims of old enchantments, love or hate, their lives must all in painful sighs be spent, watching the lonely waters soon and late, and clouds that pass and leave them to their fate, or company their grief with heavy tears. Meanwhile that hope can spy no golden gate for sweet escapement, but in darksome fears they weep and pine away as if immortal years. No gentle bird with gold upon its wing will perch upon the grate. The gentle bird is safe in leafy dell, and will not bring freedom's sweet keynote and commission word learned of a fairy's lips, for pity stirred lest while he trembling sings, untimely guest. Watched by that cruel snake and darkly heard, he leave a widow on her lonely nest, to press in silent grief the darlings of her breast. No gallant knight, adventurous, in his bark, will seek the fruitful perils of the place, to rouse with dipping o'er the waters dark that bear that serpent image on their face. And love, brave love, though he attempt the base, nerved to his loyal death, he may not win his captive lady from the strict embrace of that foul serpent, clasping her within his sable folds like Eve enthralled by the old sin. But there is none, no knight in panoply, nor love, entrenched in his strong steely coat, no little speck, no sail, no helper nigh, no sign, no whispering, no plash of boat. The distant shores show dimly and remote, made of a deeper mist serene and grey and slow and mute. The cloudy shadows float over the gloomy wave, and pass away, chased by the silver beams that on their marges play. And bright and silvery the willows sleep over the shady verge. No mad winds tease their hoary heads, but quietly they weep, their sprinkling leaves half fountains and half trees. Their lilies be and fairer than all these. A solitary swan her breast of snow launches against the wave that seems to freeze into a chaste reflection, still below, twin shadow of herself wherever she may go. And forth she paddles in the very noon of solemn midnight, like an elfin thing charmed into being by the argent moon, whose silver light for love of her fair wing goes with her in the shade, still worshipping her dainty plumage. All around her grew a radiant circlet, like a fairy ring, and all behind, a tiny little clue of light, to guide her back across the water's blue. And sure she is no meaner than a fay redeemed from sleepy death, for beauty's sake, by old ordainment silent as she lay, touched by a moonlight wand I saw her wake, and cut her leafy slough, and so forsake the verdant prison of her lily peers, that slept amidst the stars upon the lake, a breathing shape restored to human fears, and new-born love and grief, self-conscious of her tears. And now she clasps her wings around her heart, and near that lonely isle begins to glide, pale as her fears, and oft times with a start turns her impatient head from side to side in universal terrors all too wide to watch, and often to that marble keep upturns her pearly eyes, as if she spied some foe, and crouches in the shadows steep that in the gloomy wave go diving fathoms deep. And well she may, to spy that fearful thing all down the dusky walls in circ let's wound, alas! For what rare prize, with many a ring girding the marble casket round and round. His folded tail, lost in the gloom profound, terribly darkeneth the rocky base, but on the top his monstrous head is crowned with prickly spears, and on his doubtful face gleam his unwearied eyes, red watchers of the place. Alas! Of the hot fires that nightly fall, no one will scorch him in those orbs of spite, so he may never see beneath the wall that timid little creature, all too bright, that stretches her fair neck, slender and white, invoking the pale moon, and vainly tries her throbbing throat, as if to charm the night with song, but, hush, it perishes in sighs, and there will be no dirge sad swelling, though she dies. She droops, she sinks, she leans upon the lake, fainting again into a lifeless flower, but soon the chilly springs anoint and wake her spirit from its death, and with new power she sheds her stifled sorrows in a shower of tender song, timed to her falling tears, that wins the shady summit of that tower, and, trembling all the sweeter for its fears, fills with imploring moan that cruel monster's ears. And, lo! the scaly beast is all depressed, subdued like Argus by the might of sound, what time Apollo his sweet lute addressed to magic converse with the air, and bound the many monster eyes, all slumber drowned so on the turret top, that watchful snake pillows his giant head, and lists profound, as if his wrathful spite would never wake, charmed into sudden sleep for love and beauty's sake. His prickly crest lies prone upon his crown, and thirsty lip from lip disparate flies, to drink that dainty flood of music down his scaly throat is big with pent-up sighs, and whilst his hollow ear entranced lies, his looks for envy of the charmed sense are fain to listen, till his steadfast eyes, stung into pain by their own impotence, distill enormous tears into the lake immense. Oh, tuneful swan! Oh, melancholy bird! Sweet was that midnight miracle of song, rich with ripe sorrow, needful of no word to tell of pain and love's deep wrong, hinting a piteous tale perchance how long thy unknown tears were mingled with the lake, what time disguised thy leafy mates among, and know I knew what human love and ache dwelt in those dewy leaves, and heart so nigh to break. Therefore no poet will ungently touch the water lily, on whose eyelids dew trembles like tears, but ever hold it such as human pain may wander through and through, turning the pale leaf paler in its hue wherein life dwells, transfigured, not entombed, by magic spells. Alas! Whoever knew sorrow in all its shades, leafy and plumed, or in gross husks of brutes eternally inhumed? And now the winged song has scaled the height of that dark dwelling, builded for despair, and soon a little casement flashing bright widens self-opened into the cool air, that music like a bird may enter there and soothe the captive in his stony cage, for there is naught of grief, or painful care, but plaintive song may happily engage from sense of its own ill, and tenderly assuage. And forth into the light, small and remote, a creature, like the fair son of a king, draws to the lattice in his jeweled coat against the silver moonlight glistening, and leans upon his white hand listening to that sweet music that with tenderer tone salutes him, wondering what kindly thing is come to soothe him with so tuneful moan, singing beneath the walls as if for him alone. And while he listens, the mysterious song, woven with timid particles of speech, twines into passionate words that grieve along the melancholy notes, and softly teach the secrets of true love that trembling reach his earnest ear, and through the shadows dun he missions like replies, and each to each their silver voices mingle into one, like blended streams that make one music as they run. Ah, love! My hope is swooning in my heart, sweet. My cage is strong and hung full high, alas. Our lips are held so far apart, thy words come faint, they have so far to fly, if I may only shun that serpent me. That serpent doth never sleep, then nearer thee, love's martyr, I will die, alas, alas. That word has made me weep. For pity's sake remain safe in thy marble keep. My marble keep. It is my marble tomb, nay, sweet. But thou hast there thy living breath to expend in sighs for this hard doom, but I will come to thee and sing beneath, and nightly so beguile this serpent wreath, nay, I will find a path from these despairs. Ah! Needs then thou must tread the back of death, making his stony ribs thy stony stairs, behold his ruby eye, how fearfully it glares. Full sudden at these words, the princely youth leaps on the scaly back that Slum bears, still unconscious of his foot, yet not for ruth, but numb to dullness by the fairy skill of that sweet music, all more wild and shrill for intense fear, that charmed him as he lay. Meanwhile the lover nerves his desperate will, held some short throbs by natural dismay, then down the serpent track begins his darksome way. Now dimly seen, now toiling out of sight, eclipsed and covered by the envious wall, now fair and spangled in the sudden light, and clinging with wide arms for fear of fall, now dark and sheltered by a kindly pall of dusky shadow from his wakeful foe, slowly he winds adown dimly and small, watched by the gentle swan that sings below, her hope increasing, still, the larger he doth grow. But 9 times 9 the serpent folds embrace the marble walls about which he must tread before his anxious foot may touch the base, long is the dreary path, and must be sped. But love, that holds the mastery of dread, braces his spirit, and with constant toil he wins his way, and now, with arms outspread, impatient plunges from the last long coil, so may all gentle love ungentle malice foil. The song is hushed, the charm is all complete, and 2 fair swans are swimming on the lake, but scarce their tender bills have time to meet, when fiercely drops adown that cruel snake, his steely scales a fearful rustling make, like autumn leaves that tremble and foretell the sable storm. The plumy lovers quake and feel the troubled waters pant and swell, heaved by the giant bulk of their pursuer fell. His jaws, wide yawning like the gates of death, his horrible pursuit, his red eyes glare the waters into blood, his eager breath grows hot upon their plumes. Now, minstrel fair, she drops her ring into the waves, and there it widens all around, a fairy ring wrought of the silver light. The fearful pair swim in the very midst, and pant and cling the closer for their fears, and tremble wing to wing. Bending their course over the pale grey lake, against the pallid east, wherein light played in tender flushes, still the baffled snake circled them round continually, and bayed hoarsely and loud, forbidden to invade the sanctuary ring. His sable mail rolled darkly through the flood, and writhed and made a shining track over the waters pale, lashed into boiling foam by his enormous tail. And so they sailed into the distance dim, into the very distance small and white, like snowy blossoms of the spring that swim over the brooklets, followed by the spite of that huge serpent, that with wild affright worried them on their course, and sore annoy, till on the grassy marge I saw them light, and change, anon, a gentle girl and boy, locked in embrace of sweet unutterable joy. Then came the morn, and with her pearly showers wept on them, like a mother, in whose eyes tears are no grief, and from his rosy bowers the oriental sun began to rise, chasing the darksome shadows from the skies, wherewith that sable serpent far away fled, like a part of night delicious sighs from waking blossoms purified the day, and little birds were singing sweetly from each spray. Thomas Hood 324 The Earl of Mar's daughter. It was until a pleasant time, upon a summer's day, the noble Earl of Mar's daughter went forth to sport and play. As thus she did amuse herself, below a green oak tree, there she saw a sprightly dew 125 set on a tower sae high. O cow me do, my love sae true, if ye'll come down to me, ye se ha a cage o guid red goud instead o simple tree, I'll put goud hingers 126 ruin your cage, and siller ruin your wa, I'll gar 127 ye shine as fair a bird as ony o them a dot. But she had ne these words well spoke, nor yet these words well said, till cow me do flew frae the tower and lighted on her head. Then she has brought this pretty bird hame to her bowers and made him shine as fair a bird as ony o them a. When day was gane, and night was come, about the evening tide this lady spied a sprightly youth stand straight up by her side. From whence came ye, young man, she said, that does surprise me sir, my door was bolted right secure, what way ha ye come here? O had 128 your tongue, ye lady fair, latta your folly be, mind ye not on your turtle do last day ye brought wid. O tell me mayor, young man, she said, this does surprise me now, what country ha ye come frae? What pedigree are you? My mither lives on foreign isles, she has nae mayor but me, she is a queen o wealth and state, and birth, and high degree. Likewise well skilled in magic spells, as ye may plainly see, and she transformed me to yon shape, to charm such maids as thee. I am a do the live lang day, a sprightly youth at night, this I gars me appear mayor fair in a fair maiden's sight. And it was but this very day that I came out of the sea, your lovely face did me enchant, I'll live and dwid. O cow me do, my love sae true, nay mayor frae me ye se, that's never my intent, my love, as ye said, it shall be sae. 325 The Broomfield Hill Brome, Brome on hill, the gentle Brome on hill, Brome, Brome on Hive Hill, the gentle Brome on Hive Hill, the Brome stands on Hive Hill a. O where were ye, my milk white steed, that I ha coughed 129 sae dear, that wadna watch and waken me when there was maiden here. I stamped wi my foot, master, and guard my bridle ring, but na kin thing wald waken ye, till she was past and gane. And way betide ye, my gay goshawk, that I did love sae dear, that wadna watch and waken me when there was maiden here. I clapped wi my wings, master, and I my bells I rang, and I cried, waken, waken, master, before the lady gang. But haste and haste, my guide white steed, to come the maiden till, or the birds of good greenwood of your flesh shall have their fill. Ye need no burst your good white steed wi racing o'er the haum 130 nay bird flies faster through the wood, than she fled through the broom. 326 The changeling toll no bell for me, dear father, dear mother, waste no sighs, there are my sisters, there is my little brother who plays in the place called Paradise, your children all, your children forever, but I, so wild, your disgrace, with the queer brown face, was never, never, I know, but half your child. In the garden at play, all day, last summer, far and away I heard the sweet tweet tweet of a strange newcomer, the dearest, clearest call of a bird. It lived down there in the deep green hollow, my own old home, and the fairies say the word of a bird is a thing to follow, so I was away a night and a day. One evening, too, by the nursery fire, we snuggled close and sat round so still, when suddenly as the wind blew higher, something scratched on the window sill, a pinched brown face peered in. I shivered, no one listened or seemed to see, the arms of it waved and the wings of it quivered, who I knew it had come for me. Some are as bad can be. All night long they danced in the rain, round and round in a dripping chain, threw their caps at the window pane, tried to make me scream and shout and fling the bedclothes all about. I meant to stay in bed that night, and if only you had left a light they would never have got me out. Sometimes I wouldn't speak, you see, or answer when you spoke to me, because in the long, still dusks of spring you can hear the whole world whispering, the shy green grasses making love, the feathers grow on the dear grey dove, the tiny heart of the redstart beat, the patter of the squirrel's feet, the pebbles pushing in the silver streams, the rushes talking in their dreams, the swish swish of the bat's black wings, the wildwood bluebell's sweet ting-tings, humming and hammering at your ear. Everything there is to hear in the heart of hidden things. But not in the midst of the nursery riot, that's why I wanted to be quiet, couldn't do my sums, or sing, or settle down to anything. And when, for that, I was sent upstairs I did kneel down to say my prayers, but the king who sits on your high church steeple has nothing to do with us fairy people. Times I pleased you, dear father, dear mother, learned all my lessons and liked to play, and dearly I loved the little pale brother whom some other bird must have called away. Why did they bring me here to make me not quite bad and not quite good? Why, unless they're wicked, do they want, in spite, to take me back to their wet, wild wood? Now, every night I shall see the windows shining, the gold lamps glow, and the fire's red gleam, while the best of us are twining twigs and the rest of us are whining in the hollow by the stream. Black and chill are their nights on the wold, and they live so long and they feel no pain. I shall grow up, but never grow old, I shall always, always be very cold, I shall never come back again. Charlotte Mew 327. The host of the air O'Driscoll drove with the song the wild duck and the drake from the tall and the tufted reeds of the drear Heart Lake. And he saw how the reeds grew dark at the coming of night tide, and dreamed of the long dim hair of Bridget his bride. He heard while he sang and dreamed a piper piping away, and never was piping so sad, and never was piping so gay. And he saw young men and young girls who danced on a level place and Bridget his bride among them, with a sad and a gay face. The dancers crowded about him, and many a sweet thing said, and a young man brought him red wine and a young girl white bread. But Bridget drew him by the sleeve, away from the merry bands, to old men playing at cards with a twinkling of ancient hands. The bread and the wine had a doom, for these were the host of the air. He sat and played in a dream of her long dim hair. He played with the merry old men and thought not of evil chance, until one bore Bridget his bride away from the merry dance. He bore her away in his arms, the handsomest young man there, and his neck and his breast and his arms were drowned in her long dim hair. O'Driscoll scattered the cards and out of his dream awoke, old men and young girls were gone like a drifting smoke, but he heard high up in the air a piper piping away, and never was piping so sad, and never was piping so gay. W. B. Yeats 328. The Love Talker. I met the love talker one eve in the glen, he was handsomer than any of our handsome young men, his eyes were blacker than the sloe, his voice sweeter far than the crooning of old Kevin's pipes beyond in Coolnagar. I was bound for the milking with a heart fair and free. My grief, that bitter hour drained the life from me. I thought him human lover, though his lips on mine were cold, and the breath of death blew keen on me within his hold. I know not what way he came, no shadow fell behind, but all the sighing rushes swayed beneath a fairy wind, the thrush ceased its singing, a mist crept about, we two clung together with the world shut out. Beyond the ghostly mist I could hear my cattle low, the little cow from Ballina, clean as driven snow, the dun cow from Kerry, the roan from Inisheer, oh, pitiful their calling and his whispers in my ear. His eyes were a fire, his words were a snare, I cried my mother's name, but no help was there, I made the blessed sign, then he gave a dreary moan, a wisp of cloud went floating by, and I stood alone. Running ever through my head, is an old-time rune who meets the love-talker must weave her shroud soon. My mother's face is furrowed with the salt tears that fall, but the kind eyes of my father are the saddest sight of all. I have spun the fleecy lint, and now my will is still, the linen length is woven for my shroud fine and chill, I shall stretch me on the bed where a happy maid I lay pray for the soul of Mayor Og at dawning of the day. Ethna Carberry 329 Mariana with blackest moss the flower plots were thickly crusted, one and all, the rusted nails fell from the knots that held the pair to the garden wall. The broken sheds looked sad and strange, unlifted was the clinking latch, weeded and worn the ancient thatch upon the lonely moat grange. She only said, my life is dreary, he cometh not, she said, I am aweary, I would that I were dead. Her tears fell with the dews at even, her tears fell ere the dews were dried, she could not look on the sweet heaven, either at morn or eventide. After the flitting of the bats, when thickest dark did trance the sky, she drew her casement curtain by, and glanced athwart the glooming flats. She only said, the night is dreary, he cometh not, she said, I am aweary, I would that I were dead. Upon the middle of the night, waking she heard the night fowl crow, the cock sung out an hour ere light, from the dark fen the oxen's low came to her, without hope of change, in sleep she seemed to walk forlorn, till cold winds woke the grey-eyed morn about the lonely moat grange. She only said, the day is dreary, he cometh not, she said, I am aweary, I would that I were dead. About a stone cast from the wall a sluice with blackened waters slept, and o'er it many, round and small, the clustered marish mosses crept. Hard by a poplar shook alway, all silver green with gnarled bark, 4 leagues no other tree did mark the level waste, the rounding grey. She only said, my life is dreary, he cometh not, she said, I am aweary, I would that I were dead. And ever when the moon was low, and the shrill winds were up and away, in the white curtain, to and fro, she saw the gusty shadow sway. But when the moon was very low, and wild winds bound within their cell, the shadow of the poplar fell upon her bed, across her brow. She only said, the night is dreary, he cometh not, she said, I am aweary, I would that I were dead. All day within the dreamy house, the doors upon their hinges creaked, the blue fly sung in the pane, the mouse behind the mouldering wainscot shrieked, or from the crevice peered about. Old faces glimmered through the doors, old footsteps trod the upper floors, old voices called her from without. She only said, my life is dreary, he cometh not, she said, I am aweary, I would that I were dead. The sparrows chirrup on the roof, the slow clock ticking, and the sound which to the wooing wind aloof the poplar made, did all confound her sense, but most she loathed the hour when the thick-moted sunbeam lay athwart the chambers, and the day was sloping toward his western bower. Then, said she, I am very dreary, he will not come, she said, she wept, I am aweary, O God, that I were dead. Alfred, Lord Tennyson 330 Keith of Ravelston the murmur of the morning ghost that keeps the shadowy kine, oh, Keith of Ravelston, the sorrows of thy line. Ravelston, the merry path that leads down the golden morning hill, and through the silver meads, Ravelston, the stile beneath the tree, the maid that kept her mother's kine, the song that sang she. She sang her song, she kept her kine, she sat beneath the thorn when Andrew Keith of Ravelston rode through the Monday morn. His henchmen sing, his hawk bells ring, his belted jewels shine. Oh, Keith of Ravelston, the sorrows of thy line. Year after year, where Andrew came, comes evening down the glade, and still there sits a moonshine ghost where sat the sunshine maid. Her misty hair is faint and fair, she keeps the shadowy kine, oh, Keith of Ravelston, the sorrows of thy line. I lay my hand upon the stile is lone and cold, the burnie that goes babbling by says naught that can be told. Yet, stranger, here, from year to year, she keeps her shadowy kine, oh, Keith of Ravelston, the sorrows of thy line. Step out 3 steps, where Andrew stood, why blanch thy cheeks for fear? The ancient stile is not alone, 'tis not the burn I hear. She makes her immemorial moan, she keeps her shadowy kine, oh, Keith of Ravelston, the sorrows of thy line. Sidney Doble 331. Unwelcome we were young, we were merry, we were very very wise, and the door stood open at our feast, when there passed us a woman with the west in her eyes, and a man with his back to the east. Oh, still grew the hearts that were beating so fast, the loudest voice was still. The jest died away on our lips as they passed, and the rays of July struck chill. The cups of red wine turned pale on the board, the white bread black as soot. The hound forgot the hand of her lord, she fell down at his foot. Lo, let me lie, where the dead dog lies, ere I sit me down again at a feast, when there passes a woman with the west in her eyes, and a man with his back to the east. Mary Coleridge 332. On yestor beneath our feet, the shuddering bogs made earthquakes of their own, for greenish grizzled furtive frogs and lizards lithe and brown, and high to east and south and west, girt round the feet with gorse, lay, summering, breast by giant breast, the Titan brood of Taurs, golden and phantom pale they lay, calm in the cloudless light, like gods that, slumbering, still survey the obsequious infinite. Plod, plod, through herbage thin or dense, past chattering rills of quartz, across brown bramble coverts, whence the shy black ouzel darts, through empty leagues of broad, bare lands, beneath the empty skies, clutched in the grip of those vast hands, cowed by those golden eyes, we fled beneath their scornful stare, like terror-hunted dogs, more timid than the lizards were, and shyer than the frogs. Edmund Gosse 333. The Witch's Song. I have been all day looking after a raven feeding upon a quarter, and, soon as she turned her back to the south, I snatched this morsel out of her mouth. I last night lay all alone o' the ground, to hear the mandrake groan, and plucked him up, though he grew full low, and, as I had done, the cock did crow. And I ha been plucking, plants among, hemlock, henbane, adder's tongue, nightshade, moonwort, libberdsbane, and schwise by the dogs was like to be ta'en. Yes, I have brought, to help your vows, horned poppy, cypress boughs, the fig tree wild, that grows on tombs, and juice that from the larch tree comes, the basiliscus bloud, and the viper's skin, and now our orgies let's begin. Ben Jonson 334. The Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of some one gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here for evermore. And the silken sad uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, this it is and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping, tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before, but the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore," merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice, let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore, let my heart be still a moment and this mystery explore, 'tis the wind and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but, with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore, "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Then the bird said, "Nevermore." Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of never nevermore." But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door, then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core, this and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press, ah, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. "Wretch," I cried, "thy God hath lent thee by these angels, he hath sent thee respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." "Prophet," said I, "thing of evil." Prophet still, if bird or devil. Whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead, tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil. By that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden if, within the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird, or fiend. I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Edgar Allan Poe 335 The Witch's Ballad. Oh, I ha' come from far away, from a warm land far away, a southern land across the sea, with sailor lads about the mast, merry and canny, and kind to me. And I ha' been to yon town to try my luck in yon town, Nord, and Misha, Elspy too. Right braw we were to pass the gate, wi Gowden clasps on girdles blue. Misha smiled wi my many mouth, innocent mouth, my many mouth, Elspy wore a scarlet gown. Nord's grey eyes were unco gleg 131 my castile comb was like a crown. We walked abreast all up the street, into the market up the street, our hair with marigolds was wound, our bodices with love knots laced, our merchandise with tansy bound. Nord had chickens, I had cocks, gamesome cocks, loud crowing cocks, Misha ducks, and Elspy drakes for a wee groat or a pound we lost nae time wi gives and takes. Lost nae time for well we knew, in our sleeves full well we knew, when the gloaming came that night, duck, nor drake, nor hen nor cock would be found by candle light. And when our chaffering all was done, all was paid for, sold and done, we drew a glove on ilka hand, we sweetly curtsied, each to each, and deftly danced a saraband. The market lassies looked and laughed, left their gear, and looked and laughed, they made as they would join the game, but soon their mithers, wild and wood 132 with whack and screech they stopped the same. Sae loud the tongues o' Randy's 133 grew, the flight in 134 and the skirling grew, at all the windows in the place, wi spoons or knives, wi needle or awl, was thrust out every hand and face. And down each stair they thronged anon, gentle, simple, thronged anon, suitor 135 and tailor, Frozy Nan, the ancient widow young again, simpering behind her fan. Without a choice, against their will, doit 136 dazed, against their will, the market lassie and her mither, the farmer and his husbandman, hand in hand danceth Hither. Slow at first, but faster soon, still increasing, wild and fast, hoods and mantles, hats and hose, blindly doffed and cast away, left them naked, heads and toes. They would have torn us limb from limb, dainty limb from dainty limb, but never one of them could win across the line that I had drawn with bleeding thumb a wider shin. But there was Jeff the provost's son, Jeff the provost's only son, there was Father Ald himsel, the Lombard Fray the hostelry, and the lawyer Peter Fell. All goodly men we singled out, wailed 137 them well, and singled out, and drew them by the left hand in, Misha the priest, and else by one the Lombard, Nort the lawyer Carl, I Michel the provost's son. Then, with cantrip 138 kisses 7, 3 times round with kisses 7, warped and woven there spun we arms and legs and flaming hair, like a whirlwind on the sea. Like a wind that sucks the sea, over and in and on the sea, good sooth it was a mad delight, and every man of all the four shut his eyes and laughed outright. Laughed as long as they had breath, laughed while they had sense or breath, and close about us coiled a mist of gnats and midges, wasps, and flies, like the whirlwind shaft at wrist. Drawn up I was right off my feet, into the mist and off my feet, and, dancing on each chimney top, I saw 1,000 darling imps keeping time with skip and hop. And on the provost's brave ridge tile, on the provost's grand ridge tile, the black Kumo first to master me I saw that winsome smile, the mouth that did my heart beguile, and spoke the great word over me, in the land beyond the sea. I called his name, I called aloud, alas! I called on him aloud, and then he filled his hand with stir 139 and threw it towards me in the air, my mouse flew out, I lost my power. My lusty strength, my power were gone, power was gone, and all was gone. He will not let me love him more. Of bell and whip and horse's tail he cares not if I find a store. But I am proud if he is fierce. I am as proud as he is fierce, I'll turn about and backward go, if I meet again that black Kumoer, and he'll help us then, for he shall know I seek another paramour. And we'll gang once more to yon town, wi better luck to yon town, we'll walk in silk and cramezy, and I shall wed the provost's son, my lady of the town I'll be. For I was born a crowned king's child, born and nursed a king's child, king o' a land ayont the sea, where the black Kumoer kissed me first, and taught me art and glamoury. Each one in her wame shall hide her hairy mouse, her wary mouse, fed on madwort and agram yea wear ember beads between her breasts, and blind worm's skin about her knee. The Lombard shall be Elspie's man, Elspie's Gowden husbandman, Nort shall take the lawyer's hand, the priest shall swear another vow, we'll dance again the saraband. William Bell Scott 336 Annan waters wading deep, and my love Annie's wondrous bonny, and I am loath she should wet her feet, because I love her best of ony. He's loopin' on his bonny grey, he rode the right gate 140 and the ready 141 for all the storm he wadna stay, for seeking of his bonny lady. And he has ridden o'er field and fell, through moor, and moss, and many a mire, his spurs of steel were sair to bide, and from her 4 feet flew the fire. My bonny grey, now play your part. If ye be the steed that wins my dearie, with corn and hay ye'll be fed for I, and never spur shall make you weary. The grey was a mare, and a right good mare, but when she won the Annan water, she should not have ridden the ford that night had 1,000 marks been wadded at her. O boatman, boatman, put off your boat for golden money. But for all the gold in fair Scotland, he dared not take him through to Annie. Oh, I was sworn so late yestreen, not by a single oath, but mony. I'll cross the Drumley stream tonight, or never could I face my honey. The side was steep, and the bottom deep, from bank to brae the water pouring, the bonny grey mare she swad for fear, for she heard the water kelpie roaring. He spurred her forth into the flood, I wot she swam both strong and steady, but the stream was broad, and her strength did fail, and he never saw his bonny lady. 337 Song a County Guy, the hour is nigh, the sun has left the lee, the orange flower perfumes the bower, the breeze is on the sea, the lark, his lay who thrilled all day, sits hushed his partner nigh, breeze, bird, and flower, confess the hour, but where is County Guy? The village maid steals through the shade, her shepherd suit to hear, to beauty shy, by lattice high, sings high-born cavalier, the star of love, all stars above, now reigns o'er earth and sky, and high and low the influence know but. Where is County Guy? Sir Walter Scott 338 Deadman's Dirge prayer unsaid, and mass unsung, Deadman's Dirge must still be rung, dingle-dong, the dead bells sound. Merriman chant his dirge around. Wash him bloodless, smooth him fair, stretch his limbs, and sleek his hair, dingle-dong, the dead bells go. Merriman swing them to and fro. In the wormless sand shall he feast for no foul glutton be, dingle-dong, the dead bells chime. Merriman keep the tone and time. We must with a tombstone brave shut the shark out from his grave, dingle-dong, the dead bells toll. Merriman dirgers ring his knoll. Such a slab will we lay o'er him, all the dead shall rise before him, dingle-dong, the dead bells boom. Merriman lay him in his tomb. George Darley 339 Boats at night. How lovely is the sound of oars at night, and unknown voices, borne through windless air, from shadowy vessels floating out of sight beyond the harbor. Lanterns' broken glare to those piled rocks that make on the dark wave only a darker stain. The splashing oars slide softly on as in an echoing cave, and with the whisper of the unseen shores mingle their music, till the bell of night murmurs reverberations low and deep that droop towards the land in swooning flight like whispers from the lazy lips of sleep. The oars grow faint. Below the cloud-dim hill the shadows fade, and now the bay is still. Edward Shanks 340 A voice sings, "Hear, sweet spirit, hear the spell, lest a blacker charm compel. So shall the midnight breezes swell with thy deep long-lingering knell. And at evening evermore, in a chapel on the shore, shall the chaunters, sad and saintly, yellow tapers burning faintly, doleful masses chaunt for thee, Miserere Domini. Hark, the cadence dies away on the quiet moonlight sea, the boatmen rest their oars, and say, Miserere Domini." Samuel Taylor Coleridge 341 The wandering spectre weighs me, the acorn's not yet fallen from the tree that's to grow the wood, that's to make the cradle, that's to rock the bairn, that's to grow a man, that's to lay me. 342 Lucifer in starlight. On a starred night Prince Lucifer uprose. Tired of his dark dominion swung the fiend above the rolling ball in cloud part screened, where sinners hugged their spectre of repose. Poor prey to his hot fit of pride were those. And now upon his western wing he leaned, now his huge bulk o'er Afric's sands careened, now the black planet shadowed Arctic snows. Soaring through wider zones that pricked his scars with memory of the old revolt from awe, he reached a middle height, and at the stars, which are the brain of heaven, he looked, and sank. Around the ancient track marched rank on rank, the army of unalterable law. George Meredith 343 There was a night, there was an east riding frae the east, Jennifer Gentle and Rosemary, who had been wooing at mony a place, as the dew 142 flies are the mulberry tree. He came unto a widow's door, and speared 143 whare her three doctors were. The aldest honest to a washing gain, the seconds to a baking gain. The youngest honest to a wedding gain, and it will be nicked or 144 she be hame. He sat him down upon a stane, till there three lasses cam tripping hame. The aldest honest she let him in, and pinned the door wi a siller pin. The second honest she made his bed, and laid soft pillows unto his head. The youngest Anna was bald 145 and bricked, and she tarried for words wi this unco niche gin ye will answer me questions 10, the morn yes all me made my an what is higher nor 146 the tree? And what is deeper nor the sea? Or what is heavier nor the lead? And what is better nor the bread? Or what is whiter nor the milk? Or what is softer nor the silk? Or what is sharper nor a thorn? Or what is louder nor a horn? Or what is greener nor the grass? Or what is war 147 nor a woman was? O heaven is higher nor the tree, and hell is deeper nor the sea. O sin is heavier nor the lead, the blessings better nor the bread. The snaw is whiter nor the milk, and the down is softer nor the silk. Hunger is sharper nor a thorn, and shame is louder nor a horn. The pies are greener nor the grass, and Clutes war nor a woman was. As soon as she the fiend did name, Jennifer gentle and Rosemary, he flew awa in a blazing flame, as the dew flies are the mulberry tree. 344 The false knight upon the road. O whare are ye gone? Quo the faw's niched upon the road, I'm gone to the skule. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. What is that upon your back? Quo the faw's niched upon the road, a tweel 148 It is my books. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. What's that ye've got in your arm? Quo the faw's niched upon the road, a tweel It is my pite. 149 Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. Was ocht 150 They sheep. Quo the faw's niched upon the road, they're mine and my mithers. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. How many o' them are mine? Quo the faw's niched upon the road, a they that have blue tails. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. I wis ye were on yon tree. Quo the faw's niched upon the road, and a good ladder under me. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. And the ladder for to break. Quo the faw's niched upon the road, and you for to fa down. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. I wis ye were in yon sie. Quo the faw's niched upon the road, and a good bottom 151 under me. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. And the bottom for to break. Quo the faw's niched upon the road, and yet to be drowned. Quo the wee boy, and still he stewed. 345 Christ able 'tis the middle of night by the castle clock, and the owls have awakened the crowing cock, to wit, to who? And hark, again. The crowing cock, how drowsily it crew. Sir Leolin, the baron rich, hath a toothless mastiff bitch, from her kennel beneath the rock she maketh answer to the clock, 4 for the quarters, and 12 for the hour, ever and I, by shine and shower, 16 short howls, not over loud, some say, she sees my lady's shroud. Is the night chilly and dark? The night is chilly, but not dark. The thin grey cloud is spread on high, it covers but not hides the sky. The moon is behind, and at the full, and yet she looks both small and dull. The night is chill, the cloud is grey, 'tis a month before the month of May, and the spring comes slowly up this way. The lovely lady, Christable, whom her father loves so well, what makes her in the wood so late, a furlong from the castle gate? She had dreams all yesternight of her own betrothed knight, and she in the midnight wood will pray for the will of her lover that's far away. She stole along, she nothing spoke, the sighs she heaved were soft and low, and naught was green upon the oak but moss and rarest mistletoe. She kneels beneath the huge oak tree, and in silence prith she. The lady sprang up suddenly, the lovely lady, Christable. It moaned as near can be, but what it is she cannot tell. On the other side it seems to be, of the huge, broad-breasted, old oak tree. The night is chill, the forest bare, is it the wind that moaneth bleak? There is not wind enough in the air to move away the ringlet curl from the lovely lady's cheek. There is not wind enough to twirl the one red leaf, the last of its clan, that dances as often as dance it can, hanging so light, and hanging so high, on the topmost twig that looks up at the sky. Hush, beating heart of Christable. Jesu, Maria, shield her well. She folded her arms beneath her cloak, and stole to the other side of the oak. What sees she there? There she sees a damsel bright, dressed in a silken robe of white, that shadowy in the moonlight shone, the neck that made that white robe won her stately neck, and arms were bare, her blue-veined feet unsandaled were, and wildly glittered here and there the gems entangled in her hair. Samuel Taylor Coleridge 346. The fruit plucker encinctured with a twine of leaves, that leafy twine his only dress, a lovely boy was plucking fruits, by moonlight, in a wilderness. The moon was bright, the air was free, and fruits and flowers together grew on many a shrub and many a tree, and all put on a gentle hue, hanging in the shadowy air like a picture rich and rare. It was a climate where, they say, the night is more beloved than day. But who that beauteous boy beguiled, that beauteous boy to linger here? Alone, by night, a little child, in place so silent and so wild, has he no friend, no loving mother near? Samuel Taylor Coleridge 347. The haunted palace in the greenest of our valleys by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion it stood there. Never seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow, all this was in the olden time long ago, and every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts plumed and pallid a winged odor went away. Wanderers, in that happy valley, through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically, to a lute's well-tuned law, round about a throne, where sitting, Porphyrogene, in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes, whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home, the glory, that blushed and bloomed, is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers, now, within that valley, through the red litten windows see vast forms, that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while, like a ghastly rapid river, through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever, and laugh but smile no more. Edgar Allan Poe 348. The house of rich Essie neighboring the gate of hell into which Mammon led the elfin knight. That houses for me within was rude and strong, like an huge cave, hewn out of rocky clift, from whose rough vault the ragged breaches hong, embossed with massy gold of glorious gift, and with rich metal loaded every rift, that heavy ruin they did seem to thread, and over them Arachne high did lift her cunning web, and spread her subtle net, enwrapped in foul smoke and clouds more blacker than jet. Both roof, and floor, and walls were all of gold, but overgrown with dust and old decay, and hid in darken Essie, that none could behold the hue thereof, for view of cheerful day did never in that house itself display, but a faint shadow of uncertain light, such as a lamp, whose life does fade away, or as the noon clothed with cloudy night, does shew to him that walks in fear and sad affright. In all that Rome was nothing to be seen, but huge great urn chests and coffers strong, all barred with double bends 152 that none could wean them to force by violence or wrong, on every side they placed were along. But all the ground with skulls was scattered, and dead men's bones, which round about were flung, whose lives, it seemed, whilome there were shed, and their vile carcasses now left unburied. Edmund Spenser 349. The old city, thou hast come from the old city, from the gate and the tower, from king and priest and serving man and burnished bower, from beggars' wine and barking dogs, from prison sealed, thou hast come from the old city into the field. The gables in the old city are stooping awry, they gloom upon the muddy lanes and smother the sky, and nightly through those mouldy lanes, moping and slow, they who builded the old city the cold ghosts go. There is plague in the old city, and the priests are sped to graveyard and vault to bury the dead, brittle bones and dusty breath to death must yield. Fly, fly, from the old city into the field. Ruth Manning Sanders 350. The two spirits. First spirit. O thou, who plumed with strong desire wouldst float above the earth, beware. A shadow tracks the flight of fire. Night is coming. Bright are the regions of the air, and among the winds and beams it were delight to wander there. Night is coming. Second spirit. The deathless stars are bright above, if I would cross the shade of night, within my heart is the lamp of love, and that is day. And the moon will smile with gentle light on my golden plumes where'er they move, the meteors will linger round my flight, and make night day. First spirit. But if the whirlwinds of darkness waken hail, and lightning, and stormy rain, see, the bounds of the air are shaken. Night is coming. The red swift clouds of the hurricane yon declining sun have overtaken, the clash of the hail sweeps over the plain. Night is coming. Second spirit. I see the light, and I hear the sound, I'll sail on the flood of the tempests dark, with the calm within and the light around which makes night day, and then, when the gloom is deep and stark, look from thy dull earth, slumber bound, my moon-like flight thou then mayst mark on high, far away. Some say there is a precipice where one vast pine is frozen to ruin o'er piles of snow and chasms of ice mid-alpine mountains, and that the languid storm pursuing that winged shape, for ever flies round those hoar branches, renewing its airy fountains. Some say, when nights are dry and clear, and the death-dew sleep on the morass, sweet whispers are heard by the traveller, which make night day, and a silver shape, like his early love, doth pass upborne by her wild and glittering hair, and when he awakes on the fragrant grass, he finds night day. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Lily bright and shine. A. 351. Silly sweetheart, say not nay, come away, all I tell is sweet and merry, soon rings evensong, and soon where was blossom hangs a berry, where was darkness shines a moon. Prithee, sweetheart, then I say, come, come away. Oh away, come away, maids there are with cheeks like roses, thine are roses in the snow. Fie, the lass whose dainty nose is tilted not as one I know. Not heeds she, alackaday. My, come, come away. Oh away, come away, honeycomb by bees made sweet is, dew on apple, bloom on plum, hearken, my heart's lightest beat is drumming, drumming, haste and come say not nay, then, make no stay, then, dance thy dainty foot and straying come, come away. 352. Here comes a lusty wooer, here comes a lusty wooer, my Adildan, my Adaldan, here comes a lusty wooer, lily bright and shine. A. Pray who do you woo? My Adildan, my Adaldan, pray who do you woo? Lily bright and shine. A. Woo. Your fairest daughter. My Adildan, my Adaldan, woo. Your fairest daughter. Lily bright and shine. A. There. There. She is for you, my Adildan, my Adaldan, there. There. She is for you, lily bright and shine. A. 353. 3 knights from Spain, we are 3 brethren come from Spain, all in French garlands, we are come to court your daughter Jane, and adieu to you, my darlings. My daughter Jane, she is too young, all in French garlands, she cannot bide your flattering tongue, and adieu to you, my darlings. Be she young, or be she old, all in French garlands, 'tis for a bride she must be sold, and adieu to you, my darlings. A bride, she shall not be all in French garlands, till she go through this world with me, and adieu to you, my darlings. Then shall you keep your daughter Jane, all in French garlands, come once, we come not here again, and adieu to you, my darlings. Turn back, you Spanish knights, all in French garlands, scour, scour your spurs, till they be bright, and adieu to you, my darlings. Sharp shine our spurs, all richly wrought, all in French garlands, in towns afar our spurs were bought, and adieu to you, my darlings. Smell my lilies, smell my roses, all in French garlands, which of my maidens do you choose? And adieu to you, my darlings. Not she. Not she. Thy youngest, Jane. All in French garlands, we ride and ride not back again, and adieu to you, my darlings. In every pocket £1,000, all in French garlands, on every finger a gay gold ring, and adieu to you, my darlings. And adieu to you, my darlings. 354 The Huemil bore 7 lang years I ha served the king, fa lily, and I never got a sight of his daughter but Anna, with my glimpy edel, lilum tu tia ta Itali. I saw her through a Huemil bore, fa lily, and I ne'er got a sight of her no more. With my glimpy edel, lilum tu tia ta Itali. Twa was putting on her gown, fa lily, and 10 was putting pins therein. With my glimpy edel. Lilum tu tia ta Itali. Twa was putting on her shoon, fa lily, and Twa was buckling them again. With my glimpy edel. Lilum tu tia ta Itali. 5 was combing down her hair, fa lily, and I ne'er got a sight of her name air. With my glimpy edel, lilum tu tia ta Itali. Her neck and breast was like the snow, fa lily, then from the boar I was forced to go. With my glimpy edel, lilum tu tia ta Itali. 355 Hey, woolly wine, and how, woolly wine, I hope for hame yell no incline, yell better light, and stay a night, and I'll gie thee a lady fine. I maun ride hame, I maun gang hame, and bide nae langer here, the road is lang, the mirk soon on, and how let's mak me fear. Light down, and bide us a night, we'll choose for ya a bonny lass, ye'll get your wield and pick o' them and the time it soon awa will pass. Wha will ye gie, if I ye bide, to be my bonny bride, and lie down lovely by my side. I'll gie thee Kate o' Dingle Bell, a bonny body like yoursel. I'll stick her high in yon pear tree sweet and meek, and sae is she, I load her ance, but she's no for me, yet I thank ye for your courtesy. I'll gie thee Rosie o' the Cleug, I'm sure she'll please thee will enoop. Up her on the bare Bane Dyke, she'll be rotten or 153 I'll be ripe, she's made for some Hither, and no me, yet I thank ye for your courtesy. Then I'll gie ye Nell o' sweet Sprinkell, our Galloway she bears the bell. I'll set her up in my bedhead, and feed her new milk and bread, she's for nae Hither, but just for me, sae I thank ye for your courtesy. 356 Down in yonder meadow where the green grass grows, pretty Polly Pillicoat bleaches her clothes. She sang, oh, so sweet, she sang, oh, come over. Across the street. He kissed her, he bought her a gown of rich chromacy out of the town. He bought her a gown and a guinea gold ring, a guinea gold ring, up street, and down, shine the windows made of glass. Oh, isn't Polly Pillicoat a braw young lass? Cherries in her cheeks, and ringlets her hair, hear her singing handy, dandy up and down the stair. 357 Quoth John to Joan, quoth John to Joan, will thou have me, I prithee now, wilt? And I'll marry thee, my cow, my calf, my house, my rants, and all my lands and tenements. Oh, say, my Joan, will not that do? I cannot come every day to woo. I've corn and hay in the barn hard by, and 3 fat hogs pent up in the sty. I have a mare and she is coal black, I ride on her tail to save my back. Then, say, my Joan, will not that do? I cannot come every day to woo. I have a cheese upon the shelf, and I cannot eat it all myself. I've 3 good marks that lie in a rag, in a nook of the chimney, instead of a bag. Then, say, my Joan, will not that do? I cannot come every day to woo. To marry I would have thy consent, but faith I never could compliment. I can say naught but hoy, gee ho. Words that belong to the cart and the plough. Oh, say, my Joan, will not that do? I cannot come every day to woo. 358 My mistress is as fair as fine, my mistress is as fair as fine, milk white fingers, cherry nose. Like twinkling day stars look her ain, lightening all things where she goes. Fair as Phoebe, though not so fickle, smooth as glass, though not so brickle. My heart is like a ball of snow melting at her lukewarm sight, her fiery lips like night worms glow, shining clear as candle light. Neat she is, no feather lighter, bright she is, no daisy whiter. 359 Diaphenia, Diaphenia, like the daffodili, white as the sun, fair as the lily. Hey ho, how I do love thee! I do love thee as my lambs are beloved of their dams. How blessed were I if thou wouldst prove me. Diaphenia, like the spreading roses, that in thy sweets all sweets encloses, fair sweet, how I do love thee! I do love thee as each flower loves the sun's life-giving power, for, dead, thy breath to life might move me. Diaphenia, like to all things blessed, when all thy praises are expressed, dear joy, how I do love thee! As the birds do love the spring, or the bees their careful king. Then in requite, sweet virgin, love me. Henry Constable 360 Glamour's lament. Here she was wont to go, and here, just where those daisies, pinks, and violets grow, the world may find the spring by following her, for other print her airy steps ne'er left, her treading would not bend a blade of grass, or shake the downy blow-ball from his stalk, but like the soft west wind she shot along, and where she went, the flowers took thickest root as she had sowed them with her odorous foot. Ben Jonson 361 My true love hath my heart, my true love hath my heart, and I have his, by just exchange one for the other given, I hold his dear, and mine he cannot miss, there never was a better bargain driven. His heart in me keeps me and him in one, my heart in him his thoughts and senses guides, he loves my heart, for once it was his own, I cherish his because in me it bides. His heart his wound received from my sight, my heart was wounded with his wounded heart, for as from me on him his heart did light, so still methought in me his heart did smart. Both equal hurt, in this change sought our bliss, my true love hath my heart, and I have his. Sir Philip Sidney 362 A birthday. My heart is like a singing bird whose nest is in a watered shoot, my heart is like an apple tree whose boughs are bent with thickest fruit. My heart is like a rainbow shell that paddles in a halcyon sea, my heart is gladder than all these because my love is come to me. Raise me a dais of silk and down, hang it with vair and purple dyes, carve it in doves and pomegranates, and peacocks with 100 eyes, work it in gold and silver grapes, in leaves and silver fleurs de lis, because the birthday of my life is come, my love is come to me. Christina Rossetti 363 Life of Life. Voice in the air, singing life of life. Thy lips enkindle with their love the breath between them, and thy smiles before they dwindle make the cold air fire, then screen them in those looks, where whoso gazes faints, entangled in their mazes. Child of light, thy limbs are burning through the vest which seeks to hide them, as the radiant lines of morning through the clouds ere they divide them, and this atmosphere divinest shrouds thee wheresoe'er thou shinest. Fair are others, none beholds thee, but thy voice sounds low and tender like the fairest, for it folds thee from the sight, that liquid splendor, and all feel, yet see thee never, as I feel now, lost forever. Lamp of earth, where'er thou movest its dim shapes are clad with brightness, and the souls of whom thou lovest walk upon the winds with lightness, till they fail, as I am failing, dizzy, lost, yet unbewailing. Percy Bysshe Shelley 364 A Sonnet of the Moon. Look how the pale queen of the silent night doth cause the ocean to attend upon her, and he, as long as she is in his sight, with his full tide is ready her to honor, but when the silver wagon of the moon is mounted up so high he cannot follow, the sea calls home his crystal waves to moan, and with low ebb doth manifest his sorrow. So you that are the sovereign of my heart, have all my joys attending on your will, my joys low ebbing when you do depart, when you return, their tide my heart doth fill. So as you come, and as you do depart, joys ebb and flow within my tender heart. Charles Best 365 The Outlaw of Loch Lean. Oh, many a day have I made good ale in the glen, that came not of stream or malt, like the brewing of men. My bed was the ground, my roof, the greenwood above, and the wealth that I sought, one far kind glance from my love. Alas, on that night when the horses I drove from the field that I was not near from terror my angel to shield. She stretched forth her arms, her mantle she flung to the wind, and swam o'er Loch Lean, her outlawed lover to find. Oh, would that a freezing sleet-winged tempest did sweep, and I and my love were alone, far off on the deep. I'd ask not a ship, or a bark, or a pinnace, to save with her hand round my waist, I'd fear not the wind or the wave. 'Tis down by the lake where the wild tree fringes its sides, the maid of my heart, my fair one of heaven resides. I think, as at eve she wanders its mazes among, the birds go to sleep by the sweet wild twist of her song. Jeremiah John Callanan 366 Oh, what if the fowler my blackbird has taken? The roses of dawn blossom over the sea. Awaken, my blackbird, awaken, awaken, and sing to me out of my red fuchsia tree. Oh, what if the fowler my blackbird has taken? The sun lifts his head from the lip of the sea. Awaken, my blackbird, awaken, awaken, and sing to me out of my red fuchsia tree. Oh, what if the fowler my blackbird has taken? The mountain grows white with the birds of the sea, but down in my garden forsaken, forsaken, I'll weep all the day by my red fuchsia tree. Charles Dalman 367 Whither away? Where are you going, master mine? Mistress of mine, farewell. Pledge me a cup of golden wine. Light shall be dark and darkness shine before I tell. Oh, go you by the firwood's blue? And by the fairies' trysting tree? No, for the path is grown with rue and nightshade's purple fruit, since you walked there with me. Oh, go you by the pastures high a grassy road and daisies fair? No, for I saw them fade and die on the bright evening, love, that I sat with you there. Mary Coleridge 368 Bonnie Barbara Allen. It was in and about the Martinmas time, when the green leaves were a-falling, that Sir John Graham, in the West Country, fell in love with Barbara Allen. He sent his man down through the town, to the place where she was dwelling. Oh haste and come to my master dear, Jinyebi Barbara Allen. Oh Huli, Huli 154 rose she up, to the place where he was lying, and when she drew the curtain by, young man, I think you're dying. Oh it's I'm sick, and very, very sick, and tea is a for Barbara Allen. Oh the better for me yes never be, though your heart's blood were a spilling. Oh dinna ye mind, young man, said she, when ye was in the tavern a drinking, that ye made the healthsky round, and slighted Barbara Allen. He turned his face unto the wall, and death was with him dealing. Adieu, adieu, my dear friends all, and be kind to Barbara Allen. She had not gained a mile but twa, when she heard the dead bell ringing, and every jow that the dead bell did, it cried, woe to Barbara Allen. O mother, mother, make my bed. Oh make it soft and narrow. Since my love died for me today, I'll die for him tomorrow. 369 Proud Maisie is in the wood, walking so early, sweet robin sits on the bush, singing so rarely. Tell me, thou bonny bird, when shall I marry me? When 6 braw gentlemen Kirkward shall carry yet. Who makes the bridal bed, birdie, say truly? The grey-headed sexton that delves the grave duly. The glowworm o'er grave and stone shall light thee steady, the owl from the steeple sing welcome, proud lady. Sir Walter Scott 370 A leave taking let us go hence, my songs, she will not hear. Let us go hence together without fear, keep silence now, for singing time is over, and over all old things and all things dear. She loves not you nor me as all we love her. Yea, though we sang as angels in her ear, she would not hear. Let us rise up and part, she will not know. Let us go seaward as the great winds go, full of blown sand and foam, what help is here? There is no help, for all these things are so, and all the world is bitter as a tear. And how these things are, though ye strove to show, she would not know. Let us go home and hence, she will not weep. We gave love many dreams and days to keep, flowers without scent, and fruits that would not grow, saying, if thou wilt, thrust in thy sickle and reap. All is reaped now, no grass is left to mow, and we that sowed, though all we fell on sleep, she would not weep. Let us go hence and rest, she will not love. She shall not hear us if we sing hereof, nor see love's ways, how sore they are and steep. Come hence, let be, lie still, it is enough. Love is a barren sea, bitter and deep, and though she saw all heaven in flower above, she would not love. Let us give up, go down, she will not care. Though all the stars made gold of all the air, and the sea moving saw before it move one moonflower making all the foam flowers fair, though all those waves went over us, and drove deep down the stifling lips and drowning hair, she would not care. Let us go hence, she will not see. Sing all once more together, surely she, too, remembering days and words that were, will turn a little toward us, sighing, but we are hence, we are gone, as though we had not been there. Nay, and though all men seeing had pity on me, she would not see. Algernon Charles Swinburne 371 The unquiet grave the wind doth blow today, my love, and a few small drops of rain, I never had but one true love, in cold grave she was lain. I'll do as much for my true love as any young man may, I'll sit and mourn all at her grave for a 12-month and a day. The 12-month and a day being up, the dead began to speak, oh who sits weeping on my grave, and will not let me sleep? 'Tis I, my love, sits on your grave, and will not let you sleep, for I crave one kiss of your clay-cold lips, and that is all I seek. You crave one kiss of my clay-cold lips, but my breath smells earthy strong. If you have one kiss of my clay cold lips, your time will not be long. 'Tis down in yonder garden green, love, where we used to walk, the finest flower that e'er was seen is withered to a stalk. The stalk is withered dry, my love, so will our hearts decay, so make yourself content, my love, till God calls you away. 372 A Lament, 1547 Depart, depart, depart alas. I most depart from here that he's my heart, with heart full swar, agonies my will indeed, and can find no remede, I wait the pains of deed can do no moyer. Adieu, my ensuite thing, my joy and comforting, my mirth and salsing of earthly war, fair while, my lady bricht, and my remembrance rycht, fair while and hive good nycht, I say no moyer. Alexander Scott 373 I died true lay a garland on my hearse of the dismal yew, maidens, willow branches bare, say I died true. My love was false, but I was firm from my hour of birth. Upon my buried body lie lightly, gentle earth. John Fletcher 374 Song How should I your true love know from another one? By his cockle hat and staff, and his sandal shoon. He is dead and gone lady, he is dead and done at his head a gross green turf, at his heels a stone. White his shroud as the mountain snow, larded with sweet flowers, which bewept to the grave did not go, with true love showers. William Shakespeare 375 It was the time of roses it was not in the winter our loving lot was cast, it was the time of roses we plucked them as we passed. That churlish season never frowned on early lovers yet. Oh, no the world was newly crowned with flowers, when first we met. 'Twas twilight, and I bade you go, but still you held me fast, it was the time of roses we plucked them as we passed. Thomas Hood 376 Auld Robin Grey when the sheep are in the fold, and the kye 155 at hame, and the world to rest are gain, the ways o' my heart fa in showers fray my ee, while my goodman 156 lies sound by me. Young Jamie loed me weel, and sought me for his bride, but saving a crown he had naething else beside, to make the crown a pund, young Jamie gied to sea, and the crown and the pund were baith for me. He hadna been awa a week but only twa, when my father brak his arm, and the cow was stone awa, my mother she fell sick, and my Jamie at the sea and Auld Robin Grey came a courtin me. My father couldna work, and my mother couldna spin, I toiled day and night, but their bread I couldna win, Auld Rob maintained them baith, and wi tears in his said Jenny, for their sakes, oh, marry me. My heart it said nay, I looked for Jamie back, but the wind it blew high, and the ship it was a wrack, his ship it was a wrack. Why didna Jamie dee? Or why do I live to cry, ways me? My father urged sair, my mother didna speak, but she looked in my face till my heart was like to break, they gied him my hand, but my heart was at the sea, sae Auld Robin Grey he was goodman to me. I hadna been a wife a week but only 4, when, mournful as I sat on the stanna at the door, I saw my Jamie's wraith, for I couldna think it he till he said I'm come hame to marry thee. Oh, sir, did we greet 157 and muckle 158 did we say, we took but a kiss, and I bade him gang away, I wish that I were dead, but I'm no like to dee, and why was I born to say, ways me. I gang like a gayest, and I carena to spin, I dorna think on Jamie, for that wad be a sin, but I'll do my best a good wife I to be, for Auld Robin Grey, he is kind unto me. Lady Anne Lindsay 377 The Lowlands o' Holland the love that I ha chosen, I'll therewith be content, the sought sea sall be frozen before that I repent. Repent it sall I never until the day I dee, but the Lowlands o' Holland hat twinned my love and me. My love he built a bonny ship, and set her to the main, wi 24 brave mariners to sail her out and hame. But the weary wind began to rise, the sea began to rout, and my love and his bonny ship turned with her shins about. There saw nae mantle cross my back, no kime gie in my hair, neither saw coal nor candle light shine in my bower mair, nor saw I choose another love, until the day I sin the Lowlands o' Holland, hat twinned my love and me. No o haud it your tongue, my daughter dear, be still, and bide content, there's ither lads in Galloway, ye needna sair lament. Oh there is none in Galloway, there's none at a for me. I never load a lad but Anna, and he's drowned in the sea. 378 The churchyard on the sands my love lies in the gates of foam, the last dear wreck of shore, the naked sea marsh binds her home, the sand her chamber door. The grey gull flaps the written stones, the ox-birds chase the tide, and near that narrow field of bones great ships at anchor ride. Black piers with crust of dripping green, one foreland, like a hand, o'er intervals of grass between dim lonely dunes of sand. A church of silent weathered looks, a breezy reddish tower, a yard whose wounded resting looks are tinged with sorrel flower. In peace the swallow's eggs are laid along the belfry walls, the tempest does not reach her shade, the rain her silent halls. But sails are sweet in summer sky, the lark throws down a lay, the long salt levels steam and dry, the cloud heart melts away. And patches of the sea pink shine, the pied crows poise and come, the mallow hangs, the bindweeds twine, where her sweet lips are dumb. The passion of the wave is mute, no sound or ocean shock, no music save the thrilling flute that marks the curlew flock. Lord de Tabley 379 Rose Aylmer. Ah, what avails the sceptred race, ah, what the form divine. What every virtue, every grace. Rose Aylmer, all were thine. Rose Aylmer, whom these wakeful eyes may weep, but never see, a night of memories and sighs I consecrate to thee. Walter Savage Landor 380 To Helen Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, that gently, o'er a perfumed sea, the weary, way-worn wanderer bore to his own native shore. On desperate seas long wont to roam, thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy Naiad air, have brought me home to the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. Lo! In yon brilliant window niche how statue-like I see thee stand, the agate lamp within thy hand. Ah, Psyche, from the regions which are Holy Land. Edgar Allan Poe 381 There is a lady sweet and kind, there is a lady sweet and kind, was never face so pleased my mind, I did but see her passing by, and yet I love her till I die. Her gesture, motion, and her smiles, her wit, her voice, my heart beguiles, beguiles my heart, I know not why, and yet I love her till I die. Cupid is winged and doth range, her country so my love doth change, but change she earth, or change she sky, yet will I love her till I die. Thomas Ford 382 Love not me for comely grace, love not me for comely grace, for my pleasing eye or face, nor for any outward part, no, nor for my constant heart. For these may fail or turn to ill, so thou and I shall sever, keep therefore a true woman's eye, and love me still, but know not why. So hast thou the same reason still to dote upon me ever. 383 Now wold I fain some mirths 159 make, all only for my lady's sake, when her I see, but now I am so far fro her it will not be. Though I be far out of her sight I am her man both day and night and so will be. Therefore Wolde, as I love her, she loved me. When she is merry, then I am glad, when she is sorry, then I am sad, and cause why 164 He liveth not that loveth her as well as I. She saith that she hath seen it written that seldom seen is soon forgotten, it is not so. For in good faith, save only her, I love no mo 161 384 Egypt's might is tumbled down down the deeps of thought, Greece is fallen and Troy town, glorious Rome hath lost her crown, Venice pride is not. But the dreams their children dreamed fleeting, unsubstantial, vain, shadowy as the shadows seemed, airy nothing, as they deemed, these remain. Mary Coleridge 385 Dream love young love lies sleeping in Maytime of the year. Among the lilies, lapped in the tender light, white lambs come grazing, white doves come building there, and round about him the May bushes are white. Soft moss the pillow for a softer cheek, broad leaves cast shadow upon the heavy eyes, their winds and waters grow lulled and scarcely speak, their twilight lingers the longest in the skies. Young love lies dreaming, but who shall tell the dream? A perfect sunlight on rustling forest tips, or perfect moonlight upon a rippling stream, or perfect silence, or song of cherished lips. Burn odors round him to fill the drowsy air, weave silent dances around him to and fro, for in waking the sights are not so fair, and song and silence are not like these below. Young love lies dreaming till summer days are gone dreaming and drowsing away to perfect sleep, he sees the beauty sun hath not looked upon, and tastes the fountain unutterably deep. Him perfect music doth hush unto his rest, and through the pauses the perfect silence calms. Oh, pour the voices of earth from east to west, and pour earth stillness between her stately palms. Young love lies drowsing away to poppied death, cool shadows deepen across the sleeping face, so fails the summer with warm, delicious breath, and what hath autumn to give us in its place? Draw close the curtains of branched evergreen, change cannot touch them with fading fingers sear, here the first violets perhaps will bud unseen, and a dove, may be, return to nestle here. Christina Rossetti 386 At common dawn there is a voice of bird so sweet, 'tis kin to pain, for love of earthly life it needs be heard, and let's not sleep again. This bird I did one time at midnight here in wet November would say to himself his lyric faint and clear as one at daybreak should. He ceased, the covert breathed no other sound, nor moody answer made, but all the world at beauty's worship found, was waking in the glade. Vivian Locke Ellis. Echo then shall again tell her I follow. 387 Gleison's song a sunny shaft did I behold, from sky to earth it slanted, and poised therein a bird so bold sweet bird, thou wert enchanted. He sank, he rose, he twinkled, he trolled within that shaft of sunny mist, his eyes of fire, his beak of gold, all else of amethyst. And thus he sang, adieu. Adieu. Love's dreams prove seldom true. The blossoms, they make no delay, the sparkling dewdrops will not stay. Sweet month of May, we must away, far, far away. Today. Today. Samuel Taylor Coleridge 388 The crystal cabinet the maiden caught me in the wild, where I was dancing merrily, she put me into her cabinet, and locked me up with a golden key. This cabinet is formed of gold and pearl and crystal shining bright, and within it opens into a world and a little lovely moony night. Another England there I saw, another London with its tower, another Thames and other hills, and another pleasant Surrey bower. Another maiden like herself, translucent, lovely, shining clear, threefold each in the other closed. Oh, what a pleasant trembling fear! Oh, what a smile! A threefold smile filled me, that like a flame I burned, I bent to kiss the lovely maid, and found a threefold kiss returned. I strove to seize the inmost form with ardour fierce and hands of flame, but burst the crystal cabinet, and like a weeping babe became a weeping babe upon the wild, and weeping woman pale reclined, and in the outward air again I filled with woes the passing wind. William Blake 389 The chase art thou gone in haste? I'll not forsake thee, run st thou ne'er so fast. I'll overtake thee, o'er the dales, o'er the downs, through the green meadows, from the fields through the towns, to the dim shadows. All along the plain, to the low fountains, up and down again from the high mountains, echo then shall again tell her I follow, and the floods to the woods carry my holla. Holla. Ce. La. Ho. Ho. Who. William Rowley 390 Tonio. Over the bleak and barren snow a voice there came a calling, where are you going to, Tonio? Where are you going this morning? I am going where there are rivers of wine, the mountains bread and honey, their kings and queens do mind the swine, and the poor have all the money. Colin Francis 391 Romance When I was but 13 or so I went into a golden land, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi took me by the hand. My father died, my brother too, they passed like fleeting dreams. I stood where Popocatépetl in the sunlight gleams. I dimly heard the master's voice and boys far off at play, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi had stolen me away. I walked in a great golden dream to and fro from school shining Popocatépetl the dusty streets did rule. I walked home with a gold dark boy, and never a word I'd say, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi had taken my speech away, I gazed entranced upon his face fairer than any flower O shining Popocatépetl it was thy magic hour, the houses, people, traffic seemed thin fading dreams by day, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi they had stolen my soul away. Walter J. Turner 392 Hello my fancy in melancholic fancy, out of myself, in the Vulcan dancy, all the world surveying, nowhere staying, just like a fairy elf, out o'er the tops of highest mountains skipping, out o'er the hill, the trees and valleys tripping, out o'er the ocean seas, without an oar or shipping. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Amidst the misty vapours fain would I know what doth cause the tapers, why the clouds benight us and affright us. While we travel here below, fain would I know what makes the roaring thunder, and what these lightnings be that rend the clouds asunder, and what these comets are on which we gaze and wonder. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Fain would I know the reason, why the little ant, all the summer season, layeth up provision on condition to know no winter's want. And how housewives, that are so good and painful, do unto their husbands prove so good and gainful, and why the lazy drones to them do prove disdainful. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Amidst the foamy ocean, fain would I know what doth cause the motion, and returning in its journeying, and doth so seldom swerve? And how the little fishes that swim beneath salt waters, do never blind their eye, methinks it is a matter an inch above the reach of old Arapater. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Fain would I be resolved how things are done, and where the bull was calved of bloody Phalaris, and where the tailor is that works to the man I the moon. Fain would I know how Cupid aims so rightly, and how the little fairies do dance and leap so lightly, and where fair Cynthia makes her ambles nightly. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? In conceit like Phaeton I'll mount Phoebus' chair having ne'er a hat on, all my hair a burning in my journeying, hurrying through the air. Fain would I hear his fiery horses neighing and see how they on foamy bits are playing, all the stars and planets I will be surveying. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Oh from what ground of nature doth the pelican, that self-devouring creature prove so forward and untoward, her vitals for to strain? And why the subtle fox, while in death's wounds a-lying, do not lament his pangs by howling and by crying, and why the milk swan doth sing when she's a-dying? Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Fain would I conclude this, at least make essay, what similitude is, Why fowls of a feather flock and fly together, and lambs no beasts of prey, how nature's alchemists, these small laborious creatures, acknowledge still a prince in ordering their matters, and suffer none to live who slothing lose their features. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? To know this world's centre, height, depth, breadth, and length, fain would I adventure to search the hid attractions of magnetic actions and adamantine strength. Fain would I know, if in some lofty mountain, where the moon sojourns, if there be tree or fountain, if there be beasts of prey, or yet be fields to hunt in. Hello my fancy, whither wilt thou go? Hello my fancy, hello, stay at home with me, I can no longer follow, for thou hast betrayed me, and bewrayed me, it is too much for thee. Stay at home with me, leave off thy lofty soaring, stay then at home with me, and on thy books be poring, for he that goes abroad, lays little up in storing. Thou art welcome my fancy, welcome home to me. William Cleland 393 Sonnet. There was an Indian, who had known no change, who strayed content along a sunlit beach gathering shells. He heard a sudden strange commingled noise, looked up, and gasped for speech. For in the bay, where nothing was before, moved on the sea, by magic, huge canoes, with bellying clothes on poles, and not one oar, and fluttering colored signs and clambering crews. And he, in fear, this naked man alone, his fallen hands forgetting all their shells, his lips gone pale, knelt low behind a stone, and stared, and saw, and did not understand, Columbus's doom-burdened caravel slant to the shore, and all their seamen land. J.C. Squire 394 On first looking into Chapman's Homer, much have I travelled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen, round many western islands have I been, which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told that deep-browed Homer ruled as his domain, yet did I never breathe its pure serene till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez, when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise silent, upon a peak in Darien. John Keats 395 To sea, to sea, to sea. The calm is o'er, the wanton water leaps in sport, and rattles down the pebbly shore, the dolphin wheels, the sea cow snort, and unseen mermaid's pearly song comes bubbling up, the weeds among. Fling broad the sail, dip deep the oar, to sea, to sea. The calm is o'er. To sea, to sea. Our wide-winged bark shall billowy cleave its sunny way, and with its shadow, fleet and dark, break the caved Triton's azure day, like mighty eagle soaring light o'er antelopes on alpine height. The anchor heaves, the ship swings free, the sails swell full, to sea, to sea. Thomas Lovell Beddoes 396 Bermudas, where the remote Bermudas ride, in the ocean's bosom unspied, from a small boat, that rowed along, the listening winds received this song. What should we do but sing his praise, that led us through the watery maze, unto an isle so long unknown, and yet far kinder than our own? Where he the huge sea monsters racks that lift the deep upon their backs, he lands us on a grassy stage, safe from the storms and prelates' rage. He gave us this eternal spring which here enamels everything, and sends the fowls to us in care on daily visits through the air. He hangs in shades the orange bright, like golden lamps in a green night, and does in the pomegranates close jewels more rich than Ormus shows. He makes the figs our mouths to meet, and throws the melons at our feet, but apples plants of such a price no tree could ever bear them twice. With cedars, chosen by his hand from Lebanon, he stores the land, and makes the hollow seas, that roar, proclaim the ambergris on shore. He cast, of which we rather boast, the gospel's pearl upon our coast, and in these rocks for us did frame a temple where to sound his name. Oh! Let our voice his praise exalt, till it arrive at heaven's vault, which, thence, perhaps, rebounding, may echo beyond the Mexique Bay. Thus sung they, in the English boat, a holy and a cheerful note, and all the way, to guide their chime, with falling oars they kept the time. Andrew Marvell 397. The old ships I have seen old ships sail like swans asleep beyond the village which men still call Tyre, with leaden age o'ercargoed, dipping deep for Famagusta and the hidden sun that rings Black Cyprus with a lake of fire, and all those ships were certainly so old who knows how oft with squat and noisy gun questing brown slaves or Syrian oranges, the pirate Genos hell raked them till they rolled blood, water, fruit, and corpses up the hold. But now through friendly seas they softly run, painted the mid-sea blue or shore sea green, still patterned with the vine and grapes in gold. But I have seen pointing her shapely shadows from the dawn an image tumbled on a rose-swept bay, a drowsy ship of some yet older day, and, wonder's breath indrawn, thought I who knows but in that same, fished up beyond Aeaea, patched up new stern painted brighter blue, that talkative, bald-headed seaman came, 12 patient comrades sweating at the oar, from Troy's doom crimson shore, and with great lies about his wooden horse set the crew laughing, and forgot his course. It was so old a ship, who knows, and yet so beautiful, I watched in vain to see the mast burst open with a rose, and the whole deck put on its leaves again. James Elroy Flecker 398. The rhyme of the ancient mariner in 7 parts. Argument, how a ship having passed the line is driven by storms to the cold country towards the South Pole, and how from thence she made her course to the tropical latitude of the great Pacific Ocean, and of the strange things that befell, and in what manner the ancient mariner came back to his own country. Part I. It is an ancient mariner, and he stoppeth one of 3. By thy long grey beard and glittering eye, now wherefore stoppest thou me? The bridegroom's doors are opened wide, and I am next of kin, the guests are met, the feast is set, mayst hear the merry din. He holds him with his skinny hand, there was a ship, quoth he. Hold off. Unhand me, greybeard loon. Eftsoons his hand dropped he. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years child, the mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone, he cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbour cleared, merrily did we drop below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up upon the left, out of the sea came he. And he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon the wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. The bride hath paced into the hall, red as a rose is she, nodding their heads before her goes the merry minstrelsy. The wedding guest he beat his breast, yet he cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong, he struck with his o'ertaking wings, and chased us south along. With sloping masts and dipping prow, as who pursued with yell and blow still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head, the ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward we fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and it grew wondrous cold, and ice, mast high, came floating by, as green as emerald. And through the drifts the snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men nor beasts we ken, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around, it cracked and growled, and roared and howled, like noises in a swound. At length did cross an albatross, thorough the fog it came, as if it had been a Christian soul, we hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it ne'er had eat, and round it flew. The ice did split with a thunder fit, the helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind, the albatross did follow, and every day, for food, or play, came to the mariner's hollow. In mist or cloud, on mast, or shroud, it perched for vespers 9, whiles all the night, through fog smoke white, glimmered the white moonshine. God save thee, ancient mariner, from the fiends, that plague thee thus. Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross. Part 2. The sun now rose upon the right, out of the sea came he, still hid in mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. And I had done a hellish thing, and it would work woe, for all averred, I had killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. A wretch, said they, the bird to slay, that made the breeze to blow. Nor dim nor red, like God's own head, the glorious sun uprist, then all averred, I had killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay, that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew. The furrow followed free, we were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down, 'twas sad as sad could be, and we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun, at noon, right up above the mast did stand, no bigger than the moon. Day after day, we stuck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water, everywhere, and all the boards did shrink, water, water, everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot, O Christ! That ever this should be. Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About, in reel and rout the death fires danced at night, the water, like a witch's oils, burnt green, and blue, and white. And some in dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so, 9 fathom deep he had followed us from the land of mist and snow. And every tongue, through utter drought, was withered at the root, we could not speak, no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah! Well a day! What evil looks had I from old and young! Instead of the cross, the albatross about my neck was hung. Part 3. There passed a weary time. Each throat was parched, and glazed each eye. A weary time. A weary time. How glazed each weary eye, when looking westward, I beheld a something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist, it moved, and took at last a certain shape, I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape, I wist. And still it neared, as if it dodged a water sprite, it plunged and tacked and veered. With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, we could nor laugh nor wail, through utter drought all dumb we stood. I bit my arm, I sucked the blood, and cried, a sail! A sail! With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard me call, gramercy. They for joy did grin, and all at once their breath drew in, as they were drinking all. See! See! I cried, she tacks no more. Hither to work us will, without a breeze, without a tide, she steadies with upright keel. The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars, heaven's mother send us grace. As if through a dungeon grate he peered with broad and burning face. Alas! Thought I, and my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears. Are those her sails that glance in the sun, like restless gossamers? Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer, as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold, her skin was as white as leprosy, the nightmare life in death was she, who thicks man's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice, the game is done. I've won. I've won. Quoth she, and whistles thrice. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out, at one stride comes the dark, with far-heard whisper, o'er the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened and looked sideways up. Fear at my heart, as at a cup, my life-blood seemed to sip. The stars were dim, and thick the night, the steersman's face by his lamp gleamed white, from the sails the dew did drip till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon, with one bright star within the nether tip. One after one, by the star-dogged moon, too quick for groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang, and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, and I heard nor sigh nor groan, with heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. The souls did from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe. And every soul, it passed me by, like the whiz of my crossbow. Part 4. I fear thee, ancient mariner. I fear thy skinny hand. And thou art long, and lank, and brown, as is the ribbed sea sand. I fear thee and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand, so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest. This body dropped not down. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea. And never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men, so beautiful. And they all dead did lie, and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea, and drew my eyes away, I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven, and tried to pray, but or ever a prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came, and made my heart as dry as dust. I closed my lids, and kept them close, and the balls like pulses beat, for the sky and the sea and the sky lay like a load on my weary eye, and the dead were at my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot, nor reek did they, the look with which they looked on me had never passed away. An orphan's curse would drag to hell a spirit from on high, but oh! More horrible than that is the curse in a dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights, I saw that curse, and yet I could not die. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide, softly she was going up, and a star or two beside her beams bemocked the sultry main, like April hoarfrost spread, but where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charmed water burnt alway a still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship, I watched the water snakes, they moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared, the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire, blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. O happy living things! No tongue their beauty might declare, a spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware, sure my kind saint took pity on me, and I blessed them unaware. The self-same moment I could pray, and from my neck so free the albatross fell off, and sank like lead into the sea. Part V. O sleep. It is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary Queen the praise be given. She sent the gentle sleep from heaven, that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck, that had so long remained, I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke, it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank, sure I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved, and could not feel my limbs, I was so light almost I thought that I had died in sleep, and was a blessed ghost. And soon I heard a roaring wind, it did not come anear, but with its sound it shook the sails, that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into life. And 100 fire flags sheen, to and fro they were hurried about. And to and fro, and in and out, the wan stars danced between. And the coming wind did roar more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge, and the rain poured down from one black cloud, the moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft, and still the moon was at its side, like waters shot from some high crag, the lightning fell with never a jag, a river steep and wide. The loud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. Beneath the lightning and the moon the dead men gave a groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake, nor moved their eyes. It had been strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered, the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew, the mariners all 'gan work the ropes, where they were wont to do, they raised their limbs like lifeless tools, we were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me, knee to knee, the body and I pulled at one rope, but he said not to me, I fear thee, ancient mariner. Be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain, which to their corses came again, but a troop of spirits blessed, for when it dawned they dropped their arms, and clustered round the mast, sweet sounds rose slowly through their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around, around, flew each sweet sound, then darted to the sun, slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes a dropping from the sky I heard the skylark sing, sometimes all little birds that are, how they seemed to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now 'twas like all instruments, now like a lonely flute, and now it is an angel's song, that makes the heavens be mute. It ceased, yet still the sails made on a pleasant noise till noon, a noise like of a hidden brook in the leafy month of June, that to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we silently sailed on, yet never a breeze did breathe, slowly and smoothly went the ship, moved onward from beneath. Under the keel 9 fathom deep, from the land of mist and snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their tune, and the ship stood still also. The sun, right up above the mast, had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she 'gan stir, with a short uneasy motion backwards and forwards half her length with a short uneasy motion. Then like a pawing horse let go, she made a sudden bound, it flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swound. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare, but ere my living life returned, I heard, and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. Is it he, quoth one, is this the man? By him who died on cross, with his cruel bow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who be death by himself in the land of mist and snow, he loved the bird that loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honey dew, quoth he, the man hath penance done, and penance more will do. Part 6 First voice. But tell me, tell me. Speak again, thy soft response renewing, what makes that ship drive on so fast? What is the ocean doing? Second voice. Still as a slave before his lord, the ocean hath no blast, his great bright eye most silently up to the moon is cast if he may know which way to go, for she guides him smooth or grim. See, brother, see I how graciously she looked down on him. First voice. But why drives on that ship so fast, withouten wave or wind. Second voice. The air is cut away before, and closes from behind. Fly, brother, fly. More high, more high. Or we shall be belated, for slow and slow that ship will go, when the mariner's trance is abated. I woke, and we were sailing on as in a gentle weather. 'Twas night, calm night, the moon was high, the dead men stood together. All stood together on the deck, for a charnel dungeon fitter, all fixed on me their stony eyes, that in the moon did glitter. The pang, the curse, with which they died, had never passed away. I could not draw my eyes from theirs, nor turn them up to pray. And now this spell was snapped, once more I viewed the ocean green, and looked far forth, yet little saw of what had else been seen like one, that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows, a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. But soon there breathed a wind on me, nor sound nor motion made, its path was not upon the sea, in ripple, or in shade. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek like a meadow gale of spring, it mingled strangely with my fears, yet it felt like a welcoming. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, yet she sailed softly too, sweetly, sweetly blew the breeze on me alone it blew. Oh! Dream of joy! Is this indeed the lighthouse top I see? Is this the hill? Is this the kirk? Is this mine own country? We drifted o'er the harbour bar, and I with sobs did pray, oh let me be awake, my God. Or let me sleep alway. The harbour bay was clear as glass, so smoothly it was strewn. And on the bay the moonlight lay, and the shadow of the moon. The rock shone bright, the kirk no less, that stands above the rock, the moonlight steeped in silentness the steady weathercock. And the bay was white with silent light, till rising from the same, full many shapes, that shadows were, in crimson colours came. A little distance from the prow those crimson shadows were, I turned my eyes upon the deck, oh, Christ! What saw I there? Each corse lay flat, lifeless, and flat, and, by the holy rood, a man all light, a seraph man, on every corse there stood. This seraph band, each waved his hand, it was a heavenly sight. They stood as signals to the land, each one a lovely light, this seraph band, each waved his hand, no voice did they impart, no voice, but oh! The silence sank like music on my heart. But soon I heard the dash of oars, I heard the pilot's cheer, my head was turned perforce away, and I saw a boat appear. The pilot and the pilot's boy, I heard them coming fast, dear Lord in heaven. It was a joy the dead men could not blast. I saw a third, I heard his voice, it is the hermit good. He singeth loud his godly hymns that he makes in the wood. He'll shrieve my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. Part 7. This hermit good lives in that wood which slopes down to the sea. How loudly his sweet voice he rears. He loves to talk with mariners that come from a far country. He kneels at morn, and noon, and eve, he hath a cushion plump, it is the moss that wholly hides the rotted old oak stump. The skiff boat neared, I heard them talk, why, this is strange, I trow. Where are those lights so many and fair, that signal made but now? Strange, by my faith, the hermit said, and they answered not our cheer. The planks looked warped. And see those sails, how thin they are and sere. I never saw aught like to them, unless perchance it were brown skeletons of leaves that lag my forest brook along, when the ivy tot is heavy with snow, and the owlet whoops to the wolf below, that eats the she-wolf's young. Dear Lord! It hath a fiendish look, the pilot made reply, I am afeard, push on, said the hermit cheerily. The boat came closer to the ship, but I nor spake nor stirred. The boat came close beneath the ship, and straight a sound was heard. Under the water it rumbled on, still louder and more dread. It reached the ship, it split the bay, the ship went down like lead. Stunned by that loud and dreadful sound, which sky and ocean smote, like one that hath been 7 days drowned, my body lay afloat, but swift as dreams, myself I found within the pilot's boat. Upon the whirl, where sank the ship, the boat spun round, and all was still, save that the hill was telling of the sound. I moved my lips, the pilot shrieked and fell down in a fit. The holy hermit raised his eyes, and prayed where he did sit. I took the oars, the pilot's boy, who now doth crazy go, laughed loud and long, and all the while his eyes went to and fro. Ha! Ha! Quoth he, full plain I see, the devil knows how to row. And now, all in my own country, I stood on the firm land. The hermit stepped forth from the boat, and scarcely he could stand. Oh, shrieve me, holy man. The hermit crossed his brow. Say quick, quoth he, I bid thee say what manner of man art thou? Forthwith this frame of mine was wrenched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then it left me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, and till my ghastly tale is told, this heart within me burns. I pass, like night, from land to land, I have strange power of speech, that moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me, to him my tale I teach. What loud uproar bursts from that door! The wedding guests are there, but in the garden bower the bride and bridemaid singing are, and hark the little vesper bell, which biddeth me to prayer. O wedding guest! This soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea, so lonely 'twas, that God himself scarce seemed there to be. O sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me, to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company, to walk together to the kirk, and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes, and loving friends and youths and maidens gay. Farewell, farewell. But this I tell to thee, thou wedding guest. He perth well, who loveth well both man and bird and beast. He perth best, who loveth best all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. The mariner, whose eye is bright, whose beard with age is hoar, is gone, and now the wedding guest turned from the bridegroom's door. He went like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn, a sadder and a wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. Samuel Taylor Coleridge 399. The child and the mariner, the sailor knows of wondrous lands afar, more rich than Spain, when the Phoenicians shipped silver for common ballast, and they saw horses at silver mangers eating grain. This man has seen the wind blow up a mermaid's hair which, like a golden serpent, reared and stretched to feel the air away beyond her head. He many a tale of wonder told, of where, at Argostoli, Cephalonia's sea ran over the earth's lip in heavy floods, and then again of how the strange Chinese conversed much as our homely blackbirds sing. He told us how he sailed in one old ship near that volcano Martinique, whose power shook like dry leaves the whole Caribbean seas, and made the sun set in a sea of fire which only half was his, and dust was thick on deck, and stones were pelted at the mast. He told how isles sprang up and sank again, between short voyages, to his amaze, how they did come and go, and cheated charts, told how a crew was cursed when one man killed a bird that perched upon a moving bark, and how the sea's sharp needles, firm and strong, ripped open the bellies of big, iron ships, of mighty icebergs in the northern seas, that haunt the far horizon like white ghosts. He told of waves that lift a ship so high that birds could pass from starboard unto port under her dripping keel. Oh, it was sweet to hear that seaman tell such wondrous tales. William H. Davies 400 The parrots somewhere, somewhen I've seen, but where or when I'll never know, parrots of shrilly green with crests of shriller scarlet flying out of black cedars as the sun was dying against cold peaks of snow. From what forgotten life of other worlds I cannot tell flashes that screeching strife, yet the shrill color and shrill crying sing through my blood and set my heart replying and jangling like a bell. Wilfred Gibson 401 Ozymandias of Egypt I met a traveler from an antique land who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip, and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed, and on the pedestal these words appear, my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings, look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare the lone and level sands stretch far away. Percy Bysshe Shelley 402 St. Anthony's Township The trees of the elder lands, give ear to the march of time, to his steps that are heavy and slow in the streets of ruined cities that were great a while ago skeletons bare to the skies or mummies hid in the sands, wasting to rubble and lime. Ancient are they and wise, but the gum trees down by the creek, gnarled, archaic and grey, are even as wise as they. They have learned in a score of years the lore that their brethren know, for they saw a town arise, and pass. There are pits by the dry, dead river, whence the diggers won their gold, a circle traced in the grass, a hearthstone long a cold, a path none come to seek the trail of the pioneers where the sheep win to and fro, and the rest is a tale that is told by voices quavering and weak of men grown old. Gilbert Sheldon 403 Silence There is a silence where hath been no sound, there is a silence where no sound may be, in the cold grave under the deep deep sea, or in wide desert where no life is found, which hath been mute, and still must sleep profound, no voice is hushed no life treads silently, but clouds and cloudy shadows wander free, that never spoke, over the idle ground, but in green ruins, in the desolate walls of antique palaces, where man hath been, though the dun fox, or wild hyena calls, and owls, that flit continually between, shriek to the echo, and the low winds moan, there the true silence is, self-conscious and alone. Thomas Hood 404 Kublakhan in Xanadu did Kublakhan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man down to a sunless sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground with walls and towers were girdled round, and here were gardens bright with sinuous rills where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree, and here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. But oh! that deep romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill athwart a cedarn cover. A savage place. As holy and enchanted as beneath a waning moon was haunted by woman wailing for her demon lover. And from this chasm, with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth in fast thick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain momently was forced, amid whose swift half-intermitted burst huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, or chaffy grain beneath the thresher's flail, and mid these dancing rocks at once and ever it flung up momently the sacred river. 5 miles meandering with a mazy motion through wood and dale the sacred river ran, then reached the caverns measureless to man, and sank in tumult to a lifeless ocean, and mid this tumult Kubla heard from far ancestral voices prophesying war. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midway on the waves, where was heard the mingled measure from the fountain and the caves. It was a miracle of rare device, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. A damsel with a dulcimer in a vision once I saw, it was an Abyssinian maid, and on her dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Abora. Could I revive within me her symphony and song, to such a deep delight 'twould win me, that with music loud and long I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome. Those caves of ice. And all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, beware! Beware! His flashing eyes, his floating hair. Weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honeydew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. Samuel Taylor Coleridge 405 Lost love. His eyes are quickened so with grief, he can watch a grass or leaf every instant grow, he can clearly through a flint wall see, or watch the startled spirit flee from the throat of a dead man. Across 2 counties he can hear, and catch your words before you speak. The woodlouse, or the maggot's weak clamour rings in his sad ear, and noise so slight it would surpass credence drinking sound of grass, worm talk, clashing jaws of moth chumbling holes in cloth, the groan of ants who undertake gigantic loads for honor's sake, their sinews creak, their breath comes thin, whir of spiders when they spin, and minute whispering, mumbling, sighs of idle grubs and flies. This man is quickened so with grief, he wanders godlike or like thief inside and out, below, above, without relief seeking lost love. Robert Graves 406 Ecstasy. I saw a frieze on whitest marble drawn of boys who sought for shells along the shore, their white feet shedding pallor in the sea, the shallow sea, the springtime sea of green that faintly creamed against the cold, smooth pebbles. One held a shell unto his shell-like ear, and there was music carven in his face, his eyes half closed, his lips just breaking open to catch the lulling, mazy, coralline roar of numberless caverns filled with singing seas. And all of them were hearkening as to singing of far-off voices thin and delicate, voices too fine for any mortal wind to blow into the whirls of mortal ears, and yet those sounds flowed from their grave, sweet faces. And as I looked I heard that delicate music, and I became as grave, as calm, as still as those carved boys. I stood upon that shore, I felt the cool sea dream around my feet, my eyes were staring at the far horizon. Walter J. Turner 407 The Sea of Death. And there were spring-faced cherubs that did sleep like water lilies on that motionless deep, how beautiful! With bright unruffled hair on sleek unfretted brows, and eyes that were buried in marble tombs, a pale eclipse. And smile-bedimpled cheeks, and pleasant lips, meekly apart, as if the soul intent spake out in dreams of its own innocence. So lay they garmented in torpid light, under the pall of a transparent night, like solemn apparitions lulled sublime to everlasting rest, and with them time slept, as he sleeps upon the silent face of a dark dial in a sunless place. 408 The frozen ocean. The sea would flow no longer, it wearied after change, it called its tides and breakers in, from where they might range. It sent an icy message to every wave and rill, they lagged, they paused, they stiffened, they froze, and were still. It summoned in its currents, they reached not where they led, it bound its foaming whirlpools. Not the old life, it said, not fishes for the fishermen, not bold ships as before, not beating loud forever upon the seashore, but cold white foxes stepping onto my hard proud breast, and a bird coming sweetly and building a nest. My icebergs shall be mountains, my silent fields of snow unmarked shall join the land's snow fields where, no man shall know. Viola Meynell 409 The end of the world. The snow had fallen many nights and days, the sky was come upon the earth at last, sifting thinly down as endlessly as though within the system of blind planets something had been forgot or overdriven. The dawn now seemed neglected in the grey where mountains were unbuilt and shadowless trees rootlessly paused or hung upon the air. There was no wind, but now and then a sigh crossed that dry falling dust and rifted through crevices of slate and door and casement. Perhaps the new moon's time was even past. Outside, the first white twilights were too void until a sheep called once, as to a lamb, and tenderness crept everywhere from it, but now the flock must have strayed far away. The lights across the valley must be veiled, the smoke lost in the grayness or the dusk. For more than 3 days now the snow had thatched that cowhouse roof where it had ever melted with yellow stains from the beast's breath inside, but yet a dog howled there, though not quite lately. Someone passed down the valley swift and singing, yes, with locks spreaded like a son of morning, but if he seemed too tall to be a man it was that men had been so long unseen, or shapes loom larger through a moving snow. And he was gone and food had not been given him. When snow slid from an overweight leaf, shaking the tree, it might have been a bird slipping in sleep or shelter, whirring wings, yet never bird fell out, save once a dead one, and in 2 days the snow had covered it. The dog had howled again, or thus it seemed, until a lean fox passed and cried no more. All was so safe indoors where life went on, glad of the close enfolding snow, oh glad to be so safe and secret at its heart, watching the strangeness of familiar things. They knew not what dim hours went by, for while they slept the clock stopped newly wound as the cold hardened. Once they watched the road, thinking to be remembered. Once they doubted if they had kept the sequence of the days, because they heard not any sound of bells. A butterfly, that hid until the spring under a ceiling's shadow, dropped, was dead. The coldness seemed more nigh, the coldness deepened as a sound deepens into silences, it was of earth and came not by the air, the earth was cooling and drew down the sky. The air was crumbling. There was no more sky. Rails of a broken bed charred in the grate, and when he touched the bars he thought the sting came from their heat, he could not feel such cold. She said, "Oh, do not sleep, heart, heart of mine, keep near me. No, no, sleep. I will not lift his fallen, quiet eyelids, although I know he would awaken, then he closed them thus, but now of his own will. He can stay with me while I do not lift them." Gordon Bottomley. Old Tales and Balladry. 410, Flannan Isle. Though 3 men dwell on Flannan Isle to keep the lamp alight, as we steered under the lee, we caught no glimmer through the night. A passing ship at dawn had brought the news, and quickly we set sail, to find out what strange thing might ail the keepers of the deep sea light. The winter day broke blue and bright, with glancing sun and glancing spray, while o'er the swell our boat made way, as gallant as a gull in flight. But as we neared the lonely isle, and looked up at the naked height, and saw the lighthouse towering white, with blinded lantern, that all night had never shot a spark of comfort through the dark, so ghostly in the cold sunlight it seemed, that we were struck the while with wonder all too dread for words. And as into the tiny creek we stole beneath the hanging crag, we saw 3 queer, black, ugly birds, too big, by far, in my belief, for cormorant or shag, like seamen sitting bolt upright upon a half-tide reef, but, as we neared, they plunged from sight, without a sound, or spurt of white. And still too mazed to speak, we landed, and made fast the boat, and climbed the track in single file, each wishing he were safe afloat, on any sea, however far, so it be far from Flannan Isle, and still we seemed to climb, and climb, as though we'd lost all count of time, and so must climb for evermore. Yet, all too soon, we reached the door, the black, sun-blistered lighthouse door, that gaped for us ajar. As, on the threshold, for a spell, we paused, we seemed to breathe the smell of lime wash and of tar, familiar as our daily breath, as though 'twere some strange scent of death, and so, yet wondering, side by side, we stood a moment, still tongue-tied, and each with black foreboding eyed the door, ere we should fling it wide, to leave the sunlight for the gloom, till, plucking courage up, at last, hard on each other's heels we passed, into the living room. Yet, as we crowded through the door, we only saw a table, spread for dinner, meat and cheese and bread, but, all untouched, and no one there, as though, when they sat down to eat, ere they could even taste, alarm had come, and they in haste had risen and left the bread and meat, for at the table head a chair lay tumbled on the floor. We listened, but we only heard the feeble cheeping of a bird that starved upon its perch, and, listening still, without a word, we set about our hopeless search. We hunted high, we hunted low, and soon ransacked the empty house, then o'er the island, to and fro, we ranged, to listen and to look in every cranny, cleft or nook that might have hid a bird or mouse, but, though we searched from shore to shore we found no sign in any place, and soon again stood face to face before the gaping door, and stole into the room once more as frightened children steal. Though we hunted high and low, and hunted everywhere, of the three men's fate we found no trace of any kind in any place, but a door ajar, and an untouched meal, and an overtoppled chair. And as we listened in the gloom of that forsaken living room a chill clutch on our breath we thought how ill chance came to all who kept the Flannan light, and how the rock had been the death of many a likely lad, how 6 had come to a sudden end, and 3 had gone stark mad, and one whom we'd all known as friend had leapt from the lantern one still night, and fallen dead by the lighthouse wall, and long we thought on the 3 we sought, and of what might yet befall. Like curs a glance has brought to heel, we listened, flinching there, and looked, on the untouched meal, and the overtoppled chair. We seemed to stand for an endless while, though still no word was said, 3 men alive on Flannan Isle, who thought on 3 men dead. Wilfred Gibson 411 The Golden Vanity There was a gallant ship, and a gallant ship was she, ac it'll do, and the Lowlands low, and she was called the Golden Vanity. As she sailed to the Lowlands low, she had not sailed a league but only 3, when she came up with a French galley. As she sailed to the Lowlands low, outspoke the little cabin boy, outspoke he, "What will you give me if I sink that French galley? As ye sail to the Lowlands low, I'll give thee gold, and I'll give thee fee, and my eldest daughter thy wife shall be if you sink her off the Lowlands low. Then row me upticked in a black bull's skin, and throw me o'er deck beard, sink I or swim. As ye sail to the Lowlands low." So they've rowed him upticked in a black bull's skin, and have thrown him o'er deck beard, sink he or swim. As they sailed to the Lowlands low, about and about and about went he, until he came up with the French galley. As they sailed to the Lowlands low, oh some were playing cards, and some were playing dice, the boy he had an auger bored holes 2 at twice, he let the water in, and it dazzled in their eyes, as they sailed to the Lowlands low. Then some they ran with cloaks, and some they ran with caps, to try if they could stap the salt water draps. As they sailed to the Lowlands low, about and about and about went he, until he came back to the Golden Vanity. As they sailed to the Lowlands low, now throw me o'er a rope and pu me up on beard, and prove unto me as good as your word. As ye sail to the Lowlands low, we'll no throw ye o'er a rope, nor pu you up on beard, nor prove unto you as good as our word. As we sail to the Lowlands low, you promised me gold, and you promised me fee, your eldest daughter my wife she should be. As ye sail to the Lowlands low, you shall have gold, and you shall have fee, but my eldest daughter your wife shall never be. As we sail to the Lowlands low, outspoke the little cabin boy, outspoke he, "Then hang me, I'll sink ye as I sunk the French galley." As ye sail to the Lowlands low, the boy he swam round all by the starboard side, when they pu'd him up on beard it's there he soon died, they threw him o'er deck beard to go down with the tide, and sink off the Lowlands low. 412 Brown Robin It fell upon a Wednesday Brown Robin's men went to sea, but they saw neither moon nor sun, nor starlight with their ee. We'll cast kevils us among, See wha the unhappy man may be. The kevil fell on Brown Robin, the master man was he. It is nae wonder, said Brown Robin, although I dinna thrive, for if the deadly sins be 7, befallen me ha 5. But tie me to a plank o' wood, and throw me in the sea, and if I sink, ye may bid me sink, but if I swim, let me be. They've tied him to a plank o' wood, and thrown him in the sea, he didna sink, though they bade him sink, he swimmed, and they let him be. He hadna been into the sea an hour but barely 3, till by and came our blessed Lady, her dear young son her wi. Will ye gang to your men again? Or will ye gang wi me? Will ye gang to the high heavens, wi my dear son and me? I winna gang to my men again, for they would be feared at me, but I would gang to the high heavens, wi thy dear son and thee. It's for nae honour ye did to me, Brown Robin, it's for nae good ye did to me, but it is for your fair confession you've made upon the sea. 413 One Friday morn when we set sail, not very far from land, we there did espy a fair pretty maid with a comb and a glass in her hand, with a comb and a glass in her hand. While the raging seas did roar, and the stormy winds did blow, while we jolly sailor boys were up into the top, and the landlubbers lying down below, and the landlubbers lying down below. Then up starts the captain of our gallant ship, and a brave young man was he. I've a wife and a child in fair Bristol town, but a widow I fear she will be. And the raging seas did roar, and the stormy winds did blow. Then up starts the mate of our gallant ship, and a bold young man was he. Oh, I have a wife in fair Portsmouth town, but a widow I fear she will be. And the raging seas did roar, and the stormy winds did blow. Then up starts the cook of our gallant ship, and a gruff old soul was he. Oh, I have a wife in fair Plymouth town, but a widow I fear she will be. And the raging seas did roar, and the stormy winds did blow. And then up spoke the little cabin boy, and a pretty little boy was he. Oh, I am more grieved for my daddy and my mammy than you for your wives all 3. And the raging seas did roar, and the stormy winds did blow. Then 3 times round went our gallant ship, and 3 times round went she, and 3 times round went our gallant ship, and she sank to the bottom of the sea. And the raging seas did roar, and the stormy winds did blow. While we jolly sailor boys were up into the top, and the landlubbers lying down below, and the landlubbers lying down below. 414 The ship there was no song nor shout of joy nor beam of moon or sun, when she came back from the voyage long ago begun, but twilight on the waters was quiet and grey, and she glided steady, and pensive, over the open bay. Her sails were brown and ragged, and her crew hollow-eyed, but their silent lips spoke content and their shoulders pride, though she had no captives on her deck, and in her hold there were no heaps of corn or timber or silks or gold. J.C. Squire 415 The moon child, a little lonely child am I that have not any soul, God made me as the homeless wave, that has no goal. A seal my father was, a seal that once was man, my mother loved him though he was neath mortal ban. He took a wave and drowned her, she took a wave and lifted him, and I was born where shadows are in sea depths dim. All through the sunny blue sweet hours I swim and glide in waters green, never by day the mournful shores by me are seen. But when the gloom is on the wave a shell unto the shore I bring, and then upon the rocks I sit and plaintive sing. I have no playmate but the tide, the seaweed loves with dark brown eyes, the night waves have the stars for play, for me but sighs. Fiona MacLeod, William Sharp, 416 The mermaid to yon Foss stream that, by the sea, hides mony an elf and plum 162 and rives wi fearful in the stands, a witless niche did come. The day shines clear. Far in his gain, war shells are silver bright, fishes war lupin 163 around and sparklin to the light. When, as he laved, sounds came sae sweet fray ilka raka g 164 the brief 165 was out, 'twas him it doomed the mermaid's face to see. Fray neath the rock soon as she rose, and stately on she swam, stopped I the midst, and becked and sang for him to stretch his hawn, gouden glist the yellow links that ruin her neck she'd twine, her een wore o' the skyey blue, her lips did mock the wine. The smile upon her bonny cheek was sweeter than the bee, her voice excelled the birdies sang upon the birchen tree. Sae cuthie did she look, and meikle had she fleeched 166 outshot his hand alas. Alas! Fast in the swirl he screeched. The mermaid looked 167 her brief was dane, the kelpie's blast was blawin', fu low she dived, ne'er cam again, for deep was the fawin'. Aboon the stream his wraith was seen, warlocks tirled lang at gloamin', that was course 168 the blast blew horseair lang the waves war foamin'. 417 quo the tweed to the till, what gars ye gang sae still? Quo the till to the tweed, though ye ren wi speed, and I ren slaw, for ilka are that ye droon, I droon twa. 418 Sir Patrick Spens the king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blood red wine, O war will I get a guid sailor, to sail this skip of mine. Up and spak an eldern neist, sat at the king's richt kne, Sir Patrick Spens is the best sailor that sails upon the se. The king has written a braid letter, and signed it wi his hand, and sent it to Sir Patrick Spens, was walking on the sand. The first line that Sir Patrick read, aloud lotched he, the next line that Sir Patrick read, the tear blinded his ee. Oh why is this has done this deed, this ill deed done to me, to send me out this time o' the year, to sail upon the se. Mac haste, my merry men all, our guid skip sails the morn. O say nasae, my master dare, for I fear a deadly storm. Late yestreen I saw the new moon wi the old moon in her arm, and I fear, my dear master, that we will come to harm. O our Scots nobles wer richt lath 169 to wheat 170 their cork hild skun, bot lang hour 171 of the play wer played, t'hair hats they swam aboon. O lang may their ladies sit wi t'hair fans into their hand or eir they se Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the land. O lang may the ladies stand, wi t'hair gold chems in their hair, waiting for t'hair and deir lords, for they'll se thame no mayor. Half hour to Abadar, it's 50 fathom deep, and t'hair lies guid Sir Patrick Spens, wi the Scots lords at his fight. 419 Alison Gross, that lives in yon tower, the ugliest witch I the north country, has trist me a day up till her bower, and mony fair speech she made to me. She stroked my head, and she kembed my hair, and she set me down softly on her knee, says, Gin 172 ye will be my lover so true, sae mony bra things as I wowed you gie. She showed me a mantle o' red scarlet, wi gouden flowers and fringes fine, says, Gin ye will be my lover so true, this goodly gift it sall be thine. Awa, ye ugly witch, hauded far awa, and lat me be, I never will be your lover sae true, and I wish I were out o' your company. She neist brought a sark o' the softest silk, well wrought wi pearls about the ban, says, Gin you will be my and true love, this goodly gift you sall common. She showed me a cup of the good red gold, well set wi jewels sae fair to see, says, Jin you will be my lover sae true, this goodly gift I will you gie. Awa, awa, ya ugly witch, hauded far awa, and let me be, for I woudna ans kiss your ugly mouth for the gifts that ye could gie. She's turned her right and roon about, and thrice she blaw on a grass green horn, and she swear by the moon and the stars abone, that she'd gar me rue the day I was born. Then out has she ten a silver wand, and she's turned her 3 times roon and roon, she's muttered sich words till my strength it failed, and I fell down senseless upon the ground. She's turned me into an ugly worm, and garred me writhel about the tree, and on ilka Saturday's night, my sister Maisry came to me, wi silver basin and silver kem, to kem my heady upon her knee, but or I had kissed her ugly mouth, I'd rather a writheled about the tree. But as it fell out on last Hallow even, when the Sealy court was ridin' by, the queen lighted down on a gowany bank, nay far frae the tree where I want to lie. She took me up in her milk white han, and she stroked me 3 times o'er her knee, she changed me again to my en proper shape, and I nae mair mon writhel about the tree. 420 Sir Hugh, or, the Jew's daughter 24 bonny boys were playing at the ba, and by it came him sweet Sir Hugh, and he played o'er them He kicked the ba with his right foot, and catched it wi his knee, and throuch and through the Jew's window he garred the bonny ba flee. He's down him to the Jew's castell, and walked it round about, and there he saw the Jew's daughter, at the window looking out. Throw down the ba, ye Jew's daughter, throw down the ba to me. Never a bit, says the Jew's daughter, till up to me come yet. How will I come up? How can I come up? How can I come to thee? For as ye did to my auld father the same ye'll do to me. She's gane till her father's garden, and pewed an apple red and green, was a to wile him sweet Sir Hugh, and to entice him in. She's led him in through a dark door, and sae has she through 9, she's laid him on a dressing table, and sticked him like a swine. And first came out the thick blood, and syne came out the thin, and syne came out the bonny heart's blood, there was nae mair within. She's rowed him in a cake o' lead, bade him lie still and sleep, she's thrown him in Our Lady's draw well, was 50 fathom deep. When bells were rung, and mass was sung, and the bairns came hame, when every lady gat hame her son, the Lady Maisry gat none. She's ta'en her mantle her about, her coffer 173 by the hand, and she's gane out to seek her son, and wandered o'er the land. She's down her to the Jew's castell, where a were fast asleep, gin ye be there, my sweet Sir Hugh, I pray you to me speak. She's down her to the Jew's garden, thought he had been gathering fruit, gin ye be there, my sweet Sir Hugh, I pray you to me speak. She neared Our Lady's deep draw well, was 50 fathom deep, whare'er ye be, my sweet Sir Hugh, I pray you to me speak. Gie hame, my mither dear, prepare my winding sheet, and at the Burke's 174 O Mary Lincoln the morn I will you meet. Now Lady Maisry is gane hame, made him a winding sheet, and at the Burke's O Mary Lincoln the dead corpse did her meet. And the bells O Mary Lincoln without men's hands were rung, and the books O Mary Lincoln were read without man's tongue, when bells were rung, and mass was sung and a men bound for bed, every mither had her son, but sweet Sir Hugh was dead. 421 Edward, why does your brand so drop wi blood, Edward, why does your brand so drop wi blood, and why so sad go ye oh? Oh, I have killed my hawk so good, mother, oh, I have killed my hawk so good, and I had no more but he oh. Your hawk's blood was never so red, Edward, your hawk's blood was never so red, my dear son, I tell thee oh. Oh, I have killed my red roan steed, mother, Oh, I have killed my red roan steed, that erst was so fair and free. Oh, your steed was old, and ye have got more, Edward, Edward, your steed was old, and ye have got more, some other grief you bear. Oh, oh, I have killed my father dear, mother, mother, oh, I have killed my father dear, alas, and woe is me. Oh, and what penance will ye do for that, Edward, Edward? And what penance will ye do for that? My dear son, now tell me. Oh, I'll set my foot in yonder boat, mother, mother, I'll set my foot in yonder boat, and I'll fare over the sea. Oh, and what will ye do wi your towers and your hall, Edward, Edward? And what will ye do wi your towers and your hall, that were so fair to see? Oh, I'll let them stand till they downfall, mother, mother, I'll let them stand till they downfall, for here never more may I be. Oh, and what will ye leave to your bairns and your wife, Edward, Edward? And what will ye leave to your bairns and your wife, when ye go over the sea? Oh, the world's wide, let them beg their life, mother, mother, the world's wide, let them beg their life, for them never more will I see. Oh, and what will ye leave to your own mother dear, Edward, Edward? And what will ye leave to your own mother dear? My dear son, now tell me. Oh, the curse of hell from me shall ye bear, mother, mother, the curse of hell from me shall ye bear, such counsels ye gave to me. Oh, 422 The laird o Logie I will sing, if ye will hearken, if ye will hearken unto me, the king has ta'en a poor prisoner, the wanton laird of young Logie. Young Logie's laid in Edinburgh chapel, Carmichael's the keeper o' the key. I heard a May 175 lamenting Sarah for the laird of young Logie. Lament, lament na, May Margaret, and oh your weeping let me be, for ye maun to the king yoursel, and ask the life of young Logie. May Margaret has kilted her green gliding 176 and she's curled back her yellow hair, if I canna get young Logie's life, farewell to Scotland for ever mayor. When she came before the king, she knelt low doon on her knee, it's what's your will wi me, May Margaret, and what needs o' this courtesy? A boon, my noble liege, a boon, I beg o' thee. And the first boon that I come to crave, it's to grant me the life o' young Logie. O-N-A, May Margaret, N-A, in sooth it mauna 177 be, for the 178 morn, ere I taste meat or drink, he 179 hanged shall young Logie be. She has stolen the king's wedding kime 180 likewise the queen her wedding knife, and sent the tokens to Carmichael, to cause young Logie get 181 his life. She sent him a purse o' the red gowd, another o' the white money, and sent him a pistol into each hand, and bade him shoot when he gat free. When he came to the Tolbooth stair, there he let his volley flee, it made the king in his chamber start, e'en in the bed where he might be. Gie out, my merry men, and gar Carmichael come speak wi me, for I'll lay my life the pledge o' that yon's the volley of young Logie. When Carmichael came before the king, he fell low down upon his knee, the very first word that the king spake, was, where's the laird o' young Logie? Carmichael turned him round about, I wot the salt tear blinded his ee, there came a token frae your grace, has ta'en the laird awa frae me. Mast thou played me that Carmichael, hast thou played me that, quoth he, the morn the justice courts to stand, and Logie's place ye maun supply. Carmichael's awa to May Margaret's bower, even as fast as he may dree, oh if young Logie be within, tell him to come and speak with me. May Margaret's turned her round about, I wot a loud laughter gie she, the egg is chipped, the bird is flown, yell see nae mayor o young Logie. Ta'en 182 is shipped at the pier o Leith, t other at the Queen's Ferry, and she's gotten a father to her bairn, the wanton laird of young Logie. 423 Fair Annie the Reivers 183 They stole Fair Annie, as she walked by the sea, but a noble knight was her ransom soon, wi goud and white money 184 She bided in strangers' land wi him, and none knew whence she came, she lived in the castle wi her love, but never told her name it's narrow, narrow, mak your bed, and learn to lie your lane 185 For I'm gone o'er the sea, Fair Annie, a braw bride to bring hame. Wi her I will get, goud and gear, wi ne'er get none. But wha will bake my bridal bread, or brew my bridal ale? And wha will welcome my bright bride, that I bring o'er the dale? It's I will bake your bridal bread, and brew your bridal ale, and I will welcome your bright bride, that you bring o'er the dale. But she that welcomes my bright bride maun gang like maiden fair, she maun lace on her robe sae jimp, and comely braid her hair. Bind up your yellow hair, and tie it on your neck, and see you look as maiden-like as the day that first we met. Oh how can I gang maiden-like, when maiden I am none? Have I not borne 6 sons to thee, and am wi child again? I'll put cooks into my kitchen, and stewards in my hall, and I'll have bakers for my bread, and brewers for my ale, but you're to welcome my bright bride, that I bring o'er the dale. 3 months and a day were gane and past, Fair Annie she gat word that her love's ship was come at last, wi his bright young bride aboard. She's ta'en her young son in her arms, another in her hand, and she's gane up to the highest tower, looks over sea and land. Come down, my mother dear, come aft the castle wa. I fear if langer ye stand there, ye'll let yoursel down fa. She's ta'en a cake o' the best bread, a stook o' the best wine, and o' the keys upon her arm, and to the yet is gain 186 O yeri welcome hame, my an good lord, to your castles and your towers, yeri welcome hame, my an good lord, to your hus 187 but and your bowers. And welcome to your hame, fair lady. For that's here is yours. Oh what na lady's that, my lord, that welcomes you and me? Gin 188 I be lang about this place, her friend I mean to be. Fair Annie served the lang tables wi the white bread and the wine, but she drank the wan water to keep her colour fine. And she gied by the first table, and smiled upon them but ere she reached the second table, the tears began to fa. She took a napkin lang and white, and hung it on a pin, it was to wipe away the tears, as she gied out and in. When bells were rung and mass was sung, and a men bound for bed, the bridegroom and the bonny bride in a 189 chamber were laid. Fair Annie's ta'en a harp in her hand, to harp their twa 190 asleep, but as she harped and she sang, fu sairly did she weep. O gin my sons were 7 rats, rinnin on the castle wa, and I mijel a grey cat, I soon wad worry them O gin my sons were 7 hares, rinnin our yon lily lee, and I mijel a good greyhound, soon worried they should be. Then out and spak the bonny young bride, in bride bed where she lay, that's like my sister Annie, she says, wha is it doth sing and play? I'll put on my gown, said the new-come bride, and my shoes upon my feet, I will see what doth sae sadly sing, and what is it gars her greet. 191 What ails you, my housekeeper, that ye mak sic amain? 192 Has ony wine barrel cast its girds, or is a your white bread gain? It isna because my wine is spilt, or that my white bread's gain, but because I've lost my true love's love, and he's wed to another are. No tell me wha was your father, she says, no tell me wha was your mother? And had ye ony sister, she says, and had ye ever a brother? The Earl of Wemyss was my father, the Countess of Wemyss my mother, young Eleanor she was my sister dear, and Lord John he was my brother. If the Earl of Wemyss was your father, I what say was he mine, and it's oh my sister Annie. Your love yes all Natine 193 tack your husband, my sister dear, you ne'er were ranged for me, beyond a kiss o' his merry mouth as we cam o'er the sea. 7 ships, loaded will, cam o'er the sea me, on o' them will tack me hame, and 6 I'll gie to thee. 424 Helen of Kirkconnell. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, oh that I were where Helen lies on fair Kirkconnell Lea. Cursed be the heart that thought the thought, and cursed the hand that fired the shot, when in my arms bird Helen dropped, and died for sake o' me. Oh think but my heart was sere when my love dropped down and spak nae mair, I laid her down wi meikle care on fair Kirkconnell Lea. As I went down the water side, none but my foe to be my guide, none but my foe to be my guide, on fair Kirkconnell Lea, I lighted down, my sword to draw, I hacked him in pieces sma, I hacked him in pieces sma, for her that died for me. O Helen fair, beyond compare, I'll make a garland of thy hair shall bind my heart for evermore, until the day I die. Oh that I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, out of my bed she bids me rise, says, haste and come to me. O Helen fair! O Helen chaste! If I were with thee, I were blessed, where thou lies low and takes thy rest on fair Kirkconnell Lea. I wish my grave were growing green, a winding sheet drawn o'er my een, and I in Helen's arms lying, on fair Kirkconnell Lea. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, and I am weary of the skies, since my love died for me. 425 The bonny bower the lament of the border widow my love he built me a bonny bower, and clad it a wi lily flower, a brawer bower ye ne'er did see, than my true love he built for me. There came a man, by middle day, he spied his sport, and went away, and brought the king that very night, who brake my bower, and slew my knight. He slew my knight, to me sae dear, he slew my knight, and point his gear 194 my servants all for life did flee, and left me in extremity. I sewed his sheet, making my main, I watched the corpse, Mijal Elaine, I watched his body night and day, no living creature came that way. I took his body on my back, and whiles I gied, and whiles I sat, I digged a grave, and laid him in, and happed him with the sod sae green. But think ye my heart was sere, when I laid the mall on his yellow hair. Oh, think ye my heart was way, when I turned about, away to gie? Nay living man I'll love again, since that my lovely knight is slain, wiae lock o' his yellow hair I'll chain my heart for evermore. 426 Weep no more, nor sigh nor groan, sorrow calls no time that's gone, violets plucked, the sweetest rain makes not fresh nor grow again, trim thy locks, look cheerfully, fate's hidden ends eyes cannot see. Joys as winged dreams fly fast, why should sadness longer last? Grief is but a wound to woe, gentlest fair, mourn, mourn no mo 195 John Fletcher 427 The TWA sisters There were TWA sisters sat in a bower, Benori, O Benori, there came a knight to be their wooer by the bonny mill dams of Benori. He courted the eldest wi glove and ring, but he loved the youngest above a thing 196 He courted the eldest wi broch and knife, but loved the youngest as his life. The eldest she was vexed sere, and much envied her sister fair. Into 197 her bower she could not rest, wi grief and spite she almost brast. Upon a morning fair and clear, she cried upon her sister dear O sister, come to yon sea strand, and see our father's ships come to land. She's ta'en her by the milk-white han, and led her down to yon sea strand. The youngest stood upon a stana, the eldest came and threw her in. She took her by the middle sma, and dashed her bonny back to the jaw 198. O sister, sister, tak my han, and ise mac 199 you heir to o my lan. O sister, sister, tak my middle, and yes get 200 my goud and my gouden girdle. O sister, sister, save my life, and I swear ise never be nae man's wife. Foul fa the han that I should taka, it twinned me and my wardles make 201 your cherry cheeks and yellow hair gars me gie maiden forever mayor. Sometimes she sank, and sometimes she swam, till she came down yon bonny mill dam. Oh out it came the miller's son, and saw the fair maid swimmin' in. Oh father, father, draw your dam, here's either a mermaid or a swan. The miller quickly drew the dam, and there he found a drowned woman. You could na see her yellow hair for gold and pearl that were so rare. You could na see her middle sma for gouden girdle that was sae bra. You could na see her fingers white, for gouden rings that was sae greedy 202 and by there came a harper fine, that harped to the king at dine. When he did look that lady upon, he sighed and made a heavy moan. He's 10 locks o' her yellow hair, and wi them strung his harp sae fair. The first tune he did play and sing, was, Farewell to my father the king. The nexten tune that he played sign, was, Farewell to my mother the queen. The lasten tune that he played then, was, Way to my sister, fair Ellen. 428 Sweet William and May Margaret. There came a ghost to Margaret's door, with many a grievous groan, and he tirled at the pin, but answer made she none. Is that my father Philip? Or is he my brother John? Or is he my true love Willie, from Scotland new come home? 'Tis not thy father Philip, nor yet thy brother John, but 'tis thy true love Willie, from Scotland new come home. O sweet Margaret, O dear Margaret, I pray thee speak to me, give me my faith and troth, Margaret, as I gave it to thee. Thy faith and troth thou's never get, nor yet will I thee lend, till that thou come within my bower and kiss me cheek and chin. If I should come within thy bower, I am no earthly man, and should I kiss thy ruby lips, thy days would not be lang. O sweet Margaret, O dear Margaret, I pray thee speak to me, give me my faith and troth, Margaret, as I gave it to thee. Thy faith and troth thou's never get, nor yet will I thee lend, till thou take me to yon kirkyard, and wed me with the ring. My bones are buried in yon kirkyard afar beyond the sea, and it is but my spirit, Margaret, that's now speaking to thee. She stretched out her lily-white hand, and, for to do her best, there's your faith and troth, Willie, God send your soul good rest. Now she has kilted her robes o' green a piece below her knee, and the livelong winter night the dead corp followed she. Is there any room at your head, Willie, or any room at your feet? Or any room at your side, Willie, wherein that I may creep? There's nae room at my head, Margaret, there's nae room at my feet, there's nae room at my side, Margaret, my coffin's made so meet. Then up and crew the red cock, and up and crew the grey, 'tis time, my dear Margaret, that you were gane awa. 429 The wife of Usherswell. There lived a wife at Usherswell, and a wealthy wife was she had 3 stout and stalwart sons, and sent them o'er the sea. They hadna been a week from her, a week but barely anna, when word came to the carline wife that her 3 sons were gane. They hadna been a week from her, a week but barely 3, when word came to the carline wife that her sons she'd never see. I wish the wind may never cease, nor fashes in the flood, till my 3 sons come hame to me, in earthly flesh and blood. It fell about the Martin Mass, when nights are lang and murk, the carline wife's 3 sons came hame, and their hats were o' the birk. It neither grew in syke nor ditch, nor yet in ony shoop, but at the gates o' paradise that birk grew fair enoop. Blow up the fire, my maidens, bring water from the well, for my house shall feast this night since my 3 sons are well. And she has made to them a bed, she's made it large and wide, and she's ta'en her mantle her about, sat down at the bedside. Lie still but a little wee while, lie still but if we may, gin my mother should miss us when she wakes she'll go mad ere it be day. Our mother has nae mair but us, see where she leans asleep, the mantle that was on herself, she has happed it round our feet. Up then crew the red cock, and up and crew the grey, the eldest to the youngest said, "'Tis time we were away." The cock he hadna crawed but once, and clapped his wings at when the youngest to the eldest said, "Brother, we must awa." The cock doth craw, the day doth daw, the channerin worm doth chide, gin we be missed out o' our place, a sair pain we maun bide. Fare ye weel, my mother dear. Farewell to barn and byre. And fare ye weel, the bonny lass that kindles my mother's fire. Evening and dream. 430 Dream Peddlery. If there were dreams to sell, what would you buy? Some cost a passing bell, some a light sigh, that shakes from life's fresh crown only a rose leaf down. If there were dreams to sell, merry and sad to tell, and the crier rang the bell, what would you buy? A cottage lone and still, with bowers nigh, shadowy, my woes to still, until I die. Such peace from life's fresh crown fain would I shake me down. Were dreams to have at will, this would best heal my ill, this would I buy. Thomas Lovell Beddoes. 431 The evening sun was sinking down on low green hills and clustered trees. It was a scene as fair and lone as ever felt the soothing breeze that cools the grass when day is gone, and gives the waves a brighter blue, and makes the soft white clouds sail on like spirits of ethereal dew which all the morn had hovered o'er the azure flowers, where they were nursed, and now returned to heaven once more, where their bright glories shone at first. Emily Bronte. 432 To the evening star, thou fair-haired angel of the evening, now, whilst the sun rests on the mountains, light thy bright torch of love, thy radiant crown put on, and smile upon our evening bed. Smile on our loves, and while thou drawest the blue curtains of the sky, scatter thy silver dew on every flower that shuts its sweet eyes in timely sleep. Let thy west wind sleep on the lake, speak silence with thy glimmering eyes, and wash the dusk with silver. Soon, full soon, dost thou withdraw, then the wolf rages wide, and the lion glares through the dun forest, the fleeces of the flocks are covered with thy sacred dew, protect them with thine influence. William Blake. 433 To daisies, not to shut so soon, shut not so soon, the dull-eyed night hath not as yet begun to make a seashore on the light, or to seal up the sun. No marigolds yet closed are, no shadows great appear, nor doth the early shepherd's star shine like a spangle here. Stay but till my Julia close her life-begetting eye, and let the whole world then dispose itself to live or die. Robert Herrick. 434 Of the going down of the sun, what, hast thou run thy race? Art going down? Thou seemest angry, why dost on us frown? Ye wrap thy head with clouds, and hide thy face, as threatening to withdraw from us thy grace? O leave us not. When once thou hidst thy head, our horizon with darkness will be spread. Tells, who hath thee offended? Turn again, alas! Too late entreaties are in vain. John Bunyan. 435 Virtue's sweet day, so cool, so calm, so bright the bridal of the earth and sky, the dew shall weep thy fall tonight, for thou must die. Sweet rose, whose hue angry and brave bids the rash gazer wipe his eye, thy root is ever in its grave, and thou must die. Sweet spring, full of sweet days and roses, a box where sweets compacted lie, my music shows ye have your closes, and all must die. Only a sweet and virtuous soul, like seasoned timber, never gives, but though the whole world turn to coal, then chiefly lives. George Herbert 436. Night, the sun descending in the west, the evening star does shine, the birds are silent in their nest, and I must seek for mine. The moon, like a flower, in heaven's high bower, with silent delight sits and smiles on the night. Farewell green fields and happy groves, where flocks have took delight. Where lambs have nibbled, silent moves the feet of angels bright, unseen they pour blessing, and joy without ceasing, on each bud and blossom, and each sleeping bosom. They look in every thoughtless nest, where birds are covered warm, they visit caves of every beast, to keep them all from harm. If they see any weeping, that should have been sleeping, they pour sleep on their head, and sit down by their bed. When wolves and tigers howl for prey, they pitying stand and weep, seeking to drive their thirst away, and keep them from the sheep. But if they rush dreadful, the angels, most heedful, receive each mild spirit, new worlds to inherit. And there the lion's ruddy eyes shall flow with tears of gold, and pitying the tender cries, and walking round the fold, saying, Wrath, by his meekness, and, by his health, sickness is driven away from our immortal day. And now beside thee, bleeding lamb, I can lie down and sleep, or think on him who bore thy name, graze after thee and weep. For, washed in life's river, my bright mane forever shall shine like the gold, as I guard o'er the fold. William Blake 437. Nurse's song. When the voices of children are heard on the green, and laughing is heard on the hill, my heart is at rest within my breast, and everything else is still. Then come home, my children, the sun is gone down, and the dews of night arise, come, come, leave off play, and let us away till the morning appears in the skies. No, no, let us play, for it is yet day, and we cannot go to sleep. Besides, in the sky the little birds fly, and the hills are all covered with sheep. Well, well, go and play till the light fades away, and then go home to bed. The little ones leaped and shouted and laughed, and all the hills echoed. William Blake 438. The evening primrose. When once the sun sinks in the west, and dewdrops pearl the evening's breast, almost as pale as moonbeams are, or its companionable star, the evening primrose opes anew its delicate blossoms to the dew, and, shunning hermit of the light, wastes its fair bloom upon the night, who, blindfold to its fond caresses, knows not the beauty he possesses. Thus it blooms until night is by and day looks out with open eye, abashed at the gaze it cannot shun. It faints, and withers, and is done. Emily Bronte 439. Time, you old gypsy man, time, you old gypsy man, will you not stay, put up your caravan just for one day? All things I'll give you, will you be my guest, bells for your jennet of silver the best, goldsmiths shall beat you a great golden ring, peacocks shall bow to you, little boys sing, oh, and sweet girls will festoon you with May. Time, you old gypsy, why hasten away? Last week in Babylon, last night in Rome, morning, and in the crush under Paul's dome, under Paul's dial you tighten your rein only a moment, and off once again, off to some city now blind in the womb, off to another air that's in the tomb. Time, you old gypsy man, will you not stay, put up your caravan just for one day? Ralph Hodgson 440. Afterwards, when the present has latched its postern behind my tremulous stay, and the May month flaps its glad green leaves like wings, delicate filmed as new spun silk, will the neighbors say, he was a man who used to notice such things. If it be in the dusk when, like an eyelid's soundless blink, the dewfall hawk comes crossing the shades to alight upon the wind-warped upland thorn, a gazer may think, to him this must have been a familiar sight. If I passed during some nocturnal blackness, mothy and warm, when the hedgehog travels furtively over the lawn, one may say, he strove that such innocent creatures should come to no harm, but he could do little for them, and now he is gone. If, when hearing that I have been stilled at last, they stand at the door, watching the full-starred heavens that winter sees, will this thought rise on those who will meet my face no more, he was one who had an eye for such mysteries. And will any say when my bell of quittance is heard in the gloom, and a crossing breeze cuts a pause in its outrollings, till they rise again, as they were a new bell's boom, he hears it not now, but used to notice such things? Thomas Hardy 441 Stepping westward. What, you are stepping westward? Yeah. 'Twould be a wildish destiny, if we, who thus together roam in a strange land, and far from home, were in this place the guests of chance, yet who would stop, or fear to advance, though home or shelter he had none, with such a sky to lead him on. The dewy ground was dark and cold, behind, all gloomy to behold, and stepping westward seemed to be a kind of heavenly destiny. I liked the greeting, 'twas a sound of something without place or bound, and seemed to give me spiritual right to travel through that region bright. The voice was soft, and she who spake was walking by her native lake. The salutation had to me the very sound of courtesy, its power was felt, and while my eye was fixed upon the glowing sky, the echo of the voice enwrought a human sweetness with the thought of traveling through the world that lay before me in my endless way. William Wordsworth 442 Folding the flocks, shepherds all, and maidens fair, fold your flocks up, for the air gins to thicken, and the sun already his great course hath run. See the dewdrops how they kiss every little flower that is, hanging on their velvet heads, like a rope of crystal beads. See the heavy clouds low falling, and bright Hesperus down calling the dead night from underground, at whose rising, mists unsound, damps and vapours fly apace, hovering o'er the smiling face of these pastures, where they come, striking dead both bud and bloom. Therefore, from such danger, lock every one of his loved flock, and let your dogs lie loose without, lest the wolf come as a scout from the mountain, and, ere day, bear a lamb or kid away, or the crafty, thievish fox break upon your simple flocks. To secure yourself from these, be not too secure in ease, let one eye his watches keep, while the other eye doth sleep, so shall you good shepherds prove, and deserve your master's love. Now, good night. May sweetest slumbers and soft silence fall in numbers on your eyelids, so, farewell, thus I end my evening knell. John Fletcher 443 To the night swiftly walk o'er the western wave, spirit of night. Out of the misty eastern cave, where, all the long and lone daylight, thou wovest dreams of joy and fear, which make thee terrible and dear, swift be thy flight. Wrap thy form in a mantle grey star enwrought, blind with thine hair the eyes of day, kiss her until she be wearied out, then wander o'er city and sea and land, touching all with thine opiate wand. Come, long sought. When I arose and saw the dawn, I sighed for thee, when light rode high, and the dew was gone, and noon lay heavy on flower and tree, and the weary day turned to his rest, lingering like an unloved guest, I sighed for thee. Thy brother Death came, and cried, wouldst thou me? Thy sweet child Sleep, the filmy-eyed, murmured like a noontide bee, shall I nestle near thy side? Wouldst thou me? And I replied, no, not thee. Death will come when thou art dead, soon, too soon. Sleep will come when thou art fled, of neither would I ask the boon I ask of thee. Beloved night, swift be thine approaching flight, come soon, soon. Percy Bysshe Shelley 444 Light the lamps up, lamp lighter. For a lamp lighter, a grandmother, the angel Gabriel, and any number of others, light the lamps up, lamp lighter. The people are in the street without a light, they have no sight, and where will they plant their feet? Some will tread in the gutter, and some in the mud, oh dear. Light the lamps up, lamp lighter, because the night is here. Light the candles, grandmother, the children are going to bed without a wick, they'll stumble and stick, and where will they lay their head? Some will lie on the staircase, and some in the hearth, oh dear. Light the candles, grandmother, because the night is here. Light the stars up, Gabriel, the cherubs are out to fly, if heaven is blind how will they find their way across the sky? Some will splash in the Milky Way, or bump on the moon, oh dear. Light the stars up, Gabriel, because the night is here. Eleanor Farjeon 445 Will you come? Will you come? Will you come? Will you ride so late at my side? Oh, will you come? Will you come? Will you come if the night has a moon, full and bright? Oh, will you come? Would you come? Would you come if the noon gave light, not the moon? Beautiful, would you come? Would you have come? Would you have come without scorning, had it been still morning? Beloved, would you have come? If you come, haste and come. Owls have cried, it grows dark to ride. Beloved, beautiful, come. Edward Thomas 446 Come. Will ye come in early spring, come at Easter, or in May? Or when Whitsuntide mid bring longer light to show your way? Will ye come, if you be true, for to quicken love anew? Will ye call in spring or fall? Come now soon by sun or moon. Will ye come? Come wi Vayas to Vayas the while all their words be sweet to hear, come that feast to feast mid smile, while their smiles do seem so dear, come within the year to seek one you have sought once a week. Come while flowers be on the bowers, and the bird o songs a heard. Will ye come? Yes, come to ye, and come for ye, is my word, I will come. William Barnes 447 Hymn to Diana Queen and Huntress, chaste and fair, now the sun is laid to sleep, seated in thy silver chair, state in wonted manner keep, Hesperus entreats thy light, goddess excellently bright. Earth, let not thy envious shade dare itself to interpose, Cynthia's shining orb was made heaven to clear when day did close, bless us then with wished sight, goddess excellently bright. Lay thy bow of pearl apart, and thy crystal shining quiver, give unto the flying heart space to breathe, how short soever, thou that mak'st a day of night, goddess excellently bright. Ben Jonson 448 The clouds have left the sky, the clouds have left the sky, the wind hath left the sea, the half moon up on high shrinked her face of dree. She lightens on the comb of leaden waves that roar and thrust their hurried foam up on the dusky shore. Behind the western bars the shrouded day retreats, and unperceived the stars steal to their sovereign seats. And whiter grows the foam, the small moon lightens more, and as I turn me home, my shadow walks before. Robert Bridges 449 With how sad steps, with how sad steps, O moon, thou climb'st the skies. How silently, and with how wan a face? What? May it be that even in heavenly place that busy archer his sharp arrows tries? Sure, if that long with love acquainted eyes can judge of love, thou feel'st a lover's case, I read it in thy looks, thy languished grace to me, that feel the like, thy state descries. Then, even of fellowship, O moon, tell me, is constant love deemed there but want of wit? Are beauties there as proud as here they be? Do they above love to be loved, and yet those lovers scorn whom that love doth possess? Do they call virtue their ungratefulness? Sir Philip Sidney 450 in Disp rays of the moon I would not be the moon, the sickly thing, to summon owls and bats upon the wing, for when the noble sun is gone away, she turns his night into a pallid day. She hath no air, no radiance of her own, that world unmusical of earth and stone. She wakes her dim, uncollared, voiceless hosts, ghost of the sun, herself the sun of ghosts. The mortal eyes that gaze too long on her of reason's piercing ray defrauded are. Light in itself doth feed the living brain, that light, reflected, but makes darkness plain. Mary Coleridge 451 The waning moon and like a dying lady, lean and pale, who totters forth, wrapped in a gauzy veil, out of her chamber, led by the insane and feeble wanderings of her fading brain, the moon arose up in the murky east, a white and shapeless mass. Percy Bysshe Shelley 452 We'll go no more a roving so, we'll go no more a roving so late into the night, though the heart be still as loving, and the moon be still as bright. For the sword outwears its sheath, and the soul wears out the breast, and the heart must pause to breathe, and love itself have rest. Though the night was made for loving, and the day returns too soon, yet we'll go no more a roving by the light of the moon. George Gordon, Lord Byron 453 Song of the night at daybreak all my stars forsake me, and the dawn winds shake me. Where shall I betake me? Whither shall I run till the set of sun, till the day be done? To the mountain mine, to the boughs o' the pine, to the blind man's ain, to a brow that is bowed upon the knees, sick with memories. Alice Meynell 454 The night will never stay, the night will never stay, the night will still go by, though with a million stars you pin it to the sky, though you bind it with the blowing wind and buckle it with the moon, the night will slip away like sorrow or a tune. Eleanor Farjeon 455 Lines for a bed at Kelmscott Manor The wind's on the wold and the night is a cold, and Thames runs chill twixt mead and hill, but kind and dear is the old house here, and my heart is warm midst winter's harm. Rest then and rest, and think of the best twixt summer and spring when all birds sing in the town of the tree, and ye lie in me and scarce dare move lest earth and its love should fade away ere the full of the day. I am old and have seen many things that have been, both grief and peace, and wane and increase. No tale I tell of ill or well, but this I say, night treadeth on day, and for worst and best right good is rest. William Morris 456 Rock, ball, fiddle he that lies at the stock, shall have the gold rock, he that lies at the wall, shall have the gold ball, he that lies in the middle, shall have the gold fiddle. 457 Before sleeping Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on. Before I lay me down to sleep I give my soul to Christ to keep. 4 corners to my bed, 4 angels there a spread, 2 to foot, and 2 to head, and 4 to carry me when I'm dead. I go by sea, I go by land, the Lord made me with his right hand. If any danger come to me, sweet Jesus Christ deliver me. He's the branch and I'm the flower, pray God send me a happy hour, and if I die before I wake, I pray that Christ my soul will take. 458 On a quiet conscience close thine eyes, and sleep secure, thy soul is safe, thy body sure. He that guards thee, he that keeps, never slumbers, never sleeps. A quiet conscience in the breast has only peace, has only rest. The wisest and the mirth of kings are out of tune unless she sings, then close thine eyes in peace and sleep secure, no sleep so sweet as thine, no rest so sure. Charles I 459 Song While Morpheus thus does gently lay his powerful charge upon each part making thy spirits even obey the silver charms of his dull art, I, thy good angel, from thy side as smoke doth from the altar rise, making no noise as it doth glide, will leave thee in this soft surprise, and from the clouds will fetch thee down a holy vision, to express thy right unto an earthly crown. No power can make this kingdom less. But gently, gently, lest I bring a start in sleep by sudden flight, playing aloof, and hovering, till I am lost unto the sight. This is a motion still and soft, so free from noise and cry, that Jove himself, who hears a thought, knows not when we pass by. Henry Killigrew 460. The eve of Saint Mark, upon a Sabbath day it fell, twice holy was the Sabbath bell, that called the folk to evening prayer. The city streets were clean and fair from wholesome drench of April rains, and, on the western window panes, the chilly sunset faintly told of unmatured green valleys cold, of the green thorny bloomless hedge, of rivers new with springtide sedge, of primroses by sheltered rills, and daisies on the aguish hills. Twice holy was the Sabbath bell, the silent streets were crowded well with staid and pious companies, warm from their fireside oratories, and moving, with demurest air, to evensong, and vesper prayer. Each arched porch, and entry low, was filled with patient folk and slow, with whispers hush, and shuffling feet, while played the organ loud and sweet. The bells had ceased, the prayers begun, and Bertha had not yet half done a curious volume, patched and torn, that all day long, from earliest morn, had taken captive her two eyes, among its golden broideries, perplexed her with 1,000 things, the stars of heaven, and angels' wings, martyrs in a fiery blaze, azure saints in silver rays, Moses' breastplate, and the 7 candlesticks John saw in heaven, the winged lion of Saint Mark, and the covenantal ark, with its many mysteries, cherubim, and golden mice. Bertha was a maiden fair, dwelling in the old Minster Square. From her fireside she could see, sidelong, its rich antiquity, far as the bishop's garden wall, where sycamores and elm trees tall, full-leaved, the forest had outstripped, by no sharp north wind ever nipped, so sheltered by the mighty pile. Bertha arose, and read awhile, with forehead gainst the window pane. Again she tried, and then again, until the dusk eve left her dark upon the legend of Saint Mark. From plaited lawn frill, fine and thin, she lifted up her soft warm chin, with aching neck and swimming eyes, and dazed with saintly imageries. All was gloom, and silent all, save now and then the still footfall of one returning homewards late, past the echoing Minster gate. The clamorous daws, that all the day above tree-tops and towers play, pair by pair had gone to rest, each in its ancient belfry nest, where asleep they fall betimes, to music of the drowsy chimes. All was silent, all was gloom, abroad and in the homely room. Down she sat, poor cheated soul, and struck a lamp from the dismal coal, leaned forward, with bright drooping hair and slant book, full against the glare. Her shadow, in uneasy guise, hovered about, a giant size, on ceiling beam and old oak chair, the parrot's cage, and panel square, and the warm angled winter screen, on which were many monsters seen, called doves of Siam, lima mice, and legless birds of paradise, macaw, and tender avitavat, and silken-furred Angora cat. Untired she read, her shadow still glowered about, as it would fill the room with wildest forms and shades, as though some ghostly queen of spades had come to mock behind her back, and dance, and ruffle her garments black. Untired she read the legend page, of holy Mark, from youth to age, on land, on sea, in pagan chains, rejoicing for his many pains. Sometimes the learned eremite, with golden star, or dagger bright, referred to pious poesies written in smallest crow-quill size beneath the text, and thus the rhyme was parcelled out from time to time. Gif ye wol stonden 203 hardy white amities of the black night right in the church porch, party ye wol behold a company approachin the full dole arouse, Forsooth to sain from every house be it in city or village will come the phantom and image of Ilka 204 gent and Ilka Karl whom cold a death hath in parl and wool some day that very year touchen with foul venom spear and sadly do them all to die hem all shalt thou see verily and ever con shall by thee pass all who must die that year. Alas als 205 writeth he of Swavenus 206 menhan beforn they wake in bliss, when that here friends think he hem bound in crimped shroud for undergrounda, and how a littling child mote be a saint er its nativity, gif that the Madre God her bless, cuppen in solitariness. And kissen devout the holy croce of God's love, and Sathans force he writeth, and things many mo, of swick things I may not show. But I must tellen verily somdal of Saint Chichelieu, and chiefly what he octoriethe of Saint Marcus' life ended at length her constant eyelids come upon the fervent martyrdom, then lastly to his holy shrine, exalt amid the tapers shine at Venice. John Keats 461 laid in my quiet bed, in study as I were, I saw within my troubled head a heap of thoughts appear, and every thought did shew so lively in mine eyes, that now I sighed, and then I smiled, as cause of thought did rise. I saw the little boy and thought how oft that he did wish of God, to 'scape the rod, a tall young man to be. The young man eke that feels his bones with pains oppressed, how he would be a rich old man, to live and lie at rest. The rich old man that sees his end draw on so sore, how he would be a boy again, to live so much the more. Whereat full oft I smiled, to see how all these three, from boy to man, from man to boy, would chop and change degree. Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey 462 at night home from the horizon far and clear, hither the soft wings sweep, flocks of the memories of the day draw near the dovecot doors of sleep. Oh, which are they that come through sweetest light of all these homing birds? Which with the straightest and the swiftest flight? Your words to me, your words. Alice Meynell 463 echo come to me in the silence of the night, come in the speaking silence of a dream, come with soft rounded cheeks and eyes as bright as sunlight on a stream, come back in tears, O memory, hope, love of finished years. O dream how sweet, too bitter sweet, whose wakening should have been in paradise, where souls brimful of love abide and meet, where thirsting longing eyes watch the slow door that opening, letting in, lets out no more. Yet come to me in dreams, that I may live my very life again though cold in death, come back to me in dreams, that I may give pulse for pulse, breath for breath, speak low, lean low, as long ago, my love, how long ago? Christina Rossetti 464 The shadow of night how strange it is to wake and watch while others sleep, till sight and hearing ache for objects that may keep the awful inner sense unroused, lest it should mark the life that haunts the emptiness and horror of the dark. How strange the distant bay of dogs, how wild the note of cocks that scream for day, in homesteads far remote, how strange and wild to hear the old and crumbling tower, amidst the darkness, suddenly take life and speak the hour. The nightingale is gay, for she can vanquish night, dreaming, she sings of day, notes that make darkness bright, but when the refluent gloom saddens the gaps of song, we charge on her the dolefulness, and call her crazed with wrong. Coventry Patmore 465 Out in the dark over the snow the fallow fawns invisible go with the fallow doe, and the winds blow fast as the stars are slow. Stealthily the dark haunts round and, when the lamp goes, without sound at a swifter bound than the swiftest hound, arrives, and all else is drowned, and I and star and wind and deer, are in the dark together near, yet far and fear drums on my ear in that sage company drear. How weak and little is the light, all the universe of sight, love and delight, before the might, if you love it not, of night. Edward Thomas 466 Nocturne The red flame flowers bloom and die, the embers puff a golden spark. Now and again a horse's eye shines like a topaz in the dark. A prowling jackal jars the hush, the drowsy oxen chump and sigh, the ghost moon lifts above the bush and creeps across the starry sky. Low in the south the cross is bright, and sleep comes dreamless, undefiled, here in the blue and silver night, in the star chamber of the wild. Crosby Garston 467. The angel I dreamt a dream. What can it mean? And that I was a maiden queen guarded by an angel mild, witless woe was ne'er beguiled. And I wept both night and day, and he wiped my tears away, and I wept both day and night, and hid from him my heart's delight. So he took his wings and fled, then the morn blushed rosy red, I dried my tears, and armed my fears with 10,000 shields and spears. Soon my angel came again, I was armed, he came in vain, for the time of youth was fled, and grey hairs were on my head. William Blake 468. Angel spirits of sleep, angel spirits of sleep, white-robed, with silver hair, in your meadows fair, where the willows weep, and the sad moonbeam on the gliding stream writes her scattered dream, angel spirits of sleep, dancing to the weir in the hollow roar of its waters deep, know ye how men say that ye haunt no more isle and grassy shore with your moonlit play, that ye dance not here, white-robed spirits of sleep, all the summer night threading dances light. Robert Bridges 469. A dream, once a dream did weave a shade o'er my angel guarded bed, that an emmet lost its way where on grass methought I lay. Troubled, wildered, and forlorn, dark, benighted, travel-worn, over many a tangled spray, all heart broke I heard her say, O my children! Do they cry? Do they hear their father sigh? Now they look abroad to see, now return and weep for me. Pitying, I dropped a tear, but I saw a glow-worm near, who replied, What wailing wight calls the watchman of the night? I am set to light the ground, while the beetle goes his round, follow now the beetle's hum, little wanderer, hie thee home. William Blake 470. The land of dreams, awake, awake, my little boy. Thou wast thy mother's only joy, why dost thou weep in thy gentle sleep? Awake! Thy father does thee keep. Oh, what land is the land of dreams, what are its mountains, and what are its streams? O father! I saw my mother there, among the lilies by waters fair. Among the lambs clothed in white, she walked with her Thomas in sweet delight. I wept for joy, like a dove I mourn, oh! When shall I again return? Dear child, I also by pleasant streams have wandered all night in the land of dreams, but though calm and warm the waters wide, I could not get to the other side. Father, O Father! What do we here, in this land of unbelief and fear? The land of dreams is better far above the light of the morning star. William Blake. The Garden. 471. I know a little garden close, I know a little garden close set thick with lily and red rose, where I would wander if I might from dewy dawn to dewy night, and have one with me wandering. And though within it no birds sing, and though no pillared house is there, and though the apple boughs are bare of fruit and blossom, would to God, her feet upon the green grass trod, and I beheld them as before. There comes a murmur from the shore, and in the close two fair streams are, drawn from the purple hills afar, drawn down unto the restless sea, dark hills whose heath bloom feeds no bee, dark shores no ship has ever seen, tormented by the billows green whose murmur comes unceasingly unto the place for which I cry. For which I cry both day and night, for which I let slip all delight, whereby I grow both deaf and blind, careless to win, unskilled to find, and quick to lose what all men seek. Yet tottering as I am, and weak, still have I left a little breath to seek within the jaws of death an entrance to that happy place, to seek the unforgotten face, once seen, once kissed, once reft from me and I the murmuring of the sea. William Morris 472 Follow thy fair son, unhappy shadow, though thou be black as night, and she made all of light, yet follow thy fair son, unhappy shadow. Follow her whose light thy light depriveth, though here thou livest disgraced, and she in heaven is placed, yet follow her whose light the world reviveth. Follow those pure beams whose beauty burneth, that so have scorched thee, as thou still black must be, till her kind beams thy black to brightness turneth. Follow her while yet her glory shineth, there comes a luckless night, that will dim all her light, and this the black unhappy shade divineth. Follow still since so thy fates ordained, the sun must have his shade, till both at once do fade, the sun still proud, the shadow still disdained. Thomas Campion 473 Uphill does the road wind uphill all the way? Yes, to the very end. Will the day's journey take the whole long day? From morn to night, my friend. But is there for the night a resting place? A roof for when the slow dark hours begin? May not the darkness hide it from my face? You cannot miss that inn. Shall I meet other wayfarers at night? Those who have gone before. Then must I knock or call when just in sight? They will not keep you standing at the door. Shall I find comfort, travel sore and weak? Of labor you shall find the sum. Will there be beds for me and all who seek? Yea, beds for all who come. Christina Rossetti 474 Love bade me welcome, yet my soul drew back, guilty of dust and sin. But quick-eyed love, observing me grow slack from my first entrance in, drew nearer to me, sweetly questioning if I lacked anything. A guest, I answered, worthy to be here. Love said, you shall be he. I, the unkind, ungrateful. Ah, my dear, I cannot look on thee.